Phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Shop organics at Whole Foods Market. Get organic black, red, and green seedless grapes for $2.99 per pound with Prime through September 16th. Snack on these crisp and juicy bites for a sweet pick-me-up. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Here we go.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount+.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live. Buprenorphine, it gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org. Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
No big deal, but you've been earning Kohl's Cash for 20 years. That's 2 decades of checkout wins. To celebrate, enter our month-long sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 in Kohl's Cash. Plus, save on fall faves during the Customer Appreciation event now. Yup, 2 decades of Kohl's Cash is a big deal. Shop Kohl's and brag accordingly. Coupon ends September 21st. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me on, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season streaming September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
San Francisco, partly cloudy skies with a high of 76.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Rise. Wake up.
It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh!
The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
And a great and wonderful good morning to all you lovely people. Just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for a busy week here, a hot week in the Bay. It was toasty out in the East Bay. San Francisco, I'm sure, has been spectacular. And it's only going to get hotter today, folks. And no team hotter than the San Francisco 49ers, by the way. 2-0, week 2 officially over after the doubleheader yesterday, in which I gave you the picks, people. If you're doing all the prize picks, doing all the gambling, do whatever you got to do. Joey, I told you, it was Bucks and it was Chargers, and both those teams ended up winning yesterday. Carter, I'm so sorry that you took the L's there yesterday, but that's okay. We'll move on. We'll move forward, and we are moving on and moving forward with one Michael McCorkle Jones. Joe, we've had a day to marinate, and we got a lot of different reactions yesterday on the text line. People calling in, 888-957-9570. You know, people's inclination when the backup quarterback here, it's different how we react than other markets. Let's just be honest. The Bay Area is just different when it comes to quarterback and how we discuss it. You're a historian of the game. You're the biggest San Francisco 49er fan I know. When the backup quarterback gets an opportunity and does well, things are just different. Now, we're not saying there's a quarterback controversy, but the fact that Mac Jones played as well as he did, maybe, just maybe, we don't have to rush Brock Purdy back. Does that sound insane?
No, I don't think that sounds insane at all. I think that, I think Mac Jones shocked a lot of people. And I think for a lot of people that were, already maybe invested emotionally into Mac Jones or thought he could be a really good player, well, your convictions were proved for one game at least that, you were probably right on that. I think we have two stories that America loves kind of happening simultaneously. And look, to the degree of how long Mac plays, how well he plays, that is to be determined. I know one thing, Joe. I'm watching games last night. America loves two story arcs, whether it's in movies, whether it's in our politicians, I know that's a hot button topic right now, or whether it's our athletes. We love a rags to riches story. Scarface. I mean, this guy coming from another country, working his way on up to the top of the pyramid, is the greatest of all time, only to get blown out at the end.
The world is yours.
Boxing as a sport has always had a rags to riches feel to it. My great-great-grandfather was an Irish immigrant. He used to box people for money. That's how he made a living. And we know that the sport has always been, I would say, of the poor to make it to be rich. Roberto Duran, who I just got an opportunity to meet a week ago, is one of the great rags to riches stories, who overcame just unbelievable levels of poverty. Kurt Warner, bagging groceries. Brock Purdy, 7th round pick. You could look all across sports in Hollywood and just culture in general. We see tons and tons of rags to riches story. Purdy's one of them. The other story arc that America absolutely loves is the redemption story arc. You were someone at the top for whatever reason. Maybe you were too arrogant. Maybe for whatever reason, some sort of substance abuse or addiction or some force kind of knocked you off course.
Injury.
Yep. Injury, absolutely. And you are forced to eat humble pie in the face of America as we laugh at you, and then you crawl your way back. And as I watched Baker Mayfield last night, and I see him winning a game-winning drive, and I'm rewatching this morning the entire little drive there. America loves Baker this morning. Think about where we were when the Cleveland Browns got rid of him and he went to the Carolina Panthers and he's on the practice squad running as a D tackle in practice, and that image of him lining up as a D lineman. He goes to the Rams for 5 seconds through one pass. Why are you scoffing?
Because I remember Baker Mayfield, Thursday Night Football against the Raiders. They had no business winning that game, and he comes in literally off the scrap heap and wins. It's incredible. Man. It's incredible.
Joe, Baker Mayfield is now hit the redemption arc, and what does America think of Baker Mayfield?
I love him. Did you watch him yesterday, that game-winning drive? He is what you want in a quarterback. Getting into the opposition's face, has the swagger, the intangibles, gritty. Yes. He's fun.
Couple of the greatest movies of all time, Good Will Hunting. It's about a redemption arc of a young man who's extremely troubled, like it just the pursuit of happiness, the redemption arc of going from rags to riches and overcoming homelessness.
Rocky.
Right. I mean, think of some of the people in music and in sports who have fallen on their face. Johnny Cash, Robert Downey Jr., Tiger Woods. Yeah. Only to fix their life in some form or fashion and then make it to the heights. I mean, I could think of guys like Josh Hamilton, Sean Livingston. You bring up an injury, and I think of Sean Livingston was a top 10 pick, had his knee blown up. He is one of our favorite players. And you bring up the name Sean Livingston to a Bay Area sports fan, what do they think? They just smile. It's a great redemption story. Michael Vick. Wow. Steve Young was a redemption story. Yeah. Steve Young, top pick, USFL, goes to the Browns after the USFL folds and just falls flat on his face. He's one of my favorite athletes of all time because of the journey and the crucible that he went through. No, I don't think he's better than Joe Montana. So I get to Mac Jones and I say to myself, this is a guy that fell flat on his face. Mac Jones was perceived as arrogant. He hit, the greatest coach of all time. Of course he's going to be good. And then basically makes the playoffs in year one, and everything falls around him. And I think that he was a victim of circumstance, probably hubris, because I do believe he was, on some level, rubbed a lot of people in New England the wrong way. You talk to Jermaine Wiggins, feels like they're really angry at him.
They do not like him. Jermaine Wiggins. Whoever was it, Baloo, that guy's last name, who covers the Jaguars, our sister station down there, he was not a fan of Mac Jones. I don't get it. It seemed like maybe they were just towing the water and carrying it for the organization and wanted to blame the quarterback. And I even called Jermaine out on this a little bit. I was just like, you guys were a dumpster fire and put him in no position to succeed after you got rid of Josh McDaniels, or Josh McDaniels got rid of you, quite frankly, moved on to the Raiders. You're bringing Matt Patricia to be his OC. You don't draft anyone well. When's the last time the Patriots actually drafted a good wide receiver there? Seriously. They drafted Gronk. That's about it.
I mean, that was like 2011.
Exactly. They got Edelman, and Wes Welker wasn't there initially with the Patriots, right? Didn't he come from the Dolphins? I don't know. Might have even
been like 2010. Like, exactly. It was a long time ago.
That's what I'm saying. So they didn't put him in a position to succeed.
No, but he fell flat on his face, and then he ends up having to be the backup to the number 1 overall pick. And then that guy gets hurt, and he gets an opportunity. Jacksonville this morning is like, where is Mac Jones? It's crazy. It's crazy.
Not only Jacksonville, a bunch of teams need a backup right now because quarterbacks, I don't know if you saw that injury report yesterday, Joey. They're going down.
Oh, they're going down like crazy. But it is funny how the Niners currently, right now, have two of the basically America's favorite storylines going on simultaneously. You have the Brock Purdy rags to riches story, and he's your franchise quarterback. But also you've got this smaller redemption song story, as I go Bob Marley on you, Guru. And I love the redemption arc. I think it's one of my favorite arcs in life and in sports. I can relate to it. I think we all, on some level, can relate to it, where you've done something or you were flawed in some way and you made changes. Things started to fall into place, and then opportunity knocked, and you stuck your foot in the door, and now we view you different. And so I don't know where this Mac Jones thing's going. Joe, it might just be that one game. Brock Purdy might come back this week. He might just come back this week. But I got to say, for somebody that I didn't have a whole lot of an affinity for, I'm loving this Mac Jones story. It's just a great story.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. And by the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And it's a good point because the Bay Area in particular, we have some of the greatest comeback stories of all time. I mean, a guy that won a Heisman Trophy here, a guy that was a draft pick in the first round to the New England Patriots, a guy that was Rookie of the Year, that got, benched and battered and bruised, kind of like Mac Jones, not to the extent because Jim Plunkett obviously did more in college, but that's the guy I'm mentioning, Jim Plunkett, who ended up being a backup and playing for the San Francisco 49ers, who ended up being a backup for the Raiders, got his opportunity and ran away with it and won a couple Super Bowls after getting benched again after winning a first Super Bowl, Joe. That is probably the ultimate comeback. You mentioned Steve Young. We didn't bring up Alex Smith, who everyone wrote off.
Great redemption arc.
Great redemption arc. I mean, hell, the fact that he came back not only from that, but Joe, the guy almost died. The guy's leg, no, seriously, the guy almost had to get his leg amputated. It got septic. It got bad in Washington. And for him to be able to come back after getting parts of his leg shaven off and finishing on his own terms, like, yes, we absolutely love a comeback story. And yeah, this story could end after 1 week.
It could be.
It could. But you know what? I'm going to be rooting for him every day. Like, and that's what I want to get at, too. And I think that's where you're getting on. We should be getting behind Mac Jones.
We should be getting behind all of them. Yes. If you're a Niner fan, who cares who's under center? Like, just make it work. If the Tinkerbell, pixie dust starts to evaporate, and for whatever reason it's a one game only, well, you won the one game that you probably weren't going to win with a lesser backup quarterback. And so I think this is a beautiful little thing that's going on right now for the Niners. Dave Dravecki is a guy that is beloved for his redemption arc. And to this day, you bring up the name Dave Dravecki, and because of the real life situation of cancer and everything like that and losing his arm, people get choked up. And I think the redemption story, Barry Zito is a great example that I'm seeing here in the YouTube chat. Barry Zito fell flat on his face. Hubris, I think anger, I think looking from within. He even admitted he took shortcomings and he didn't work as hard as he had prior to getting the money. And he fell flat on his face. And he was rooting against the Giants in 2010. When you bring up the name Barry Zito, people don't immediately think of one of the biggest busts in free agent history. They go, wow, 2012, huh? Well, those handful of games, he won that World Series game against Verlander. There's two stories America loves, and I'll go to my deathbed with this. We love a rags to riches story, Dwight Clark on line one, and we love the redemption arc. We love it.
What is the best comeback story in Bay Area sports history, I wonder? I'm sure we'll get a lot, and I want to hear from the people today. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text lines. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco, because we've literally mentioned 10, 15, the Bay Area. I'm telling you, we're the comeback sports town. We love a comeback story.
We really do.
We're suckers for it. I mean, we are.
I think of the way we view Navarro Bowman.
Yes.
It wasn't because he was great when he came back. It was the fact that he fought to come back at all.
Klay Thompson. Are you kidding me? Two really devastating injuries. And yes, has he been the same Klay since those? No. But you know what? Those types of injuries change you. But obviously physically, but mentally too. Those are,
no doubt.
I don't wish that on anyone. I mean, the thing that he loved the most, he couldn't do for a long time. And he had to sit there and act like everything's okay and try to be the same old Klay because everyone wants him to be the same old Klay, but people change. Yeah. And I'm sure he had to wrestle through that. And, everyone's like, oh, why is Klay so surly? Why is he so angry? His final year with the Warriors, obviously. Why he's such a Debbie Downer? I was like, well, the guy's clearly not the same player, and it's very difficult for him to wrap his mind around. And the fact that he was able to come back from not only the ACL, but an Achilles injury too, and contribute to a championship-winning team, I mean, how could you not love it? I'll always root for Klay because of that too, and for what he means for the Warriors, Splash Brother.
Well, and going back to a kind of underdog, rag to riches story, in the NBA, if you just look at the top 10 greatest players of all time, almost all of them, outside of Kobe and Steph Curry, have been drafted 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah.
Very few of them are coming outside of 1, 2, or 3. It's so rare. If you just go look, Kareem, Jordan, Shaq.
The person that, I didn't mean to cut you off, you're on fire, Jokic might have the only opportunity where it's out of nowhere. No one, he was drafted during a Taco Bell commercial.
It's all right? And that is absurd.
Got the quesarito.
Right? It's absolutely absurd. But part of what makes Steph Curry's entire rise to prominence so unique is being drafted, 7th overall. In the NBA, that is being drafted in the 4th or 5th round. Because just the way that the sport works, it's very different than the other sports. And so, we love those two story arcs, the rags to riches story, and we love the redemption arc. It's one of the ones, I think of Ricky Williams, for example. Ricky Williams, I love Ricky Williams. Dude, I will always root for Ricky Williams.
The black visor's so sick. I've always, only because of Ricky, the visor, I've always been in
completely misunderstood.
Yes.
Completely ahead of his time. I mean, it's honestly ridiculous that we suspended this guy for years on end for smoking weed instead of injecting painkillers and going down that rabbit hole. I mean, it's absolutely absurd, quite frankly.
It's a great point. And if he played in today's, like I often think about, players that could have thrived in today's world. And it's unfortunate they had to play in a certain time, and Ricky Williams is absolutely one of them. I think we like to go like from a sports angle, but from like a human level, Ricky in today's society, we would have had a lot more empathy and sympathy for a guy like that. And I'm glad you mentioned all the different drugs, and they're still doing it, and it's ridiculous. And the fact that, and I don't want to go on a tangent here, but the fact that marijuana is still considered in some states just like a class 1, 2, 3 drug. It's ridiculous, quite frankly. And 888-957-9570. Why are we talking about comeback stories? Well, we might be witnessing one with Mac Jones. And listen, we're not overreacting here. It's one game against the New Orleans Saints on the road. It was, 3 touchdowns. All right? He threw the ball a bunch. He had one mistake, but it might blossom into something.
Or it might end on Sunday.
And it might end.
And Brock Purdy might just come back.
He might.
And he never looks back, right? Who knows where it's going? But for one day, can we just sink into it and enjoy the redemption story for Mac Jones? I think he's earned it. And if clearly his teammates are responding to him, did you guys see the tunnel when they showed the boombox? Did you see who came out at the front of the tunnel in the boombox?
Who came out?
It was Trent Williams, it was Deommodore Lenoir, and it was Mac Jones. Like, his teammates love him. And look, maybe they think he's just the backup and that's all that he thinks he is. But good for him, dude. Like, honestly, good for him. And this is a guy I wrote off. This is a guy I didn't want the Niners to trade 3 picks to go get him. I was wrong. Like, this guy can play. This guy can play in Shanahan's system. And for 1 week, he had a magical redemption.
I mean, why not Mac Jones? We're seeing Daniel Jones do it, who everyone wrote off. I thought he was cooked. I thought it was over.
Totally.
He's looked incredible. Again, first 2 weeks. Hell, Sam Darnold. We all wrote Sam Darnold off. We were laughing at the 49ers playing in Minnesota last year, Joe. I was with you.
I know.
We were all laughing. And then what happened? He won the game, and he had an incredible season, and he finished, 8th in the MVP voting last year? He was incredible. He had a big win last week, too, against the Steelers. Geno Smith, a guy that everyone's...
Great call on Geno.
Everyone's laughing at him this morning because he didn't look very good. Divisional game, and that's fine.
He salvaged his career, and he's 35 years old, and he's stuck around a hell of a lot longer than a lot less stronger-willed individuals would.
Again, you mentioned Steve Young here. The quarterback's alone here. Joe Montana, who was written off in San Francisco, goes to Kansas City, has success. Rich Gannon, he was a backup forever. Journeyman, wins an MVP. Like, we love these things. I think of a guy, again, we're going Oakland Raiders here, Darren Waller, a guy that was
good call on Waller.
Written off. He had a drug problem that he has been very open with, a mental health problem that he's been struggled with his whole life leading up to that. Gets clean, becomes an all-pro.
Well, I think I'm a little older than some of you guys. You guys probably don't even know this, but like Don Nelson saving Chris Mullen's life is things that like sticks in my head. Chris Mullen had his own alcohol addictions that he's talked about for a long, long time, and not only did it save his career, it saved his life. I mean, how special is that? My dad was a big recovery guy. He was in NA and AA, and it really changed his life. Like, it truly did. And he lived like 7 or 8 different versions of his life. And the one that I was most proud of was the one that he became after he got sober. And that redemption arc for him was something that he embraced and he lived through, and all of the friends and all of the people that he touched, and that those that touched him, that helped him, like, that saved his life. For me and for us. And so, like, the redemption story to me is something I think every single one of us that's listening right now can relate to. Why not rally around this guy? Even if it ends Sunday, who cares? Let's go, Mac Jones.
888-957-9570. Talking comeback stories in Bay Area sports history. What's your favorite? And what's a comeback you would like to see next? Hey, I know a lot of Niner fans are still like rooting for Trey Lance and seeing him get an opportunity potentially. Maybe he does get another opportunity. Are Niner fans rooting to see Jimmy Garoppolo have another comeback type of story? Hell, the greatest of all time, Tom Brady, was written off. What does he do? Goes to the Bucs, wins the Super Bowl. Like, these things happen
with
throughout
Bruce
sports.
Arians, who was written off because he was too old to coach.
And Todd Bowles, the defensive coordinator, who's written off as a head coach. It was a great redemption story, and we see it every single year. Let's talk about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got Brian Baldinger joining us at 7:30. Dave Fleming, 9:20. Not quite a redemption story, but it is a story nonetheless. Bryce Eldridge making his Giants debut in the desert yesterday. We'll discuss that. Plus a lot more talking about Mac Jones and the faith we have in him going forward. It's going to be brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
There are children, friends, and families walking, riding, on paths and roads every day. Remember, they're real people with loved ones who need them to get home safely. Protect our cyclists and pedestrians, because they're people too. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Own a home built before 1980? Is it on a poured foundation? You may be eligible for a grant up to $3,000 to strengthen your home against earthquake damage. Consider bolting your house to its foundation or bracing crawl space walls to help protect your investment and keep your family safe. Register between August 20th and October 1st at earthquakebracebolt.com. Visit today to learn more and secure your grant. Brought to you by the California Residential Mitigation Program.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's Fiberon decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiberon decking, on sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Hey, it's Bonte. Just back from a fall visit to River Islands where the schools are back in session. There are 3 top-rated K through 8th grade academies within the community, and construction just started on Academy number 4. River Islands High School students are busy in the classroom and on the sports fields of their phenomenal new campus. I don't remember high school ever looking this good. Elsewhere in Northern California's most successful lifestyle community, they're putting the final touches on another park. This one with the playground, workout areas, tennis, a splash pad, and a picnic area. The fall weather is still perfect for launching a kayak or a paddleboard off your own deck and head over to the Boathouse restaurant for lunch or dinner. More than 4,000 households have already made the move to River Islands. Today, with 15 neighborhoods priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million, there's more variety in home styles and sizes than ever before. In fact, the only thing missing at River Islands is you. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock today. Now back to the Joes on the Morning Roast. Shasky, you're my guy, but calm down.
Hey, I'm going to be a good teammate right now, and don't tell my co-host how to feel. How about that? You can feel however he wants.
Poor Kaiway Tang.
He's feeling good. Talk about comeback stories. Maybe Mark Willard's one of them in the Bay Area. It's a good comeback story. Him, Dan Dibley. Great comeback stories. We're talking about comeback stories because Mac Jones might be one. He might be. Or it might fizzle into nothing. But you know what? We're rooting for the guy. And that's okay. And the Bay Area might have the greatest comeback stories when it comes to sports. More so than New York City. More so than Miami. More so than Chicago. Whatever, LA, whatever major market you want to go to. Bay Area has it in every sport. You want to go basketball? Hell. No one thought Stephen Curry was going to be what he turned into be. Blow it up! Everyone wrote off Klay Thompson. Who thought Draymond Green was going to be a Hall of Famer? Well, he is. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. There you go. Jimmy Butler. He got in my ear. Carter did. People wrote off Jimmy Butler. Look up his
well, he's both. He's a rags to riches story and a redemption
His
arc.
life
yeah.
is talking about fighting through adversity and fighting for your life. That is the Jimmy Butler story. This guy, like, mentally, he's got to be one of the strongest people I know of. Like, it's pretty incredible, his entire arc.
Trent Williams had brain cancer at one point or something in the skull. If I'm not exactly explaining what it was, but I mean, he had life-threatening type stuff.
Yes.
You know, and then you have like the sports redemption arcs of guys like Ryan Vogelsong and Travis Ishikawa to rise up and have unbelievable moments in the face of adversity.
And obviously, you go to the movies. You mentioned Rocky. Hell, and unfortunately, it's on my TV screen right now, and we have to, kind of talk about the news, the breaking news. Robert Redford passing away at the age of 89, Academy Award winner, nominee, all of that. One of the greatest actors, American actors of all time. You think of, the movies, The Natural, right? Roy Hobbs, a guy that literally, he thought his career was over. And he's the old guy. He gets in. If you haven't seen a Magic Bat, he's an old man playing the game, and then he turns into, one of the greats, and that's what happens. And he thought his career was over. But just, as we're talking about career comebacks and comeback stories in general, we just love it in America. I think more so than any other country. We do. Maybe it's because of how our nation was founded. We're trying to get away, trying to do our own thing. The British come over here trying to do their monarchy, and they're like, no, we're not in with that. So we try to break away and do our own thing. And that's what we love about sports, too. And we got a lot of people want to join the phone lines, Joey. Let's go to them. Let's go to start it off with Jeffrey in Livermore. Wants to talk about it.
Jeff.
Some of the best comeback stories in the Bay Area. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, good morning. I want to really talk about Dave Stewart. Back when the A's signed him in the mid-'80s, he was bouncing around, personal problems, malcontent, a lot of off-field stuff going on, and between the A's and himself, he turned his life around to be one of the most feared pitchers of the era.
That's a great call.
Most effective. I mean, that stare still puts fear in people, and he's used that platform, for beyond the field. So it's been great.
Yeah, he's one of the greatest postseason pitchers of all time. And I don't say that lightly.
No, and
he's amazing.
And one of the most intimidating pitchers of all time, too. Just ask any batter during that era. No one wanted to face Dave Stewart, obviously 3-time World Series champion, all-star, and the pride of Oakland, California. I always respected Dave because he wears Oakland on his sleeve, and he always reps for the East Bay and just the Bay Area in general. And we love him. He's a friend of the show and friend of the program.
I do believe there's also this quality about the Bay Area in particular.
Yeah.
People move here for reasons.
Yep.
They're trying to find gold. That was one of the original reasons.
Yeah.
Maybe they were part of a monastery or a mission. But for the most part, this is an area that has attracted people to restart their lives.
And they're accepting.
Exactly. For X, Y, and Z reasons. And I'm talking decades. You can go way back, whether it's seeking money in the mining fields, in the mountains of the Sierra foothills, or whether it's just trying to, create a new life for yourself through immigration, or whether it's trying to work here in tech from other parts of the country. I mean, there is a aspect to the Bay Area. We will always be a transient area, meaning people are always going to be coming here and planting their flag and trying to make this their home. And so there's an element of redemption and rags to riches that this particular market has, similar to New York.
Yeah, that's a great point. We got Brian in Palo Alto. I knew it was going to be a great show because I saw BPA on the lines early this morning, Joey. We got early BPA. I didn't know you're up this early, Brian.
Hey, Brian.
Good morning.
Hey, early meeting in San Francisco, so I'm on the Silicon Valley to SF commute. So
nice.
Hanging out down at the Salesforce convention?
No. Oh no, dude. My redemption story is Joe, right? And when Bill Walsh and all the local writers, Glenn Dickey, Lowell Cohen, were trying to bury Joe in 1987, 1988, and Walsh wanted to put him in a coffin. And Joe, what did Joe do? He ends up winning the job back and almost winning 3 straight Super Bowls. And that was probably the most rewarding redemption story, just kind of one of the most rewarding eras of sports in the Bay Area, I think, just because everybody thought Joe was done and that era of the Niners was over, and then to get a second pass at it was awesome, right? To see
Great
Joe,
call. Such a great call.
It was just a very special thing. And and super stoked about Mac Jones, and more stoked about the 4 rookie starters, maybe long-term starters, that including Colby. By the way, Colby was literally light years better than Barch. Barch should not see the field again, but
I agree with that.
Barch has played 4 games and he's been injured 3 times.
Yeah, I know. Well, Sam was asking this morning. He's like, we were talking about the injury report because the latest came out yesterday, Kyle Shanahan's conference call. And I know you were super, as Niner fans should be, he was super concerned. He's like, all right, what injuries did we have that we didn't talk about on Sunday? We hope another quarterback injury isn't on the horizon, but it was Juwan Jennings with the ankle. Spencer Burford with the knee is going to be day-to-day. And then I was like, okay, those are the 2 big ones. Sam's like, what about Ben Barch? I was like, oh, he's already in the back of my mind. Connor Colby took that job. Ben Barch isn't getting that job back. It's Connor Colby's season, baby. He was 100% in pass protection, Joe, on Sunday. 100%.
I love it. He brought up Joe, and I think this is important. A lot of Niner fans, we've gotten so insecure. Why are we so angry about Mac Jones performing well?
I told you yesterday, quarterback insecurity is a real thing here.
But going back to the Bill Walsh era with Joe Montana, Joe broke his back, okay? Jim Burt famously sent him to the hospital in a playoff game, and he was underperforming, and he got yanked in a playoff game. I'm just going to say, he got yanked in a playoff game, and they had traded for Steve Young in 87, and they put Steve Young into the back end of that Minnesota Viking loss where Anthony Carter went absolutely crazy, and the Vikings, to a man, were saying, that's the future of the NFL right there, as they're coming off the field, pointing at Steve Young. Joe was getting yo-yoed in and out of the lineup the first 6-7 weeks of the season. First drive down in New Orleans, they get into the red zone, and Joe has to come off the field, and here comes Steve Young into the field. Like, Harris Barton, Jesse Sapolo, all the linemen had to go to Bill Walsh and say, you have to stop yo-yoing the quarterback, and you need to stick with one. And they went around the room, and they asked every single coach who you voting for. And Joe ended up winning out. They stuck with Joe that year. They went on a magical run. They win the 88 Super Bowl. Comes back probably one of his two finest years in a row, 89-90. And they should have won 3 in a row. He's 100% correct. So Joe himself, the coaches themselves, say that the pushing of Steve Young elevated Joe at practice, elevated Joe's performance in the game, elevated the competition level across the team. Why are we worried about Mac Jones playing well in a game? We know that Brock is the man. We know that he has been paid handsomely. If Mac, even if he pushes him a little to give Purdy some insecurity, deep, like forget roster depth chart, just within Brock Purdy, why is that a bad thing? Why is internal pressure and pride and trying to outduel someone, like all of us have had competitions on some level for a job, for the team that we play on. Those battles, you're better for them. They make you better. They don't make you worse. Nothing's worse than being handed something that you didn't really necessarily earn. And Brock wasn't handed anything. He earned everything that he's gotten. But if Mac pushes him even just a little, isn't that a good thing?
It's great.
Why is that a bad thing?
Iron sharpens iron.
Exactly.
You need creative tension. You don't think that Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, some of the best of all time, that when those teams drafted other quarterbacks, the Jordan Loves of the world, right? Aaron Rodgers himself. We're just going to Green Bay in general.
Yeah.
You can just use Green Bay as the template for creative tension at the quarterback position, and it works every single time. And they've always, it's kind of ridiculous that they've been able to luck into, not luck, I know that they drafted these guys, but Brett Favre, actually they didn't draft Brett Favre, but they got Brett Favre. Traded for him. Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love. Pretty freaking good. By the way, we'll continue this conversation on the other side. Skills and Vallejo, Will and Petaluma. We will get to you on the other side.
I just don't get why Niner fans are so insecure over Mac playing well. This is a great thing. Don't you want to have a great backup quarterback? Look around the NFL. We're going to talk about this. Look around the NFL. How many teams would die to have Mac Jones starting because their guy's injured right now?
A lot of them. This segment, by the way, is going to be brought to you by Moderna. 888-957-9570 is the number to call or text. The Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Brian Baldinger coming up 7:30 Baldy breakdowns. And if you want to ask Brian a question, like Shasky or I'd ask, because I'm not putting you on air, Baldy, and we only got 30 minutes with him. I'm talking to him, Shasky talking to him. But if you have a question, maybe that's good enough, text it in. Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. I will do my best to try and ask said questions. Got to be a good one, though, on 95.7 The Game.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
Hey, it's Bonte. Just back from a fall visit to River Islands where the schools are back in session. There are 3 top-rated K through 8th grade academies within the community, and construction just started on Academy number 4. River Islands High School students are busy in the classroom and on the sports fields of their phenomenal new campus. I don't remember high school ever looking this good. Elsewhere in Northern California's most successful lifestyle community, they're putting the final touches on another park. This one with the playground, workout areas, tennis, a splash pad, and a picnic area. The fall weather is still perfect for launching a kayak or a paddleboard off your own deck and head over to the Boathouse restaurant for lunch or dinner. More than 4,000 households have already made the move to River Islands. Today, with 15 neighborhoods priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million, there's more variety in home styles and sizes than ever before. In fact, the only thing missing at River Islands is you. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Ryan from Fresno. Chris and Chuck did an amazing job installing the roll-up door in my workshop. Marlon did my quote and was more knowledgeable than any other company that came out. Prices were affordable. I highly recommend R&S.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Toyota's legendary truck event is on, and the deals are legendary. Just announced, get low APR plus 500 bonus cash on 2025 Tacoma, or get low APR or an incredible 3,000 cash back on 2025 Tundra. Get to your Toyota dealer now, because this truck event is gonna be Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium-ready credit cashback available through TMNA and cannot be combined with other offers since 9/30/25.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Transforming your land with a John Deere compact tractor is as easy as connect, latch, load, haul, spread. Cutting grass is as simple as roll, click, mow. Box blading is as effortless as hook, lock, grade. And backhoeing is as convenient as turn around, switch, dig. Because when you've got the versatility to tackle just about any job and dealer support in your own backyard, you just have to get in the seat. Find the right compact tractor for you at johndeere.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Good morning, Bay Area. It's everybody's boy, Zucci, man. And you're listening to the New and Improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy, Joe Shasky, and my boy, Joe Spadoni.
What's up, Zuch? Ooh, great song choice. The Natural, obviously starring Robert Redford, who passed away this morning at the age of 89. It's a good life.
Oh, no, dude.
It's a good life. 89 years old? That's a good, I will take right now, sign me up. I'm 32 years old. Give me 89, lock it in, boom. It's my lock of the lifetime right there. 89. Rest in peace, Robert Redford. Great actor. I don't think he was in, that's like a huge compliment you could pay someone, Joe. I cannot think of one bad movie or bad production he was a part of. It's pretty good. It's like a great career. He was in I think he was in the Avengers, right? He was like the bad guy with S.H.I.E.L.D.
Alexander Pierce
there
in
you go.
Winter Soldier.
Hydra, there you go. Winter Soldier, there you go. He was the bad dude there. Played a good bad guy. Played a great good guy. Butch Cassidy and Sundance Kid, talking about the greatest iconic duos. I mean, doesn't get more iconic than that. So rest in peace, Robert Redford, 89 years old, passed away this morning. We're talking about great comeback stories and comeback arcs right now at 888-957-9570. Brian Balding going to be joining us at 7:30. We'll ask some of Baldy's favorite comeback stories in sports or in life, quite frankly, because we're talking about Mac Jones. You know, this was a guy that started off with so much success, coming from Alabama, winning a national championship, Joe. All the stars aligned there in that whole season. People want to poo-poo it. People want to say it's the COVID year. Oh, he wasn't really challenged. Yeah, anyone could do that. He's thrown to Jerry Jeudy. He's got Devontae Smith, Najee Harris. The list goes on. We know Alabama's got great recruiting there, and they got great players. That being said, he played well enough to legitimately earn to be a first-round pick in a loaded quarterback class. Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, Trey Lance, Zach Wilson. He was a part of those conversations. And he made the playoffs as a rookie. And since then, he was dealt a bad hand. Now, some of that's on him, but a lot of that's also on coaching. I will say both is comparable, but I do think we put more on him than is rightfully deserved. A lot of that deserves to be on the horrible dumpster fire that New England Patriots became with Bill Belichick, the horrible dumpster fire that is the Jacksonville Jaguars, who've been, quite frankly, a dumpster fire my entire life. So I am rooting for Mac Jones. It's 1 week, and he looked good. You're rooting for him. Niner fans, rally around this guy. Why? And that's what I would also ask. If you're not rallying around Mac Jones, what the hell are you doing as a fan? And I don't think that's a majority of it. But there is something to be said about quarterback insecurity here in the Bay, more so than any other, market, major media market, major, sports market. We just get very sensitive about the quarterback position here. And we're not saying Brock Purdy is going to get pushed aside here, people. We're not. But we're talking about comeback stories because of Mac Jones. Maybe he's going to be the next comeback story after we saw Sam Darnold. We've seen Baker Mayfield. We've seen Geno Smith. Who knows, Joey? Who knows?
So if you're waking up this morning and maybe you aren't as dialed into fantasy football, or maybe you're just not dialed into the NFL as much, Joe Burrow expected to miss 3 months.
Yep.
Okay. It's one of the best quarterbacks in the game. Out. Done. Okay. Huge downer for them. And they're a 2-0 team. Then you look at Justin Fields, Jets starting quarterback. He's in concussion protocol. Vikings quarterback, J.J. McCarthy, probably going to miss a couple of games because of a high ankle sprain. Then the news came out that Jaden Daniels suffered a knee sprain on Thursday, and now he's day-to-day.
Ouch.
Brock Purdy obviously already missed a game. Wouldn't every one of those teams love to have Mac Jones right now?
Yes, I got to look at the backup quarterbacks there, but I think it's Tyrod Taylor in New York. I'm taking Mac Jones over him.
I think Carson Wentz.
Carson Wentz for the Vikings. Yep. I'm taking Mac over Carson Wentz. I got Jake Browning for the Bengals. Mm-hmm. Now, Jake Browning's an interesting one because as a backup, he's actually been pretty good there. But I'm probably still taking Mac Jones with the totality of everything. But Jake, for that system, sure, you could do that. Not bad.
And then you have Marcus Mariota backing up.
I'm taking Mac
Jaden
Jones over Marcus Mariota. Yes, I am.
We're in a very fortunate situation, the Niners are. If I put any one of those guys, Tyrod Taylor, Wentz, Mariota, Jake Browning, I don't think they win on Sunday.
No. I don't feel as good about them heading into this. Like this particular matchup against the Cardinals, I don't feel good about any of those other guys.
I would agree.
Yeah.
And remember, you got to run Shanahan's system. So, look, it's one game. The guy played a great one game. And I think you just kind of ride that out and see until either the pixie dust stops getting sprinkled or, we just allow Brock Purdy to fully heal. Seeing how devastating the Joe Burrow injury is, like, he has a similar type of an injury. It's a more severe, what is it, grade 3?
I think the grade 3 is a complete tear, which is what Burrow has, which is why they need surgery. Purdy sounds like he has a grade 2, which is a slight tear, which can get better in a couple weeks.
But if you follow turf toe just in general, these are serious injuries that have ended lots and lots of careers.
Hall of Fame careers. Jack Lambert being probably one of the most prominent ones early on, obviously with the Steelers, the Steel Curtain. Patrick Willis, we know. So, like, these are tough guys, tough dudes, and it's the big toe gets in the way.
And as I look at this entire, sequence of games, you've got Arizona this week, Jacksonville next week. Jacksonville, if Purdy were to return, would be 3 weeks from the injury. But you have to turn around and play on Thursday Night Football against the Rams on October 2nd, right? Do you really want to risk having your quarterback who's dealing with a pretty serious injury? I know it's just a toe. No. As Burrow would say this morning, and it's extremely important.
Yes. Well, it's on your foot. And if he's a mobile quarterback, if that's his game's predicated on him being able to scramble around, Joe, yeah, it's one thing. If he was a statue Tom Brady type of quarterback, it'd be one thing there where, he's moving around the pocket. Not saying it's not important.
Yeah, but mobility wasn't one of the things he hung his hat on.
No, it's one of the things that Brock Purdy hangs his hat on, which is why a lot of Niner fans are saying, pump the brakes on Mac Jones. I don't think he wins us the game in week 1.
Which I agree
with. Seahawks. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe. I don't know.
I agree. No, I agree that Purdy is one of the few guys that's winning that game.
Maybe, but also maybe the game plan looks different with Mac Jones in there. So I don't I don't know. I'm not sure. Middle. We can meet in the middle there. By the way, the latest from Matt Barrow's talking about it, why we're talking about this right now, The Athletic, in his piece yesterday, quote, the 49ers don't seem inclined to rush Purdy back, in part because they have so much faith in Mac Jones.
So remove the words quarterback controversy. Just remove that out of your thought process. Okay. Just helping the Niners win long term. I think you just go week to week with Mac Jones and see how it is for the time being, and you do everything you can to get Purdy as healthy as can be with limiting whatever. Obviously you can't minimize it. Or I guess you can't make it 0%, but minimizing it as best you can the ability that he might get re-injured, right? And I'm the reason I'm saying this. To play him in the Jacksonville game, I'm talking about Purdy. Let's say he comes back after 3 weeks and then turn around and play 4 days later. Does that make him more likely to get hurt again? Because that's what I don't want to have happen. I don't want to have Brock Purdy, who I'm paying all this money to, who is the franchise quarterback, to come back prematurely and then open himself up to get injured and then maybe lost for the year. Because I think if he's lost for the year, we would all agree that's a devastating blow.
I mean, the best case scenario in all of this and what we're hoping for is Brock takes all the time he needs. Maybe it's the full 5 weeks, and the Niners go undefeated. That is the best case scenario with Mac Jones.
Yeah,
I think everyone would love that. That being said, you know what we're talking about at that point. Oh, your backup quarterback just won 5 straight games, and I'm assuming looking pretty good while doing it. Oh, interesting. Maybe Brock, maybe you take more time. Maybe you take, even another week. But that's why people. But Joe, this is why I'm playing devil's advocate here in a way. That's why people freak out. It's not. It's be the best thing for them.
Exactly.
We keep referencing the Cowboys doc, America's Team doc on Netflix. Talk about Steve Berline when he took over for Troy Aikman because he was dealing with the concussions.
Yeah.
And you know what? It ended up being the right thing at the right time because you needed to keep winning the games, and you needed to protect your investment. And we knew Troy was the investment of that team. Everyone knew that Troy Aikman was going to be the guy going forward. And he ended up being that guy going forward. Now we found out that he took one too many shots to the head. He had to retire early, and that was unfortunate for him. But in the time, Jimmy Johnson, who Hall of Fame head coach, knew it was the right move to stick with the hot hand and keep your investment safe. Because at this point, with $200 million attached to him, Brock Purdy is what for this organization? He's an investment, Joey.
Yes.
And you keep your investment safe. And that is the best case scenario in all of this, is if you can keep winning, stay over 500, Mac Jones is your quarterback, and Brock gets all the time he needs to heal. Because the last thing you want, as you're saying, is him to rush back, and then you get like a complete tear, and then we're having Joe Burrow problems and conversations. By the way, speaking of Joe Burrow and the Bengals, Mike White signing with the Cincinnati Bengals. He's on their practice squad now? Okay, practice squad. All right.
It's your boy.
Jake Browning, the starter, though, heading into this week, in the next couple weeks for Cincinnati. By the way, Brian Balder joining us in 30 minutes. Baldy Breakdowns does it better than anyone else. 30 minutes, courtesy of River Islands. And then Dave Fleming also joining us at 9:20, voice of the Giants. We bumped Dave up early because he had a massive debut yesterday down in the desert. Bryce Eldridge, the top prospect for the San Francisco Giants, going over yesterday as the Giants lose 8-1.
Well, I do find it interesting, and I acknowledge, let's acknowledge this. Quarterback is so different than any other position, right? I can't argue that. Duh. And the amount of money that you've invested, if we were to do it proportionately, I mean, this is going to be one of the largest investments you make in any position in any sport. Yeah. All right? Outside of an NBA max salary contract. So I acknowledge all those things. But in other positions, Jerick McKinnon was hurt, lost his job. They brought in Tevin Coleman. He was making a lot of money. Less than Jerick McKinnon, but a lot of money. He was your number one. And then Breida, who was making very little bit of money, took his job because Tevin Coleman got hurt. And then you know who ended up with a job by the end of the year? Raheem Mostert, making less than both of them. Right? So we do this at other positions where I'm not saying we ride the hot hand, but we go with who gives us the best chance to win on any given day based on how healthy are you? What's your availability? Can you help me win today? And so the tact I'm taking for the next couple of weeks is whoever's the healthiest, that gives me the best chance of winning, while trying to preserve my investment long term, which I'm very invested on, because I don't want to have Brock Purdy have some chronic toe injury that leads into the future.
No.
That's what you don't want.
That's the last thing you want. And then you're talking about this guy, and then again, the one word you don't want to attach with anyone is injury prone, and that is not what you want for your quarterback. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HG1 in San Francisco. An Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Valkyries game 2 tomorrow in the first round of the WNBA playoffs at Valhalla South, if you will. It's going to be at SAP Center in San Jose. Can't wait for that one. We'll be locked and loaded. I'll be wearing my jersey tomorrow. You better be too, Joey, for that Valkyries home game, their first ever home playoff game. Mañana, hear it right here on 95.7 The Game. But we've talked about Mac Jones. Let's hear how his teammates feel about him. You want to listen to what Fred Warner was saying about one Mac Jones after the game on Sunday? Take a listen.
I'm absolutely dialed into what the offense is doing. I mean, he made such big plays in this game to keep our offense in it. And, of course, it's a group effort on that side, offensive line, skilled players who are touching the football. I know they obviously, want that fumble back, but all around to put up, 26 points, that's going to be winning football for us every week.
He kind of sounds like Mike Tomlin there.
A little bit. The standard is the standard.
But no, I mean, Fred Warner, come on. Who's gonna question his knowledge and integrity?
But that's what you want. You want your leader sticking up for you. He is the leader of this entire team, as far as I'm concerned.
It did feel like the genuine happiness for Mac Jones was sincere from all the players.
Oh,
they like him.
Bosa, and here's Christian McCaffrey talking about having all the confidence in the world in Mac.
I didn't tell him anything. Mac's played a lot of football games. He's won a lot of games. He's been in that position before, and we all had full confidence in him. He had confidence in us, and I love the way he plays. He plays with so much swagger. He gives it his all. He's so loose on the sideline and a great leader. So, with a guy like Brock down and having Mac come in and step up like that was awesome.
So that was CMC, obviously, and then here's more from Christian McCaffrey, who had a great game against him. I keep seeing it. 6 receptions, 52 yards, 13 carries, 55. They didn't run it very effectively, but Shanahan pivoted pretty quickly. 39 pass attempts for Mac Jones, which is pretty insane considering Brock Purdy only had one game like that last season when he had 40 attempps. I know.
39. But it was a good strategy to win.
It was. Christian McCaffrey on, again, that they knew Mac would settle in.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, we knew that was going to be a fight of a game. It's a good team, and a guy like Mac, you just never know when it's going to be. He can make any throw on the field at any point in the game, and sometimes when bad stuff happens in the first drive, or you might go 3 and out, whatever it may be, you can't get down because you never know with our defense. You never know when you're going to be up again. So I thought he did a great job staying poised the entire game.
And that was Christian McCaffrey. Again, we keep talking about this. This is the quote I'm going to keep going back to. Matt Barrows covers the team for The Athletic, very tapped in. The quote from his latest article, the 49ers don't seem inclined to rush Purdy back, in part because they have so much faith in Jones. That's from the head coach. It's from the general manager. You hear from his teammates. Where are Niner fans right now on their faith in Mac Jones going forward, being the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers? 888-957-9570. How could you not have faith in a little bit more? You have you can't tell me, Niner fans, if you had 0 to none faith in him, heading into this past week, that you don't have a little bit more. At the very least, you have to be a little bit more confident, right?
If this was Brandon Allen, right? And let's say they lost that game, right? It was Brandon Allen and what he did last year. I'd be like, oh, we got to get Brock back out onto the field. I was thinking about just remove the quarterback position. Let's say if it was Fred Warner going through the same thing Brock Purdy's going through right now. Knowing that I got D. Winters right now playing so well, boy, it feels a hell of a lot better playing like a backup, in place of Fred, knowing that, hey, if we want to go anywhere special, Fred's got to be healthy. Fred cannot stay on an injured leg and for us to go anywhere. We saw that last year. It didn't work out. Now, it's admirable he played through that, but he had to because the drop-off from Fred to Devondre Campbell as your best linebacker was precipitous, right? Now with D. Winters, I'm like, all right, that doesn't mean that the next guy up is going to be even close to as good as Fred Warner. But I'm able to weather the storm of the absence of Fred because I feel so good about D. Winters right now. D's not the player he is, right? No one's saying that. So, and they play slightly different positions, but you kind of get the metaphor that I'm going with here. Because Mac looked good, it just buys me that extra week, and we just see where it goes.
By the way, you mentioned Fred Warner. He's going to be on our station later today, 3:30. Willard Dibs, the All-Pro, future Hall of Famer.
That's a good get.
Fred Warner.
The senator.
Yeah, the senator, the captain, if you will, joining the boys at 3:30. So be locked into there. And maybe we'll do a nice little, maybe, hey, if Baldy has something to say to Fred, maybe we'll throw him a bone there. Throw the afternoon guys a bone. We're talking about great comebacks. Shout out Willard and Dibs. Great comeback story there in their own right. And by the way, usually Tuesdays, because we debuted it last week, usually from 8 to 10, we have Bonte Hill. Don't have Bonte today. Actually celebrating his birthday yesterday. So happy birthday, Bonte. So he's celebrating his birthday. He's got the week off. Bonte will be back next week, but it'll have Brian Baldinger in about 25 minutes, Joey. I know you're locked in on all things Baldy. By the way, I did have to chuckle a little bit this morning because I was watching the Baldy breakdowns, because the first thing I do, you open the social media tabs, whether you're on Instagram, Twitter, you'll see the Baldy breakdowns. I saw a breakdown of a block. I can't believe I saw this guy's name on this team. It was Cameron Latu, the former 49ers tight end, who is now playing for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Of course he
is.
I
guess had a crucial block for a Saquon first down, touchdown, whatever it was. I was like, that Cameron Latu? And Baldy said something. I think he called him a rookie. And I was like, no, I was like, wait, am I remembering this? No. Cameron Latu was drafted a couple years ago.
Yeah, fourth rounder.
But in fairness, the Baldy, he's never played an NFL, a regular season game snap, I think. So there you go. Cameron Latu is a Philadelphia Eagle, Joe. Look at that. They just find ways to get these players.
The amount of 3rd, 4th, 5th round picks that have just been discarded by the Niners is it's crazy. I know it's an NFL thing.
Well, after Oren Burks looked like a god in the playoff run last year for the Eagles, just making play after play, just sticking the knife more and more in there. So
there are two players that won Super Bowls that I will despise for a long, long time as players, not as human beings.
Maybe Oren Burks should have been the comeback
Cedric
story.
Wilson and Oren Burks.
Cedric Wilson and Oren. What, Jerick McKinnon?
They were playing. I hate Jerick McKinnon too. the paper plane. There was a play back in the Edward Jones Dome. It might not even have been called that at the time, but it was the St. Louis Rams versus the Niners. And T.O. is yelling at Cedric Wilson to get down. And he's fighting for more yards. And they couldn't get enough time. They were in field goal range, and they couldn't get enough time to spike the ball and kick the game-winning field goal. It's one of the dumbest plays I've ever seen in my life. And then he went on the very next year to be a big-time contributor for a Pittsburgh Steelers team that won it all. It just made my head explode every time I saw Cedric Wilson.
Oh, my God. 888-957-9570.
If I say the name Cedric Wilson, does it register on any of you guys?
Oh, no, dude.
Thank you, Brian. No, not for me. Not really. You just say certain names, though. They'll trigger certain things for me. I was watching.
I think he was number 84 for the Niners, and I'm not sure what number he was for the Steelers.
By the way, did you watch any of the game last 7 o'clock start time real quick? What are we doing? Like that? Like I could watch an hour of that game, and then I had to go to sleep because literally I had to get up early. But
the biggest thing that happened in that game.
If I'm on the East Coast, I'm pissed.
The biggest thing that happened in those games last night, and I'm just going to put this out. I love Brady. You know that. I love Brady. Tom making a deal with the whatever that flag football thing is that he's doing.
Not just Tom. Head coach of the 49ers is on that list, too.
I mean, Phil Mickelson was the first at the trough, if you will, to collect overseas money when it comes to the Saudi investment firm that's been throwing money all over the place. Dude, if they want to start up a radio station or a podcast or something,
my God.
Hit your boy up, dude. They are throwing money everywhere. Brady, you are making $400 million from Fox. You're doing broadcasting right now. You're apparently an assistant coach and owner for the Raiders with a headset on. You're in a flag football league. You're doing hits on Colin Cowherd's show. How much money does Brady truly need? How much stuff does he need to do? I want to tell Brady, I love you. You need to pick a lane. I don't know what it is. Pick a lane. You're oversaturated. You are the Kevin Hart right now of sports. You're everywhere. Ooh. We need you to just pick a project, stick with it, stop being on everything. You're oversaturated.
You know how I want to throw this to the callers? Who needs to take a playoff right now in society? It's too much.
I love Brady, but it's too much.
Who needs to take a playoff right now? And this could go in 1,000 different directions. I see my producers being like, oh, God. Who needs to take a playoff right now? I said it a couple months ago, Joe. Who? There's too much Pedro Pascal. Hey, he needs to take a playoff. I love him. Started off the gate, Prince Oberyn, Game of Thrones. It was awesome. Fantastic Four. He's in too much stuff right now. He's in that HBO show. There's too much.
Well,
he's in the Mandalorian.
There's a Gavin Newsom joke in here somewhere for me because I despise Gavin.
It can go to politics. I'm sure most people go there. But celebrities, artists, players.
Longoria,
there's a lot.
Closing the Great Highway.
You know who doesn't need to
vote today, folks?
You know who takes no plays off? And I'm glad he doesn't. It's Brian Baldier. He's going to be joining us next. And you know what's going to be brought to you by? The California Office of Traffic Safety.
Would you rather have Brady with the headset on or the Colts' Jim Irsay's daughter have headsets on overlooking your work?
On 95.7 The Game.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the cow change? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford, and let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making the switch to an electric ride, now is the time to pull the trigger because Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. So check this out. Slide into a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. That's $225 a month for 36 months. Or if you're ready to buy, lock in 0% APR financing for 72 months and grab a $2,000 rebate. Who else is giving you that? Well, it's only Ford. So here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credit on a Mach-E and the F1 Lightning are about to expire September 30th. Why would you wait? Because you're going to lose if you wait. So don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. Ceremony Ford is the one that has the biggest inventory in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. Find them right off at 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E Superstore. Tell them Butcher sent you.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. The Bay Area has much to offer, with some of the best natural landscape, cuisine, and entertainment in the world. Stevens Creek Subaru also has much to offer, like our good prices, great selection, truly exceptional service, and the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Subaru, parts or service for your Subaru, or want to visit the Subaristas at our Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is your destination for all things Subaru.
This month, lease a new 25 Crosstrek 2.0i for just $239 per month for 36 months on approved credit, plus tax, license, and registration fees. No security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing includes a $650 acquisition fee and an $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Must take delivery from retailer stock by 9/30/2025. MSRP $31,567. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN 23505. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business, and we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me on, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season streaming September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For Omnicon Productions and Amazon Radio, this spot is titled Queen of Kicking It. It is for U.S. English lead up and it's 15 seconds. The ISCI number is 4AMD3124000.
This Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, you can get a great deal on a new foot spa, transforming you into the queen of kicking it.
Wait, this has bubble jets. Okay.
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
I just want to give a shout out to myself.
This is San Jose Jazz fan.
and I wake up with the Morning Joes, Spadoni and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. They're doing a great job.
What's up, Jazz fan? Hey, I know San Jose Jazz fan never takes a playoff.
Oh, no, dude.
He's locked and loaded. Neither is Brian in Palo Alto. I think Joe over here says Tom Brady needs to take a playoff. It's too much Tom Brady. He was in the booth with Chip Kelly yesterday as the Raiders lose to the Chargers 20-9 on Monday Night Football at Allegiant Stadium.
I mean, just think about this,
He's
though.
doing the Saudi football league, flag football like game. Because when I think flag football, I think Saudi Arabia. I mean, it's just...
I told you guys after the whole golf thing that they were coming for every sport.
Hold on.
They were going to invest into everything.
It was when Josh Harris, who has like a lot of the money and ties over with the Saudis, became the majority owner of the Washington football team then. That's when you knew the NFL was going to get in bed with them.
What do they say? So-and-so, walked so you could run? Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Phil Mickelson walked so that Tom Brady could run.
Well, Phil also...
For the money.
Phil also didn't know when to put the foot in his mouth when he needs to. And that's kind of what hurt him. He said a little bit too much. Kind of like a Joey Peeps, if you will. Said a little bit too much talk in there. As Sam Lubman is bestowing you a cup of coffee. As you guys all made fun of me in the crosstalk last week when Carter brought me a cup of coffee, I'm not going to do the same as Sam Lubman, producer extraordinaire, brings you a cup of coffee. A cup of Joe, if you will. Joe Shasky.
Well, the machine was broken, but that's neither here nor there.
It's all good. I fixed it. Yeah. So what are we talking about here? So let's, because the audience is probably confused what we're talking about. So the Las Vegas Raiders minority owner and 7-time Super Bowl champion quarterback Tom Brady announced on Monday that he's teamed up with Fanatics, Fox Sports, and OBB Media.
The guy who owns Fanatics is the guy Josh Harris
you
were alluding to.
For the Fanatics Flag Football Classic, Brady will play in a first-of-its-kind round-robin tournament featuring 3 teams of current and former NFL players. This tournament is going to be taking place March 21st, 2026 at the Kingdom Arena in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Among the participants, Saquon Barkley, CeeDee Lamb, Christian McCaffrey.
I don't want McCaffrey playing. I'm going to say that right now.
Too bad. Sauce Gardner, Myles Garrett, Brock Bowers, Max Crosby, Tyreek Hill, Odell Beckham Jr., obviously Tom Brady himself is going to be quarterbacking, and Rob Gronkowski. Some of the teams will also be coached by Pete Carroll, Sean Payton.
What a money grab.
And drum roll, please, Carter, if you have it. I have it right here. Final coach? Kyle Shanahan.
The name of this league is what?
It is called the Fanatics Flag Football Classic.
I need Shanahan to blow a lead in the championship game of this particular league.
He can't win the big flag football game. He didn't give the ball to McCaffrey. They're not running enough.
Oh my God.
He ran McCaffrey into the ground. Too many touches in the desert. Do they even have artificial surfaces over this? The whole thing's insane, by the way. I mean,
or if he does win, it's like, you got to do it in the big games, the Super Bowl. God, this is, who is asking for this other than their bank accounts?
Well, we got Brian Baldinger coming up in 8 minutes. Maybe Baldy can dust off the pads and go out there. We got Odell Beckham, who's not even on a team right now, right?
Can't wait for those breaks.
But I'm just let's just, for a second, guys, and I'm being dead serious here. McCaffrey, the Niners have paid him a lot of money to play football, and we know that, he's just any play could be the it for him.
Yeah.
At any point. And I get it. I'm not going to control everything he does away from the game. He's probably working out and stuff. I know he is. He's working out away from the stadium and all that. But there is a big part of me that's I don't want you playing in some league, even if it's just for fun, dude. I know I sound like a pearl clutcher here. It's just ridiculous. What are we doing? Tom, Fox gave you $400 million. Do you really need the money to play in this flag football league?
Who needs to take a playoff more? Tom Brady or all these other players that are going to not want to play next year? Literally, this is, what did it say, March 21st? Well, the season, some of these guys, the Super Bowl's in February. If I'm Saquon Barkley, who has a legitimate shot of playing in the Super Bowl, after having all those touches this season, he's like, all right, yeah, come to fly over to the desert and play some flag football too in a round-robin tournament. What? Are you kidding me? And the fact that there's so many Raiders on here, including Tom, is hilarious too, because he's a minority owner. He definitely forced Brock Bowers. He's forcing Max Crosby. Pete Carroll just turned 74 yesterday. Hey, Pete, old man, after this season, come on to the desert.
How much are they paying Shanahan to coach these games?
Oh,
I want to know.
Hey, Tom, what's your involvement in this?
Involvement with this team. We hear so much about Brady as the owner. Chip Kelly told us that he talks to Brady 2 to 3 times a week. They go through film, they go through the game plan, and Brady is a luxury for the coaches. Who else has an owner who's actually been there and done that?
So that wasn't his involvement in the flag football. That was involvement in the Raiders, because that was last night. So most of us were asleep probably if you get up early.
He had a headset on.
He had a headset on in the booth. Yeah.
And he's in the booth. And then there's some quality control coach sitting next to him. And the whole thing was bizarre. And I was like, he's got a headset on.
Oh, and apparently he talks to Chip Kelly, the offensive coordinator, 2 to 3 times a week. And then Pete Carroll was asked about it after the game, and Pete had to do some backpedaling, like, "Oh, that's not accurate." And it's like, no, that was absolutely accurate. And they're trying to save face right now because Tom, working for Fox, Joe, gets inside intel with all these meetings
They
that he has.
just broadcast the Chiefs-Eagles game.
Yeah.
So if I'm the Chiefs, aren't you whoa? You came and did a bunch of meetings with us, and then you're talking to Chip Kelly 2 to 3 times a week?
I guess, so let me get the Raiders schedule here, because I think it was Albert Breer that had
the Bears thing.
The Bears thing, which is interesting. So Tom Brady is calling the Bears game this upcoming week. Bears or whoever they're playing. I don't even know, because Bears stink. I'm not even on my radar.
Cowboys.
Cowboys, there you go. So Tom Brady and Kevin Burkhardt are going to be on that call. So he is going to be having conversations with Ben Johnson, with the defensive team, with everyone over with the Bears, because he gets insider info. These guys talk to the coaches, the staff, all of it. The Raiders play the Bears the following week at Allegiant Stadium. You don't think that if Tom Brady is talking 2 to 3 times to Chip Kelly, his offensive coordinator, that he's saying, I was sitting down and I was talking to Dennis Allen, defensive coordinator for Chicago Bears, and this is what they really like to do. Yeah, there is a definite conflict of interest, but I guess we're all just going to sweep it under the rug. Whatever. Nothing to see here. It's kind of insane, Joe.
The whole thing is crazy.
Thing's insane.
The whole Brady thing is insane. I don't even know. He's just pick a lane. You want to be an owner? You want to be a coach? Do you want to be a GM? You want to be a broadcaster? Do you still want to play? We're here for it. Just pick one thing and do it well.
Raider fans were wishing that he would come out of the booth yesterday after watching Geno Smith throw 3 interceptions, looked god-awful. Carter lost money, has his hand on his face. He's not feeling good about it. Again, overreactions in a couple weeks. We're always going to do this. Just because the Colts are 2-0 right now and Daniel Jones looks good doesn't mean anything. I urge everyone to remember last year, Derek Carr and the Saints this time looked awesome. Their offense looked incredible. They beat 2 teams that ended up being really bad, the Cowboys and the Panthers. Take a step back, and just because Mac Jones looked good against the Saints doesn't mean he's going to look good this week against the Cardinals. Again, things are fluid. It's it's the old cliche, but it's true. It's a week-to-week league. But we can only react to what we've seen. And last night was not a great performance from Geno Smith. And a former comeback story, as we're talking about comebacks.
It's crazy. You were talking to me at the break about, for fan bases, a redemption story is a great story.
Yeah.
But hitting on a high draft pick is a big one. And we'll talk about Bryce Eldridge's debut at some point today.
Dave Fleming, 920.
But I think about all the people that lost their minds about C.J. Stroud. And it's hey, being a great player, whether you're Brock Purdy, Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, C.J. Stroud, Jaden Daniels, it's not about 1 year. It's never about 1 year. It's about year after year after year. That's what the great players do. And that's what separates someone like Drew Brees, who we've talked a lot about, Aaron Rodgers, Peyton Manning. Those guys are legends not because they had 2 or 3 year runs. They're legends because they were excellent for 15 years. Excellent for 15 years. And so I think some of the hard part is when you're doing all these, evaluations, the way the NFL is, game to game, you could be the greatest player we've ever seen or the worst player we've ever seen. And we're so quick to anoint people, and we're so quick to crush people. And look, I did this to Brock Purdy. I did this, in terms of anointing him as, the next or whatever. But he's had a pretty robust amount of starts. He has less regular season starts than Mac Jones.
That's actually insane.
Isn't it?
Less regular season starts than Mac Jones. 50, you said that was Mac's 50th game that he started? Wow. But it makes sense. Mac's been in the league since, 2021?
A whole year ahead of him.
Yeah, so, but Max had a lot of opportunities.
No,
he did have a lot.
That's my point.
So.
And I wrote him off probably too quick.
I mean, the Patriot, he was written off by his own team a couple times already.
Did you write off Baker Mayfield?
Actually, I did.
I did.
I thought that was, again, I've been trying to be better about this because I've been very reactionary when it comes to the sport of football my entire life.
We all are. That's not you exclusive.
But I'm very sympathetic to quarterbacks because I've been watching such like poor ownership and coaching my entire life, watching the Raiders for as long as I have, that when it comes to organizations like the Cleveland Browns, I just knew they were going to mess it up somehow, some way. The one guy that comes in there and wins you a playoff game and almost beats the Kansas City Chiefs in KC, let's get rid of that guy because we want to go get Massage Watson over here.
The Steelers in a playoff game.
Crushed them. Destroyed them.
It really is nuts.
In Pittsburgh. Destroyed them. That was like the high watermark of the Cleveland Browns for the last 30 years. It was Baker Mayfield. So they ship him off. He goes to Carolina with Sam Darnold of all people. By the way, the Carolina Panthers had Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield at one point, which is insane because both those guys talking about comeback stories have been pretty good ones as a recent
They're making
memory.
a lot of money, both of them right now.
I thought the Raiders, when they got Josh McDaniels, they should have gone after Baker Mayfield. They ended up pivoting to who? Jimmy Garoppolo. The rest is history. It was just all awful. But I never wrote off Baker. I always loved his swagger, his intensity. I loved him at Oklahoma. I love that him and Nick Bosa hate each other. I love all about it. I love that he gets in the opposition's face all the time and let them know about it. He is my kind of quarterback. Now, it's not everyone's cup of tea, but I never wrote off Baker Mayfield because I knew in a good situation, he could still be a good quarterback.
You know what it is about him that I love as I watch him? And I feel like Brock plays this way at times. Mm-hmm. It feels like every snap he plays, like it's the last down of football he might ever play.
Yeah.
There's a quality that when I watch him, like he is so hell-bent on playing a certain way. Now, look, that can get you in trouble. Not every play is going to be some outstanding play where you've got to break 3 tackles and throw it in the middle of coverage. Sometimes you just got to throw it away or take a sack. Sometimes you do. That is the best play, is taking a sack, as silly as that sounds. And there is a quality of Brock has this where when I'm watching him, I'm like, he is playing these downs like it's the last time he'll ever play football. And I appreciate that style of play. I always have. Garcia had that quality about him. I think at times Steve Young had that quality about him. There's just something I respect that style of play.
He plays with an edge. But
I like that.
And it's because of their stature a little bit too, because they aren't like the tallest. Like Baker's not the tallest guy. Brock's not the tallest guy. They're not these 6'4", 6'5" guys that stand so tall in the pocket. Brady, if you will. Like, I think people sleep. Tom Brady's really tall. Like, he's like 6'3", 6'4". Like, he's a big guy. He's got a big arm. Joe Flacco, huge. Ben Roethlisberger, Big Ben. Phillip Rivers, I think, was 6'3". Like these guys are big. Eli Manning, the Mannings. Like, there is something about these smaller guys. Drew Brees had these similar qualities when they're just kind of running around, facing the pocket. It's like, how do and we were at joint practices, Joe, when we see Brock with those linemen that are 6'5", 6'6", 350 pounds. How does he see over it? So I do think there was, while we were watching Mac Jones over the weekend, and I know you alluded to it in the text chat and in the thread, there are some qualities when you watch it, it just looks a little bit different. And it was new. And it was, he's standing over the pocket. He could see the whole field. He could go through the progressions. He threw these receivers open. Yeah.
I know we only got a tiny glimpse of Trey Lance, but, Mac's probably one of the biggest quarterbacks they've had under center in a regular season game. If you just throw Trey Lance to the side, since what? Since Hoyer?
He's listed as 6'3". I don't think Brian Hoyer's
big,
that tall.
Dude. I don't know if Hoyer is either.
Brian Hoyer, let me see his height right here. I think he's like a 6 foot guy. He's not very big. He's 6'2". He doesn't look 6'2".
No.
Again, some of these guys with cleats on, you never know. But Mac looks the part.
Yeah,
he does.
And to be able to hit your back foot in the pocket and kind of survey where you want to go and not have to, maybe move the platform to be able to get some vision on, especially in this offense, balls over the middle.
I love when a quarterback is just standing and surveying the field. There is something about the nonchalant nature of a quarterback, whether it was, the Kenny Stablers of the world, Tom Brady, their ability, as I'm standing up here for the YouTube audience, just to stand, survey, look around, and then just strike. Yeah. And he did that to Juwan Jennings. It was a beautiful throw and catch. And Juwan getting that touchdown. I can't wait to talk to Brian Baldinger here momentarily about it. Baldy's breakdowns every single Tuesday, 7:30. Can't freaking wait to talk to him about it. And we got to open up with the quarterback with Baldy. We're gonna do that here momentarily. And I do wonder where he is at on Mac Jones, because I don't think he ever, viewed Mac Jones as some like bust or anything like that. I think Baldy probably views it how you view it. The guy, after his rookie season, was just dealt a bad hand coaching-wise. And honestly, I would urge everyone, like, who is the best offensive player that Mac Jones has had in his career? Can you name him?
Brian Thomas?
A rookie.
I don't know. I'm just I'm randomly throwing that out.
You're probably
there.
right. Jacoby Myers, who at best on a
man.
but like, and we like
fringe
Jacoby.
Pro Bowl guy.
He's a fringe, exactly. He's a fringe wide receiver.
After a bunch of guys have said no to the Pro Bowl game.
Like, his best connection there was with Kendrick Bourne.
There is a swagger about Bourne when you watch the games back. He does play. He plays with unbelievable confidence.
He does.
For a very mediocre player.
Kyle Shanahan on the conference call yesterday talked about the swag of Mac Jones. And there is something about the swagger that McCorkle has. Again, with the name McCorkle.
I just think Mac's confident in himself. I mean, not everything went perfect. I mean, especially the way we started out. We had a big 3-and-out to start. The next time we got up, we're looking at 3-and-out again because it was 3rd and 14. And for him to step in and throw that dagger throw to Ricky when the corner was in front of it, there was a guy in his face, but he wasn't sitting there worried about looking bad or anything like that. He had the confidence to make a rip and the confidence in Ricky to step in front of it. So I think, you can see people's personality and how they play, and I think that's what makes guys believe in them.
Ooh, I love that. You could see personalities with how they play. I could see and hear Brian Baldinger's personality right now because it's Shark Week.
Angry Sharks, it's Shark Week. It's time to eat. Make the read urgency. That's the name of the game right here. Urgency. Now, on it. He's on it. Touchdown. Beautiful throw.
He's our 95.7 The Game NFL insider, Brian Baldinger.
And he joins us now, and it's presented by our proud partner, Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com, and he joins us on the River Islands guest line, Brian Baldinger. And Baldy, let's just bring you right into the conversation we were just having. We just heard from Kyle Shanahan on his media conference call yesterday after the Niners moved to 2-0. He said Mac Jones is playing with swag. Is that the word that you would use to describe Mac Jones' performance?
He played well. I mean, he got the ball out of his hands and made the right reads, and the offense moved. That 2-minute drill before the end of the half was excellent. Swag is often associated with, just crazy good plays. Sometimes you just have to be efficient with the ball. He's got a bunch of backup tight ends he's throwing the ball to, and maybe they connected a bunch, in practice squad or whatever, but I thought he played well. I thought, they're fortunate to get a backup quarterback that understands where to go with the ball and to make the throws that Mac did.
Yeah, Baldy, every player has strengths and weaknesses, regardless of position. And I thought that he made a couple of really nice third down throws. The 2-minute drive that you described, the ball over the top to Jennings. He had one on a crosser to Pearsall. That was a great ball, a kind of a deep comeback to Christian McCaffrey. That was excellent. And I love that touchdown pass that he floated to Christian McCaffrey. What did you think of his ball placement? Because I thought it was, for the most part, really, really, really good.
Well, the touchdown to McCaffrey is not an easy throw because, he's going full speed, to the sideline there in the end zone. And so you got to be able to throw it so that, you don't run out of real estate. You can't just give him a big runway to go chase it. You're going to end up out of bounds. So that throw's got to be thrown with touch. But you still got to drive it because that's a zone look. And they got a good pre-snap read that it was going to be zone by how they moved McCaffrey into the slot. But I thought that was a really good throw. And, the touchdown to the tight end was, to Luke, it was really, really good. So, I just thought there was enough good throws in a game where, look, the Saints, they still got Kamara. They still got players, It's not like you could just throw the ball out there and just go win the game. I mean, you're trying to put their team, 49ers trying to put their team together. Saints got an excellent play caller, an excellent offense coordinator, Kellen Moore. He's very, very bright in what he does. And Spencer Rattler played pretty good. So, it was a dogfight. But, I thought Mac was one of the difference makers in that game. And, of course, you're starting to see the return of Christian McCaffrey. It's coming. Like, he's going to break one. He's getting very close.
I'm glad you brought up CMC. We'll get back into Mac and Brock and all that stuff in just one second. I thought Shanahan was brilliant in this game, the way he deployed CMC, and I thought CMC's running was more decisive. He had great vision, a couple of beautiful cutbacks, and some power. But there was a play on third down where they kind of like motioned him out from the shotgun formation and then used him on this little out pattern. And then in the red zone, they moved him into the slot on a similar out pattern. The way they used him in this game, to me, was just brilliant. I loved it, quite frankly, Baldy. And I'm really encouraged with Shanahan using him and the way CMC looked. What'd you think?
Oh, I'm completely in agreement. They did one of those, where they motion him out. He's not really a running back. He's not really a receiver. He's in that sort of dead area out there. And I saw him, they got him matched up with Pete Werner on a comeback, and Mac Jones threw it on timing. Like they'd been practicing that throw quite a bit. And that's one of the other things you saw from Mac was some throws that were on timing. Ball's out of his hands before the receiver's out of the break with anticipation. But I thought McCaffrey, like it's been a long time since I've seen him explode like that. Sometimes you could just see the rubber kicking up from the ground when he's making these violent cuts. You always know that like he's seen it really good when the explosion's back, when he's jumping through a hole, not running through a hole. He jumps through a hole sometimes to clear the trash. And then he's like, coming to a 2-point stop, and, the kid Justin Reed made a good tackle on him. Otherwise, I think he was gone. So he's getting close. I think the explosive run is coming. And I don't, it's going to be any week now. But I think he's – the thing that I thought last year, because of no camp and all the offseason and the inflammation and the tendons, like I didn't think his feet and eyes were married together. And his vision's always been so great, but his feet could get him to that. Now I see his feet and eyes working together, and he's seeing it on the wind back where the lane is, and I could see like he's starting to feel more confident. I never felt at any point last year that he played with any confidence. And I feel like Kyle knows he's coming. And I think Kyle's having a lot of fun getting him back into this offense, regardless of who's at left guard, who's at quarterback, who's at tight end. Like, that's the chess piece right there that he needs to continue to move around.
Talking with Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast, our Odyssey NFL Insider, best football show podcast, Spadoni and Shasky with you. And that's the word right there, confidence. Kyle Shanahan, Christian McCaffrey, Fred Warner, all his teammates talked about the confidence they had in Mac Jones. I mean, it doesn't get more confident than, you have Christian McCaffrey as a running back, and your opening 3 plays, Baldy, are all passes. 39 pass attempts for Mac Jones. Does that shock you at all?
Not really. I mean, the strength, I think, of New Orleans defense is the front. Granderson and Hayward, Cam Jordan. I mean, they've got some dogs up front. They're not easy to move. You lose your left guard, during the game, and you got a rookie in there playing. I thought that's probably the best way to attack them. But I think, and if anybody's around Mac Jones, like the kid's got a smile on his face. He approaches the game the right way. I'm sure Kyle's coaching him hard, like he coaches quarterbacks hard. But the guy has a lot of confidence in himself. I mean, he's very calm. He's a lot like Brock in some ways. He's not the athlete I don't think that Brock is. Like, I think Brock just moves better and is a better runner. But that's okay. That's not Mac Jones's game. I know coming out of Alabama, that's the year they drafted Trey Lance. I mean, I honestly thought they were going to draft Mac Jones, that year over Trey Lance. I think there was even a battle in the organization. I don't want to revision history here, so I don't know all those details. But like, I know he liked him coming out of school. That was for school. That's for sure.
Baldy, how should they approach this Brock Purdy injury over the next couple of weeks? I mean, you were a player, you're studying film, you talk to GMs and different people, you see what happened with Burrow, and we know that these turf toes can linger. It ended Patrick Willis's career. So if they came to you and they said, Baldy, how should we look at this Purdy Mac Jones situation over the next couple of weeks, how would you advise them?
Well, here's the thing. You could you can play. I mean, there's varying degrees of turf toe. Okay, there's some where you can't walk. All right, like it literally you can't put any weight on your foot. There's some where you can play a game. There's ways to get, but it's almost impossible to practice with this turf toe. All right, it's just too painful, and so I think that's going to be a factor. Is when can Brock Purdy practice? I think he can go out there within a week or two, probably, because it doesn't sound like it's as serious as Burrow. But regardless, I don't want to, try to make some sort of false claim that I don't know. But that's the problem. I've had it. Like, it's impossible to practice with. And so now you're just a spectator. So then you're going to, okay, do you spectate all week and then think that the timing is going to be good game day because you can get through the game? Like, I think it's going to be a few weeks here, Joe.
Well, so let's play out the schedule just very quickly here. They got Arizona this weekend. That would be 2 full weeks if he misses. Then you get Jacksonville, would be 3 full weeks. But you have a quick turnaround against the Rams on Thursday night. So, again, we're all just guessing here. I'm not comfortable with him playing against Jacksonville and turning around playing 4 days later. Again, we don't know his body. So how would you view this?
Well, I mean, it's going to be up to Brock. It's a long season. We're only in September. All right. You got the 2 wins to start. You can't say, okay, let's target this date. Because that's not how it works. You can't target the date. You don't know how it's going to feel and how the inflammation is going to go down, how it's going to heal up. And then if it does heal up to the point where he can play, does it get re-injured? And then you're really going to miss time. So I just think when you get that kind of injury, he's on his toes the whole time. Any kind of a drop back, you're on your toe. There's no way to really go work around it. And so I think it's not even a pain tolerance. The thing's got to heal, because it's a long season and you're trying to avoid, quick pressure, blitzes, whatever. I mean, anything could kind of set it off. So I think we're looking at a couple of weeks probably to make sure it's healed before they put him back out there.
Talking with Brian Ballinger here on the Morning Roast, and Baldy, the name everyone keeps bringing up after these first few weeks. And again, it's early, but D. Winters, man, this guy is just flashing left and right, the swagger. We're kind of calling him Dre Greenlaw light, and he even had the penalty like Dre would have in the past with the roughing.
It was definitely a Dre Greenlaw penalty.
It was.
Definitely. He sent him right into the bench.
It was great, though.
The thing is, look, the tackling was not great as a group, especially on Kamara, I thought. But I did think they played with a great deal of violence. And D. Winters is a violent player. And that's what we always said about Dre. That's what we said about, Azeez Al-Shire. They were violent players. They attacked the line of scrimmage. The hits, you can hear the hits from D. So I feel like Fred's got a real partner in crime next to him back there because Fred's playing out of his mind. He looks like it's unreal, honestly, after, maybe some injuries last year to slow him down a little bit at the end of the season. But, that fumble that he caused against Kamara, taking that ball away, he's just flying, man. He's just flying to the ball right now. And so his coverage has always been great, but, Fred wants the ball, and he got the ball the other day. But they tried to find that guy next to Fred all year last year. And I don't know how many different guys they threw in there, but none of them looked right next to Fred. D. Winters looks like he's the right guy.
Yeah, he does. And I just kept asking myself, was he just not ready last year? Because Devondre Campbell was so bad. Is this just Robert Saleh?
I'm glad he quit. Honestly, it's probably the best thing to happen to the 49ers.
Wow. That's a sentence. Looking at all the young guys on defense, Robert Saleh has that back end in position to make plays. And I feel like that wasn't the case the last couple of years. You got so many young guys. Michael Williams, obviously on that line, playing alongside Bosa. Alfred Collins playing on that line. Marquise Siegel on the back end. Upton Stout, Renardo Green. Just your overall thoughts on the complement of young players that are getting baptized by fire in the Robert Saleh system against NFL teams right now. How are they looking?
So here's the thing about young players, and every one of those guys you just mentioned, you're spot on, Joe, is if they're the right guys, if they're the right guys, you can live with mistakes. You can live with penalties because they've committed some. But they're going to get better. And they're going to add speed to the defense. The defense is much faster than at any point last year. Last year, they just looked old and slow. So they're faster right now. They're more aggressive than they have been. That's Salah. And playing fast. There's going to be mistakes made along the way. There's just because the game moves so fast, you can't always be in the right position. You can't always fly the ball. But you can live with the mistakes early, but they're going to make plays later on. And I feel like that's where they're at right now. In fact, I wrote this down. To your point. Young guys got to play and they got to learn, including like Pinnock is new to the defense. So, Siegel, Stout, Green, like they got to play and they got to learn. You got to live with it. Mistakes are going to be made, penalties, whatever. You got to live with it. But I think they're the right guys right now.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast, Odyssey NFL Insider. And Baldy, I saw your video and the Baldy breakdowns. Do it better than anyone else, by the way. I saw your one on Cameron Latu this morning, and Niner fans are like, wait, he exists still. There you go, former Niners draft pick Cameron Latu making the block for the Eagles. But I saw your one on Bryce Huff making the play. Week 1, it was Bosa making the game-winning play. Now this week, we're talking about Bryce Huff. And it was kind of like a low-risk, trade, right? He had success with Robert Saleh in New York. Didn't do much in Vic Fangio's scheme last year with the Eagles. Gets an opportunity here. You got Michael Williams, obviously, but Bryce Huff, I didn't know he had this sort of speed, Baldy. Like, I'm looking at him and Bosa. Again, it's 2 weeks. We're not overreacting to anything. I can only react to what I've seen, but I've been impressed.
Joe, here's the thing. The Eagles made a mistake. I'm not saying it's monumental or anything. He's not a linebacker. He is a pass rush specialist. He's got to put his hand in the dirt. He's not a stand-up outside linebacker like they wanted him to be for Vic Fangio in Philadelphia. It didn't work out. The Eagles ate their loss. They've got other guys. It happens. But Saleh knows what Huff is. It wasn't just, he closed the game out the way Nick did the week before. So that's what you want. You want your great players to close the game out. Nick was awesome. Nick looks like a different guy. But he's got somebody that can come off the edge opposite him right now. And he's better than anybody they've had over there the last couple of years. His takeoff, Joe, is, I call him the Bugatti because, honestly, he's an Italian sports car. And, you just watch him beat guys out of their stance. And that's what he did on Sunday. That's a first-round pick in Fuaga right there. High first-round pick. He beat him right out of his stance and turned the corner. I think he got to the quarterback, Rattler, in 2 seconds. But that's what he was in New York. He was a pass rush specialist, and that's how you play him. And he had a lot of other good rushes too.
Yeah.
He's going to help this defense. Michael was really, really good. You could see his violence and physicality. I think you can see Nick now moving inside. They're moving Nick around. Where's the pigeon? Nick's going to go up against that pit. He's going to find him. Cesar Ruiz, whatever it is. I'm going to go pick. Nick is playing really good football, but I think the group around him is far better than any point last year.
Yeah, Huff made some plays where he's bending around the corner. It reminded me of D Ford, quite frankly, and he got really low, and he was just flying out of his stance. You said, and he kind of alluded to it, Bosa looks like a different man. What looks different?
I think his overall energy level is, and I think he's just literally. Some days it looks like he has no regard for his body. Now we know he's got this, Adonis physique about him, but he's thrown himself in there. Now it's only 2 weeks, but he's thrown his body around like he's a rookie trying to make the team right now. And he's no tight end's going to block him. If he's one-on-one with the tackle, he's just dishing him. He's playing the game about as well as he's played it at this point so far this season.
Watching the game on Sunday, it crystallized to me. Juwan Jennings at 6'3" and physical, even though he can't run fast, he's just a perfect complement opposite Ricky Pearsall, who I thought looked so good in this game, making contested catches with guys on his back shoulder, and is just slippery, just a really good football player. I love these two as complementary receivers to each other in this system. They maybe not get the headlines of a Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson or whatever, but for this offense, they fit. What'd you see from Jennings and Pearsall in this game?
Well, I saw a little bit of what you just said, but I think the number one thing is they're both dependable. You know, I mean, Juwan's just a good football player. He's a good blocker. Like he runs he's never going to be fast. He's never going to separate a great deal, but he's got, he's got tangible assets, his size and his reach. So all those things are good. I think Ricky is just beginning. He's just starting this process. I think there's going to be a big growth with Ricky as the season goes on. And I just think you're going to see these shallow crosses. You're going to get him on the run. I just think there's a lot more to come with him out of different formations right now. So moving him around, putting him in motion, like all the things that Kyle likes to do, I feel like there's packages that are going to come for him as this thing begins to evolve.
All right, one more for you, Baldy. We appreciate your time this morning. Arizona this week, already 1-0 in the division right now. If you're the 49ers, beating the Seahawks week 1, which was massive. Arizona 2-0 heading into this thing. Biggest challenge that this team presents is what at the home opener for Levi's this Sunday?
They're a good defense. They're a really good defense. This Will Johnson, like he was the best rookie I saw in week 1. You know, what he did to New Orleans. Like he just took Rashid Shaheed out of the game. Like he can eliminate Rashid. Like I'm interested to see if they put Will Johnson on Pearsall or what they do with him. He's excellent. The defensive line it's very, very multiple. The blitzes by this Nick Railis, the defensive coordinator, he's talented, and how he gets guys free to the quarterback. They're a challenge for teams right now defensively. Now, Kyler's playing really good, and they're always going to be able to run the ball. The emphasis will always be to run. That's what Gannon wants to do. So that's the number one challenge offensively. And Kyler's a part of it, but he's not running it like he used to. But he's playing good football right now. But the running game is good. And defensively, they give you a lot of looks. They come at you. Budda Baker is basically got a green light to do whatever the hell he wants to do on a football field. His instincts are unreal. His tackling is crazy. But they've played close games now, and they've won 2 close games. New Orleans had a chance to tie the game up going down the last play of the game, much like last week. And, Juwan Johnson had the ball in his hands in the end zone, and Baker came and just blew it all up to help preserve the win. But they're a scrappy bunch that has improved a lot defensively.
Just a battle of first-round quarterbacks on Sunday. Mac Jones v. Kyler Murray. Baldy, great stuff this morning. Really appreciate it, man. We'll do it again next week.
Let's do it, guys. You bet, man. Have a great week.
You're the best, Baldy.
Baldy, best in the Bay, bar none. Best guest we have here, leading us to the injury report. And I mean that. Best guest in radio, bar none, is Brian Baldinger. Every single Tuesday, 7:30. Be there or be square. Kyle Shanahan announced yesterday that left guard Ben Bartch has a high ankle sprain that he suffered during the 49ers loss to the Saints. The only timetable Shanahan provided for his return was that Bartch would be out for a while. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. It's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We got a lot to get into still. We got heroes and zeros from a week 2 win in New Orleans. We got Dave Fleming joining us at 9:20. And Brian Baldinger said something in that interview that made my jaw drop. We're going to get to it on the other side. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, halfway home here on a Tuesday on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Willard Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Here we go. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast Untrimmed Twin Pack, just $6.99 per pound. Pairs well with Decoy Cabernet Sauvignon. What doesn't? 750 milliliter bottles for just $15.54 each, or mix and match 6 or more for just $13.99 each, plus CRV.
Exclusive digital coupon on a dozen Lucerne cage-free eggs, large grade AA, just $3.97 each, limit one.
Did you say a dozen eggs?
I said a dozen eggs.
For $3.97?
I did.
Excellent.
Excellent. Another exclusive digital coupon on Lucerne chunk or shredded cheese, 32-ounce selected varieties, just $5.97 each, limit 4.
All right. The app is simple to use, makes it easy to save money. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up!
It's time to wake on up.
Wake up, wake up, wake up.
With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, man, you seem very emotional regarding this. Okay. You guys.
Let's just bring it up to the air because you just said it to all of our ears. Shasky is livid about the coffee situation right now here at 95.7 The Game. As this is the morning roast, I feel it is our obligation to talk about the roast at the station.
The machine that they have for the employees here at Odyssey is, I personally believe the coffee that they utilize is inadequate.
I'm not going to give that coffee provider because I think they may have been a sponsor at some point here, so I'm not going to do that. We'll say Bean X is not to your liking. And you know what? That's okay. It's not for everyone, Joe. Just like...
No, I don't think it's just the actual coffee. It's the machine doesn't make it strong enough for me. I need it racing.
It's a system machine is what you're saying? It's a system coffee bean. You know who is not a system quarterback? And I feel confident in saying that.
What time? Just before you move on.
Okay. I'm sorry. The coffee.
I want to make this very clear.
Let's make it abundantly clear.
I had a rough night last night.
Oh, what happened?
Well, the weather was over 60 for a San Francisco yesterday.
Tough. That's like 90 degrees for you guys.
Exactly. It was very hot, and so last night the little guy who is. All the teeth are coming in, not just the front. Like all of them are coming in, he's hit the terrible twos. He is waking up in the middle of the night. I had on my watch this morning. You know when it's like the noise is too loud for your ears. At 1:45 in the morning, he woke up, and when I tell you he threw a tantrum, he was scrubbing his lungs for a good 25 minutes. And I don't know what's going on right now.
Sleep regression. It's very normal. Happened with Benny. Happened with Nora. Yeah, it's very normal.
I need coffee this morning in the worst way. And I went to my normal coffee place. It was closed. I don't know why. I went to my secondary, my backup, and it was busy. And I was already running late to work. So yeah, I'm a little aggravated this morning. I need my coffee. I apologize.
To borrow a Dan Dibley saying / Tim Roy, it's an aggravation sensation for Joe Shasky this morning. You'll get through it. Don't worry.
Other part is you got to remember that I suffer from horrible ADD. So in the morning, it balances me out. It actually calms me.
Is that how it works?
No, I'm dead serious.
Okay. Has that been diagnosed?
No, I mean, I'm self-diagnosing.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
Like all of the people out there.
It's, you know what? And yeah, like everyone in society right now, we self-diagnose. We look at Google. They do their own research, and that's good enough for some people. I did my own research when it comes to Mac Jones and how he looked in week 1. Thought he looked pretty good. Baldy agreed. The players agree. The coaches agree. Do the fans agree? I think they do for the most part. Now, it's 1 week. We got week 2, and I do think this is going to be the biggest test. As this week goes on, Joe, we're going to be talking about these two quarterbacks, Kyler Murray and, Mac Jones. Both first-round picks. One was number 1 overall, and we remember that draft very well because the Niners had a high selection in that one. One being Nick Bosa, right?
I mean... There is an alternate universe where Nick Bosa gets taken. Maybe we end up with Quinnen Williams. Maybe they go Kyler Murray. I doubt it. They had Jimmy G, but who knows?
I knew a lot of fans that wanted Quinnen Williams because of the injury history with Bosa. They were scared. Like, we don't want another injured player. Yeah. Like all the scars from Balky's past, as we do Ghosts of Christmas Past, the scars of Balky draft picks past was just torn ACL. Guy was out for the season. Oh, reclamation project. Tired of... You don't draft reclamation projects in the first round. But Nick Bosa, I think he's proved his worth thus far. I mean, the guy's a DPOY. All right? If he doesn't do anything else, you drafted a DPOY with a top 5 pick. It's pretty freaking good. Now, we were starting off the show today, Joe, and I think it's an interesting conversation about why we love comeback stories in sports. And why do we love comeback stories? Because we are obsessed with great comebacks. I think it's just ingrained in American nature. Whether it's Rocky in the movies, whether it's, you reference Kurt Warner in sports, Robert Downey Jr. when it comes to being an actor, like or actors that are down bad, or musicians, what have you. We love the comeback. The comeback is greater than the setback, I like to say, right? It's a great way to view life. And whether Mac Jones, is the next Sam Darnold or Geno Smith or Baker Mayfield, that remains to be seen. I'm rooting for him. I think you are too.
Or the next Elvis Gerback, who had one moment in time and we overrated it. We inflated it.
Something we also love, though, in sports is when our first round draft picks hit. And that feels good because quite often here in the Bay Area, there's a lot of whiffs and it hurts and it is painful. And I think there was a lot of hope attached to one player in particular yesterday that was playing, and we saw all of it. Everyone tweeted. I woke up on Monday morning because I think it broke at 8 or 9 and I was already asleep at that point. It was Bryce Eldridge, the top prospect for the San Francisco Giants, making his debut yesterday in the desert. Going over. Again, it's his first game. I'm not going to make sweeping. And the game of failure is baseball, right? It's a game of failure. Let's all relax there. But there's a lot of hope from the fan base riding on this guy because of all the past failures in the first round draft picks. Let's just be honest. Joey Bart, there was a lot of hope attached to him, Joe.
Yeah.
Didn't work out.
There's a lot of hope attached to Rafi Devers and Adames, who they made big trades for, but not like Bryce.
There's something different about the draft picks.
Yeah.
In the first round in particular, here in the Bay, we get obsessed. Why is a portion of the fan base so obsessed with Jonathan Kaminga right now?
It's the draft status.
It matters a lot.
And I think when you draft someone, there's this whole, what could they be, element that you start fascinating about.
Yes. And then it's not the same. Basketball's a little unique because you referenced it earlier. After you get past the top couple, 3, 4, hell.
I would say 3 is usually, after 3, it's like, I don't know.
Depends how deep the class is. But like this year, if you didn't get Cooper Flagg, you're feeling like you missed out. Like, let's just call it what it is.
Yeah.
Do you even know who's drafted number 2 overall? Thank you. Exactly.
Oh, it was one of the Rutgers kids, wasn't it?
Harper.
Exactly. There you go. You just said it. One of the Rutgers kids. Like, I know. Like, only Tony Soprano, R.I.P. James Gandolfini watched Rutgers basketball. Stop. Exactly. But it just goes without saying. Like, you don't follow these things. So guys like Brandon Pajemski, who was a 19, 20, whatever he was around. He was in the first round, but it was like in the 19 or 20th pick. Something like that. Those guys, hey, they could make a roster.
It's found money if they're good.
Exactly. So he's almost kind of like not a comeback story, but it's like a young scrappy guy that's made his own. It's like, wow, I didn't expect to see Brandon Pajemski be in the all-rookie team, like Eric Paschal once upon a time. Like, and then you get the ultimate like underdog stories that come to fruition, like Draymond Green. The fact that he was a draft pick here, a second-round pick that turned into a Hall of Famer, that's amazing. And that's why Warriors fans will always love Draymond, because he's one of their own. There is something about being homegrown and being their own that we just gravitate towards anything else. And I do feel like Niner fans are feeling like that towards Brock Purdy. And that's why him being Mr. Irrelevant, being the last pick in the draft, having that attachment, it's always going to be different. So, Mac Jones might come in here and win a few games, but he's never really going to be, one of us. He's never really going to be. He's going to be a hired hand. He was a backup. He started his career in New England. You didn't draft him when he had the opportunity. He bounced around. Great. But he's never going to be viewed the same as, a guy like Brock Purdy. Similarly, and again, we're going all different variants here, and I'm not trying to compare these, like Kevin Durant, right? He's never going to be viewed the same as Stephen Curry. We're not going to do that. Right? Like that's just not going to happen. Steph is our guy. He changed the game, all of that. But I say all that to say there is an interesting dynamic how we talk about sports, the comeback nature versus the highly touted prospect as Bryce Eldridge makes his debut yesterday.
I mean, can we get the guy at number better than 78?
That's ugly as hell.
I mean,
that's a hideous number. Oh my God.
Unless he specifically asked for the number 78. Like, who is Mike Murphy's not in the dugout anymore? Who would be the one giving the numbers out? This is ridiculous.
Like 99 for Aaron Judge, works because he's massive. Well, it just works there.
Ramirez was the first number 99 in baseball that I remember.
Oh, that's fine. But for me, I look at Aaron Judge, he's 6'7", 6'8". 99 makes sense. Yeah, hell, if you told me he was 9 feet 9 inches tall, I'd believe you. That's. But 78. That's gross.
I know, but it was the greatest ground out I've seen in years.
Oh my God.
I'm teasing.
Stop it.
I'm teasing.
The greatest ground out.
They were throwing him, Zach Gallen was throwing him nothing but breaking balls the entire time. Look, for the young man to show up, it was exciting. I was glued into it. I was so glued into it. Giants baseball got the big TV. Football got the iPad.
Wow, that is big time for you.
And football's on mute.
Yeah, well, probably rightfully so, because Chris Fowler sounded like horrible. He sounded like he was partying in Vegas.
I'll take your word for that.
No, it was bad. I
was locked into Hunter.
Joe, it was so bad. I literally thought it was who is this new ESPN host? I was like, who is this guy? Because Joe Buck and Troy Aikman did the early game. Texans and Bucks winning that one, improving to 2-0. But it was Chris Fowler, it was Dan Orlovsky, and Louis Riddick. And I don't mind those other two on there. Chris Fowler's usually pretty solid. He just sounded so, his voice was like, give the guy a break.
So, like Bryce last night, they just throw him breaking ball, and he finally ripped one in his third at bat to left center that I thought was going to be, off the wall, and everyone was like, that's a home run in 23 out of... Guys, stop. It wasn't a home run. It's the beauty of baseball is that each ballpark has different, weather elements, different elevation, different dimensions. It was not a home run. So don't tell me about the 28 other parks or 24 other parks it might have been a home run in. I don't care. I don't get that.
I know. Tell that to like the Rafi Devers. Tell it to some of the great like home run hitters today. Like they don't care.
Could you imagine like Steph Curry? Like he hit that 3 at Denver, but that's not a 3 in any other stadium in the NBA because of the thin air of Denver. It's the most ridiculous thing we do.
It's almost like how we were talking about like training camp stats and like measuring them and stuff. It's like like Steph Curry's like using his training camp stats and how many threes he made. Relax.
Look, Bryce looks the part. We will see. We're going to give him time. I'm not going to freak out over 3 at-bats. It was great to see him play. That's the number one thing. Great to see him play. Giants hitting a little wall here. Not great. But similar to a guy on the Niners, we have to be patient. Everybody wants to develop a young player until it's time to develop a young player. I sent you guys a tweet yesterday that someone was talking about quarterback development, whether it's Orlovsky, Tom Brady, just general people. Everybody wants that young developmental quarterback until it's time to watch development go up and down and be erratic and not be this linear line straight to the top, because most people don't have that. So I get back to the Niners and I say to myself, I didn't freak out over Mykel Williams week 1. Not doing a whole lot, popping off the TV. Defensive line play on the interior is tough to spot on a normal game unless there's crazy pressure and you're Aaron Donald or Chris Jones. So I'm more patient in general. But to see him pop in game 2, I was like, yeah, that's why you take that guy in the top 10, 11, 12 picks of the draft. To see, Marquise Siegel out there making plays and a couple of mistakes. I was like, yeah, 5th-round pick. I like what I'm seeing. Upton Stout getting a blitz, getting a great sack on Spencer Rattler. It's great to see. A great pass breakup, even though thought it was a weak flag that he had on 3rd down. It's great to see. Those are encouraging things. Seeing Ricky Pearsall make play after play after play, that was so encouraging to see. And it got me feeling about the Niners as I'm, watching Bryce Eldridge last night. A, be patient. That's number one. And B, are they in positions to make plays? All the young guys for the Niners, it feels like because of coaching, are in position to make plays. And I'm very, very encouraged. And one of the things Baldy said in the final interview that we just had with him, he's like, hey, the young guys on defense, they're going to make mistakes. But I feel like they have the right guys. Alfred Collins flashed, who didn't look good in the preseason. D. Winters looks like a player. We had big question marks. How are they going to fill Dre Greenlaw? Has Dre even played yet this year? Has Dre Greenlaw played for the Broncos? Yeah.
No.
And I'm not trying to hate on Dre Greenlaw, but he played a half for you last year and hasn't played this year for the Broncos.
And that Denver defense got shredded by Daniel Jones last week. They could have used him, but again, Niners could have used him. It's unfortunate that we have to talk about it that way, but the Achilles injury, Joe,
it sucks.
It sucks.
But all the young guys on the Niners are taking steps forward. It hasn't been perfect. There's going to be some spotty play at times. Renardo Green, dude, that pass Spencer Rattler made in the first quarter, that was a dime.
It was.
The over the top one. Tell me how Renardo Green's supposed to guard that any better. That's not a knock on Renardo Green. You cover guys that tight all your career, you're going to be a good player.
We just had Brian Baldinger on. If you missed any of that interview, find it on YouTube or the Odyssey app. He was waxing poetic. He said, hey, Rattler played well, man. Give him his credit there. He played well.
Yeah.
He did. It's okay to tip your hat a little bit too and all this. And again, I think he was actually a good primer because I don't think, Spencer Rattler hasn't won an NFL game. He's not as good as Kyler Murray, but it's a good primer for a guy like Kyler Murray because I do think his skill set and size, Joe, is kind of comparable to Kyler as a player. And it is interesting that Baldy was saying these first 2 weeks what he knows as we get ready, and we'll talk more about the game as it goes on, the matchup against the Cardinals, that Kyler is being more decisive as a runner, not running as much and kind of being more that pocket passer. But I'll say this, and I want to throw out to the fans, and I want to throw out the number here, 888-957-9570. We've gone through 2 weeks. It's early, but after 2 weeks, what are you feeling more confident in position player-wise, grouping-wise, whatever, the position as a whole? What are you feeling more confident in that you weren't feeling confident 2 weeks ago?
Well, I don't know if I wasn't feeling confident 2 weeks ago, but through 2 weeks, one thing is evident to me. Shanahan and Saleh might be the second or third best, at minimum, coaching combination in the game.
Ooh, that's a good one. I got to get it.
If you're going to take, Philly or Kansas City ahead of them, I can't argue with you. Those are the two teams that represented the AFC and NFC in the championship game last year in the Super Bowl. So I understand that. Like, outside of Saleh and Shanahan, and if I took KC and the Eagles coordinators off, who are you taking ahead of those two to run your defense and offense?
That's a good question. I got to go into my bag.
As a combo.
Yeah, I got to go to my bag at the defensive coordinator because I can't name. Who is it over in Green Bay? They look pretty freaking good defensively.
Well, they got the guy from Boston College a couple years ago. He does look good. But that's a good argument. But, I've seen Robert Saleh and Kyle Shanahan win big-time playoff games.
I mean, they just lost their
together.
Yeah, no, you're right. And they just lost their quarterback. But and we'll see how Carson Wentz looks. But Kevin O'Connell and Brian Flores is a pretty good combination.
No, they're a very good combination. But they fell on their face last year.
They did. And now they might fall on their face again because why? They just lost their quarterback. With J.J. McCarthy, high ankle sprain, he's going to be out.
But, Joe, when I'm playing a rookie on the offensive line, a second-year player on the offensive line.
That's a good
point. And when I don't have my Hall of Fame tight end, when I have a backup quarterback, and I have a young wide receiver in year 2 who we need to be an impact player, name me another coordinator outside of the 3 or 4 we always reference, Andy Reid, McVay. Like, Shanahan's at the top of the list to figure out my offense.
Yeah.
Okay?
Oh, you don't have to tell me. We did the exercise. I was taking Shanahan over almost everyone.
I know you were. Now I look at defense. If you're going to play, D. Winters, third-year player, if you're going to play a second-year player in Renardo Green, if you're going to play rookies, Collins, West, Michael Williams, Stout, Siegel, how many DCs are ahead of Robert Saleh that you're picking? A couple?
A couple DCs.
A couple for that many rooks?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, exactly.
And then also have the cachet to have Bosa and Warner buy in.
It's kind of incredible how, we didn't talk about this enough, and maybe we should have, but it was just, it's the nature of the game. We talk about the players, not as much as the assistant coaches, their defensive coordinators. But the step up you got from Nick Sorensen to Robert Saleh, it is easily the biggest jump up. And the gap between those two guys is so wide, it's Grand Canyon-esque.
How about when Baldy said, I'm glad Devontae Campbell quit?
My jaw dropped. That was what I teased. My jaw dropped when he said, I'm glad he quit. Best thing that could happen for the Niners is Devontae Campbell quitting on this team.
Because what did I say to you guys on Sunday?
I'm glad he quit.
Love that.
So that's what he said about Devontae Campbell. Say it again.
I'm glad he quit.
I asked you guys in our thread.
Disgust in his voice right there too.
We had a group thread, and I'm genuinely curious. I would love someone with the Niners to give me some perspective. Like, sometimes guys just aren't ready. Like, that could legitimately be the case. He was hurt and he wasn't ready. All right. That makes sense. Why D. Winters wasn't on the field literally at all, it felt like last year. Hey, he wasn't ready. He didn't know the playbook, and he was hurt. Okay, I'll buy that. But it almost does feel a little criminal that we got Devondre Campbell shoved down our throats for as many games as we did last year. And I just, was D. Winters that unplayable that he couldn't supplant that guy?
Again. It's addition by subtraction. As far as I'm concerned, once Devondre Campbell was off the team, they had already gotten better, to your point. I could have seen more D winners last year. But again, Nick Sorensen didn't know what the hell he was doing, Joe. He didn't. Again, people want to probably blame Kyle Shanahan. I'm going.
Well, Kyle made the hire.
He did.
He's got to be held culpable.
He's got to wear it. Again, same with the GM when they make mistakes with draft picks. We go to the GM and John Lynch. But also, Nick Sorensen didn't do anything last year to inspire any confidence. I don't remember one adjustment, one different stunt, one different look. He didn't do anything. He was vanilla ice cream. That's disrespectful vanilla. This vanilla tastes good. It was like rotten vanilla. Curdled milk was what that defense was last year. It went bad early.
And Staley, who was also a part of that staff, was obsessed with bringing Isaac Yiadom in to be a player on this team. Who did the Niners pick on over and over and over and over and over again in just the game against the Saints? And who's the DC for the Saints? Yeah, it's that guy, Brandon Staley, who had Isaac Yiadom out there, and the Niners kept attacking him.
Can't say Staley without stale, and that's what the 49ers were last year, and that's what the Chargers were prior to that. I don't think he gets another head coaching job. That's another guy. You're talking about head coach DC combinations, and who knows, maybe Brandon Staley's more suited to do that. But yeah, it's got me thinking for sure. Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh, how you ranking them, Niner fans, amongst other head coach DC combinations? 888-957-9570.
The biggest thing that I took away from Baldy, outside of the Devondre Campbell thing, was Brock Purdy in the toe. He said he's battled turf toe. That's Baldy. It's hard to practice. And he's like, look, you've got to be 100%. I'm just going to listen to Baldy because, there's things I agree with, there's things I don't agree with. On an injury like this, I've never had it. I've never played the sport. He understands the whole practice regimen and what is required to be ready to play your most optimal. And if he says you got to sit until you're 100%, then I'm going to kind of lean in that direction.
Here's what he had to say with us, Brian Baldinger, who, again, joins us every single Tuesday at 7:30. If you missed the entirety of that interview, find it on YouTube, Odyssey app. Brian Baldinger on how the 49ers should handle Brock's turf toe injury.
You can play. I mean, there's varying degrees of turf toe, okay? There's some where you can't walk. Literally, you can't put any weight on your foot. There's some where you can play a game. There's ways to but it's almost impossible to practice with this turf toe. It's just too painful. And so I think that's going to be a factor, is when can Brock Purdy practice? I think he can go out there within a week or two, probably, because it doesn't sound like it's as serious as Burrow. Regardless, I don't want to try to make some sort of false claim that I don't know, but that's the problem. I've had it. It's impossible to practice with. And so now you're just a spectator. So then you're going to, do you spectate all week and then think that the timing is going to be good game day because you can get through the game? I think it's going to be a few weeks.
And that got me thinking about, all right, so you got Arizona this week.
Yep.
I think it feels like Mac will play.
Yeah.
All right. You get Jacksonville next week. That's 3 weeks. This Thursday game against the Rams really screws them on the George Kittle front, meaning having to place him on IR, and on Purdy. 3 weeks would be sitting out until Jacksonville. But to turn around with only the rest of Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and then play again on that Thursday,
It's tough. And again, this quote from Matty Barrows, Joe, it's very interesting. Matty Barrows covers the Niners for The Athletic. The 49ers don't seem inclined to rush Purdy back, in part because they have so much faith in Jones. Again, I talked about the best case scenario for the 49ers these next 4 weeks, if that's truly what it is, because Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, initially had the report out that it's going to be at minimum 2 to 5 weeks that Purdy's going to be out. If it is the full 5 weeks, so the next 4 weeks, because a week's passed, if Matt can go 4-0 and Purdy just gets healthy, that's the best case scenario for this team. That's what you want.
The other element is, maybe I sit him out in the Jacksonville game and he just plays the Rams game. Then I get 10 full days to rest it before playing the Bucs. See, to me, the 2 dates that I would be targeting, Thursday against the Rams, October 2nd, or the 12th. One of those 2 dates. I don't think Jacksonville is realistic. And then turning around and playing 3 days. Look, maybe he recovers, but man.
I know.
And that's why Mac playing well gives them this opportunity to even consider this.
And that's why we're talking about it so much. Shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a lower auto loan, apply online or just ask First NorCal Financing at the dealer. All right, so we just had former player Brian Baldinger on talk about the foot problem, the turf toe. He's had it. Oh, you want to talk to another former player? One who should be in the Hall of Fame? His name's Lorenzo Neal. Might have heard of him, Joe. Kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
95.7 The Game.
I want to hear from him.
You want to talk to
the
Lo
big
Neal?
fella. Let's talk to him.
Let's talk to him on the other side. Lo Neal joining us, our 95.7 The Game host, crushing it with Evan Giddings. By the way, catch him at Laughing Monk Brewing this Sunday before the game. That's right, baby. Sunnyvale, Laughing Monk, Lo Neal, Evan Giddings. Lo Neal joining us next, and it's going to be brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They got
us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/21/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line applied via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data and service series. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q1 to Q2 2025.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Restock your pantry at Whole Foods Market. Get 30% off Simple Mills crackers, cookies, bars, and baking mixes with Prime through September 16th. We've got your snack cravings and baking needs all covered. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary. Not guaranteed.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
I'm glad he quit.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
I can't quit Oreo Cookie.
Hell no, dude.
Hell no. Hell no. This beat's so sick. La, 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 la. So good. We had Brian Baldinger join us 7:30 every Tuesday. We know that. I think people are tuning in right now. I was like, wait. Where's Bonte Hill? Isn't he supposed to be joining you guys every Tuesday, 8 to 10?
Yeah.
Bonte's celebrating his birthday. Happy birthday, Bonte Hill. And he's doing his own thing. Apparently, the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line is cracking jokes, though. Saying he turned 60 years old? 60? Oh, come on.
He's at least 70.
He's turning 35.
I mean, him and Mike
right?
Francesa, they got the same birthday.
He does love him some Mike Francesa.
He does.
He does.
Do you love, when I hear that song, I think of like, I don't know, bubbles, foam, and like glow sticks. You were one of those guys? Like
No,
dancing and like
I didn't go to any.
in the corner. Yeah, exactly. Carter's doing
I
it.
wasn't going to those raves in high school, although when Carter, Sam, and I were in high school, raves were a big deal. Skrillex, all that was very popular.
I believe the director of sports really likes those things.
Who's that?
Fight
Oh,
on,
Lucas?
Lucas?
Well, I mean, have you seen some of the outfits he wears to Vegas?
I wonder if Lo Neal likes this type of music.
Lo Neal gets down with lots of
You
different
think he goes to
genres.
Vegas? I think Chris Fowler, who was calling the game last night for the Chargers and Raiders, sounded like he had a great time in Vegas. By the way, this Sunday, your tailgate destination is Laughing Monk Brewing in Oakland. Our pregame show starts at 10 a.m. with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. We'll have games in the parking lot, great food and drinks, and your place to watch all the early games as well. Go to the game, come on by before you go to the stadium, and join us for a pregame party, and then take the shuttle back and forth for just $25. Go to 957thegame.com and click on the kickoff show link to get your spot on the shuttle. Now, Laughing Monk Brewing, 1235 Oakmead Parkway, right near the stadium is where they will be. See you there. And that brings us right now to Lorenzo Neal, who joins us on the River Islands guest line. Lolo! What's up, buddy? You're on with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky.
Hey, what's buzzing, my brothers? How we doing, fellas?
1, 2. Oh, we'll get him on. It's okay. Hey, well, you know what? Hey, we got him? Is he back? Is he here?
I mean, I can hear you guys. You guys can't hear me?
Oh, it's cutting up a little bit there, Lolo. In and out, just a little bit. Just a little bit. You can hear us now?
Yeah, let me see if I can find a better. You guys can't hear me, so I can hear you guys loud and clear.
All right, well, we just talked to Baldy, and we're talking about, Mac Jones. We're talking about things that we saw in week 2. But the most, concerning, I think, Niners fans are right now is just the turf toe injury. And we asked Baldy about it because it's something he dealt with. We just saw Joe Burrow low. He's going to miss the next 3 months because he's going to get surgery on it. Did you ever have the turf toe in your career as a fullback / running back?
Absolutely. And I'll tell you right now, interesting to think, this is a turf toe. You can go and play. Now Joe Burrow is going to have surgery. His needs surgery because it's like your toe either get bent backwards or underneath, and you tear or strain all those ligaments. I've been one of these guys that get shot up, and they shoot it up in your toe. It's your big toe. It handles all your weight. You're pushing, you're planting. You plant off your big toe. Everyone says, you can just suck it up. It's a toe. No, it's your big toe. Try to imagine yourself without a big toe. It's excruciating pain. And if you can shoot it up and try to suck it up and play through that, but I'm telling you, it does a player well. It shortens his careers by years. Turf toe doesn't just go away, guys. Let me tell you, he's going to have this problem for the rest of the year. You wrap You keep it tight, pressure and swollen. Ligament damage could be ligament damage.
Hello, you're cutting out there a little bit. We'll get him maybe on some phone line.
He thinks he's going to be dealing with this for the rest of the year.
It just doesn't go away. Like that, like foot problems, Joe, and we talk about this more and when it comes to the NBA than we do with football, but foot problems just don't, it's not going to disappear. You said it right there. You put your whole weight on that big toe. Think about just you and I, average Joes, right? Just walking around. Like you're literally putting all of your pressure on what? Your feet when you are walking. That's literally the foundation for everything. The heel, the foot,
the
everything.
toe, the ball of your foot.
The ligaments are all attached to it, and it affects your back. It affects everything. Your mobility, your legs. It's all connected there. Again, we're not Dr. Nirav Pandya, UCSF Health.
Nor are we elite athletes, but if you follow sports...
But Low Neal is.
No,
Yeah.
I know. And if you follow sports long enough, like, again, the Liz Frank injuries, the toe injuries, the plantar fasciitis injuries, the Achilles, the calf, they're all connected.
All of it. And that's two athletes now talking about what they've dealt with in two different positions, quite frankly. Brian Baldinger, former NFL offensive lineman. Low Neal, fullback / running back.
Deion Sanders,
corner. It could be quarterback. It doesn't matter the position. Kicker, punter. They all need it.
Have you seen the picture of LeBron James's feet?
Oh, it's disgusting. Dude, like the NBA players, like ask Shaq, ask LeBron, all these guys. It's going to be gnarled. All the wear and tear that they are putting on those things constantly. And just think about football, Joe, the cleats. And this is why, people start like, Joe, you need to relax on the artificial surfaces. It's not that big of a deal. No, it is. Like when I have all the research and studies that show all the different ligament problems that happen while playing on artificial surfaces, the AstroTurf type stuff compared to just natural grass, like this is where those things matter.
At the professional level, when they have billions of dollars, yes, I agree with you. Youth level, they're great.
Oh, sure. I'm only talking about it in the professional circumstance. Sure.
Like when you get into high school, there's an epidemic of female ACL injuries. And I know males obviously suffer, but there's a disproportionate amount of high school girls having ACL injuries on turf. There are legitimate studies on this.
No,
on
exactly.
why it's horrible.
And
there's no give.
There's a reason why all these stadiums, and I referenced it heading into Seattle, who they played on turf in week 1. There's a reason why the World Cup 2026 next year, they're doing away with all those and bringing natural grass because all those top leagues, all those billion-dollar industries, all the English Premier Leagues, the Bundesliga, La Liga, Ligue 1, Serie A, all those top major leagues over across the pond, they only play on natural grass for a reason because they've done all these studies and everything, and they realize their investments that they're paying $100 million to, they can't have those ligament injuries anymore. So, we're efforting Low Neal. If we get him back, great.
Well, because there's a lot I want to talk about because obviously he's very passionate about Brock Purdy's injury, which to me is whoa. The way he said it, hit me like an ice bucket challenge. But I also want to ask about CMC. Yeah, CMC looks great right now. And look, he was a guy that we talked about the calf and all that stuff. This is a maintenance thing as well. And I love the way I've seen in this 2-game stretch CMC tap his helmet and willingly come out of more plays. And that is smart. We're going nowhere if he goes down. And so he needs to do everything he can to preserve himself. It doesn't mean he's going to, get rid of all the injuries. Things can happen. You just get blasted. You take a turn. You make a cut. You jump. Whatever. Stuff happens. But trying to be somewhat reasonable about substitutions is a good thing for Christian McCaffrey.
And Brian Baldinger, who joined us last hour, talked about what he's seeing from Christian McCaffrey and specifically the touchdown.
Well, the touchdown to McCaffrey is not an easy throw because he's going full speed to the sideline there in the end zone. You got to be able to throw it so that, you don't run out of real estate. You can't just give him a big runway to go chase it. You're going to end up out of bounds. So that throw's got to be thrown with touch. But you still got to drive it because that's a zone look. And they got a good pre-snap read that it was going to be zone by how they moved McCaffrey into the slot. But I thought that was a really good throw. The touchdown to the tight end was, to Luke, it was really, really good.
And that's more Mac Jones specific, Brian Baldinger. But that being said, I don't think we talk enough about Christian McCaffrey, the receiver, Joe, and him being able to just be a slot receiver like it's nothing. That's a very difficult transition to do. We don't talk about enough because he is just that amazing. There's a lot of running backs that come out of college these days where they go the Pro Football Focus, the scouts, whatever. Yeah, he's not a great receiver. Yeah, he's not. That's not really his game.
Adrian Peterson. Wasn't the greatest pass catcher.
I was watching the game yesterday, and I was going nuts. Because Geno Smith, when I was watching the Raiders-Chargers game, they have Ashton Genty, who they took in the first round, the highest drafted running back of this year's class, who Heisman Trophy candidate last year. We all know Ashton Kutcher's awesome. Dude, just dump it off to him. It was right there. Don't force the ball. He threw 3 picks. Sometimes it's easy just to do the little dump offs, which it was refreshing to see that with Mac Jones last week. Just, hey, quick little dump off. CMC's right there. And he's shifty enough still, Joe, where we saw in week 2 more so than week 1, hitting those cuts more, being more decisive, being more confident. As I'm messing with this right now, and there's a little squeak. It's
you
okay.
and Steiny,
we're fidgeters, all right? I'm sorry.
What is going on? You guys
as much as Steiny does. I don't, I'm not jerking
grab
it.
the microphone so much.
Okay, well, Brian Baldinger talking about...
It's a hands-free environment we're in these days.
Well, sometimes I need to hold something, okay? These kids got fidget spinners. I need one too, maybe. Matt Nahegan, go bring me one. Brian Baldinger, you got one in there, a little football, a little stress ball. Baldy talking about CMC getting close to breaking one loose, though, Joey.
I thought McCaffrey, it's been a long time since I've seen him explode like that. Sometimes you could just see the rubber kicking up from the ground when he's making these violent cuts. You always know that, he's seen it really good when the explosion's back, when he's jumping through a hole, not running through a hole. He jumps through a hole sometimes to clear the trash. And then he's coming to a 2-point stop, and the kid Justin Reed made a good tackle on him. Otherwise, I think he was gone. So he's getting close. I think the explosive run is coming, and I don't, it's going to be any week now.
And I'm hoping it's going to be this week. And we got our guy back on the line, Lorenzo Neal.
Lo, you heard Baldy break down Christian McCaffrey. We'll get back into Brock and the toe. I loved the way he ran. Even though the numbers don't look robust, I thought he had vision, the cutback, the jukes, the power to finish runs. I thought CMC looked awesome, and I loved the way Shanahan used him.
Oh, yeah, no question. Guys, look at even on week 1. Everyone talks about, God, he didn't get 100 yards and all those things. But if you think about it, 78 catches for 70-some yards, 60 yards rushing. So I think that he's just much more than a running. He's a weapon in the backfield. You can line him up in slot. You see where this guy goes in motion. And now you had a safety playing off coverage, and McCaffrey's able to step on his toes. And when I mean by step on his toes, that's run up on him and get him to bail because he's so quick to get on him because he had a running start. And the safety, the safety couldn't even keep up. He runs an out route for the touchdown. When you have an offensive weapon, the way that McCaffrey's able to operate from the backfield, from the slot, from motion, it's a game changer, and it's a nightmare for DBs, safeties, and linebackers just can't keep up with him.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, let's get back into the Brock Purdy thing. So you had the turf toe, and you were kind of explaining why this is a very serious injury. None of us played at your level, so just break down turf toe in general and how you're viewing the Brock Purdy kind of recovery right now.
Yeah, it's very interesting, guys, and everyone has different degrees of turf toe. You look at the quarterback in Cincinnati. His is requiring surgery. That means that the ligaments probably tore away from that big toe, and so ligament damage. So they're going to go in and stitch those ligaments back to the bone, and try to figure out what's going on. But you have inflammation that's inside there. So with Brock right now, he's probably on this. They have these little steroid packs. They're not those type of steroids, but you take them because it tries to get down inflammation. It's a 7-day process that you take. They're probably icing and trying to get the inflammation out of his toe at first, and also having anti-inflammatories. Because when you're turf toe, just imagine, you're walking on the turf and think, okay, you're on the turf. Okay, it's turf or it's grass. Oh, it's okay. You have a cleat right there underneath your big toe, and in front of it and in back of it. That's the way the cleats are set up. So imagine that you have little pins and needles underneath there. So every time you step on it, you're like, oh my God, it feels like you're stepping in the pins. It's just a sharp pain underneath your foot and on top of your foot, underneath that ball of that big toe. It is excruciating. And you're like, oh my God. And Brock's a mobile quarterback who needs to be able to move. And you just don't want to get this guy hurt anymore. So it will cause a longer setback. So I really like what they're doing. Matt Jones is serviceable. He's a starter in this league. That's the reason why he came here. That's the reason why Kyle Shanahan liked him in the draft. And you saw the way he's able to operate. He can't move as well in the pocket, but he can throw the ball. He's on time. And this guy's going to win. He's going to start off 3-0. This is a game they should win, and they're very capable, to win this game. So with your backup, the San Francisco 49ers are still in good shape. because I believe they're going to start 3-0.
All right, so Lo, let me go backwards here. You had this injury. How long did it take for you? What was the I'm going to ask you like 5 questions here, so just bear with me. Just break the whole thing down. When did you have it? How long did it take for you to fully recover? Were you able to practice? Like, I've got 50 million questions regarding this injury because I know it's different for each person, but just share your experience.
Yeah, okay, so one, when I had turf toe, it stayed with me pretty much the whole year. I never got to the point where I needed injections. Sometimes they put Novocaine and they shoot your toe up before a game to get guys able to play. Also, you do orthotics. You put different orthotics in your shoe at times to try to get you through practice or maybe through walkthrough. They want you sometimes even in a boot. Sometimes they don't want you aggravated. I just don't know the severity of Brock. So he could be in a boot. He could have non-weight bearing. They might say, we don't want any weight on it for the next week. It could be, okay, he can have some weight on it. We just don't want him dorsiflexion the toe, meaning that it want it bent up. So they also can buddy tape the toe, or they tape the toe. They bend your big toe down, and then you tape it to the heel of your foot. So now the toe is bent down, and so now it stays non-flexed. So that way you leave the pressure from the ligaments moving up and down on your toe. So there's different things that they can do to relieve some of the pain, but also relieve some of the movement of the big toe and let the ligaments subside and the inflammation go down.
So when you returned to play, did it flare back up out of nowhere, or was it, hey, I'm dealing with a level of pain and I'm just going to have to tolerate some of it? Like, walk us through that for you, your experience.
Yes, you have to deal with some level of pain, but the pain will subside, and you have to deal with some of it. And then adrenaline during the game, you're okay. So yes, I was able to deal with it. And then as the season goes on, if you don't get it jammed, if you don't get it fell on, but it's going to happen because the way that Brock plays, you can get through it. But I think if this is something, guys, depending on the severity of it, could last the whole year. It could last 7-8 weeks. And if he tapes it up, which he will, and buddy tape it and do the things that he will be able to do, he'll be able to get through practice. He'll be able to do some of the things limited. But I played a position that I knew I need to get downhill. I need to push off on the toes, need to push off and be able to explode into individuals. But I didn't have to be as mobile at times as Brock because I was going straight ahead and just running the track and trying to block them guys. Brock has to cut. And when you think about when you plant your foot in the ground, guys, just think about just a regular Joe planting your foot in the ground. Think about when you push off. You're pushing off on your what? Your big toe.
Yeah.
Think about your cutting and your toes separate. So that's why at times you have to even buddy tape the toes. Have 3 toes taped together. That's buddy tape. So they support the big toe and they won't let it move. So there are different things that you do. Also, they may put a plate in the shoe over the top of his shoe, inside of the shoe. So when he does flex the toe, the steel plate stops the toe from being able to go up. And that's why sometimes they even put a metal plate on top of the toe as well.
So they're looking at this and they're saying, all right, this Sunday would be 2 full weeks since the injury first occurred. Next Sunday against Jacksonville would be 3 full weeks. And then you get the Rams on a Thursday night. I mean, just your experience, not knowing specifically where it's at. I mean, do you wait until October 12th, which gives them 10 full days after that Rams game to have him return? I just have a hard time seeing him play Sunday against Jacksonville, turning around and playing on Thursday, Lo, I guess is where I'm at.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think this week for sure he's out. I would not even think about it this week. You win this game, though, do you have to play him? I think it's going to be predicated on who's the Rams' schedule. If the Rams lose, do you say let's hold Brock out? You see, and that's where it comes into what Shanahan and what he believes also. And Brock is going to have to let them know. Brock might get out there and say, "Hey guys, I'm gonna try to get it. I'm gonna try to go on this if he needed to." And I think he will get to that point. that he's going to, if they needed him, I think if they needed him in 2 weeks from now, I think he could go. But that's me predicated on what the belief that I have in myself and what I've seen from Brock. I think he's a tough guy. Here's not a guy that wants to sit out, who's a guy that's like, it's a little pain. Brock has to be in pain for him to sit out. This guy knows what he means to this organization. This guy loves football. I can never question his heart because this is a tough game, guys. And to play with turf toe, I've seen guys, man. I played with the guy, Eric Martin, and he had turf toe. And I watched the doctor before the game get that needle, 3-inch needle, shoot that into the joint. So they go in there, shoot it into the ligament, but then go in between that big toe and that joint right there where it hooks in and shoot it inside there. They put different things to try to relieve some of the pain. And afterwards, you just see the toe, the black and blue, and how they're walking around the next couple of days. After they get done, guys, I'm telling you, if he plays, he's not practicing the rest of the week. So when he does play, you're going to be at limited practice, I'm telling you, during there for the rest of the season if he plays, because that's how hard and that's how tough it is to recover from turf toe if he plays. And when he plays, the following week, he does not practice. He practiced maybe on Friday, a little bit on Saturday walkthrough. But if that toe's that bad, I'm telling you, that's the kind of injury it could be.
Lorenzo Neal joining us here on the Morning Roast. Some great stuff, courtesy of River Islands. And Lo, I mean, let's just talk it out. So if Brock Purdy loses some of that mobility, like how much of like a different quarterback is he going to be this season?
It's a big element of his game.
It's a huge element. I mean, we saw literally the difference between winning and losing week one was him scrambling out, throwing it to Jake Tonjes low. So if he doesn't have that element, like, this sounds insane. Should they just stick with Mac Jones at that point?
Well, I think, guys, it's going to be predicated on what the offensive line does and how well they continue to gel and continue to bond and be able to protect Brock. If Brock is very statuesque and he can't move at all, I'll tell you right now, guys, the way that Mac Jones played, I see Cal Shanahan saying, look, we can't afford to get this guy, especially if this is your future. Because I'm telling you guys, if his toe depends on the severity. So I know I'm not trying to play doom and gloom, but I don't know the severity of it. So because if it's that severe and it's really, really bad, then I'll tell you right now, you hold him out for 5 to 6 weeks. If you think that Mac Jones can hold him out as long as you can, because here's the thing. Do you want this guy to have a chronic toe that you're talking about could take a year or possibly 2 years off his career because if he can't move and he's not mobile? This is a serious injury, guys. These injuries, this turf toe, can last your entire career if you're not careful.
So, Lo, I mean, look, I appreciate you giving us the real, like the behind the scenes, because so many people are like, you can just play. I'm like, dude, I don't think you guys understand what people have to go through to get ready to go with these types of injuries. So the offense itself, when Mac played, I saw some subtle differences. They threw outside the numbers on some curls and some comebacks. I saw some over-the-top throws to Juwan Jennings. Like, guys have different strengths and weaknesses. I liked what I saw from the Shanahan offense. It was very different, obviously. It's different than when Purdy plays. What did you see that was different from your eyes with Mac Jones under center versus Purdy? No one's saying better or worse. Just what were the differences?
Well, I think without a doubt, the biggest difference is, I think it's, earth-shattering, is Brock Purdy's ability to move the pocket, his ability to escape out of the pocket, and his ability to extend plays. Mac Jones, you have to realize that is a part of the game that is not a defining of any of these guys' games. So you have to realize the Mahomes, the Purdys, the Josh Allen, that is a element of the game that some quarterbacks doesn't have. The Bradys, the Mac Jones. So it doesn't mean they're lesser of a quarterback. Mac Jones is a very sufficient quarterback. He's not a great quarterback. He is a game manager. This guy can win games. He's won games. He's taken a team to the playoffs. He's shown that he can be a serviceable starter in this league. And now he has one of the best running backs in the league. Hopefully you get back Kittle. You have some weapons. You got Jennings. You have, Pearsall. You have some guys that can make some things happen. Now, can he operate within this system? It's shown that he could. It's shown that he could push the ball outside the numbers. He took some shots down the field. He's shown that he plays with grit. He knows the system. Shanahan is comfortable with him. Mac Jones understands that he's playing for a next year, hopefully long-term contract, because this guy, don't think that he's saying, I have an opportunity to show people that I can start in this league again. You look what's Seattle. Look what happened to Minnesota. Look where this quarterback left Minnesota and goes to Seattle now as a starter behind Shanahan. So this offense is quarterback friendly. It's quarterback driven and gives you an opportunity as a backup to go and make some great money if you show that you can handle the system. And what Mac Jones have shown, guys, I think he can handle this system.
Lorenzo Neal joining us on the Morning Roast. And Lo, incredible stuff this morning. We really appreciate your time and your nuance and just the complexities of this injury, because it's not something we're really used to covering here when it comes to quarterbacks. But also, you guys can catch Lo Neal this Sunday with Evan Giddings, Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. You pumped about that, Lo?
Absolutely, man. Come down to Laughing Monk. We're going to make it happen. It's going to be absolutely legendary. The Niners, bang, bang, Niner game. They're back in home. This is a big game for them. People have been on the road. They've done something a lot of people didn't think they may be going to do, start off 2-0. Now, let's make it 3.
Lo, did you get a call from Brady and the Saudis to join the Flag Football League?
Hey, I'm coming. Hey, you know what? I'll go, guys, if I can get you two out of the studio and you guys come play for me, play with me, and we'll be all right.
I think so. Well, if you're the lead blocker, I feel good about my chances of staying upright.
Hey, Lo, real quick, tell my guy Shasky, Phillip Rivers is a Hall of Famer. Come on.
You know what? I love Shaq because he just tells you like he feels. And you know what? I've heard a lot of people say that he is. A lot of people say we don't know. He never won the big game. Phil Rivers is a Hall of Fame. The durability, what he's done. But I think that you look at it and you look at there's a lot of quarterbacks that are out there that had a great career. But Phil Rivers, to me, guys, he's a Hall of Famer.
There he goes.
I love you, big man.
Lo Neal, you should also be a Hall of Famer.
Hell yeah.
As far as we're concerned. Lo, great stuff,
You're
man.
the best, buddy.
See you guys. Cheers.
There he goes. Cheers. Lo
That was
Neal.
sobering.
That was great. By the way, you can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL and CBS Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long, starting at $30 for your first year. That's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Really, really good stuff from Lo Neal on the severity of the injuries. The different, because this is a guy that played for a long ass time, played at the running back/fullback position for a long time. The wear and tear on the foot alone for a mobile quarterback. That sounds like now I'm starting to come on your side of the fence here, Joe. Maybe you keep him out 3, 4, 5 weeks here.
I think can we just playing against Jacksonville and then turning around and playing on Thursday night? That's just a very risky proposition. No one is saying that you can't do it. But like you heard from Lo, like whatever he's going to do to get himself ready to play on a Sunday is going to debilitate him for practice that week. And he maybe will be able to participate lightly on Friday and do some walkthrough on Saturday. So that's why I love talking to like the guys that have actually had these injuries and had to be able to suit up. He told you what it takes to maintenance it. Regarding like there are different levels of how they would do it. I mean, taking an injection into that toe and going out and play, all that's doing is numbing the pain. Your foot is still going to be super sore the next day. So I'm saying to me, like if you're asking me right now, what is the most, after hearing doctors, hearing former players, using common sense, Jacksonville feels unlikely. Because if I want him to play against the Rams, I probably would sacrifice the Jacksonville game. So it's either he plays against the Rams, gets 10 full days to recover, and then he plays against the Buccaneers, or you just sit him out altogether for these next 3 games, meaning he would miss Arizona, Jacksonville, and the Rams. And you just kind of live with the results, and you hope you go 2-1 over that 3-game stretch.
The most concerning thing I heard from Lo there, and we would love your participation, 888-957-9570 is the number. Niner fans, how are we feeling after listening to Lorenzo Neal, a guy that knows a lot about this injury? I mean, he was going through all the nuances, the recovery, what they give you, the injections.
He said he fought it all year.
Well, that's why I'm concerned, Joe. Like, if we're losing mobility, he's saying this thing's going to be with him all season long, just doesn't go away. for a guy that's half of his game feels like is predicated on being mobile, yeah, I'm scared. And I've referenced week 1, Joe. They don't win that game if he's not able to roll out to his right, find Tonjes. Hell, the throw felt like a prayer out off the time. Him getting to that point, like, that's the difference between extending a play potentially with this foot injury and that being a sack, or him sliding down or running out of bounds.
So now instead of just like, are you ready to play, whatever, now you have to take like a step back and just take a deep breath and you say, like, what are you willing to risk? Are you willing to risk winning some games now, right? Like, let's say your chances of winning are better with Brock. We all agree, right? Or we all agree. The chances of winning week to week are better with Brock now.
Well, hold on.
But the chances...
I don't know if this injury, Joe, it's harming his ability to run.
But that's why I'm weighing it with what level of mobility does he have? What type of player? Well, thank you, Guru, as he brings me in a coffee. He must have been listening to the station.
Hold on.
Thank you, Goo.
No, you're
thank you,
hijacking
Goo.
the show.
That's my dog. That's my dog. Not only did he give me coffee this week, he gave me norovirus last week.
No, real quick. You just threw a monkey wrench in the show. Like, what? Not only did Shasky get Sam Lubman, our producer, to deliver him coffee, we had another host here at the station just deliver coffee to Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky. Must be nice. Must be nice.
Shot at him too.
It still took a shot at the guy bringing him coffee in. Come on.
So getting back to what I was saying.
Thank you.
You're weighing like, okay, if he's at X% of normal mobility, how does that make him as a player? Can he protect himself? Can they move the ball? You know, is that better than, let's say, 95% of Mac Jones or whatever? You're weighing all these things, but you're also like risking, like, how much are you willing to lower your chances of winning the game today over depreciating the player overall who you've invested $150 million guaranteed into? Like, that's another element of this, and I don't know how you make that. Like, how do you judge the scale? I don't know. I don't know.
It's interesting when we were talking to people last week about the drop-off from Purdy to Jones, almost everyone pointed to what, first and foremost, was the mobility. That's literally what they were saying. The argument for Purdy and why he's so much better than Mac is because he could elude and he could create something out of nothing. He can do all that. Well, if that's taken away from you or is a diminished version of what he already is, well, then I would argue if we're going just pure arm strength and arm talent, I do think that Mac might have him beat in that category. That being said, the decision-making, I do feel like overall still leads to Brock Purdy in that. But this offensive line, Joe, I don't think everyone's like out of the woods yet. I mean, we just watched the offensive line last week. Looked like for some points of that game, New Orleans was having their way. Carl Granderson at times was dominating. We'll see with Connor Colby taking over for Ben Barch. We'll see what version of Trent Williams as the season goes on. Colt McPivots got beat. So we'll see. But I'm coming away from this interview with Lo Neal. I have more questions now regarding Brock Purdy going forward.
We all
a lot
do.
more.
And then you start thinking about just players that you've seen who are of smaller stature and their game is predicated on movement or, arm strength or whatever. They lose a little bit of it. Like Jimmy Garoppolo's arm is not as good today as it was 4 years ago, 5 years ago, right?
Well, no, because also he had lower leg injuries that hamper his arm strength.
Well, he hurt his shoulder.
And he hurt his shoulder.
And then is his mobility as good today as it was in 2018? No. It's not even close.
No.
I think of like Big Ben. At the end, Big Ben was a shell physically of himself.
Hell, just use the quarterback that's Jimmy Garoppolo's backing up right now. Matt Stafford
is not the same player.
He used to be be pretty mobile. Yeah. I think people sleep like Matt Stafford was an athlete. He was, and now he's not that guy anymore. He still got the arm.
Sucks, but he still has the arm, so he's got things to hang his hat on. This sucks. Like if this is something that's going to take away from one of his tools that he hangs his hat on, like that's a tough thing.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in 1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We are reacting to what Lorenzo Neal just had to say with us just a moment ago. Lo Neal, obviously, fringe, should be Hall of Fame fullback as far as I'm concerned. Knows a lot about the toe injury and says, hey, if you're expecting Purdy just to be that same guy coming back, you got another thing coming.
Well, and so we watched this Cowboy doc, some of us, and maybe the people out there didn't see. Like, Aikman was ready to come back, wanted to come back, and they stuck with Steve Berline in 1991. Lowe's like, hey, I know Brock Purdy's tough and he's going to want to come back. I mean, there is a conversation of like, you have to kind of save these guys from themselves at times. We've talked about this with CMC and his workload, that you have to actually put restrictor plates on him to, force him to take specific time off.
Well, this is what Shanahan had to say after the game was over in New Orleans about if there's a chance that Purdy starts next week.
I think there's a chance, but, we got to see how the toe goes. It's very up to debate, so we're just taking a day at a time.
It's taking a day at a time. And remember, Ian Rappaport, this was on Thursday last week. The report was 2 to 5 weeks. That's what it was. So at least 2 weeks. So I would be shocked if Brock played it all this week. And after hearing from Lowe, hell, I might be shocked if he's back prior to that 5-week mark that Rap Sheet had initially reported. And quite frankly, if Mac Jones continue to play this well, then why even risk it? Like, that's another angle in all of this, and he's got to continue to prove it. We're reacting off 1 week, Joe, so we don't know. But if Lowe seems to think they're going to go 3-0, if Mac wins again this week and looks pretty good doing it, like, then you are going to have these conversations.
But the other part is, like, let's say Mac doesn't play well over the next week or two, and the offensive line doesn't play well. I mean, do you really risk putting a diminished Brock Purdy back there behind a porous offensive line? He brought up the offensive line. The offensive line is really, like, there's so much pressure on Shanahan and the O-line right now and these playmakers.
It's interesting that you bring it up because I'm thinking about it from, like, other quarterbacks' perspectives. This guy's the highest paid player in the history of the franchise, Brock Purdy. He's making $200+ million. I know. Like,
we're a game into that contract, and
let's just say for argument's sake, Justin Herbert, there's an example, same injury, 2 to 5 weeks, right? And they're 2-0 right now, same as the Niners. So let's say like that same injury happened. Yeah. Are they relying on Trey Lance? If Trey Lance is 1-1, but he looks shaky in one of them, is Justin Herbert trying to rush back? I think the Harbaugh's trying to protect Justin Herbert.
Yeah, I kind of do too.
And I think they're going to keep him on the bench and say, you know what? We have invested $200+ million in this guy. He's the leader of our franchise. We're going to protect him. Hey, Trey Lance is our guy going forward. I think they're going to protect him and keep him out.
In week 3, 4, 5, 6. If this were week 16, 17, 18 in a playoff spot and the season was on the line, I think your algorithm switches.
But
would you agree?
I agree there, but timing is everything.
No doubt.
And right now, it is early, and I am not risking the health of Brock Purdy's foot going forward here. I think that is the worst thing in this scenario. I mean, because Lowe said he can get worse.
He said, you could be out a year.
Yes. And then you're talking about foot problems the rest of your career, potentially. And that's the last thing. I know. This whole thing is crazy.
A toe.
I know. I haven't heard this.
Thank gosh. Hey, honestly, thank gosh. Not only did they sign Mac Jones, sign him to a 2-year deal. How smart was that?
Well,
no, like honestly, like we ripped the Niners for a lot of bad money spent. This is maybe one of the best deals during the Shanahan era was this one right here.
If Mac Jones balls out this year, are we having conversations? Him holding out as a backup quarterback?
My joke was if I was him, like after seeing everyone hold out, after that one game, I would have held out.
Oh my God. Here's what Baldy had to say about the turf toe, because we heard from Lowe. This is Brian Baldinger, a guy that also dealt with it as a offensive lineman in the league.
You can play. I mean, there's varying degrees of turf toe, okay? There's some where you can't walk. Like, literally, you can't put any weight on your foot. There's some where you can play a game. There's ways to get, but it's almost impossible to practice with this turf toe. It's just too painful. And so I think that's going to be a factor, is when can Brock Purdy practice? I think he can go out there within a week or two, probably, because it doesn't sound like it's as serious as Burrow. Regardless, I don't want to try to make some sort of false claim that I don't know, but that's the problem. I've had it. Like, it's impossible to practice with. And so now you're just a spectator. So then you're going to, okay, do you spectate all week and then think that the timing is going to be good game day because you can get through the game? Like, I think it's going to be a few weeks.
So Baldy was the first one to say that. Lowe Neal doubled down and says, yeah, you can't practice with this injury. Even if he plays in the game, the next week he's not going to be able to practice. That's the part that stopped me too, was he can't practice for these situations. That's the whole point, is getting these reps. And like, we could all poo-poo all. Yes, no, practice is everything. Ask Tom Brady, ask Patrick Mahomes, ask Lamar Jackson. These things matter. So in a given week, if this guy's preparing for a division rival, let's just say it's the Los Angeles Rams, and he can't go on a short week, that's why you keep bringing it up, and it's an astute point. Like, It matters, man.
These quick turnaround Thursday games. These quick turnaround Thursday games are just brutal. They're brutal, Joe. They're brutal.
888-957-9570 is the number. Something we thought that was, 2 to 5 weeks. Maybe he's back after 2 weeks. All of a sudden, I'm starting to get more and more concerned. How are Niner fans feeling about this injury? Is it something or is it nothing? If Brock Purdy is good to come back after 2 weeks, you bringing him back? Are you protecting him from himself? How are we feeling? We got Dave Fleming coming up on the other side. And I'll ask Dave Fleming about it. You know why? Because Dave Fleming's tapped into everything. Now, this is the Giants, because we'll get into Bryce Eldridge's debut. But Dave calls a lot of football games. He's covered these guys. He's seen Mac Jones. He's seen Brock Purdy. We'll get his thoughts on all of it. Plus, again, the debut of the Giants' top prospect, Bryce Eldridge, as the Giants are still in the thick of it. But with each loss, it starts to get tougher and tougher to see them in this playoff picture. It was a sobering defeat against the Dodgers. Now they've lost 3 straight all of a sudden. We'll talk to Dave Fleming about it all. On the other side, it's going to be brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. The Bay Area has much to offer, with some of the best natural landscape, cuisine, and entertainment in the world. Stevens Creek Subaru also has much to offer, like our good prices, great selection, truly exceptional service, and the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Subaru, parts or service for your Subaru, or want to visit the Subaristas at our Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is your destination for all things Subaru.
This month, lease a new 25 Crosstrek 2.0i for just $239 per month for 36 months on approved credit, plus tax, license, and registration fees. No security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing includes a $650 acquisition fee and an $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Must take delivery from retailer stock by 9/30/2025. MSRP $31,567. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN 23505. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players, everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the lord of the loaves, prime member Dave!
Yeah, hi? Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
This is Big Pun, and there's only one way to start off my morning, and that's with the Morning Roast with my guys, Joe Spadoni and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Damn right, Big Pun. This show is flying by. Flying. And I hope we didn't ruin the mood of all the Niner fans, because you're riding high right now. You're 2-0. We get the home opener, Levi Stadium, division rival, Arizona Cardinals, Kyler Murray, Jonathan Gannon coming into town. All right. I'm pretty confident in that. I'm taking the Niners this week, and I'll tell you why as the week goes on, but I'm confident in this group right now. Backup quarterback played well. Mac Jones, 3 touchdowns. He did have the drive home, but hey, somehow, some way, Brock is going to come back this season. I believe he's going to.
If I can dare it a little kangle.
Exactly. Carrot a little dangle. But what version of Brock is the question, Joe? After listening to Baldy, listening to Lo Neal, and what they had to say, I have doubts now on the version of Brock Purdy, just depending on the severity and the fact that when he practices, this thing might linger. Well, and how much is it going to linger is the question.
It's a gut punch. There's no other way around it. It's terrible news. And I feel like every day we're kind of learning more and more and more, and it's like, oh, it's actually more complicated than we gave it credit for. If there's any silver lining, the silver lining is, thank goodness you got Mac Jones.
Which sounds insane. This time last
Sentences
week.
I didn't think I'd ever say.
Thank goodness we got
serious.
Mac. I always liked it as a move.
I'm serious. Like, thank goodness you got him.
And Shanahan clearly has confidence in him. I saw that in week 1. He didn't let his quarterback. It never felt like I'm not having my quarterback lose this game. No, he felt like, hey, Mac, go win this game for us. Go use your arm. Find it. We got him. We got our guy. We got Dave Fleming joining us now here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of River Islands, our 95.7 The Game Giants insider and Giants broadcaster for NBC Sports Bay Area. Well, let's just add, before we get to Bryce Eldridge and his debut, and the Giants obviously fighting for that third wild card spot, 3 straight losses, some tough ones to the Dodgers, and then yesterday against Zach Gallen and the D-backs. Dave, what'd you think of Mac Jones' debut for the San Francisco 49ers?
Well, we were only kind of watching because our game was getting ready to go. So I didn't watch closely, but very impressive and good for the Niners. I mean, the Niners, whatever you think about them, and it's frustrating to be a fan sometimes with all the injuries and feels like we're sort of snake bit, so close in the last many, many years and can't quite get over the hump. Whatever you think about all that, there are very few coaches in the game better than the one that they have. Like, very few. There are not many head coaches who could, with all the pieces that they're missing, go on the road against not a very good team, but still a tough place traditionally to play and do what they did. So, good for Kyle Shanahan and that group for finding a way. Just bank some wins and hope you can get healthy. Good for them.
Well, and you mentioned can't quite get over the hump, and that's how I feel right now about the San Francisco Giants. Just couldn't quite get to that third wild card spot. Obviously, the Mets are 2-8 in their last 10. You're feeling good after what Verlander did on Friday, looking like vintage Justin MVP type of Verlander. And then your two horses all season long, Webb and Ray, struggle the way they did. Credit the Dodgers. I mean, they're the Dodgers. They're the defending champs. They got the bats. Them. I know you do, Joe, but you got to give credit where it is due. Tip your cap, as Kruger likes to say. And then you follow up with what Zach Gallen did yesterday. And Zach Gallen, his previous start against the Giants, not very good, giving up 5 earned runs. He kind of shuts him out a little bit yesterday. Obviously, the 1 home run to Casey Schmidt. But a tough 3-game stretch right here, Dave.
Yeah, very tough. It's the curse of the Patrick Bailey walk-offs. I mean, when, Patrick hit the walk-off inside the Parker in July, and the Giants were flying high and just crashed after that and didn't recover for weeks and weeks and weeks. And Friday night, you get the walk-off grand slam, and you think, here we go. Man, this team is going. I don't know. This team has been the hardest one I've ever been around to just figure out. Very tough to it's just been a schizophrenic group. It looked like the best team in baseball, and then looked like, something almost opposite of that. Yeah, too bad. And they still have a chance. You got to come to the park today feeling like, you know what? We've got 12 games to go. If you win most of those, if the Giants went 10-2, they're in, I think. So 10-2, is that hard? Yeah, that's really hard. It's hard to do against some good teams. But to me, you can have a realistic shot at sweeping the final homestand. And I know this is just getting ahead of ourselves, but if you can go 4-2 here the rest of this week, I think they still have a chance. So you can't, until it's over, you can't get discouraged. I don't think I know they're discouraged, but they'll hopefully come ready to play tonight and just give it one last shot.
I'm going to get into Eldridge because I got like 4 or 5 questions on Eldridge with you, but just trying to digest the Dodgers, and we know that's who we strive to beat, right? Just if you're looking at who the reigning champs are, who's the team you're looking up to in the division, what feels like over a decade and a half or close to it. What is the area for you on where the Giants are just coming up short as you compare and contrast them to the Dodgers?
Gosh, over the last few years, unfortunately, it's every area. The Dodgers have been better than the Giants in every aspect for the last 5 years. And that's a sobering thing to say. It's not a fun thing to say. I think the Giants have made up a lot of ground this year. And that's a big positive to take out of this season. I know they didn't play well last night, but you look at that Giants lineup last night, and for the first time, really, truly, you start to think, okay, that is a lineup I can go to battle with against the best teams in baseball. There's a lot of talent on the field for the Giants right now. It's not perfect. That doesn't mean everybody's a superstar out there, but they have upgraded their talent level, the Giants have, over the last 12 months, big time, in my opinion.
I agree.
I would say now going forward, if to ask your question, spin it forward, the Giants need to be a better defensive team still. They've talked about it for several years. They still need to be. That was a difference in the 2 games they lost against the Dodgers, And it was a difference last night. Like, they have to prioritize. They have to figure out a way. How do we catch more fly balls in the outfield? Why have we continually struggled with that when we play our home games in a ballpark where, that's a big part of winning games? And they're going to need some help on the pitching side, like the Giants. And look, this happens. When we were talking at the beginning of the year, it was like, man, what an abundance of talent they have on the pitching side. And now with Harrison gone, with Roop hurt, with Birdsong struggling, with Doval gone, with Rogers gone, with Randy Rodriguez hurt, like that is a lot of. Think about that in 1 year. That's a lot of big league caliber pitching talent that is not on the big league roster right now. Some of those guys are going to come back, and Birdsong's a big deal for this franchise to get him right again. Birdsong and Roop to give you some pitching depth. The bullpen obviously is going to need some more work. Those I give credit. I know last night was ugly. The day before was ugly. Those guys have pitched their tails off and tried hard to patch up those holes. But the Giants need more of that.
You brought up the lineup last night, and it gets me to Eldridge. Jung-Hoo Lee batting leadoff, Adames in the 2-hole, Devers in the 3-hole, Chapman batting cleanup, Eldridge in the 5-hole. Wow, that's cool. Ramos, Bailey, Schmidt, Gilbert. For the first time in a long, long time, I'm like, wow, that feels like a lineup. Even though there are some, question marks, especially at the bottom of that lineup. And I see the young kid get into the 5th spot. I loved it. And then I look at the 3 at-bats, and they're just not going to throw him many strikes. And it's going to be a lot of breaking balls, and he's just going to have to adjust. I think we all jumped out of our seats when he hit that fly ball to left center field. But I'm going to be patient. And I would express Giants fans to be extremely patient here with the young man and give him all the opportunities in the world. I'm just so excited, and I'm pumped to see him. What did you make of his debut?
You should be excited. You should be excited about this guy. This is the most talented hitter the Giants have had. And look, and I say this, I don't clip this soundbite off, and
oh boy,
and don't.
Get ready
this
to
is
back,
the
Sam.
most. This is the most talented young hitter the Giants have had since probably Will Clark. Now, Buster was a great hitter, but part of what made Buster a Hall of Fame player was his hitting ability and the position he played and how well he played that position. And Buster's hitting skills were different than this kid's. Like, this kid's got a whole different skill set than Buster, and not good, not bad, just different. That's the level of talent of this kid offensively. He's 20 years old. He's the youngest Giants position player to be called up since 1981. This just doesn't happen very often where a kid this young gets to the point where he can. And, if you read his quotes after the game, you're going to love talking to this guy. He is way mature, totally self-confident, believes he belongs. And his quotes after the game were like, you know what? I fit in. It did not feel like I was overwhelmed. He took competitive at-bats against one of the best pitchers in the league, a guy who's contended for Cy Young awards, and looked the part. And it is going to take patience. There's a true book and game plan already on this guy. He's played one major league game, and that you saw it last night. There's already an approach for how to pitch this guy. And you're exactly right. He's going to have to prove that he can beat that approach, whether it's just taking all that slop or whatever. He's going to have to prove he can do that. Once he does, and I have 100% confidence that he will, this is a dude who's going to hit a bunch of tanks. Like, he is going to access the incredible power that he has and hit a lot of home runs.
Dave, you said, like, I was shocked. I'm like, they're just going to throw him nothing but breaking balls away and just hope that he bites? Like, is that, you're not even going to give him any? He got 2 strikes all night, and one of them he almost put into the bleachers. Like, that was a little surprising that they had an attack plan so comprehensive against him. Like, they were not budging. They were not going to throw him any fastballs.
Yeah, and it was happening in AAA already, which is why Buster wanted him to spend as much time, probably even more time than this down there. Because if you watch those games, and sometimes I would go back and watch the clips, or even if you just watch the pitch heat maps from his AAA games, it's soft stuff down. It's especially down. The main key for him is everybody's pitching him down with off speed, over and over and over and over and over again. If you throw something anywhere in the vicinity that's above the knees, he is hitting it hard somewhere. Period. Like he is. So there's a reason why they're doing that. And you know what? Careers have been derailed by stuff like that. Like if you can't prove that you can lay off it, then you're not going to be able to get to all the ability that you have. So last night he mostly did. You know, he swung at the one curveball down. Otherwise, he looked confident, and those were good. I mean, Zach Gallen's changeup, that's one of the better changeups in the league. And he saw a ton of them down. So I was impressed. For a first impression, I was impressed. The body language is of a guy who really believes in himself, carries himself like he already belongs here. Really talented young man.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast, Giants broadcaster, 95% of the game Giants insider. Talking about the debut of Bryce Eldridge, their team's top prospect. And I think it was our co-host here, Guru, had the tweet of the night. He actually looks like a San Francisco Giant. Like the name it says. There's something to be said about that. Like when I see Giancarlo Stanton and I see Aaron Judge, I was like, okay, yeah, those guys are Yankees. Like that makes sense. There is an intimidating presence about a guy that large, Dave, as we're talking about football. We're all entrenched there. There's an intimidating presence for a guy like that comes up there. Now, we can't talk about this and the circumstances without bringing up a guy that honestly was probably the feel-good story of the year, Dom Smith. I'm just gutted for him if this is the way the season ends for him. After making a hell of a play, just hurting that hamstring and getting put on the IL. Just a brutal blow. Nice to see Eldridge, but I'm gutted for Dom.
Yeah. I mean, Dom Smith has been a really, really good player for the Giants this year. And I think the last time the three of us chatted, we talked about how the Giants should get some credit for, on the fly, finding Dom Smith, believing in him, putting him in a position to succeed. Joey Lucchesi, Matt Gage. Like, there are a bunch of guys this year who were way off the radar and have helped this team. And they get some credit for that. It remains to be seen whether the Giants have the roster flexibility. You know, part of it is, how does Eldridge look these 2 weeks? Does he look like a guy who you're going to plan to be in the opening day lineup? Or does he look like a guy, which would be, by the way, no shame whatsoever, if after these 2 weeks you think, yeah, he could use a couple more months in AAA. He's 20. He's the youngest player in AAA. So he's the youngest player, or he was one of them. I think he's now the youngest player in the big leagues. Back to your point, because, I mean, look, I'm not saying Dom Smith isn't important to talk about. He is. But the bigger story is Eldridge. And one thing we love about baseball, we do. This is a sport for all shapes and sizes. You know, Jose Ramirez can be a superstar. Tim Lincecum can be the pitcher with the best stuff in the game. However, when you just take a survey around baseball right now, and who comes to mind? Who are the players?
Shohei and Judge.
Yeah. Shohei and Judge, and Ellie De La Cruz.
Yes.
And Giancarlo Stanton.
Yeah.
And Nick Kurtz, and Roman Anthony isn't Eldridge size, but is a physical beast. And Gunnar Henderson is a 6'4" shortstop who is 220 pounds, and on and on. This is a game that has changed in the last 10 years. And size and just pure physicality has started to win the day in baseball. And Bryce Eldridge has a lot of growing still to do, but that is a guy who, when he gets off the bus, it's like, okay. That is a guy who belongs at this level, and I think that's an important point with him.
You know, you made an astute point about laying off the breaking stuff and the soft stuff down. That was the hallmark of the early years of Matt Williams. He couldn't lay off anything in the dirt, and it really was a bugaboo. And then he figured it out, and then he just had monster years. I mean, he had a 5-year stretch that were just incredible. We've kind of forgotten how great of a hitter he was. Since Kenton Bonds, this is where I'm going with this. Like, since Kenton Bonds, I haven't felt this good about a tandem in a lineup going forward. Devers and Eldridge, these are two guys that once they get into the on-deck circle, you are fearing, oh gosh, I can't let this guy get on because if this guy comes to the plate with runners on, we're in trouble. And it could change their entire lineup. Like, this is what we were envisioning for years, trying to get one, and now we got two guys to really dream about for the foreseeable future. I'm so pumped, Dave. You know I've been waiting for this forever. I'm pumped.
Hardest thing to get are those core impact guys. That's the hardest thing to get. And they feel like they have two of them. Now, again, Eldridge is not there yet. He isn't. And you're taking a leap of faith to say he's ever going to get there because the odds in this sport are against that. But the Giants have a lot of faith in his ability. So that's the exciting part. And, look, we're still focused on this year and should be, and the Giants still can get there with a really, really strong finish. But everybody should feel more positive about where this franchise stands today as opposed to 1 year ago today. Things are a lot better in terms of the talent that is in place and the ability still to go out and supplement that talent. They're in a better position.
Hey, Dave, great stuff this morning. We really appreciate you moving up a little bit to talk about the debut of Bryce Eldridge. And, we call him our 95.7 The Game Insider. Others might call him Cal Football's good luck charm. 2-0 on the call this year, Dave, for Cal Football. Look at you.
Well, I mean, they haven't lost with anybody on the call, so I don't know if I can take credit. I don't know if I can take credit.
Come on.
But I will say this. I said it to you guys last time. They found their guy. Like, if Eldridge is the Giants guy, Cal Football has a guy. And he is going to be the best player in the Bay Area since Andrew Luck. He is a fabulous talent, the young Cal quarterback, Sanga Polatele. That is the savior of their program. And if you're a Cal fan or a Cal football fan, you should have a smile on your face right now because you outdid everybody. I don't care. You throw anybody in the country in his class, they got the best one. They got the best quarterback of his age in college football, and he's over there in Berkeley right now in a Econ 101 class or whatever he's doing at 9:30 in the morning.
They're all online now anyways, Dave, so he's probably in his dorm room or something. But I'll say this.
That's not true. What are you talking about now? That's not true.
The cynic in me, Dave, when you were saying that, enjoy it this year. Because next year he's entering the transfer portal and going to Oklahoma. I had to think, I can't even be excited about 1 year in Cal because I'm thinking about the future of the transfer portal. Isn't that horrible, Dave?
No, because he's going to stay.
Okay.
Cal knows what they have. He loves it there. Why wouldn't you want to stay in Berkeley, California if you feel like you can win and you've got coaches that believe in you? Why wouldn't you want to stay? They're going to pony up. They plenty of Cal. I know a lot of Cal fans who have a lot of cash. Let's go. Start writing those checks. Let's go. You like watching this guy play? Then pony up.
I love that. Hey, Dave, great stuff this morning, man. Greatly appreciate it. Good luck on the call.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Dave.
There he goes, Dave Fleming, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Song.
All right, I'm going to read off the Giants lineup last night.
Gigantes.
Jung-Hoo Lee batting leadoff. He's been one of the hotter players post All-Star break. Willie Adames, your 6-year investment at shortstop. Rafi Devers, Matt Chapman, Bryce Eldridge, Elliot Ramos, Pat Bailey, Schmidt in the 8-hole, Gilbert in the 9-hole. 1 year ago.
You got it?
The Giants versus the Padres. Doval blew a save. Can you name any of the people in the starting lineup for the San Francisco Giants? The leadoff hitter you will not get. I guarantee it.
Ooh, okay.
Anyone jump in.
Sam, you can get involved in this one.
No,
I
Google.
think it's just Chapman was there?
Chapman was batting in the 3-hole.
Patrick Bailey.
Patrick Bailey was off the bench. He did not start. Your 8 hitter was a different catcher.
God. I was so checked
You're not going to get it.
I was so checked out of the season
Kurt
by this
Casale.
point. Kurt Casale, Paisan.
Okay. Can you name the leadoff hitter? Played first base that day.
Yaz?
First base? No.
Well, no, I'm just saying, did Yaz lead off? You said leadoff hitter. Oh, played first base that day. Oh,
Late night Lamont.
Late night Lamont came pinch hitting for Mark Canha, who started.
Oh, Mark
The
Canha.
Vibes guy.
I forgot that he was on the Giants.
My next guess would be Gerard.
So listen to this
Bob
lineup.
Melvin's guy.
Listen to this lineup. Mark Canha batting leadoff, playing first base.
Did Yaz play in that game?
Elliot Ramos in left field. Matt Chapman at third base. Gerard Encarnacion in right field. Yaz in center. Luciano as your DH, Brett Wisely as your shortstop, Kurt Casale as your catcher, and Donovan Walton as your second baseman. That was 1 year ago.
Donnie Walton.
Brett Wisely got DFA'd yesterday.
Oh, no. Say it ain't so, Brett. That is a major jump. No, seriously.
I just to his point,
that is a big, yeah.
Can we acknowledge this was 1 year ago? They lost to the Padres in extra innings. Mark Canha, Ramos, Chapman, Encarnacion, Yaz, Luciano, Wisely, Casale, Walton. This year, 1 year later, okay? And again, you tell me who's on multi-year deals. Jung-Hoo Lee, Adames, Devers, Chapman, Eldridge, Ramos. And then here's where it gets a little bit like Bailey. He's been better as of late. I would still like to upgrade catcher. Schmidt has been really good this year. Had 2 hits last night. He could be your second baseman next year. And then you have Gilbert essentially auditioning for that right field spot.
You and Sam sent the same thing in the chat yesterday, and it is pretty incredible.
That's an incredible leap in 1 year.
It's a respectable lineup, and it's actually more than respectable. You got legit names on there that actually, if I'm an opposing team, it's like, oh man, Giants low key, they got some hitters on there. And like that, I'm not scoffing at that because that matters. But you guys said the same thing as right after the show ended. The last 500 games for the San Francisco Giants, wins and losses, 250. Now it's 251, but it was 250. Last 444 games, 222 to 222. Last 222 games, 111, 111. Last 200 games, 100 and 100. Again, this shifted a little bit now with the loss, but you get what I'm saying. Last 150 games, 75 and 75. Last 10 games, 5 and 5. That was prior to yesterday.
They're the
definition of mid. They're mid.
They're Jeff Fisher.
Oh my God. At least Jeff Fisher made like a Super Bowl.
Yeah, but he was like 8-8 forever.
Yeah, well, I think the great comp that Carter had yesterday, they're the Atlanta Hawks, the Giants. They've just been mired in
the
just
worst place to be.
The Jason Garrett Cowboys.
Jason Garrett.
Quinn Snyder and Bob Melvin might as well be the same, except they're on the other ends of the spectrum when it comes to downers and
football.
Uppers. Oh no. Well, at least
Kind of low-key Cal
Purdue
football. Cal football's had a lot of 6 and 6 seasons
stop.
too.
Just you stop trying to inject Cal football into the conversation.
I had to.
Well, I mean, they're a local team, so why wouldn't we?
But let's be honest. Our Cal quarterback's hitting the transfer portal immediately.
Yeah,
after
why
the
would he go?
season.
I know when Ohio State drops a big check in front of him, like.
Well, apparently Dave's saying that Cal's got some money behind him. Maybe Carter. You know anyone?
Cal's not. Sal
anyone
who's Sal Castaneda is like filling the coffers of the Cal NIL fund.
Jeff Kent dropping in those big bucks.
Jeff Kent.
Greg McElroy came out and said Alabama has no money. How is Cal going to have money?
I'm saying
they're broke.
They don't.
No, why?
Because they don't have the alumni base that like Ohio State has.
Yeah, but they just need one big donor.
They have half the NFL.
That's a good point.
Remember the NFL. A lot of those guys, they got a lot of things going on.
They got a lot of things.
You think Trent Richardson is sitting pretty? I mean, come on.
Maybe he needs to go join that Saudi league.
Maybe I should have asked.
Partnering with the Saudis to keep their quarterback in Cal. I should have asked the best. They're like chef's kiss on sports being 2025.
Saudi Arabia.
I should have asked Dave if he was going to be on the call for the game. Dave, hey Dave, did they reach out for you to be on broadcast for that one?
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Oh. Remember when we talked to Live Golf to
and you
Dave?
Got the Saudi guy like Tom Brady. He's up in the booth with the headset on, listening in on the calls that are being played. Hey Wilcox, I'm not liking this 5-man front defense. Holy moly!
Involvement with this team. We hear so much about Brady as the owner. Chip Kelly told us that he talks to Brady 2 to 3 times a week. They go through film, they go through the game plan, and Brady is a luxury for the coaches. Who else has an owner who's actually been there and done that?
Imagine Matt Nahigian being in the studio during the whole show with us, sitting right next to us with but Sam with the headphones on, he's just sitting there on his phone or watching on YouTube, adjusting the cameras for us.
I mean, you guys can imagine it. I've lived that, so.
Oh my
Cali
God.
Arabia is one of the greatest drops. Sam, I'm telling you, the 9 o'clock window is your window. It's just, wow, glorious.
That's what I call the goofy hour.
Apparently, according to my producers who are doing a great job in the back, Sam and Carter crushing it today, apparently I have some good sound from Cam Jordan talking about the Niner fans taking over.
Oh.
Take a listen to this.
Okay.
Yeah, didn't like it. Didn't like the noise coming from them, especially when the Saints Nation has been so strong for so long. One of the rare instances where you could actually hear an opposing crowd and in a loud manner. So we gotta give our team more ways to win. We gotta figure out how to give the city more hope, and hopefully that happens again.
He's pissed. Niner fans taking over. So
I think it's a combination of right now, the New Orleans Saints are kind of low in terms of where they're at currently. Would you agree?
Exactly. The whole cachet of the Superdome being a tough place to play right now. That was when Drew Brees. That was when Sean Payton were there. Like that again. Give them their respect. Same thing with the Seattle Seahawks. It was when Pete Carroll and Russell Wilson were there.
When I say the Saints to you younger guys, how do you guys remember them? Like, they have always been a pretty well-run organization.
I mean, it's the Drew Brees, Sean Payton team.
You guys don't remember them being the Aints and
no, they were
paper
bad.
bags on the heads?
I remember them being bad prior to them because no one talked about them. They were just not very good prior to those guys. But they started becoming good right when we hit high school. So, right when they got Drew Brees, Sean Payton.
So for your entire adult life, they've been good. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
It's funny because, I remember the Dome Patrol, and I feared them, and they were a, legitimate playoff team for multiple years, and then they went through this long drought of being down and out, and it was Aaron Brooks. Aaron Brooks is the highlight of their offense.
Right.
He's too I love Deuce McAllister.
And then they
just one of my all-time favorite football names.
And then one of the great rants was with Jim Morris Sr. being the head coach there. We couldn't do diddly-poo offensively. Yeah. Our team sucks. It's one of the I love Jim Morris Sr. His quotes, God, he's still with us, thank God. But his rants are some of the greatest of all time. I think his son is still coaching. Jim Morris Jr. He's not junior technically, but he's, I think, at UConn.
There was something nostalgic about being on my couch Sunday morning, and it was 10:21. And I was eating breakfast.
What were you eating?
I can't. You don't even want to know. I went a little unhinged. I went Panda Express first thing in the morning.
That's actually unhinged. But
I was so hungry. I needed the fried rice.
From a guy that eats hot Cheetos at 6 a.m, I respect that.
It was hot.
You're not talking.
It was the hot orange chicken with the kung pao. Dude, your boys because I had to open up the sinuses. I was like, whoo!
Oh, wow. The hot orange chicken and kung pao is actually, it's hurting for you.
No, it's so good.
That's funny.
And I was eating that, and I was like, Niners are up 7-0. It's just like when I was 10 years old.
Mac Jones, he's the hot chicken of the 49ers right now. Am I right? Fast five, Carter. Oh, God. Come on.
Mac Jones!
I just had to play something to fill the space. All right. Who wants to lead this thing off? There's a lot we can go.
I'm gonna start. I'm a huge Tom Brady fan. Love Tom Brady. Tom, if you can hear me, listen, bud. You're doing too much. Pick a lane, all right? I know we want to be multi-dimensional, and we want to be able to be a Renaissance man and be able to kind of have our hands in a million different baskets. Right now, you need to figure out what you want to do. Do you still want to play? Do you want to be out there as an owner? Do you want to be a GM? Do you want to run a team? Do you want to coach?
He should have played yesterday. He would have been better than Gino.
Okay, you can't do flag football and make a bunch of money there. You can't do all the podcasts in the world. You can't do some crazy Instagramming that you're doing where you're all over Florida and then you're in Vegas and then you're here, there. And the broadcasting, okay, being a part of the Fox. You can't do that. You can't be a luminary of the sport telling us how to develop quarterbacks while also trying to run the Raiders. Dude, we all know what you want to do. You want to run a team, either coach or be a coordinator or a GM or something. Just pick a lane. Because, like, I think you trying to have your hand in everything is going to get more and more people mad at you. And what you're going to do is dilute whatever you're doing at any given time. Pick a lane, dedicate everything to that, and move on.
I hope everyone's paying attention very closely to what Tom Brady's doing, because LeBron James is going to be doing the same thing in the NBA sphere in about a year or two. Just saying. This is exactly what LeBron's going to be doing.
Well, he's been the GM for 20 years.
No, but he's going to be part of a team. He might be like the majority owner of a team, or like half of it. He's going to be that guy that Tom Brady's being in the NFL. You're already seeing with those Kevin Hart commercials. He's been in a lot more stuff. He's doing the podcast, doing everything. By the way, we got Draymond Green talking. Did you guys see what Draymond Green said real quick over the weekend?
What did he say? What did Draymond say about LeBron?
No. Draymond Green said something about Josh Allen.
Oh, what did he say?
He's not that guy.
Thanks, Trey.
He's not that guy, Josh. Hey, Draymond Green said it. That's a Hall of Famer saying that.
I'm shocked he's talking to him.
Hey. Hold on.
Shocked you talking to me.
Hold on. I got it right here. I got the exact quote. This is Draymond Green on his podcast he does with Jordan Schultz. All right. Quote, Jalen Hurts is the guy. Patrick Mahomes is the guy. Josh Allen isn't the guy. When it matters the most, he is not going to Herculean you in a playoff game to win a Super Bowl title. He is not going to do that. They can go at me all they want, but until they win a Super Bowl, I'm right. That's Draymond Green on Josh
I want to hear
Allen.
Draymond on Mac Jones.
He's going to pull a Bonte at some point, like, they're frauds. Even when the Bills won the championship, if they end up doing it, I knew they were frauds.
I'm happy with Josh Allen.
The Reds are frauds to me. Even when they won the damn Super Bowl, they were frauds that year.
Still frauds at 2-0. Damn it.
Not at all. They were frauds that year.
Oh, God. What do you guys got in the back?
Are we ready for basketball? It's coming.
You know what else is coming is College Game Day down to Coral Gables for Miami versus Florida this weekend. I honestly can't believe that Florida lost to that USF team a couple weeks ago. The USF looked terrible, so I am very excited for what? So DJ Lagway threw 5 picks against LSU last weekend.
He was lagging.
Can you make it 6? Can you make it 7? I don't know, but I'm expecting Canes to absolutely roll over those swamp people when they come down to Coral Gables, a much more civilized place than that trash town of Gainesville.
Can my Notre Dame Irish stop anyone?
They stink.
Jeez Louise.
They're done. Jesus gave up on him.
You even got me pulling for Notre Dame now. Like, that was a tough loss on Saturday.
Horrible.
Jesus has jumped off the bandwagon of Notre Dame, has jumped on Miami. There you go. What do you got, Carter?
I don't think it's gone that far. Jesus has standards.
JC.
I just want to shout out Scotty Scheffler for his heroics over the weekend, which were in the Napa Valley at the Pro Core Championship. At Silverado.
Oh.
Scotty shot 5 under par in round 4 to take the tournament. He was not in the top 5, I don't believe, going into Sunday. So
it's one of the cooler awards. You get a wine barrel.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like one of the cooler things. Yeah, I've always loved the Silverado. Do you know who designed it? Anybody?
Whomst?
I believe Johnny Miller, San Francisco legend.
Oh.
Yeah, spicy commentator. Shot a 61 on Sunday of a major championship.
He'll let you know about it every single time.
It's a very fun tournament if you haven't been. It's really worth going up
So
to.
did you sponsor said tournament? Were you there?
No, I didn't. I wish I would have.
You own the property surrounding Silverado, so I'm sure they paid homage.
Silverado! Remember those old commercials? They would sing it like that?
It's so nice up there. It was probably 150 degrees, too.
My final thought is, in the Harbaugh v. Carroll rivalry, chalk one up to Jim Harbaugh right there. Now, I believe in the NFL, they're tied at 5-5. So they've each played each other 10 times. They're 5-5.
You loving Chip Kelly through a couple games?
I'm out. It took me 2 weeks. I'm already out. I mean, Ashton Genty, you drafted in the first round. It's 3rd and 2. You give it to Zamir White. You deserve to lose that game.
Maybe talk to Tom Brady 4 to 5 times a week instead of 2 to 3.
You see, the Pete Carroll had to backtrack that too because I don't think Peter Schrager was supposed to say that, and Pete's like, "Oh, he's not that involved." He's clearly very involved.
I need Pete to play quarterback and Tom to be the coach.
Actually,
like in the practices.
You know what? I don't hate that. Tom Brady, he could be 50 years old and he'd be better than still half the quarterbacks in the league.
Well, he is 50.
Is he?
I mean, yeah.
He looks like he's 40 these days. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years guaranteed. Another guy that might be around 50 but looks 40 is Willard Guru Johnson. He's going next with Matt Steiny, who is 60. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Football is back, and so is your shot at big wins. With DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to elite QBs, and unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Vehicle that smacked into the guardrail.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
But word of a crash there.
Act fast. Get your new Honda Prologue before the $7,500 federal EV tax credit expires September 30th. Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hi, this is Jill Schlesinger, CBS News business analyst, certified financial planner, and the host of the Jill on Money podcast. This is the show where your money is not scary. It's a show that's all about you. It's your questions that make it possible for me to provide unconventional and entertaining insights on your money, and more importantly, on your life. Listen and follow Jill on Money on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh,
Could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Alrighty, good morning, everybody. Dale the Guru Johnson is back, and we are happy to have him. What's up, Goo?
Yeah, I think you know what's up. Hey, I let you guys down yesterday, but Steiny, I don't have COVID, but I just had a nosebleed right before the show. You saw me, and I'm trying to fight through it, so I don't have COVID. I don't know what's going on, but I'm good.
Are you as good as the 49ers?
I'll tell you this, I'm not, and I put on Twitter, you wouldn't know, but I just put this, Donnie, and I mean it. I know we're 2 weeks in. It's bigger than the 2 weeks. But I think with Brock Purdy dealing with the turf toe, and we got sound from Baldy and Loneel, this acquisition of Mac Jones might prove to be one of the biggest of the offseason. I'll leave that there, Steiny. I thought he was fabo. That's fabulous. Just throwing the ball around the yard, 39 pass attempts. Like they didn't skip a beat. Almost lost, just like Seattle. But I told you and Evan, and I'm telling the listeners, last year's 49er team, they would lose these games. And right now, without Kittle, without Brock Purdy, and Trent Williams bouncing back, and a young defense, they go on the road, and they're now 2-0, about to face a division foe in the Cardinals at home. I like what I'm seeing, man. It's not perfect, but I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, and we'll find out who starts on Sunday against the Cardinals, whether it's Brock Purdy or whether it is Mac Jones. But Mac Jones, 3 touchdown passes, no picks. He just had 1 turnover, and McCaffrey looked good. Just kind of your overall thoughts on that game on Sunday, knowing that they got it done without a starting quarterback, without their starting tight end, without their starting number 1 receiver.
I'll tell you this. I love Bryce Huff coming off the edge. I saw Bosa and rookie Mikael Williams in lined up inside. And I'm like, oh, okay, you guys are generating pressure. But just like the Seattle game, Steiny, the Niners defense held up when it needed to. And Fred Warner, Steiny, we're running out of adjectives. I mean, he stripped the ball or made Jackson Smith and Jigma fumble, which shifted the game. And Spencer Rattler, I got to put some respect on your name. 3 touchdowns, getting out of the pocket. Like, I didn't see that coming. But to watch Fred Warner and the rest of the gang on the defensive side of the ball grow up, the youngsters right before our eyes, those are building blocks. But my biggest takeaway is
offensively, if you dropped me from Mars and I didn't know anything about Brock Purdy and I just watched Mac Jones and that Niner offense, I would think that's their starting quarterback. He didn't look like a backup quarterback. He wasn't perfect, but this has the ingredients, Steiny, of another Kyle Shanahan hit in regard to, you saw what I did with Jimmy on the good day. You saw what I did with Brock Purdy. It's one game, but I told you, and I think you'll back me up, I was a big fan of Mac Jones, and Steiny, one game in, it looked like his head coach, the offensive coordinator, Kyle Shanahan, had all the trust in the world with him. And also, what about McCaffrey? Steiny, I thought we were going to see McCaffrey left, right, 30-plus touches, 19. So you got to preserve him. I just think this game, you got to be feeling good how it played out if you're a Niner fan.
Yeah, now the decision becomes who plays Sunday. Brock Purdy, obviously, with some kind of turf toe issue. Brian Baldinger was on with the morning show, and here's what he had to say about turf toe and how you kind of go about addressing it and how cautious you need to be.
You can play. I mean, there's varying degrees of turf toe, okay? There's some where you can't walk. Like, literally, you can't put any weight on your foot. There's some where you can play a game. There's ways to get, but it's almost impossible to practice with this turf toe. It's just too painful. And so I think that's going to be a factor, is when can Brock Purdy practice? I think he can go out there within a week or two, probably, because it doesn't sound like it's as serious as Burrow. Regardless, I don't want to try to make some sort of false claim that I don't know, but that's the problem. I've had it. Like, it's impossible to practice with. And so now you're just a spectator. So then you're going to, okay, do you spectate all week and then think that the timing is going to be good game day because you can get through the game? Like, I think it's going to be a few weeks.
Brian Baldinger saying it's going to be a few weeks. It's been one so far. We've had various reports, 2 to 5 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And with the Cardinals coming in for the home opener, I'm sure that one of the things we'll be monitoring is whether or not Brock Purdy's going to play on Sunday. But I do think that, I wouldn't necessarily let the opponent, dictate who's going to be the starting quarterback. But I do think if you want to be cautious, now would be the time to be cautious after, Mac Jones has a game like he had last week. If there's any doubt, I think it's a pretty simple decision, and you keep Brock Purdy on the sidelines.
Yeah, and you want to win the war, not the battle. But Steiny, let me ask you this: if you're Kyle, and I know it's just 4 quarters, it's one game, but man, to have Mac Jones in that one game attempt to throw the ball 39 times, would that give you more confidence just after 4 quarters that, you know what, Brock, maybe we'll just proceed with caution. You take your time, and Mac, through one game, has shown us he can hold it down.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that, Purdy's the quarterback. He was paid a ton of money in the offseason. When he's healthy, he should play. If he's not 100%, then he should probably sit against the Cardinals, especially if it impacts his mobility at all. But, yeah, I mean, I do think it's encouraging when you have a backup quarterback play week 2 of the season and he plays as well as Mac Jones did. Then I think it does give you a little bit more confidence, and it takes away a little bit of the urgency about having to get Brock Purdy back ASAP. Maybe it does change your kind of approach, and maybe you are more careful.
Yeah, and again, nobody asked, Nani, but I didn't give the Saints a chance in hell in this game, and man, they made it a game. They had the ball with a chance to go up, and the defense showed up. But, we were at the summit, and Willard asked all of us what we thought in regard to the win total for this team. And I guess if I'm in the Niners camp right now, I'm just feeling good because obviously, Steiny, they didn't get 100 yards on the ground again, but the bottom line is they won the game. But moving forward, the identity of this team last year was all the games that we talked about, Arizona, the Rams, they just couldn't win the close ones. And I know it's 2 games, but the fact that both of these games came down to the end and the Niners won without Kittle, without D. Robinson, without Ayuk, you got to be feeling good. and hopefully they're building an identity that's sustainable. And now you take on Kyler Murray and the Cardinals for your home opener, 2-0.
888-957-9570 is the number. The 49ers play their home opener on Sunday, Levi Stadium against the Cardinals. And how do you handle the Brock Purdy, Mac Jones situation? It looks like, if you look at the upcoming schedule, the 49ers, they play Sunday, then Sunday, then a short week. So they have a short week. I should probably get this down.
After Jacksonville, they got the Rams.
Yeah, the Rams.
Thursday night.
Yeah, the Rams are on a short week. So how do you think Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers should play it?
Could you imagine had Mac not looked like, let's just say he was the bad Mac? Steiny, wouldn't you be feeling like, hey, Brock, how you want to inject that thing? Can we get you back sooner than later? So I just feel like they got some grace in regard to Brock Purdy. Is there any scenario in Steiny's computer that says Brock will be out there Sunday against the Cardinals? Or have you ruled that out, you personally?
No, I mean, if he's healthy, I think he should play.
Yeah.
He's the starting quarterback. He's your franchise quarterback. And if he's able to play on Sunday, I think he should play. If I think it's a pretty cut and dry decision. Unless he's 100%, I'm probably going to play Mac Jones. Coming up today at 12 o'clock, we got Matt Barrows of The Athletic. He's going to join us on 95.7 The Game. Covers the San Francisco 49ers. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also sponsored by Frontier Ford. Hurry to Frontier Ford. Lease the all-electric Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month, or buy with 0% APR for 72 months, plus a $2,000 rebate. But don't wait. The federal EV tax credits on Mach-E and F-150 Lightning expire September 30th. Browse their huge inventory at frontierford.com.
Score big by saving lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood between September 1st through the 30th and be automatically entered for a chance to win 2 club-level seats to the ultimate Sunday night showdown, San Francisco versus Atlanta at Levi Stadium. It's your chance to make a difference and experience the game like never before from premium seats with an unbeatable view. Every donation helps patients in need and brings you one step closer to the end zone. Learn more at StanfordBloodCenter.org/touchdown.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-2027. That's 800-275-2027.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Jonathan from San Francisco. I called R&S to help with a misaligned beam for our electric parking gate. Salvador tightened all the worn hardware and made sure the gate functioned properly. He was patient with our questions and a pleasure to work with.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our Easy Trade-Up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. We gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm all right. If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season streaming September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
There's negotiating tactics, and we weren't able to get it done.
That's a weird assumption.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 49ers coming off a 26-21 win over the New Orleans Saints on Sunday. Mac Jones leads them to a victory. Christian McCaffrey, pretty solid. How do you think Christian McCaffrey's looked over the first two games, 49er fans? We had a lot of concern about him about 2 weeks ago, and now he's got 2 games under his belt. We feeling better and more confident about Christian McCaffrey. Come out the first 2 games unscathed and looks pretty much like he's always looked, Goo.
Yeah, and, you know, I feel stupid. And the reason I feel stupid is I was very, very concerned just about him holding up with what went down last year and the calf false alarm that we got right before week 1. But, Steiny, what's impressed me about McCaffrey he's been running. But him in the passing game has been, you know, something I don't know. I don't feel like I've seen it to this degree. But that touchdown, that rope that Mac Jones threw to him in the corner of the end zone, that was beautiful. And then you look at Seattle, 9 receptions for 73 yards. And then you come into this game, Steiny, 6 receptions for 52 yards. So I like how they're using them. But I'm blown away that you could muster up the team that is 26 points and he only touched the rock 19 times. Like, you can't tell me that's not helping the team and him in regard to longevity.
Yeah, what I want to know what 49er fans are seeing with Christian McCaffrey right now. You know, I got Lori Matthews on the YouTube chat saying CMC looks healthy. You know, I got Austin in San Jose saying looks like he's lost a little bit of a step. And his burst doesn't seem to
Austin.
be there.
Yeah, he's always negative.
Well, I mean, Evan and I were talking about it yesterday.
My man,
I kind of, you know, I think he's pretty close to, you know, healthy or pretty close to the way he's looked for, you know, 2 years ago, maybe, you know, 85% of that right now.
Average 4.2 a pop last game, Steiny, on the 13 carries running the ball.
Yeah, this is more Brian Baldinger. He's been talking a lot about Christian McCaffrey and the calf injury and how he might come back. And what's Baldy seen so far?
Well, the touchdown to McCaffrey is not an easy throw because he's going full speed to the sideline there in the end zone. You've got to be able to throw it so that, you know, you don't run out of real estate. You know, you can't just give him a big runway to go chase it. You're going to end up out of bounds. So that throw's got to be thrown with touch. But you still got to drive it because that's a zone look. And they got a good pre-snap read that it was going to be zone by how they moved McCaffrey into the slot. But I thought that was a really good throw. The touchdown to the tight end was, you know, to Luke, it was really, really good. So
Brian Balding on Mac Jones and the Christian McCaffrey receiving touchdown.
That sounds like thumbs up, right? What have you seen from him, Steiny? Has he shocked you, or does he look like C-Mac, or you feel a little bit like Austin?
I feel like he's pretty close to what he was. If he's not there, maybe it's rust. But I think he certainly looks good enough in the first 2 weeks so that the 49ers can, you know, take him for granted, if you will. I mean, I don't, you know, who knows if he's ever going to get hurt?
Yeah.
That can happen.
Any play.
I think that if you watch him the first 2 weeks, that's a good enough Christian McCaffrey for the 49ers, I think, to be pretty good.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at Juwan Jennings. You know, I was worried about him and his health, Steiny, but he had I believe, one of the biggest plays over the middle for a touchdown for Mac Jones, 42 yards. And I'm sitting here thinking, man, okay, you put up 5 for 89. Young Ricky Pearsall can do no wrong right now. 4 receptions, 56 yards. But, Steiny, I keep thinking about what's in the freezer, what's in the icebox. And what's in the icebox is Brandon Ayuk at some juncture. George Kittle's coming back, and Brock Purdy for that matter. So as this team hones in on its identity, and right now I feel like they are growing up, the youngsters on the defensive side of the ball right before our eyes, and then you got the OGs making plays, like game-saving plays like Fred Warner to force the fumble. Like, yeah, it's been close. But, man, 2-0 after last year's debacle in regard to, as a collective, 6-11, you got to be feeling good, and you got to be feeling good because you got a quarterback that looks like he can hold it down if he has to come Sunday against the Cardinals and Mac Jones. Like, I know you were looking at me crazy last week when I was like, man, I'm not down on Mac like a lot of people, but now I feel like Mac is in the best possible position with the best coach, offensive coordinator, and Kyle. And Steiny, after, 60 minutes, I think I'm proven right.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners are off to a 2-0 start. They win a game with their backup quarterback, Mac Jones. Now this week we'll figure out whether or not Brock Purdy's going to play Sunday in the 49ers home opener. But I do think that, listen, after you have a backup quarterback that played the way Mac Jones played on Sunday, it doesn't mean he's going to play like that every Sunday.
Right.
But to me, if there's any doubt about Brock Purdy's health and whether or not he's mobile or is 100%, then I think it's pretty much a no-brainer. You got to play Mac Jones. It's a long season, and we're still in the early stages. And the other thing is, who's to say that just because Mac Jones plays, they can't win that game against the Cardinals? Of course they could.
Yeah. And we talked about the, Kittle being on the IR study, and I don't want to be overzealous with this assessment, but, man, you couldn't ask for more, I believe, from the duo of Luke Farrell and Jake Tonjes. in the absence of George Kittle. Like they, again, not Russ Francis or not Gronkowski, but the bottom line is the ball's being thrown their way. They're hanging on to it, and Kittle will be back. But right now they're holding it down, the backup tight ends. Do you think I'm giving them too much credit for what we've seen through 2 games?
No, I mean, the 49ers are 2-0.
Yeah.
I think that's all that matters.
Right.
Let's go to Caleb. Caleb's in Newark.
Man.
What's up, Caleb? How you doing?
What's up, fellas? How y'all feeling?
Hey.
What's up, baby?
What up, Guru? You feeling all right, man? You feeling healthy?
Yeah, I'm fighting, man. Right on for checking on me.
Hey, there you go, man. And before I get into the Guru, man, I saw that tweet you posted yesterday about the Chargers uniforms, man. Were you rooting for the Chargers against my Raiders, man?
Well, Evans, I got Raider fans in my family, but Evan Giddings is a Charger, so I was rooting for E-Dog. There, I said it.
Come on, man. That's ridiculous, man. But hey, they got the win. Respect, man.
Yeah.
Respect. But Mac Jones, man, how about that performance? He was good. He was good. But I feel like a broken record, guys, and I might have to just change the topics when I call in. But I said it. Robert Saleh for me again.
Man,
I'll say it. He's the acquisition of the offseason for them. Just bringing back a familiar face, a guy who clearly knows that side of the ball. Hudson Style has been great. And one person I want to talk about too is Bryce Huff. I felt that was a underrated move this offseason too. He was really good with the Jets a few years ago with Robert Saleh, but he had a down year with the Eagles last year. But I felt like Saleh knows him from his time there, and I think he's going to be a big player for them moving forward. But shout out to Mac Jones, man. He looked good.
So what do you do this Sunday, Caleb?
Well, you got to stick with Mac Jones. I wouldn't rush Brock Purdy back. There's no point of doing that. If he re-injures, then he's potentially in a Joe Burrow situation. But stick with Mac.
Yeah, I think it's kind of an easy call unless it's cut and dry that Brock Purdy's healthy.
Mm-hmm. He would have to tell me, hey, Coach, I'm ready to go, no ill effects. But, I mean, man, that performance by Mac has you thinking, hey, Brock, take your time.
This is more Brian Baldinger on do we have 2?
He said some stuff.
Yeah. Is this the one we heard already?
The thing that I thought last year, because of no camp and all the off season and the inflammation and the tendons, like I didn't think his feet and eyes were married together. And his vision's always been so great, but his feet could get him to that. Now I see his feet and eyes working together, and he's seeing it on the wind back where the lane is, and I could see like he's starting to feel more confident. I never felt at any point last year that he played with any confidence. And I feel like Kyle knows he's coming. And I think Kyle's having a lot of fun getting him back into this offense, regardless of who's at left guard, who's at quarterback, who's at tight end. Like, that's the chess piece right there that he needs to continue to move around.
All right, that's Brian Baldinger talking about Christian McCaffrey. McCaffrey with 13 rushes on Sunday, 6 catches for 19 total touches. But the 49ers were able to come away with a victory. And it sounds to me, Guru, like what Baldy's saying is as long as you have McCaffrey on the field, even if he's not touching it, he's gonna help you because of the attention that the defense has to focus on him.
No doubt. And we saw that, and we saw it in the passing game as well when he got that touchdown in the corner of the end zone, which was huge. And we always talk about it. He reminds me of Marshall Faulk, Steiny, just the ability to take it, to hit a home run with the ball in his hands when they hand it off to him, but his ability to catch the ball. And he caught the ball, not just the Roger Craig type in the flat. He caught the ball, going across the field, the middle of the field, and it was a beautiful throw, touchdown. So I like what I'm seeing from him. The numbers aren't gaudy, but the biggest number, or gaudy number, shout out to Irv, rest in peace, Steiny, is the one that was 31 touches last week, and that went down to 19. Teams still moved the ball, moved the chains, and you scored 26 points. So as far as I don't know. I know we got Matt Barrows at 12. I'll ask him, Steiny, but I'm curious, do you think that was by design or that's just how it ended up happening because Jennings was having success? So was Ricky Pearsall and Brian Robinson Jr., Steiny, 6 for 20. Nothing to write home about, but he wasn't bad. But I'm wondering, I thought going in, leaving the studio Friday, the way that the Niners win, if they were going to get to 26 points, partner, was he would have to have it, McCaffrey touch it 25 to 30 times, and they dispelled that.
Yeah, I mean,
for 1 week.
I just wonder how Kyle Shanahan's kind of factoring in all the touches that McCaffrey had from week 1 and whether how much emphasis he's going to put on himself to try to keep McCaffrey at a reasonable number of touches. But speaking of Shanahan, I think that
he's doing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean,
Steiny, man,
he's obviously designed a game plan for Mac Jones that worked well. 26 for 39, and when I was thinking about that game on Sunday over the weekend before it started, I mean, I just kept thinking about Shanahan, and that's what I kept coming back to. This is the kind of game that Shanahan can win, even though he's got a backup quarterback. And sure enough, the offense looked pretty good, even though Brock Purdy didn't play. So I got to give Kyle Shanahan a lot of credit for that win on Sunday.
I'm with you, and I'm giving him credit for that, Steiny. I've already, whispered sweet nothings about him, but I just hold him accountable because I feel like he should have a ring, but that's a different conversation. But the bottom line is when you see 39 pass attempts by a backup quarterback, am I wrong to think those 39 pass attempts, that's an example of how much confidence he has in Mac throwing the rock? You say what to that?
I mean, most of the passes were intermediate, pretty safe passes. I don't remember, and I was talking to Evan about this yesterday, I don't remember him, meaning Mac Jones, almost getting picked off. It felt like they were taking what the defense had given them, and these were nice 10 to 15-yard intermediate throws, and he was putting the ball in the money, and the 49ers were moving the ball. So I feel like it's probably a case of Kyle Shanahan has seen Mac Jones all off season. He's probably getting a good feel for his strengths and weaknesses, and on Sunday put him in a position where most of his strengths showed up for most of the game.
Yeah, Steiny, I'll give you a hot take alert. When he took over, 4-12, then they bounced back, shocked the world, went to the Super Bowl. But this has the ingredients. It's early. A bunch of rookies are on the defensive end, and a bunch of rookies are popping. We saw Alfred Collins show up, Upton Stout, Mykel Williams, second-year player, Renardo Green. I know he fell down on the Olave, should have been touchdown on the first drive by the Saints, but he dropped it. But the bottom line is this has the ingredients, I believe, partner, to be one of his best coaching seasons if this keeps up because what he's without early on. And I just thought Sunday they didn't skip a beat offensively and defensively. Coaches do matter. And whatever's going on, Robert Saleh's figured something out, and this defense does not look like the one that was here last year. And if I had a penny for a dollar for every time I said, Dre Greenlaw hadn't played for Denver yet, Steiny, but my gosh, D Winters, 6 solo tackles, 8 on the day. He's filling that void, and he's being a dog along with Warner. So, and they're winning games, and they're in positions where their backs are against the wall. If New Orleans scores, then what are we talking about? Just like with Seattle, but they come up with a game-saving turnover.
Yeah, the other thing is when I look at the game that Mac Jones played and the game that the 49ers played on Sunday, I mean, how many backup quarterbacks look like Mac Jones did on Sunday? I mean, most backup quarterbacks struggle, and it looked to me like Mac Jones knew what he was doing. And I mean, how do you not give Kyle Shanahan credit for the San Francisco 49ers missing their starting quarterback, starting tight end, and starting number one receiver? Their quarterback throws for 270 plus, 3 touchdowns, no picks. I mean, you could make a case that was one of the best quarterbacking games of the weekend, and it was the 49ers backup that got it done.
Yeah, and another Kyle production. And again, the bottom line to me, Steiny, is how long will Mac have? Will he turn it back over to Brock this week? Seems highly unlikely, but you feel like you're in good hands. But I'm singing the praises, and rightfully so, of the Niners defense. But Steiny, I was shocked Kamara and the Saints were able to, rush for 100 yards. Kamara almost had 100 himself, 99 on 21 carries, and then 200 yards in the passing game. But again, it's not all going to be, this Niner defense of old where they're dominant. You got a lot of young guys learning. And as you learn, you get things right, Steiny, and as you know, you get things wrong. But to hold New Orleans to 21 points, and in the fourth quarter, they had the ball twice with a chance to go up, and the Niners defense shows up. That's what this is about early, and we're 2 weeks in. You just think where this defense and team, for that matter, will be 6 or 7 weeks from here.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers coming off a 26-21 win over the New Orleans Saints, and now they have their home opener on Sunday against the Arizona Cardinals. Kyler Murray coming in. How are you feeling about this Niner team? I mean, we've run down the list of players that have contributed the first couple games, and man, the 49ers have gotten a lot of contributions from a lot of people early. And what are you feeling better about right now? The offense or the defense? The offense looked pretty good last week with a backup quarterback. The defense has been pretty solid through 2 weeks. Not the stiffest competition you're going to face, but nevertheless, the 49ers have, they've been pretty good on both sides of the ball. Which are you more confident in right now? If you're a San Francisco 49er fan, Robert Saleh's defense or Kyle Shanahan's offense?
That's a good
888-957-9570.
How would you answer, Steiny, before I'm trying to collect my thoughts on that one? Because, damn, it's kind of – I'm even, Steven, but how would you answer that one?
I would answer I still am a little more confident in the offense right now, just because I think after 1 week it's tough to make proclamations. They've played 2 games against
yeah, pretty good defense. Well,
I mean, they've been fine, but I'm talk to me after week 5 when they play the Cardinals this weekend and then the Rams in a couple weeks. But no, I think it's been encouraging, but I'm not convinced this is who they are yet. But I do think it's a good start, and I think that they obviously can continue to get better over the course of a season.
No doubt. And, the NFL is not for long, and coaches, players, when they find out something's working, Steiny, they'll beat you over the head with it. And what I've seen through 2 games, and my answer is going to be the defense. And the reason it's going to be the defense is that was the biggest questions marks that I had going in. And, we saw it all bad last year. They couldn't stop the run, couldn't get timely stops. And right now, Bosa and Warner are popping. Again, I can't quit singing the praises of D. Winters and Green, Stout, and Siegel. Those guys, along with Lenore, Steiny, those guys are making plays. So the fact that they're kind of holding it down and the reason that they're winning at the end, I can't shake that. And I know it's Seattle and New Orleans, but look at Seattle. They just went up there and beat Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh. So how good does that win look now that you beat them at home? So I'm going to go with the defense because I've had more question marks and fear about that unit. And right now, again, it's a work in progress, but Robert Saleh doesn't play, but I feel like they're playing for him. And every week, every minute of the game, every possession defensively, they are finding a way to come up roses. And Fred Warner did it again with 11 tackles, 7 solo, Steiny. And again, for the second straight week, to me, the biggest play of the game, causing a fumble.
Yeah. If I were to ask 49er fans, what's been the best part of this 2-0 start? How would you answer that question? Because the one thing that stuck out for me is that everything's been going pretty well. It doesn't mean they played perfect, but there's so much to pick from. Is it the fact that your backup quarterback's already won you a game 2 games into the year? Christian McCaffrey was talked about all offseason. His usage, people were worried about. Well, he's 2 games in, and he looks pretty good. The defense last year wasn't great, but Bosa and Warner look like they are playing at a high level. There's a lot of good stuff going on with the San Francisco 49ers right now, and I guess my question is, what's been the best part of this 2-0 start, or maybe the one thing that you didn't see coming that after 2 games you're saying to yourself, maybe we're better in that area than we thought. How would you answer that, Goo?
You know what? I'm going to answer it, and I'm going to read this to you because it kind of correlates with what you just asked me. Steiny and Goo, can you please speak on the O-line and how they seem to understand the quarterback wasn't as mobile and kept a nice pocket for Mac Jones? And that's a fact, but when we get Matt Barrows on at 12, I do want to ask Steiny, this offensive line seems to be better at pass blocking than run blocking. Through 2 games, I don't know. I feel like there's some chicken left on the bone in regard to the run game, but I don't know if that's just, the unit itself across the board better at pass blocking. But you got Trent, who I'm going to ask you here shortly how you thought he played, but he definitely was better to me than week 1. But I want to see, them do better in the run game, because if you're going to move forward and go toe-to-toe with teams like the Rams and Tampa Bay down the road, you got to be able to run the rock. But right now I feel like the passing game and the blocking for the passing game has been better than the blocking for the running game.
888-957-9570 is the number. What's been the best part of this 2-0 start for the San Francisco 49ers? What maybe something you've seen in the first 2 weeks that you didn't see coming, but that has gotten you pretty enthusiastic? 888-957-9570. Matt Barrows coming up today at noon. Writes for The Athletic, covers the San Francisco 49ers. So we'll get his perspective from Sunday's win over the New Orleans Saints. And this Sunday, your tailgate destination is Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. Our pregame show starts at 10 o'clock with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. We'll have games in the parking lot, great food and drinks, and your place to watch all the early games as well. If you're going to the game, come on by before you go to the stadium and join us for a pregame party, and then take the shuttle back and forth for just $25. Go to 957thegame.com and click on the kickoff show link to get your spot on the shuttle right now. Laughing Monk Brewing, 1235 Oakmead Parkway, right near the stadium is where we'll be. See you there. That segment also sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed twin pack, just $6.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Football is back, and so is your shot at big wins. With DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to elite QBs, and unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and Diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live, but I didn't know how to get back on track. It gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I have a life beyond what I could ever dream. I know that anyone can recover. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Hello, it's Lena Dunham. I host a podcast called The C Word with my dearest friend and historian of bad behavior, Alyssa Bennett.
What is up?
It's a chat show about women whose society is called crazy.
We're going to be rediscovering the stories of women's society dismissed by calling them mad, sad, or just plain bad.
Listen to and follow The C Word with Lena Dunham and Alyssa Bennett. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
I think he was out of breath.
That's like me after a couple pumps. Oh my God.
Couple what?
Simmer.
That was TMI.
It's the Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
All right, 49ers 2-0 after Sunday's win over the New Orleans Saints, and now the Arizona Cardinals come into Levi Stadium for the 49ers home opener, and the question is, who's going to start at quarterback for San Francisco? They've got their starter, Brock Purdy, with turf toe.
Yikes.
And a lot of people talking about the variance in that injury. It could be something where maybe he plays Sunday. Other people think he could be out longer than that. So we'll probably find out more this weekend, but that's the decision facing the 49ers this week, Goo.
Yeah, and they're undefeated in the division, just one game against Seattle. But, boy, if you can get that bad baby to 3-0 and 2-0 in the division, I mean, last year just looks like a thing of the past, and the vibes are already different. I won't throw rocks at Sorensen, but the fact that you brought back Robert Saleh, he wanted to come back, and you feel like you're seeing dividends already on this young defense led by the OGs or the stewards. I just like where they're at, and I like the fact that, my biggest takeaway, Steiny, after 2 games, you could tell me yours if you like. Last year, I believe that team lost the games that they've won this year, and I think that's progress already.
They've, you look at that game on Sunday, and
I was shocked it was close.
Yeah, but they didn't. They had 2 stops at the end of the game. The defense held twice, and they end up winning that game. 2 one-score wins for the San Francisco 49ers, both of them coming on the road. So nothing to scoff at. Lorenzo Neal, our 95.7 The Game insider, one of the greatest fullbacks of all time. He was on today with the morning show talking about Brock Purdy and this injury, the turf toe injury, and it's something that Lorenzo Neal had. And so he offers a little note of caution here to Purdy and the 49er fans.
You have to deal with some level of pain, but the pain will subside, and you have to deal with some of it. And then adrenaline during the game, you're okay. So yes, I was able to deal with it. And then as the season goes on, if you don't get it jammed, if you don't get it fell on, but it's going to happen because the way that Brock plays, you can get through it. But I think if this is something, guys, depending on the severity of it, could last the whole year. It could last 7-8 weeks. And if he takes it up, which he will, and buddy tape it and do the things that he will be able to do, he'll be able to get through practice. He'll be able to do some of the things limited. But I played a position that I knew I need to get down here. I need to push off on the toes, need to push off and be able to explode into individuals. But I didn't have to be as mobile at times as Brock because I was going straight ahead and just running the track and trying to block them guys. Brock has to cut. And when you think about when you plant your foot in the ground, guys, just think about just a regular Joe planting your foot in the ground. Think about when you push off. You're pushing off on your what? Your big toe.
All right, that's Lorenzo Neal talking about turf toe, and maybe it is something that Brock Purdy's going to have to manage over the course of the entire year, or half of the season.
Yeah, and now I've never had it. Obviously, Steiny, I didn't play football past high school, but the bottom line is I do wonder what it feels like and how painful it is. But for Brock to come back in game and, nobody know except his head coach and the training staff, and for it to be the reason he missed last week's game, and you hear Lowe and Baldy, guys that played the game, talk about it. I mean, at this point, Steiny, why do you not proceed with caution? Even if we got to the juncture where Brock was like, Steiny, I'm ready to go, just put me in. I almost want to, here I go, my favorite line, Steiny, save the player from himself, just take another week, bud. And the fact that you're 2-0, you tell me what you think, Steiny. I know this is a new team with new players, new additions. Shout out Ralph Tresvant. But the bottom line is, man, you want to play the long game. And what I saw from Mac Jones, that might be worth me just giving him another shot and another week for Brock to heal.
Yeah, I always, on this kind of situation, wonder how much of it comes down to where we are in the season, how much of it comes down to who the opponent is. And to me, this is a very easy decision for the Niners. If he's 100%, he plays. If he's not, give him an extra week, because it sounds to me like a lot of the reports have been positive, that he's maybe healing a little bit more quickly than some of the early predictions of 2-3 weeks, maybe 2 to 5 weeks, something like that. So if he's, if he's still feeling any lingering effects, why not give him one more game? Because it is a long season. You got 17 games, and if this is something that you're worried about resurfacing possibly, then then give it all the time you need right now.
And I do wonder, I know it's Tuesday, Steiny, but, you know, I keep saying I would play the long game, especially after what I saw from Mac and what I thought he was capable with a great coach and great play caller and Kyle. Man, you know, the way this season's gone and how I overreacted or we overreacted to the calf report from McCaffrey, and then all he does is go out there and get the ball 31 times. I am curious to see if he has a shot to play against Arizona. Like, would they run him out there?
Yeah, I think he's got a shot, but I don't see an urgency. I don't see an urgency to do it at this point.
I like that word.
And so, you know, obviously if you play game 3 against the Cardinals without Mac Jones and you lose, and now you're 2-1, and you got the Jaguars coming in, you know, maybe that's the game that you bring back Brock Purdy if he's healthy. But to me, this is like I always feel like these NFL teams deal with this all the time. Should a guy play? Should a guy not play? Brock Purdy's got turf toe. They'll make a decision based on probably what's the smartest thing to do. And I don't anticipate him playing on Sunday. But again, I'm not Brock Purdy, and if it feels fine, then go ahead out and play.
Yeah, you threw the last segment. You threw out to the listeners what's impressed you. And, you know, I said on the defensive side of the ball, Steiny, D. Winters has impressed me. You just kind of wonder where he was at last year, but that's neither here nor there. But on offense, Steiny, you tell me what you think of young Ricky Pearsall. He's got 8 receptions on the year, 164 yards, no touchdowns yet, but he's averaging 20 yards a reception, but he just looks smooth, man. And again, I'm not saying he's Jerry Rice by any means, but I questioned draft night when they called Ricky Pearsall, and I was unfamiliar with him. But what have you made from him? Because we talked about the connection or their lack of, the possibility with Mac Jones, but Steiny, dude just looks solid.
I think he's been good the first 2 weeks, and I'm lumping him in with a lot of guys. Again, like if you talk about all the players that have contributed to the first 2 wins of the season, I mean, you got to have 15 or 20 guys.
Damn.
Whether, you know, they've already gotten 2 big performances from 2 quarterbacks. They got a great first quarter out of Kittle. They've gotten 2 really good games out of McCaffrey. They look like they found something with Pearsall. Jennings had a good game last week. Bosa and Warner have been terrific on the defensive end. And so I just think they've got a lot of things going for them right now, and it feels like it also feels like they've got some chemistry, and they're building more of it.
Yeah, and
right now.
And I'll say this: it looks like in regard to the special teams and the field goal kicking, not Panero, but Panero has earned his bread. I mean, he made both of his field goal attempts, Steiny, and one. But missed an extra point, that's fine, but made a 46-yarder for the field goal. So you got to feel like the circus is out of town for at least a week with that acquisition.
Yeah. I mean, he was 2 for 2. Field goal-wise, missed an extra point, didn't hurt him. But the 2 field goals he made were right down the middle, and we haven't that's the way other field goal kickers usually kick, and that's how we get to see them. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, they beat the New Orleans Saints on Sunday. They're now 2-0 as they come home for their home opener against the Arizona Cardinals and Kyler Murray. And, you know, Kyler Murray's given them some trouble over the years. It wasn't long ago, even when the 49ers were kind of in their heyday, that we'd say, boy, mobile quarterbacks seem to give them a little trouble. I'm kind of looking forward to see if that's still the case on Sunday, particularly because the 49ers have different personnel defensively. So maybe Kyler Murray's going to look at a defense that he's not quite as accustomed to seeing as he has in the years past.
Yeah, so Siegel and Stout and the rest of the gang, Renardo Green, who I've been singing their praises, Steiny, because they're learning. And they're getting some right, getting picked on a tad bit, but at the end result, they're not costing the team losses. And I talked about Bryce Huff, great acquisition. Could we see him as a quarterback spy on Kyler Murray or something like that? But Robert Saleh, not Wilkes, not Sorensen, he will put up a plan to kind of slow down James Conner in the backfield, Harrison Jr., and also Kyler Murray. And I just remember, Steiny, last year, that home loss when they fumbled. They were going in maybe to secure the game and fumbled, and then Kyler Murray did what he did. So it's the James Brown game, the big payback, just thinking of how you lost that one at home last year.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about your 2-0 San Francisco 49ers and what, if anything, has surprised you through 2 games? We know it's still early, but the Niners have won 2 road games already, including a division game against the Seattle Seahawks. Yeah. We all know they were 1-5 in the division last year, and the 49ers are off to a good start. Is there anything that's happening with this team that you kind of didn't see coming, or do you think this team is who it is and is going to be challenging for the division?
Now, I know you always have fun with me, so I'll keep it real and give you some ammo. But, Steiny, I watched that first possession and, the first quarter, and Mac Jones was 0 for 4, and I'm like, oh, boy. The first series, I don't know if you remember, McCaffrey didn't touch the ball, and I was like, it was 91 series. But I'm like, what the hell is going on, Kyle? But, man, did he get hot, and did they get hot? But what shocked me is you could put up 26 points, and I don't know if we went to every other city in the NFL, how many teams' offense would be copacetic without their starting quarterback. 26 points. 3 touchdowns. I want to say, I know he had the fumble, but he was damn near flawless. And so was the game that Kyle called.
888-957-9570 is the number. Anything surprising about this 2-0 start for the 49ers? Let's go to Vaughn. Vaughn's in Berkeley. Hey, Vaughn, how you doing?
Actually, it's Don with the D, but right. That's close enough.
Hey, Don, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Hey.
I want to say first, I really appreciate what you guys do. I love listening to you. I love the back and forth and the different opinions and personalities. I want to comment on something that Guru just said about that opening series and how it touches on one of my themes, which is how fragile we are as sports fans. If one thing goes bad, all of a sudden we're like, oh no. And then it's like, a week ago with the Giants, we were like, hey, they're a playoff team. Now they come out and stink up the joint with the Dodgers 2 in a row and stink up the joint with the Diamondbacks. And it's like, oh, I guess I was wrong about that. But, it's a story, and part of the fun is the storylines. So I wanted to talk about Mac Jones a little bit, if I could. We heard so much bad stuff about Mac over the years that we were prepared for that opening series to be a real drag. And then when he comes out and has the perfect touch on the pass to McCaffrey for the touchdown, and he has the perfect touch over the mid-range guy to get to Juwan Jennings, and he has the perfect read to get to Luke Farrell, it's like, hey, he's not bad. And then he's laughing in his press conference, and it's like, this is a pretty cool dude. So that's what I got to say, and thanks for what you guys do.
Hey, appreciate the love.
Thank you, Vaughn. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Mac seems like, again, Steiny, it's one game, but after the presser, one of those personalities you can gravitate to and one of those dudes that don't take himself too seriously.
Yeah, I mean, we are talking about a quarterback who's been a starter in the NFL. So, Kyle Shanahan seemed to put him in good positions on Sunday where he didn't have to take a lot of chances. I felt like he might have held onto the ball a little bit too long a couple times, but then again, there were other times where it looked like he was pretty decisive, moving out of the pocket and trying to make something happen with his feet. But I don't think you can give Mac Jones anything less than, an A minus.
That's my grade. A, Steiny. I ain't even going to put the minus on it.
For his performance on Sunday. Let's go to Seth. Seth's in San Francisco. Hey, Seth, how you doing?
Good, guys. Good hearing you this morning. I don't know. Shock, maybe not. This isn't so much of a shock, but I guess just the reminder of the impact Saleh has and kind of the similarities that I see between Shanahan on the offensive side and Saleh's, impact on the defensive young guys. I think being removed a season or two, it really shows just kind of what they can do individually with their personnel and bringing guys up and just scheme, man. Like, I don't know if it's just Shanahan on his side of the ball has more weapons that can use the tools he has in his playbook better, but it feels like this team this year is able to execute in a way that they just couldn't do last year. And the same on the defensive side. I think the concepts that Saleh is running are just clicking with these young guys, and I think it will improve, barring injury, man. I guess that's my 2 cents.
Appreciate the call, Seth. Yeah, it feels like they're, and it's easy to say this now after last year, but they've seemed to have come out of the gates with the real understanding of what the goal is and what they have to do as a team. It feels like they're very together right now, and maybe that changes if you start losing a few games. But also, I think it's big that you win some games early because you give some of your young players a taste of what it feels like to win games that you contribute in. So, again, real nice start for the San Francisco 49ers. Saleh's been terrific. Shanahan. And, that's the other thing. I mean, I know that Shanahan can be a polarizing figure, and I know there's a lot of fans out there that aren't crazy about him. But I think the reality of this situation is when you watch the 49ers win a game like they did against the Saints, knowing that the Saints might not be world beaters. We all know that. But look, that's Kyle Shanahan's strength right there. Giving the 49ers a chance to win a game on the road with a backup quarterback and making the backup quarterback look like he's been the starting quarterback here for a couple years. If you're a Kyle Shanahan critic, you got to take this one on the chin for sure.
Yeah, and again, I've never paused, Steiny, in regard to giving this dude his flowers. I'm on record just calling him the boy genius, but he's in his bag right now, and there's no better example of that is when you have guys down like Kittle, and then you lose Purdy after 1 week, and you come in and you're responsible for how Mac Jones looks. Is he going to be the New England Mac Jones, the failure that a lot of people call him, or can you put him in like you've done with a lot of your team and your youngsters, positions to win? And then on the flip side, I feel like the Kyle of the defensive side of the ball is Robert Saleh. Steiny, I feel like when I'm watching the Niners play defense, it comes down to trust. I don't feel like he's calling, defense scared. He's putting guys like Siegel, Renardo Green, he's acting like, to me, they've been there, and most of the time they're answering the bell, especially when it's go time, game-winning time, and you see Seattle and New Orleans back-to-back, different junctures of the game, partner, have the ball with the chance to take the lead, and better yet, win the game. The defense is coming up, they're making plays, and that's the stuff that I think you just bottle. You put in a big pot of gumbo, and it just grows, or you get more gumbo. So that's why, you asked me earlier what I was most excited about or my biggest takeaway through 8 quarters is I'm going to give it to the defense because I felt like that was the vase that had a lot of natural cracks because of the youth. But Robert Saleh's doing something and exuding confidence in these guys. And Steiny, if you watched the Niners and didn't know how young certain guys were, you would feel like this was a defense or a secondary of the past. And I'm not telling you they've been perfect.
888-957-9570 is the number. Real simple question to 49er fans. with your team at 2-0. What's been the best part of these 2 wins? They haven't been 40-7 wins. They haven't been overly impressive. Of course, the opponents haven't been world beaters by any stretch of the imagination, but nevertheless, the Niners are 2-0, and they're atop the NFC West with 2 other teams, and I think any 49er fan would have taken this kind of start. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Yeah.
So I'm asking 49er fans, what's been the best part of the last 2 weeks? These 2 wins, because there've been a lot of contributions from a lot of different players, and quite frankly, a lot of different coaches too. Let's go to Robert in San Francisco. Hey, Robert, how's it going, man?
Hey, yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to say that it's getting good here in San Francisco because I think Mac Jones is waking up in the morning thinking, I'm going to take Brock Purdy's job because that's how everybody thinks in that business. And I think that kind of competition is going to make both of them better. And it's like Steve Young and Joe Montana. But, so I think we got good days coming across real soon.
Appreciate it, Robert.
Well, turn the mic on, Goo. What would you say, our resident Snyder fan, Carter Chickering, got in my ear, Steiny? He said he wouldn't take this start because they lost their quarterback. How would you respond to that?
Oh, I think the losing of the quarterback could end up being a silver lining.
Tell me how so.
For this team, because when you have a backup quarterback, the one thing you always want to find out is whether he can win you some games, and he's already done that. Obviously, I'm looking at this injury for Brock Purdy as a couple-week thing, and he'll be back week, 3, 4, 5. I don't think it's serious. If it's serious, obviously that changes things, but I don't think it's serious at all. I think he'll probably be back in the next couple weeks, and then you're able to say that you're on top of the division and your starting quarterback has been hurt and you're able to overcome it and you're still in a good spot. I actually, nobody wants to see Purdy get hurt, but right. I think the way this has happened has also been encouraging. The fact that Mac Jones did get the last one.
Yeah, and I'll just say this to that. The biggest flex in last week, you ever say something, Steiny, you have a point or a take, and you're like, man, that was good, even if other people didn't think it was good. And when I told you, I felt like Kyle Shanahan was Dr. Dre, the big record rap producer who had 50 Cent, Snoop Dogg, and Eminem. And those 3 people, to me, are Jimmy Garoppolo, Brock Purdy, and now, can you believe, until he's not the starter, Mac Jones is probably in the best possible coaching situation with the best play caller of his career. And all he does in his debut is go out there 26 for 39, 279 yards, arm strength on display. But the bottom line is he got the dub. So, if we went around, we won't have the answer. But if I told you now, is Cincinnati going to score 26 points? And I know they got a great set of receivers without Joe Burrows. I don't know. It could happen, but I don't have the confidence. But I'm with you in regard to, man, Mac Jones might be on the cusp for however long it lasts of being in the quarterback heaven in regard to who's calling plays and how he's dialing up. And Mac Jones exuded that or showed that to the world last Sunday in New Orleans.
What's the best part of the 2-0 start, 49er fans? 888-957-9570. Coming up at noon, Matt Barrows of The Athletic. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford, and let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making the switch to an electric ride, now is the time to pull the trigger because Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. So check this out. Slide into a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. That's right, $225 a month for 36 months. Or if you're ready to buy, lock in 0% APR financing for 72 months and grab a $2,000 rebate. Who else is giving you that? Only Ford. But here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credits on Mach-E and the F-150 Lightning are about to expire September 30th. You wait, you lose. Don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest inventories in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. Find them right off at 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E superstore. Tell them Butcher sent you.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters Trust kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
At Shane Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eloquist.com or call 1-855-ELOQUIS.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, you can get a great deal on a new foot spa, transforming you into the queen of kicking it.
Wait, this has bubble jets. Okay.
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky, and football season is here right now, and that means Brian Baldinger every single Tuesday, 7:30 all season long. Baldy! Now back to Steiny and Goo, and you know my boy from the Union is about to spit that liquid hot magma. Get him, Goo.
Why do I like that, Steiny?
Thank you, Joe Shasky.
I did something nice for Joe Shasky this morning you're unaware of, but
what happened?
The fact that I'm bringing it up, it's like people that do charity and then have a camera right behind them so everybody can see it. He was going in on the coffee machine situation here this morning. And you know what I did, Steiny? Went across the street, got him some coffee, no sugar and cream. Pretty nice.
That's a nice gesture. I don't know what to say to that. It's a nice gesture.
I took care of my teammate, that's all.
Oh, that's
a hit, Steiny. Anytime,
terrific. Did he? And I would assume when you brought it, he said thank you.
Yeah, I just walked in the studio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. I don't.
It's not all right. We got it, Steiny. You don't care.
Let's go to Paul. Paul's in Tracy. Wants to talk about 49ers starting quarterback Mac Jones. For now.
Nice. Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey,
what's up, Paul?
Yeah, so I caught a hot take for you guys.
Get into it. This is the show.
All right. So I love Purdy, but I think Mac Jones is the future in San Francisco because Purdy is injury prone. He gets hurt a lot. Look at the last 4 or 5 years. Kyle never goes all in or Purdy or bust. He always keeps a back end QB2. You see his frame, he has a small frame. He can't be running around and taking those hits, but he does. And he will get hurt again, and QB2 will get his chance. I mean, I got to say it, but I know he got paid, but so did Drew Bledsoe. You know what I mean? So that's what I got for you guys. What do you guys think?
You go, Steiny. I got something for him. Nice, Carter. That's nice.
I mean, do we really want to go there?
Well, I think his premise was not, and tell me if I'm wrong, Steiny, or misheard. I don't think he's saying Mac is better than Brock. His premise was, it sounded like, he doesn't think Brock is going to be able to remain healthy. And if you look at the Carfax report, you would be wrong because when he did get hurt in that NFC Championship games, obviously he missed that game, but he didn't miss any after. So I don't see any of that. And Norm, my father from Union City, East Texas, told me, Steiny, always follow the money. So the fact that they just paid Brock Purdy, if he remains upright, this is his gig.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Now imagine had this been last year and Brock got hurt in you know what I mean? And Mac Jones came in and let's just say put together 4 of these type of games. I could see your mind going there, but to me there's none of that. And I know I'm moving too fast with this take. It's not hot. But Steiny, there's something telling me that he might be out there for the home opener. And I heard Brock Purdy, that is. I heard Lowe and Baldy. I get it. But I was watching him on the sideline. And again, he's not playing in football, running for his life. But I didn't see him in a boot. So I think there could be a chance he plays Sunday.
What's the best part about the 2-0 start for the San Francisco 49ers if you're a 49er fan? They're 2-0 on the road. They've already won a division game on the road. They won 17-13, then 26-21. They've won 2 one-score games. What's the thing that you're most encouraged about with this San Francisco 49er team, knowing that, there's probably still a lot of skeptics out there who look at, win over the Saints and say, well, it's the Saints. We're gonna find out more about this team with the Cardinals and the Rams coming up in 2 out of the next 3 weeks. But, I mean, for now, the 49ers can only be 2-0 at this point.
Yeah, I like that. And that's what they are. And I'll say this about the Saints. I was calling them the Aints, but they took this week's opponent, the Cardinals, down to the wire and almost pulled out a win. Bottom line is they didn't, but I thought Spencer Rattler, he showed some stuff, some moxie. Kamara almost got 100 yards on the ground. They did some things. They had the dropsies, and that helped the Niners get this win. But all in all, Steiny, and I know you kind of cringe at, I kind of call it college radio, but I always felt like if I were a coach, who would you give your game ball to the past Sunday's game?
I don't think I'd overthink it. And I'd say Mac Jones.
I'm not mad at that, but I'm going to give it to Fred Warner. And, Steiny, I don't know what we're watching and how better he can get and how long he can keep this up. But this dude from, BYU is just incredible, but his uncanny ability to play reckless, but it's that superhero reckless. It's timely recklessness, and for him 2 weeks in a row to punch out the ball from two dudes. Kamara's a dude. I know he's not as great as he's been, but he was playing Sunday. And to knock that ball out the way that he did, I feel like changed the course of that game. He did it against the Seahawks. Jackson Smith and Jigba was doing whatever he wanted. But Fred is special, man. And now you put him with Bosa, D. Winters, who, again, Steiny, I'm in love with right now through 2 games. I just like where this Niner defense is, and the best part is these youngsters are going through their puberty, their football puberty right before our eyes. And if you're going to bend but don't break and have your backs against the wall but make plays to secure wins, that wasn't here last year in the Bay, and through 2 weeks, partner, it is. You got to be feeling good.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know yet if the 49ers are better than last year, or if they're better, how much better they are than last year. Because, the first 2 games, to me, I didn't see a team that was light years different than last year's team. Like, I haven't looked at these first 2 games and said, boy, this team's a juggernaut. I've looked at this first 2 games and said, you know what? They look a little bit better than last year. And most important, they were able to win 2 games that they weren't able to win last year. So in a way, I don't know how much better they are than last year, but I do know that they just won a game or maybe 2 games that they probably weren't going to win or wouldn't have won last year.
Yeah, and you may throw something at me for this take, Stoney, but I mean it. In a crazy world, the fact that it was Seattle, and again, I love that they went up there and beat Pittsburgh, because now it makes that win against them not just your division foe. You can put some respect on that win, going up to Seattle and winning that game, and then pulling out a game against New Orleans, which, the spread was 3, they covered. But the bottom line is, why do I feel like the wins are better than 21-10? And obviously that's what the Niners coaching staff would take. But the fact that last year they just couldn't win the close games for whatever reason, through 2 games, you feel like maybe that's changed. And I'm with you. You can't make those big assessments. But as far as fans, Steiny, I think you can feel like they're better, but yet you only got these 2 games to go on.
888-957-9570. is the number. Best part of the 2-0 start, 49er fans. Let's go to Jordan in San Leandro. Hey, Jordan, how you doing?
Oh, I'm good. How are you guys?
Hey.
Doing well, thank you.
Good. Yeah, so happy Tuesday, first and foremost. But secondly, dang, I'm here to give flowers, man. I was just so hyped off of just our defense and how solid just kind of made that whole concoction against them. It was just it was beautiful. It was a sight to see. I'm just so happy. It's just an improvement from last year. And then you see those, like the linebackers, the secondary. It was all beautiful. But what I really want to focus on is just that defensive line. Like D. Winters and Bosa just put on a show. They've been doing it the past 2 games. Knock on wood. I'm not trying to jinx anything. But I think that's my biggest takeaway from these 2 games. I mean, if they keep this up, we're going to pretty much be unstoppable on that defensive end. But, like, last year, thinking about it, it was just every quarterback against us just had so much time in the pocket. They were so comfortable. I mean, they were doing their taxes in the pocket. They were making sandwiches in the pocket. I mean, like, they had all day. They were doing their checkdowns and then doing them again. And then what? We couldn't get any stops. We were getting cooked every game last year, but I think that's going to be the biggest takeaway this year. And I hate to do it to you guys. I don't want to throw any controversy in there after this, by the way, but I got to put the red on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest
There you go.
If Mac Jones keeps balling like this, $52 million looks crazy. I mean,
You mean for Purdy?
I don't want to. I was hoping, 100%. I mean, I'm looking at that game. I'm like, please throw one interception. Please throw one pick. I need some doubt in my mind. For the love of God. Like I've never been so excited, so mad that somebody did this well and on my own team. I'm just sitting there going, oh, my God, we paid that guy $52 million, and this guy's putting up 300 yards. Oh, my, like, crying on my couch. But other than that, like, hey, take your time, Purdy. I think we'll be okay.
Appreciate it, Jordan.
He shared his heart, Steiny, and I want to throw a flag on him, but you feel how you feel because I think one doesn't have to do with the other. But as far as the D-line, I told you, when's Bosa going to get some help, Steiny? And when you look at Alfred Collins, Mykel Williams, and you look at the stat sheet, they're not popping out, but they're making plays. They have girth. And Bryce Huff coming around the corner, I believe he had 4 pressures, Steiny. That's the most, if I'm correct, the most pressures a Niner player, Bosa teammate has had since 2021. So he was lined up inside along with Mykel Williams, Alfred Collins, and you got Bryce Huff coming around the edge. And again, it's one game, but I'm like, man, if Salah's in the lab coming up with that antidote and that grows or gets enhanced, I mean, that's how you win games. So I'm shocked just from that standpoint of this Niner defense. I think, they got some help and the young dudes are starting to pop. But here I go. Can't that be a bit unfair to Brock, though, from the simple fact that, okay, we know Kyle is excellent at what he does in regard to putting quarterbacks in the best possible position to win. But after one game, you kind of want to see the guy throw some interceptions or do some not good things to justify the 52 from a guy that took you to a Super Bowl and 2 NFC championship games? Like, I'm not there yet.
I'm looking at Purdy last year. He had 2 games last year where he threw 3 touchdowns and had no picks. He did it against Seattle in a 36-24 win, and he did it against the Rams in a 27-24 loss. Look, we're talking about Brock Purdy possibly playing on Sunday. If this were an injury, like a Joe Burrow injury where it'd be 2 or 3 months, that'd be one thing. But even then, I'm not saying that Mac Jones, even if Brock Purdy were out 2 or 3 months, then we'd have to wait and see what he looked like coming back. But I after one game, no, I think that kind of talk is obviously
and real
premature.
Quick, before you grab the next call, Steiny, and also the fact that you gave your quarterback the bag. You gave Brock Purdy the bag because he earned it. So, and the game that he was upright in Seattle, Brock won you that game. So, I'm rooting for Mac Jones to be as flawless as possible, and I'm sure Kyle is, but I just want to slow Niner fans, the ones that feel like, hey, it's Apple. We got an upgrade. Slow down because Brock has been paid and he's going nowhere.
I mean, the question I have for 49er fans is if Brock Purdy had played the exact same game as Mac Jones, would we be saying that's one of Brock's better games in the last 2 or 3 years? 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Kenny. Kenny Koa in the Presidio.
Yeah, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good. Just a simple thing I'm going to say. I've been a 49er fan since when I was 4 years old. Moved up here from Hawaii. And I remember my dad predicted about the Berg, and so is Montana. This is like a history repeats itself. I'm looking at all the angles and everything. Hope not. But I can see the potential of Mac Jones as compared to Brock. Mac's a little bit taller, and he's more flexible the way I look at it. It's like history repeats itself. It happens here in our,
You think Mac Jones is better than Brock Purdy? Or he's going to take over the job from Brock Purdy?
Oh, yeah. But for me, I think he's way bigger and taller. And just keep on playing. I think he's going to be more better than Brock.
All right. Appreciate it, Kenny.
Right.
Well, I'm going to go happy hour, Steiny, because Brock Purdy set the bar so high. He's gotten you to a Super Bowl. He didn't lose you the Super Bowl. He got you to the NFC Championship game. So I'm just saying it's one game for Mac, and I'm happy for Mac. And I'm happy the Niners got to win. But the bottom line is, how can people be at a decision so quick when Brock Purdy has skins on the wall?
Well, I think it's in anticipation of what if Purdy isn't ready to go in
the next couple weeks?
Yeah, in like a timely manner. What if Brock Purdy and this injury keep him out a month? I don't think we're there, but I guess that's what certain fans are talking about. But I would need to see a lot more. And then here's the other thing, even from a logistical point of view. Okay, let's say 2 months from now you say, you know what, Mac Jones is better than Brock Purdy. All right, what are you going to do about it?
And that's right.
Okay,
there we go.
So what happens now?
We can't get that 52 back.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. And the 49ers are 2-0, and we're asking fans what the best part of this start is. Is it the fact that Mac Jones has won one of the games? Is it the fact that Christian McCaffrey looks like himself or closer to himself than he has in a little while? 888-957-9570 is the number. Can we get Devin in an Uber? What's up, Devin? How you doing?
Gentlemen, how's it going?
Doing well.
Hey, good. How you feeling, brother?
I'm hanging in there, baby. Glad to be back.
There we go. Hey, really quick, I got nothing but love to say today. You guys, man, you might be, I don't know if you guys are first for the best radio show in the country, man. Like, I really love you guys and the dynamic.
He said country.
To speak now, I want to, big 95.7 the game. We here, man. Now, really quick, as a diehard Raider fan that's from the city, right? The Niners, I think the fan base should be ecstatic right now. I think you guys should be extremely happy based off of this, right? With all things considered, based off of this, your front office is doing everything they can to strive to have a good season. And as a fan, that's all you can ask for, right? The front office cares. The coaching staff cares. The players care. We know people are going to get injured. You don't win every game. It happens. But effort matters, right? That's what keeps the fan base paying their dollar and sitting in front of that TV. And we're watching them bring in Salah. We're watching them, receivers in and out due to holdouts or due to injuries, and they're bringing receivers in. Jake Moody isn't doing what he can, and they're trying their best to get every last drop from him. But if they can't get more, forget about it. Bring in a kicker. These guys are doing what they can for you guys. And they even helped out getting Mac Jones because they realized what it was when Purdy's out. And now look, so it's like just just celebrate it. I get that the wins aren't 49-0, and it is what it is. But you guys are collecting dubs. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's all that matters. You know, you just go week by week. So salute to y'all. I can't have any hate today. You know, salute to the Niners doing their thing. Salute to their but I hope the fan base gets better. Quit being too needy and entitled, man. I love you guys.
All right, back at you. Well, a lot of love there, Steiny. And I'll say this. This is how I see it, Steiny. You got Ayuk at some point coming back. You got Kittle after week 4 coming back. You got Brock coming back. You got Demarcus Robinson coming back. So you're 2-0 now. You keep that up. You got some enhancements. Who's telling after this defense keeps going through its puberty, you know, where you'll be week 8, week 9, week 10. You should be excited.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, what's the best part of this 2-0 start for you? 2 road games and you're 2-0. But what's been the best part of it? You know, I look at Mac Jones, quarterbacked you to a win as a backup. I look at Christian McCaffrey. He looks pretty darn good. And if you don't think he's quite back to 2 years ago, the question I have is, can he get there? Who's to say he's not knocking off rust right now in terms of his injury? Bosa and Fred Warner have been terrific, both making game-winning type plays. The young guys have played pretty well. Upton Stout has been a mainstay in the first 2 games. So if I were to ask 49er fans the best part of this 2-0 start, how would we all answer? 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, coming up at noon, which is in 20 minutes, we'll have Matt Barrows of The Athletic. Of course, he covers the San Francisco 49ers, and he was in New Orleans on Sunday. And I wonder if he was one of these guys on the conference call yesterday with Shanahan. Apparently, the beat writers were a little lethargic.
You guys are slower today. Were you guys in Bourbon Street too long last night or something?
Long flight back.
All right.
Yeah, so apparently the media didn't have a lot of questions yesterday for Kyle Shanahan, and he gave him grief about
Kyle said a little too slow, Steiny.
Yeah.
Like Geno Smith last night.
888-957-9570 is the number. What's the best part of this start, 49er fans? 888-957-9570. Again, Matt Barrows of The Athletic is coming up at noon, which is in 20 minutes. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And that segment was also brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
There are children, friends, and families walking, riding, on paths and roads every day. Remember, they're real people with loved ones who need them to get home safely. Protect our cyclists and pedestrians, because they're people too. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
This year, the Valley of Hearts Delight fundraiser shines brighter than ever. With our theme, Legacies Under the Lights, step into History Park, glowing with restored historic neon signs from the History San Jose collection, and enjoy an unforgettable night of dining, live music, and celebration. All proceeds support preserving the stories and landmarks that make our valley unique. Tickets are now on sale at historysanjose.org. Join us for Legacies Under the Lights October 9th and help keep history shining for generations to come.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California 8 scratch right on 1.
Wait, what play is that? Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call. For sure.
On 1. Ready, set, hot.
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota. Fall's calling. Time to own every mile, every trail, every turn. Take on California's wildest outdoor adventures with Toyota's proven reliability backing you all the way. Get a low-cost lease on the dynamic 2025 RAV4 or shop the industry's best lineup of fuel-efficient hybrid SUVs like the 36 MPG Grand Highlander Hybrid and the 38 MPG Toyota Crown Signia. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium-rated credit as 9/30/25.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
The Violet and Black have made it to the playoffs in their inaugural season in the Bay. Tune in to 95.7 The Game and the Odyssey app for all the playoff games and everything Violet and Black. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
San Jose is sunny and very warm with a high of 91.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
I got to choose between the Valkyries tomorrow. They got hammered. Sunday, great first quarter, got hammered. Or a Sunday. Steiny, I like football on the TV.
When don't they have a game before? When's the Valkyries' next game? Is it
Wednesday.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, Wednesday.
Okay. If they lose, are they eliminated?
Done.
So you might not have to make that choice on Sunday.
No, I couldn't do both in the week, so I was going to.
Oh, you mean game
yeah.
one? Game
yeah.
one. I got you.
Because I've been around a lot of people, and I think that I got something sinal. I can't say sinal. Something with my sinus going on. Spinal.
You're not feeling?
No, it's just yeah.
All right.
When blood comes out your nose, there's a concern if you don't do the white horse.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Let's go to, let's get us started here with Kells in Carolina. Hey, Kells, how you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas? Happy September 16th. Sorry about your nose, Goo.
It's all good. I'll be all right. What's up, Kells?
All right. So you were asking about what's my biggest surprise of the season, or what's our biggest surprise. I think Kyle letting go of his ego is the biggest thing I've noticed this year. I feel like he's listening more. Whoever he's listening to is up for debate, but he's definitely been doing some woo sign over the offseason, starting with bringing Salah back. He's getting his contracts done early, cutting Moody, because that was a big stress in his life, I'm sure. Then having the balanced attack after running CMC into the ground the week prior. Previously, he would have said, forget it, we're just going to keep pumping it to CMC, especially with a backup quarterback in the game. And then I just think he wants to be less stressed this year and be less stubborn, because I think he sees the window closing for certain players on this team. Not that the 49ers window is closing, because we got a good young crop coming up, and he wants to get it done by any means necessary this year with the record, with the schedule that we have, and knowing the Super Bowl is at home, and knowing he doesn't know what his future is looking like. And as far as the game coming up, I don't think we'll have any problem this year, because I don't think we had a problem last year except for the defense. And the defense is a lot younger and faster than we were last year. There was a lot of miscommunication in the secondary last year, which we shouldn't have those problems with Salah in the game, or Salah coaching. And as far as Mac Jones, we got to pump our brakes on that whole situation.
I'm with you.
Unless he goes out there and puts up 40 points. Remember when Kaepernick took over for Alex Smith? It was obvious how dynamic he was, how much of a difference it was. Unless Mac Jones comes out there and puts up 40 and it's just like running over people or something like that, I don't think Brock has anything to worry about. But I do think he feels some of the pressure to get in there and play this weekend, because he knows Max is Kyle's guy and he doesn't want any more talk. But that's all I got to say.
Appreciate it, Kels.
Yep.
Maybe one of the reasons that he's not as uptight, or he's feels a little more calm, is because they don't have the expectations this year that they've had in the last 3 years, the 49ers, and there's no other way to cut it. They're not. They were considered a Super Bowl favorite, and they're not quite as high on the expectation list this year, and maybe that's giving Kyle Shanahan a little peace of mind.
Well, Steiny, don't forget, they were picked over the Rams by Vegas to win the NFC West, and I think they had, the 7th or 8th best odds to win the Super Bowl. So I know here we're close to it. You might not think they were close, but it looks like from afar, a lot of people still had expectations of the Niner team, and now you kind of back that up with, again, it's 8 quarters, 2 games. You're 2-0. And you got a bunch of reinforcements coming back at different junctures.
888-957-9570 is the number. Best part of the 2-0 start, if you're a 49er fan. What is it? Coming up in 5 minutes, too, we've got Matt Barrows of The Athletic. He's going to join us. Let's go to Melvin in San Francisco. Hey, Melvin. How's it going, man?
What's going on, people? How y'all doing today?
Hey.
Doing well.
Man, I'm glad all is well, man. I appreciate the conversation. I love 98, 95.7 the game, always have. I will say this one quick thing. Y'all remember when football was in the street, in the playground, in the parking lot, at the park, when we threw the ball, when it didn't really matter who threw the touchdown or who ran the ball. You were surprised when the big boy got his touchdown, or he got his touchdown throw or catch or whatnot. When the game was fun, I feel and I understand us conversing about, the back and forth of what's going on inside of the organization. But do we really know? No, we don't, unless we're sitting inside of the boardroom meetings. We may read this and listen to that. But yet, I'll say this, man, a W is a W. When we get to the playoffs, all we are worried about is how many W's we have when we get there. That's what's going to put us in the playoffs. When we get past the playoffs and into the Super Bowl, it's the W's that make us the winners of the NFC Championship on into the Super Bowl. Now, you got play callers that may make a wrong call here and there, but yet and still, man, I'm happy as a Niner fan all my life with the W. Just keep getting them W's. I wouldn't care if Williams threw the touchdown or if your guy Pearsall made a run, for 50 yards out of the backfield, bro. It's just about the Dubs for me, man. Y'all take care. Love you. Have a great day.
Appreciate the call, Melvin. We're talking about the best part of this 2-0 start. The one thing I think that the 49ers should feel good about, and I'm not trolling here at all, but you got rid of Jake Moody, and he didn't cost you a game. And now you have a guy who was 2 for 2, and maybe you solved your field goal issues without having to take one in the loss column. I actually think that's a silver lining, that it didn't take a loss for you to move on from Jake Moody.
Yeah, and I'll say this about that call and the caller previously. Steiny, I did not see any way in hell that McCaffrey could touch the ball 19 times and you can go on the road with what you had at your disposal going into this game and what you didn't have at your disposal. And for them to put up 26 points and only 19 touches, the caller mentioned, did somebody get in Kyle's ear? And I just wonder if that were by design. But, boy, do I have my popcorn ready for this Sunday. As you get further down the road and play better opponents, how many Sundays you can do that and still win and have the benefit of McCaffrey, not driving the car a lot of miles.
Yeah,
I didn't see 19 touches. I just didn't.
Yeah, I
was like,
I think 19's a lot.
I mean, what do you think 31 is?
Well, I don't think that's sustainable.
Well,
I think it's got to get down to 19-ish rather than up around 25.
So that obviously to you was by design. Because I didn't see Mac throwing it 39 times, Donnie. I don't know how many times Purdy's done that under Kyle.
Purdy threw 40 passes one time last year in the regular season.
Wow.
So Mac Jones threw 39 times on Sunday, which was more than all but one game last year of Brock Purdy. What does that mean? I have no idea. What do 49er fans think that means? Like, I don't know how to explain that.
Well, I take it as, you tell me what you think, confidence. From
sure.
His head coach.
Sure. Right. But I'm wondering, was it just that's what Kyle was seeing during the course of a game? That there was stuff open through the air? Did he want to use McCaffrey more, but it just didn't go kind of in that direction? I'm not sure. I just know that Mac Jones looked pretty good, and Kyle Shanahan kept giving him passing down, kept giving him passing plays, and he didn't make any big mistakes.
And we didn't even mention Kendrick Bourne, Stoney. I didn't know what to make of, the reacquisition of Kendrick Bourne, but 3 receptions, 32 yards. Every time he caught it, just felt big, but Mac was also spreading the ball around. But that throw to Jennings across the middle for the touchdown just was like, wow, okay, maybe you're not missing your starting quarterback this Sunday. And then that rope to the, corner of the end zone to McCaffrey, that's a laser. That was a great throw and catch.
I'm looking at the ESPN power rankings right now, and they've got the Niners 11th.
11th. Can you tell me who's ahead of them? Or are you
Buffalo, Philly, Green Bay, Baltimore, Detroit, Rams, Chargers, Chiefs, Commanders, Buccaneers.
Well, how can the Chiefs? Well, I got you. They're on 2. But the Rams, that's the one. They're in your division. They're 2-0 along with you. And, man, that's going to be a clash because I think the Rams are good as long as our guy remains upright, their quarterback, Stafford. But, yeah, Steiny, I just like this. I like the fact that a lot of your defense is what the Warriors were hoping for when they drafted Steph, Dre, and Clay. Obviously not all at the same time. but they were able to build you a dynasty. Buster, Crawford, and Belt to a degree, and we saw how that worked out. You just feel like with Stout and Siegel and all the rest of these guys, Collins and Michael Williams, where are they going to be in a month or two,
Matty Barrows joining us in a couple minutes. He writes for The Athletic. Let's squeeze in Corey in Concord, and then we'll get to Matt Barrows. Hey, Corey, how are you?
Steiny Guru, what up? How's it going today?
Hey.
Hey. All right. So, for me, man, I feel like the trenches have been the biggest difference in these first 2 weeks. I mean, we've seen now 2 straight weeks where that defensive line has sealed the game for the Niners, and I think that's something they've lacked. And since D'Amico left a few years ago, it kind of felt like every week we all had questions about the defensive coordinators, and even during our Super Bowl run in 23, and it just feels like we're getting back to a place where we can rely on that defense again and sort of expect them to make a play. And hey, Goo, how about those 3-0 Berkeley, California Golden Bears, man?
Let's go.
They're 2.5-point dog against Minnesota. Look, I'm gonna make a prediction right now. They're gonna run the table, win the ACC championship, and Berkeley, California is gonna host a college football playoff game this year. Let's go.
Look at him, Steiny. Put that in the cappy. They beat Minnesota. How did Tulane do?
They won.
Did you go to the bar?
No.
Okay.
No, I watched it at home.
Yeah.
They went to they beat Duke 34-27. Matt Barrows joining us momentarily, and he's going to be talking about a 2-0 football team and one that hosts the Arizona Cardinals at home. Their home opener at Levi Stadium on Sunday. And if they win that game, will have won more games in the division than they did all of last year.
Just think about that. Wow.
So when you look at this team and where they're at least as far as comparing it to last year, it's a lot better. There's no doubt
progress,
about it.
No doubt.
Yeah, exactly. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time you discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Matt Barrows. Hey, Matt, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We're doing well. I was asking some 49er fans what the best part of this 2-0 start has been, because it does feel like they've got a lot of good things going for them. What's maybe one thing that surprised you in the positive through 2 games right now, Matt?
Well, I mean, I think the best thing is that they've gotten 2 of their home game or their away games out of the way, and they came back with victories from both of them. And they don't have their full roster, nothing even close to that going right now, and they've still won these games. So I think that's huge. I mean, my point being that this team should get better as the year goes on, and the DeMarcus Robinsons, the Brandon Ayuk's, the Brock Purdy's, the George Kittles return to action, and they also, in the second half of the schedule, have an abundance of home games. So everything's setting up for the second half of the season to be better than the first half, and to start 2-0 puts you in a really good spot. And the other part is that winning these kind of gritty, close games is something they absolutely did not do last season. They've had problems with that off and on in the past, and you're seeing this defense, the defensive line in particular, really rise to the occasion at the end of games. So I think that's a really good sign. It's a good sign that Michael Williams is part of that group, the group of closers that Robert Saleh and Chris Kosurik have been sending in at the end of games. I think that bodes well for the future.
Matt, always a pleasure, and I'm known to say some outlandish stuff, so I was saving this for you, but I had the thought, and I'm going to be honest. I know we're only 2 weeks through the season, And I feel like this acquisition of Mac Jones, and I told Steiny and the listeners this is how I felt, but this could be one of the quietest, greatest moves of the offseason because Brock could be back Sunday. He could miss 4 to 5 weeks. I don't know. But for him to throw the ball 39 times, did that surprise you, Matt, as you were in New Orleans watching this game?
Yeah, it absolutely surprised me. I mean, 39 is a big number. Last year, Brock Purdy had just one game, 40, a game in which they were trailing the whole time, that surpassed the 39 that Mac Jones got. So it was a surprise, but it speaks to how much confidence the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, have in Mac Jones. And he played a lot of snaps, in the spring and the summer. There was one day, Brock Purdy had to leave for the birth of his child. Mac Jones was the de facto number one quarterback that day. He also threw to a lot of the guys he was throwing to on Sunday. When you have all these injuries, you have your B team on the field, and that's who Mac Jones threw to this summer. He threw a lot of passes to Luke Farrell. He threw a lot of passes to Jake Tonjes. He has a background with Kendrick Bourne from New England. So, in a way, it kind of worked out. Obviously not an ideal scenario to have all these injuries, but there was definitely a cohesion there that you might not expect with all those backups in the game.
Matt Barrows joining us on 95.7 The Game, writes for The Athletic, covers the San Francisco 49ers. Are the 49ers optimistic about Christian McCaffrey's start to the season?
I think they are. I think you can definitely see them putting Brian Robinson, his backup, in more than maybe McCaffrey's backup in 2023. So they're cautious with it. But, I mean, just from watching him run, and I think that there was, from both of those guys, McCaffrey and Robinson, a noticeable improvement from week 1 to week 2. They're just running better. And then you expect that from just about every running back in this league. But my point being that physically, I don't think that there's anything wrong with Christian McCaffrey. Not that you can tell. I do think maybe with the turf, maybe with the calf injury he experienced just before the Seahawks game, they're being more cautious than normal. But I think that the more Robinson plays, the more he's going to pick up this offense, and the more comfortable the 49ers are going to be with pulling Christian McCaffrey out of the game, which was a big, not a big issue, but something that a number of fans noted back in 2023. Why is this guy still in the game in the fourth quarter? And something that probably played a role in his 2024 season. So I think that the first two games are a good baseline for what the rest of the season could look like for Christian McCaffrey.
Matt, the last time we talked, I was petrified about this defense, and a lot of youngsters were going to be a part of this defense, and they are, and two-year players. But you got Siegel, Stout, Mykel Williams, Collins, and D. Winters popping. Why has the defense, to me, it's been a godsend through 2 games, and what is Robert Saleh doing to maximize this new Niner defense that, quite honestly, Matt, to me has been shocking how good they've been?
Yeah, I think that the D-line is better than expected early on. And, we concentrated, we as the media, on all the newcomers. Okay, how quickly can these newcomers, these rookies, acclimate to the defense? But really they've been relying on guys like Jordan Elliott and Kalia Davis and Bryce Huff and Yetur Gross-Matos. I mean, Huff and Gross-Matos and Kalia Davis in particular, each of those guys had, an explosive play on Sunday. So they're getting contributions from guys that maybe we weren't concentrating on back in August. And then these rookies are making progress. I mean, the jump that Mykel Williams made from week 1 to week 2 was massive. And I think that Alfred Collins made a similar jump. Not nearly as prominent as Williams was on Sunday, but he was noticeable. And you couldn't have said that back in, July and August. He was behind the curve and didn't do much in the preseason. Sunday's game, he looked hard to handle, especially when he's one-on-one with a guard. I mean, I think that's the 49ers' ideal scenario there, is that Alfred Collins gets matched up with a 6'2", 310-pound guard, and that's going to be over pretty quickly. All the arrows up on that group, and I think each of them made a leap from week 1 to week 2.
Matt Barrows joining us on 95.7 The Game, covers the San Francisco 49ers for The Athletic. Brock Purdy, obviously, he's got turf toe. What do you think this comes down to on Sunday? Is it a pain threshold issue for him? Is it a mobility issue? What do you think goes into whether or not he's going to play or not on Sunday?
I don't think the 49ers want this to be a chronic issue in 2025. So if they can get him 100% or close to it and sort of put away the fear that this becomes a recurring thing for him, I think that's the way you go. I mean, we just talked about it, how good Mac Jones looked, how similar he looked to Brock Purdy. I think that gives the 49ers reassurance that, okay, we can continue to put Mac Jones in there until we're absolutely certain that this injury isn't going to be problematic. That's why I think it's probably going to be Jones on Sunday, just because if there's any shred of doubt about the toe at all, then the smart move is to sit your franchise quarterback.
Now, Matt, I know it's only 2 games, but a couple years ago, the Niners draft Ricky Pearsall, and I'm in the living room like, who? I was unfamiliar with him. But, man, this dude's got 8 receptions, 164 yards, averaging 20 yards a pop. We saw week 1 big-time catches in crucial moments. I got to believe everybody, in Niner Nation is excited what they're seeing from Ricky Pearsall. How sustainable is this? And is the kid just going to take this a couple steps higher?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the expectation. The future is, okay, what happens when you've got Brandon Ayuk at 100% and Ricky Pearsall on the field at the same time? Two similar wide receivers to wide receivers that you would think would mesh very well with Brock Purdy. And so Pearsall is having to sort of be the Brandon Ayuk of this team, while Brandon Ayuk is coming back from this ACL, and he's been doing a good job of it. I mean, that's a high standard. That's a big ask for somebody. But that 20.5 average that you just noted, I mean, that's higher than Ayuk's has been in the past. So he's making plays. He's making big plays. He's making the types of catches over the middle. I mean, that first one, I forget how deep it was, but that was a tough throw from Mac Jones and a tough catch, sliding catch in traffic from Ricky Pearsall, and he came up with it. That's exactly what you want to see from him. The question is, if you have a critique of him, it's that the volume hasn't been huge, and you maybe need a game where you're really feeding him the ball. But, if Juwan Jennings is on the field, you don't necessarily have to have that. So far, so good. I thought going into the season that Ricky Pearsall would be sort of a big key to whether this team is successful right away. And he has been, and the 49ers have been. So I think it's thumbs up for him.
Matt Barrows joining us on 95.7 The Game. I was really kind of impressed, if that's the word, or taken aback a little bit by how emotional Fred Warner was after that game. I think it's like sometimes as fans, we think, the Niners are playing the Saints. The Saints aren't very good. They'll just go down there and they'll take care of the game, and it's a punch the clock game. It feels like like Fred Warner is like I don't know, galvanized or something. Like it feels like they're building something defensively behind Warner and Bosa. Am I reading that right, or is Fred Warner still the same Fred Warner he's always been?
Well, he is, but he's healthy this year, which you couldn't say for the bulk of the 2024 season. And I think that there's just a belief that they're on the right track this year. I think that's absolutely related to Robert Saleh coming in, to a couple of moves that they made. I think the Bryce Huff addition is definitely been underplayed and is a big deal for this team. Huff plus Mykel Williams basically equals a Nick Bosa. So I feel like that defensive end position, which has been just a drift since Steve Ford left and, basically left after the 2019 season, was never himself after that season. I just think that there's a lot to be happy about. And, by the way, he also had probably the biggest game-changing play on Sunday when he punched that ball out from Alvin Kamara. So he had a lot to be happy about. And like I said, I feel like there's a sense that they're not stealing wins these first 2 weeks, but, this was the dicey time for the 49ers. So if they can get W's during this dicey period, it's just gravy for them. So I think that accounts for some of the elation that you're seeing, that you're feeling with this team.
I don't want to diss former defensive coordinator Nick Sorensen, Matt, but the bottom line was D. Winters was on this, on the roster last year, and now he looks like a reincarnation of Dre Greenlaw, and I'm super duper shocked and excited to watch him play. But would it be fair, Matt, to, if I was talking to Nick, like, why didn't you see what Robert Saleh is seeing in D. Winters? Because this dude's been a godsend thus far.
Well, yeah, I think that the 49ers last year really would have loved for D. Winters to take over that spot from Devondre Campbell at the beginning of the season. And they tried that a couple of times, and D. Winters just kept getting injured. And so it never really took. They saw flashes of the current D. Winters that we're seeing last year. But like I said, every time he would take a step forward, it was 2 steps back because of an injury. So I don't think that was Sorensen related. I think that was the plan last year. It didn't happen. Devondre Campbell, ironically, ended up playing more than what the 49ers probably had planned for him, which makes his exit all the more surprising. He didn't see it coming. But I agree with you. He has looked like the second coming of Dre Greenlaw, just aggressive and fast and impactful. And nobody gets away from him either. He's so fast. You pair that with confidence and knowledge of the defense, which he has now that he's in his third year. And, the results are what you're seeing on Sundays.
Does it feel like Shanahan's a little less stressed out this year than he maybe has been the last 2 or 3 years, or is that just something that I'm reading into coming over the press conferences, et cetera?
No, that's something a lot of people have picked up on. I'm doing a mailbag right now, and that was one of the reader questions. And I think the answer is absolutely yes. Last year, I wrote about this before the season began, that there was a weight on this team. They had just lost the Super Bowl. They basically had an all-star team assembled, and they had this very heavy responsibility to go back to the Super Bowl, and it just didn't happen. And so the season became more and more of an albatross around their necks, and you saw that in Kyle Shanahan. This year, coming off a 6-win season, they've got a roster that's full of rookies. They have a 4th-place schedule. They don't have a lot of primetime games. And so expectations are lower. It's just, I don't know. There's a lightness about it that certainly wasn't here last year.
Matty, thank you so much for joining us. As always, really appreciate it, and we'll catch up soon. Thank you.
All right, anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Yes, sir. That's Matt Barrows of The Athletic talking about the 49ers. And, he thinks Kyle's maybe a little looser this year than he's been.
But you've noticed that, huh? I can't say that I have, but especially with Jake Moody for 1 week, but even the preseason. But that's interesting, Steiny. I hadn't noticed that.
Yeah, I think he's been, like a little bit, a little more give and take. Like, it just doesn't feel like and Matt used the word weight. Yeah, it doesn't feel like he's got the weight on his shoulders that he maybe has had in the past, or that he felt like he had in the past.
Do you think that comes with what you mentioned earlier? I kind of disagree with you with the expectations, because I think they're there. Forget Vegas, but what, 7th or 8th, team to win a Super Bowl, and picked over the Rams to win the division, even with all the change.
I think the expectations have changed for this team. We should ask 49er fans that. I think that's the one part that, if you're expecting, I don't know how you could go into this season with the same expectations you had in each of the last 3 seasons, considering the roster's so different. But, maybe there's a lot of 49er fans out there that do have Super Bowl expectations for this team, and maybe that's why they're not altogether satisfied, even though you're 2-0 and you've won 2 games on the road. I can just tell you the way I look at this season for the San Francisco 49ers, and what happened over the last 3 seasons doesn't matter at all. I don't think this is a Super Bowl team this year. Could they end up being one? Yeah, it's possible, sure. But I don't think they are at this point.
And you asked him about the McCaffrey. So you plant your flag, Steiny, on, you think it was by design that he got 19 carries and 12 less than week 1?
I'm not sure, to tell you the truth.
But 39 pass attempts from the quarterback, you're going to you get 2 things. Hopefully not interceptions, which you didn't get. And obviously, if you're throwing the ball, that's less wear and tear on McCaffrey. But the caller a couple hours ago alluded to, did somebody get in Kyle's ear, and gave Kyle credit for, if somebody did, he listened. But I'm just wondering, will that be a trend moving forward? Like, now I really believe Arizona's better than Seattle, to me, Steiny, and New Orleans. But, man, if somehow Brock Purdy can't go and Mac Jones is back there, if this is the formula to have him throw almost 40 times and keep McCaffrey under 20 touches, that's a win in itself again.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that Shanahan will use Christian McCaffrey as much as he thinks he has to use him in order to win a game. And I think maybe he felt like against the Saints, Mac Jones was effective putting the ball in the air. So as long as he was effective and not turning it over and making safe passes, that they could maybe go away from Christian McCaffrey just a little bit more than normal, or at least more get away from him more than they did in week 1. Hey, you can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount+. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's about $250 a month. All you have to do is visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Matt Barrows joining us at 12 o'clock. And,
good stuff.
And talking about the San Francisco 49ers. And he seemed to be leaning toward Mac Jones getting the start on Sunday.
Yeah. And, Stein, if I were in control, shout out Janet Jackson, and it were up to me, after what I saw Mac Jones and my offense do as a collective, I just got to slow play this thing and give Brock as much time as needed. But, man, this may be a storyline. Even when Brock does come back, Steiny, guess what's going to happen? He's going to get hit. He's going to be under piles at different times. And listening to Lowe and Baldy this morning, this seems like the type of injury, I know there's different degrees of it or grades, that could follow him the whole season. And you hope that's not the case.
Yeah, and maybe, I don't know anything about this injury. I don't know that if it sounds to me like if you give it time to heal now, it'll be better over the course of the season.
Lowe said his kept up with him the whole year. Now he was different running back, fullback, but
yeah, I don't know whether it's a pain tolerance issue for Purdy or whether it's a mobility issue for Brock Purdy, but
the fact that it kept him out is why I'm on a little more on the serious side. Like, we don't know the degree, you're right, but we do know there was degree to where he couldn't play.
Yeah, exactly. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, they open their home schedule on Sunday against the Arizona Cardinals. Kyler Murray and Arizona comes in here. They're 2-0.
Yeah.
And so this will be for, the division shaping up as one that's going to be very competitive. So the 49ers absolutely want to go better than 1-5 in the division this year, which is what they went last year.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people want to say, Goo, put that in the toilet, just flushed last year. But I still, that's one of the most disheartening losses was to your division foe, Arizona, the way that game happened. The fumble, they drive down, then Seattle did it way later on in the season. But, man, you want to pay that back. But could you imagine, again, Steiny, I know it's a marathon, but if we come back here Monday and they're 3-0, and surpass their win total in the division last year with what they've dealt with, because there's definitely been some turbulence just from an injury standpoint. But, man, you got to like what you're seeing from Saleh, and you got to like what you're seeing from Ricky Pearsall. Now, he did say something about Pearsall real quick, Steiny. He's been hot, but he ain't getting a bunt. The ball's not just going to him all the time. You know what I mean? So maybe that's the next evolution of it.
I mean, if he's averaging over 20 yards a carry, a catch. So, he starts catching 8 balls a game. He's going to lead the league in receiving yards then probably. 888-957-9570 is the number. On the other side, we got some other things going on in the sports world, Goo, that we can jump into. The San Francisco Giants
had a debut.
They're wrapping up their season. 2 weeks left, and they're hanging on barely.
And basketball's back.
Also, we got a little bit of Jonathan Kaminga news to pass along, and you can tell me what you make of it. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Moderna.
Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
I'm not in this one.
Oh. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You are in this one, Steiny.
All righty. Welcome back. Thanks to Matt Barrows of The Athletic. Joined us about a half hour ago talking about the Niners, the 2-0 San Francisco 49ers. Three-way tie for first place in the NFC West.
Speaking of 2-0, you're 2-0 in our fantasy league. I saw you, buddy. Congrats.
Yeah.
Evan 0-2. I'm 1-1. My bad.
Having a little trouble with my earphones. Hang in there with me,
I got you.
Let me get to Mike and Gilroy real quick. Okay, there we go. I got it fixed. Mike and Gilroy. Hey, buddy.
Fellas. Hey, I just want to do a little quote on that movie Moneyball, right? When he sits there in the scouts and tells them no one's asking the right question. So after watching last night's game, that Tampa Bay Houston game, those are my kind of games. I love solid defense. And you have Robert Saleh right now. You have to pay him whatever it takes to keep him for 4 or 5 years and get back to that point where we were a few years ago with Robert Saleh. And then we're in every game for 17 weeks, right? I mean, that's the way it's got to be. And as far as Brock Purdy goes, I mean, I get it. Football's a rough sport. Everyone's hurt, right? And there's a difference between hurt and injured, like you say. But if he can push off and throw the rock like he normally does, then he can play, even if he's only 90% limited mobility. You got to play hurt in the NFL and in college. You got to play. That's what I got for you guys. What do you think?
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call.
Great game last night. You was talking about Houston, Tampa Bay. Now he was physical.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that what I've observed with Robert Saleh is everybody trusts him, from Jed York to Kyle Shanahan to John Lynch to the fans to the media. There seems to just be an understanding that Robert Saleh is about as good as it gets at defensive coordinator, and I do think that goes a long way. I mean, Kyle Shanahan over the last couple of years has talked about defensive coordinators, whether it was Sorensen or whether it was Wilkes. I don't get the sense that he involves himself at all, or certainly not to the degree that he did with with the other guys that he does with Robert Saleh.
I'll say this. I feel like Robert Saleh is to defense what Kyle is to offense.
Yeah, although I almost get the sense that 49er fans have more confidence in Saleh as a defensive coordinator than Kyle as an offensive coordinator. But I think that's mostly a function of fans have gotten used to Kyle Shanahan. He's been here 8 years, and now Saleh's back here for 1 year after he did a great job with the defense prior.
I'll say this because I feel it. Steiny, I just feel like all assistant coaches, their goal is to become a head coach. And Robert Saleh, like DeMeco Ryans, did that. And the situation got toxic in New York, and, he lost his job. But I know we're only 2 games in. But if this Niner defense keeps growing and keeps that physicality, and let's just say when it's all said and done, forget where the Niners finished. They make the playoffs, and this defense was a staple of what this team is about. I mean, who's to say he's not Calipari again, one and done? Because he got whatever happened in New York, whatever. I get it, the Aaron Rodgers. But if he can bring these youngsters and get them balling throughout the whole season, my point is, Stein, he's going to get another opportunity at a coaching job. Then it comes down to, do you want to stay as an assistant? And I just think guys like that, I know he's probably staying up at night like, I got a raw deal. If that opportunity came around again, I'm out.
Yeah.
And I understand.
Yeah, I mean, he'll probably get another opportunity if the defense is good here.
Yeah.
Whether it's at the end of this year, I don't know, or down the line. But I just know that right now, the veterans on defense seem to be crazy about playing for Robert Saleh again, which is half the battle. Let's go to Philmo Mike.
Mike.
Hey, Philmo. How you doing, man?
Hey, man. How y'all doing?
Hanging
Doing
in,
well,
Mike.
man.
That's what's up. I enjoy hearing you back, Guru. You know, it's nothing like you. You're an awesome orator.
Hey, man, I love you for that.
But I just wanted to, yes, sir. I just wanted to say, George Kittle got this thing called linebacker. What's it called? Tight end university.
Yep.
Right. Fred Warner need a linebacker university.
That's great.
Seriously. And then if y'all could answer me this, is he better than? I texted Shasky and Bonte last night. I asked him, is he better? And I never thought I'd say this. Is he better than Patrick Willis? Like, you guys are some real football aficionados, Guru, Steiny. You've been watching football for 75 years. Is he better than Patrick Willis?
I'm going to say this to that.
I don't know. They're both pretty darn good.
Well, one's in the Hall of Fame. So how about I say this, Mike, and I'm not copping out. Fred's on that same track. How about that?
That's a great answer, because I thought when I was watching P. Willis, I thought I was watching, like, you know, Ray Lewis Jr. So, I mean, I don't know. Fred Warner, he's playing at a hell of a level, and I do agree with you, Steiny. Robert Saleh is just the man when it, like, they just respect him. But I don't think they don't just, you know, sometimes, like, when you got the side guy, like, they respect Shanahan, but, man, Robert Saleh, he gets it from like the players all the way down, you know, to the owner, like you said, to the people that's like doing security. He just has that type of, and that's just a credit to him. I don't want to ramble, but man, Robert Saleh, man, I agree, man. It's something about the way he just does his things and goes about his business, and he's very knowledgeable. And he kind of like, it seems like he puts his players in a position to win at all times.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call. I also think that for whatever reason that Robert Saleh, from the moment he walked in this year, the veterans, Bosa, Warner, Diamador Lenore,
yeah.
I mean, they clearly respect him. They clearly think that he's the best defensive coordinator they've played for, and when your veterans show that type of respect to somebody like Robert Saleh, and you're sitting with a bunch of young players, well, then they're going to have to fall in line too. So I just think kind of the way it's worked out these first 2 weeks, I feel like the veterans are totally bought into Robert Saleh, and if the veterans are bought in, then the young guys better come along for the ride.
Yeah, from Philmo Mike to even bring that up, that's just the ultimate compliment to Fred Warner, who's still playing, Steiny. But I think old school Keena Turner, Navarro Bowman. But Fred is ahead of those guys. But I'm just saying, Fred right now, the 2 games in the balance, had the wherewithal to go punch the ball out. And then the one just this past Sunday on a guy that was having a damn good game in Kamara, Steiny, who's bent up like a pretzel. And I'm just thinking to myself, some other linebackers would have been like, oh, he's down. And 54 just comes like, nah, he ain't down in my eyes, knocks it out. Now, to that point, I do want to say this. I don't like how Bosa does his business sometimes in regard to his podium game, and I thought, and I was insulted, that he threw Wilkes under the bus more than a few times. You know, we knew what we were doing on the front end, but the back end, I don't know what we're doing. But when you put that aside, maybe Bosa was really crying out that he missed a guy like Robert Saleh, Steiny. You know, even though I didn't like it, he was crying out that I missed that. And now he's back, and thus far, man, the Niner defense, they're no punks. They're not soft at all.
Hey, this Sunday, your tailgate destination is Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. Our pregame show starts at 10 o'clock in the morning on Sunday with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. We're going to have games in the parking lot, great food and drinks, and your place to watch all the early games as well. If you're going to the 49er game, Come on by before you go to the stadium and join us for a pregame party and then take the shuttle back and forth for just $25. Go to 957thegame.com and click on the kickoff show link to get your spot on the shuttle right now. Laughing Monk Brewing, 1235 Oakmead Parkway, right near the stadium. That's where we'll all be. See you there. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for Safeway members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers with For You on the Safeway app. Here we go. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast Untrimmed Twin Pack, just $6.99 per pound. Pairs well with Decoy Cabernet Sauvignon. What doesn't? 750 milliliter bottles for just $15.54 each, or mix and match 6 or more for just $13.99 each, plus CRV.
Exclusive digital coupon on a dozen Lucerne cage-free eggs, large grade AA, just $3.97 each, limit 1.
Did you say a dozen eggs?
I said a dozen eggs.
For $3.97?
I did.
Excellent.
Excellent. Another exclusive digital coupon on Lucerne chunk or shredded cheese, 32-ounce selected varieties, just $5.97 each, limit 4.
All right. The app is simple to use, makes it easy to save money. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
Hey, it's Bonte. Just back from a fall visit to River Islands where the schools are back in session. There are 3 top-rated K through 8th grade academies within the community, and construction just started on Academy number 4. River Islands High School students are busy in the classroom and on the sports fields of their phenomenal new campus. I don't remember high school ever looking this good. Elsewhere in Northern California's most successful lifestyle community, they're putting the final touches on another park. This one with the playground, workout areas, tennis, a splash pad, and a picnic area. The fall weather is still perfect for launching a kayak or a paddleboard off your own deck and head over to the Boathouse restaurant for lunch or dinner. More than 4,000 households have already made the move to River Islands. Today, with 15 neighborhoods priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million, there's more variety in home styles and sizes than ever before. In fact, the only thing missing at River Islands is you. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
I needed to relocate for a new job, but my house was holding me back.
At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we help Brian sell his house quickly and start fresh. We take care of everything. No cleaning or repairs, no fees or commissions, no hassle.
They took care of everything, and I could move on time.
Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Stevie.
All righty. Hey, what'd you think of the fight on Saturday?
It was free on Netflix, Steiny. Shattered Records. It was great. Bud Crawford and Canelo, it was a great fight. And before it ended, I thought Bud had won the fight, but something that's marred boxing is the judges. And because Canelo was the guy and he had all the belts, Steiny, I thought, it might be hard to beat him because he didn't get knocked out, and they got it right. But boxing at its best is a sweet science, my friend.
I didn't see it.
No?
No, I missed it.
What'd you do Saturday night after the Tulane game? Put me where you were at. Outside?
Went to bed early, probably.
Evan, did you watch the fight? Did you catch the fight Saturday?
I saw it as I was walking home from an establishment. So it ended about 11:30, and that's about when I started the fight.
It was late. Steiny, you know what? I was laughing because I thought it started at 6, but I get you were in between the sheets. I get it. Shout out Isley Brothers.
Yeah. So we got a little Kaminga news.
And that's what life's about. I'm getting ready to take my victory lap. Go ahead.
In the last 2 days, first in ESPN.com and then today in The Athletic by Sam Amick, the Warriors have apparently increased their offer to Jonathan Kaminga. They're willing to give him a 3-year contract with no player option, though, for $75 million.
What?
And he doesn't seem likely to sign that one. And as of right now, it appears we're still looking at him signing the qualifying offer at $7.9 million.
Okay. Wow. With that, you turned down 25. So I'm gonna give you and Evan a couple victory laps, and I'll take one when we find out he's taking the QO. He doesn't want to be here, but he's going to be Magic Johnson. He's going to be here because they need him. And as a fan, I can look at it through the prism of, okay, one and done. We need you, Kaminga. But I am shocked that this thing has been a circus. It stopped them from doing other things officially. And I'm shocked that he wants out, or what it seems to me, he wants out so bad he would turn down Deuce 5. Like, I think that's about right for where he's at in his career right now. But, wow, if he turns that down and get a bet on himself, he's telling us he don't want to be here, and this is going to be a season of anguish.
Yeah, in the ESPN story written by Sham Charania and Anthony Slater, Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy met with Jonathan Kaminga and his agent in Miami in mid-August, so that's about a month ago. And at that point, the Warriors were said to maybe add a year to that deal, 3 for $75. I mean, if he's not signing a 3 for $75, he doesn't want to be here.
And there it is.
I mean,
But he's going to be here, though. Is that a problem? Remember, I fought you and Evan about, it might be some stuff going on. But if you're Dre, Steph, and the rest of the game, pods now, and I could be wrong. When a guy's trying to get his chicken, you leave him alone. But I do wonder now, if he signs that qualifying offer, Steiny, if there could be some pretentious stuff behind the scenes that we start hearing about.
Wait, say that again?
Like, he's obviously doesn't want to be here, but he's going to be here. And you and Evan talked about, some stuff, Mike, when you were out and Evan and I were doing the show, how that would bode in the locker room. And I was thinking nothing to see here. But now I'm starting to, 25? What are you doing?
He doesn't want to be here. He does not want to play for the Golden State Warriors. If it's, is there anybody out there that doesn't believe that?
And I believe that now. Okay,
I believed it for over a year.
But is there going to be animosity now, maybe amongst his peers toward him? On who do you think you are?
Who do you think you are for betting on yourself?
To turn
you got to
down
respect it.
Yeah, I don't disrespect it.
If Jonathan Kaminga walks back into the locker room at $7.9 million, then if I'm a teammate of his, I'm more mad at the Warriors than I am at Jonathan Kaminga at this point. And I mean, he's not a $35 million player.
So we think.
I mean, on the one hand, there's no way he would turn down $25 million a year from another team.
And that,
wow. I mean, the reality of the situation is that the Warriors and Kaminga have butchered this, and now
this is their last dance.
Who knows how it's gonna all play out. October 1st is the deadline. Training camp actually starts before October 1st. So I think it's kind of interesting. This can't go down to the deadline. You wouldn't think. Otherwise, the Warriors aren't going to be able to have guys in camp that they theoretically still want to sign, like Horford and DeAnthony Melton.
Yeah, and there was some scuttlebutt, all depending on how true or not, that those guys were getting just a slight, they were getting slightly irritated that nothing had been done because of this. But, I don't want to get anybody mad at me, but I don't care. But the bottom line is, I was kind of just disappointed in how the Warriors felt like they were in the diamond lane, the slow lane on this. But to meet them in Miami and up that ante and still not get anything from JK, and Steiny, I think I was right that when all this is said and done, that Joe Lacob was the biggest fan of Jonathan Kaminga. But, man, for him to come back on a year that everybody knows he's going to be out, you are right. If he does that, he stood 10 toes down, and he wants up out of here. And it's almost a shame for both parties that couldn't get rectified this offseason.
Well, to me, it's also, interesting. Everybody says, well, Joe Lacob's Jonathan Kaminga's biggest fan.
Right.
And Lacob wants him here. All Lacob's got to do is give him a player option, and he'll sign here. That's what it sounds like. Jonathan Kaminga doesn't want to be under the Warriors' control for the next 3 years or the next 2 years. So
but what about the security of getting the 3 for $75?
He doesn't want it here. He doesn't want to play. You know what? He doesn't want to play with Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler, and he doesn't want to play for Steve Kerr.
I got you.
So
how does this season look when he has to do that? Or are you looking at me, Steiny, saying, he's done it for 4. He can do it 1 more. He'll be fine. He probably ain't wanted to play here the last 2 years. I think that could be a possibility.
What's that?
That he ain't want to be. He hasn't wanted to be here in the last couple of years. So I'm sitting there like, how is this going to play out like it did the last couple of years, Goo?
Well, I think obviously everything changed after Butler got here too. He was playing more when he was healthy before Butler got here, and then he got hurt, and then Butler got here, and he had to take a back seat to Jimmy Butler. But one way or the other, this thing is it's coming to a head, and I don't know how it's going to play out. But as of right now, I think that qualifying offer is something that Kaminga may end up taking. And I'll tell you what, if he plays this year for the Warriors for $7.9 million, that tells me that's a guy who does not want to be with the Warriors long term. There's just no other way around it. Why, if all things were equal, why would Jonathan Kaminga turn down $25 million a year? Like, there's no chance he's still saying, well, I'm a $35 million a year player. He's not. Like, I think the Warriors coming up to 25 is a way for them to say, or is a way for them to show maybe Warrior fans, he doesn't want to be here, guys, so what do you want us to do?
Yeah, I got two things, Donnie, from the chat. No says, guys, you can't speak for Kaminga. We don't know that. Austin and San Jose, I don't blame him for not accepting the Dubs offer. Sometimes, Steiny, things are more bigger than money. But if I were to ask you point blank range right now, are you Team Kaminga or Warriors in this situation?
Neither. They both, I'm neither. Like, I don't think Kaminga, here's the best line in Sam Amick's story, and this is 3 or 4 months in the making. He says, on the surface, it's almost comical that a player of Kaminga's ilk has captured the headlines to this degree for so much of the offseason. I that's where I'm at right now.
So he's
Jonathan Kaminga and the Warriors. The Warriors have butchered it. Kaminga's value isn't as high as he thinks. Now they're here, and they deserve each other.
Wow, man. And I'll say this. I'm a Kaminga fan. Kaminga stan at times. But the bottom line is, what if he plays on that qualifying offer, turns around and doesn't get 25 on the open market? Or to Austin's point, it's bigger than that. He's playing somewhere else in a system that fits his. Like, I'm just shocked that this thing is still going on.
I mean, the other thing is why, Kaminga comes back on the qualifying offer and is doing so he can facilitate getting out of here as fast as possible. But, oh, by the way, Jonathan, you're still not a starter on this team.
But you averaged the third most shots on the team the last 2 years.
Tell him that, Goo.
No, I get it. He's saying something like when he shows up to training camp, if it's on that qualifying offer, you almost got to love him for saying what's in his heart is what Magic said. I don't want to be here.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Like, that's a gamble. You might not get a quarter on the open market, but it's bigger than that.
What do you mean it's bigger than that?
He don't want to be here for 25. Maybe he goes somewhere for 20 and be happier.
Yeah, but they don't want to sign and trade him either. I mean, both sides have really messed this up. They really have. And
how are the Warriors?
Because they're foolish. They were foolish to think that they were going to be able to work this out as a restricted free agent. I mean, they I got to listen to Mike Dunleavy talk about how we love Jonathan Kaminga, we want him here. We know that's not true. They don't love him.
But it doesn't seem like a lot of other teams loved him. If you're Kaminga in his camp,
what can they do? They can't do anything. This is
read the writing on the wall, though, on, okay, after this year, I know you think you're Kevin Durant, but but it might not be out there for what 20. This could be a crazy blunder by Kaminga in his camp. After this year, if you come back on the qualifying offer and if the most you get is 17 or 18 somewhere.
He's got 25 in front of him. He doesn't want to sign it because he doesn't want to play for the Warriors. There's not, like, what? How could we be reading into that incorrectly? He has just been offered $75 million over 3 years, and apparently he doesn't want to take it. Well, stop trying to tell me that he doesn't want to be here.
I'm not.
And the Warriors don't have any great options right now, and Jonathan Kaminga doesn't have any great option right now. But he doesn't want to commit to being under contract to the Golden State Warriors for more than 1 year, it seems like.
Yeah, and I should have did a better job for you and the listeners, Steiny. Tim McMahon, he's out of Dallas. I mean, he said something on NBA Today, I mean, to where basically Kerr and the Warriors, Kerr's been out on Kaminga for a while. Like, it's not even a shock to him, but, you know, there's a lot of examples of that, the DMPs, which a lot of people didn't understand, but I get it. But, Steiny, a lot of times in life there's an out there, and maybe the out is we deal with what I didn't deem to be a circus at 7.9, the qualifying offer, and I guess that's what both parties are signing up for, a swan song season.
This on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line 925 says the whole thing doesn't make sense. What does Jonathan Kaminga want? If he doesn't want to play here, then just sign the qualifying offer and be done with it. It's the dragging things out, preventing the team from signing anyone else that I'm frustrated with. That from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line.
So is there any merit in that was malicious on their part and his team by taking so long?
He's had a deal in front all summer. He's had a $45 million deal in front of him. And if this story's correct, he's had a 3-year, $25 million a year contract in front of him for the last month. So,
well, it's technically 3 years, but the last year's a team option. So only 48 of it is guaranteed.
Gotcha.
So it's really just the same deal.
Right. And
wow. Like I like the player, man. I do. And you know, I like how I like the player. We're an older team. You need them. You know, you didn't get anything to supplant them. So I'm excited to watch him play. And now I guess I'm just telling you and the listeners, Steiny, with trepidation in my voice, what's his role going to be? Or is it going to be the same role that it's been, especially now that Jimmy's here? But, man, I would tell Jonathan if I could, like, why didn't you sign that 3 for $75? Right now you'll be 6-man. You can be the best 6-man you possibly can be on a team that might make some noise in the playoffs. Then these dudes will age out, and then maybe it'll be your time. Like, how is that not enticing? Or the system under a coach that has 1 year left on his deal is just something you could never – if it were a test, you couldn't pass it. It doesn't put you in a position to play the game of basketball freely, and maybe that's why you're doing what you're doing and you want up out of here, wherever that is.
I think he's doing it because he doesn't want to be here. And the 925 says, then why hasn't he signed the qualifying offer yet, Steiny? I don't get it. Because he's still holding out hope that he'll be signed and traded. That's what I feel like. That's the reason to push it as far as humanly possible, is because the Warriors, if they start realizing this kid is going to play under the 7.9 qualifying offer, and we're going to lose him for nothing at some point, then the Warriors, then that's Kaminga calling the Warriors bluff. And if he's playing under the qualifying offer, that's not good for anybody. So we're going to see how it plays out. But I do think, the reason he hasn't signed the qualifying offer yet is because he's given the Warriors up until the last possible moment to trade him in a sign and trade.
And when is that last possible?
October 1st.
Wow.
Let's go to Pat in Foster City. Hey, Pat, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Good. Hey, yeah, good discussion about this, the Warriors and this, Kaminga in the center position. I guess two thoughts. One question, I guess, and then a comment. My question really is, there's been a lot of discussion on the media about the Warriors signing Nick Claxton or a couple other centers that are, pretty good, more defensive guys, whatever. And I'm wondering, is that discussion in addition to Al Horford, or is that assuming the Al Horford deal doesn't go through and then they're going to sign a guy like that? Because they already have 2.5 or 3 centers, depending on how you want to count Green. It doesn't. I'm assuming that's probably instead of Al Horford, but I don't know.
No, I think Al Horford and DeAnthony Melton are waiting for the Kaminga situation to play out,
man.
Because they've got to figure out Kaminga first. But I anticipate whatever happens with Kaminga, that after it happens, we'll see Al Horford and DeAnthony Melton on the team after that.
Okay, and then I guess the other question or comment, I guess, with Kaminga, it just seems like if the money seems to be reasonable, at $25 million a year, I think even Kaminga would think that's getting pretty close to reasonable. Especially if he's not playing on the Warriors, he might be very happy making $25 million somewhere else, right?
Yeah, that's what I think.
I don't know what's stopping why wouldn't the Warriors, or why wouldn't Kaminga and Warriors kind of agree on maybe a 2-year deal worth $50 million, $25 million in each year, and then the Warriors basically say, look, we're as eager to trade you as you are to go somewhere else. So we're both on the same page. So I don't know when it'll happen. Hopefully it'll happen this year, but if not, next off season. But we're committed to trading you, and you want to leave anyway. So that way you got $25 million from us this year and $25 million in the bank for the following year, presumably at some other team. Why couldn't they agree to something like that?
They could, Pat. The problem is that then Kaminga gives up, and thanks for the call, appreciate it. Then Kaminga gives up his control.
Yeah.
If Jonathan Kaminga signs the qualifying offer for $7.9 million, that means he comes back to the Golden State Warriors and he has a no trade clause. That means he can essentially only get traded to where he wants to go. So he would have full control there. The Warriors, of course, want to give him 2 or 3 years with a team option on all those because they want to have control. And the one thing I do understand is after 4 years of being here, and he's 80%, he's finally 80% through his 5-year deal, now I can see him saying, the hell with it. I'll play 1 more year for 8 and just be completely unrestricted in the offseason, and I'll let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah. And hopefully I get $25 million a year, at least.
Yeah.
And Gary Payton II still dangling out there.
He is. 888-957-9570 is the number. In any event,
not ideal at all.
No, and it's
wow.
It's coming to a conclusion. I mean, that's
2 more weeks.
That's a given for sure. Only 2 restricted free agents are unsigned: Quentin Grimes and Jonathan Kaminga.
JK, man. But you agree with me, just from a basketball standpoint, this team needs him.
No, I don't.
We're an older team.
Yeah.
And you said that. You said as much.
No.
Kaminga's a young Thundercat.
No, I don't think he is.
Well, they offered him $25 a year.
Okay. So
I'm just saying they see something.
Yeah.
They need what he brings and what he can be on his best day.
He's not going to get as much playing time, I think, as he wants here. And that's been it's playing time, people.
He can get 25 to 30 minutes on this team.
It's playing time and his role. He's an afterthought here, and he doesn't want to be an afterthought. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by. It's been brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
celebrating 40 years of extraordinary rewards. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
When you own a business, texting Janine and shipping on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/21/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intra-line applied via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data and service series. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q1 to Q2 2025.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Evan's telling me that the latest now with the Jonathan Kaminga situation comes from Anthony Slater of ESPN. And if you've been following, the Warriors have offered, it seems like, a 2-year deal and a 3-year deal, both of which have a team option. And according to Slater, Aaron Turner, the agent for Jonathan Kaminga, is saying if they turn that team option into a player option, we'll sign it. Yeah, they're not gonna. They're probably not gonna.
Well, right now they're not, Steiny. It's the 16th or 17th. It's the 16th. Maybe on the 25th.
So this 28th. Is, I mean, to me, this is all about the Warriors want to control where they send Kaminga, or that they have control over him for 2 or 3 years. And what Kaminga wants is control sooner rather than later. And he knows that right now he has control the minute the season ends. He's an unrestricted free agent. And he's played 4 years with the Warriors. He's got to wait 1 more year, and it's starting to feel like he may be willing to play for that 7.9 contract.
Steiny, I'm no agent, shocker, but I just think he's getting bad advice. And also, too, I would look at this team that I spent 4 years with as part of the new regime that'll be after Steph, and I won't even be 25. I'll barely, 25 or 26 if we even put 4 years on Jimmy, Steph, and Dre. Like, how is that not enticing? And most likely you'll probably have a new head coach if Steve Kerr is not your cup of tea. So I don't know, man. But, again, all I'm focused on just as a fan, a Warrior fan, is how he can help this year if he plays this card on the qualifying offer. But I just don't see how this would not be enticing for him to be probably the best player on the team once the OGs are gone. Like, that's your moment. That's your time. And you'll be getting 25 a year until that happens. If it's personal, I get it.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to play here. I just don't. I think he feels like there's, the other thing too is, if he plays for 25, on what the Warriors offer him, and they have a team option, it means they can send him anywhere. Like, there are teams that he may not want to play for.
But if you ball out, they ain't sending you nowhere. Because you're a fixture of the future.
Not for 1 year.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about if he did the.
But the other thing is he's going to sit behind he's got Butler and Draymond Green in front of him for 2 more years.
Facts.
So, look, and I saw the ESPN story where Steve Kerr and the Warriors have given him an indication. He's going to get playing time.
A bigger role.
I'm sure he scoffs at that. Let's go to Frank in Atlanta.
Our man, Frank.
Hey, Frank, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well, man.
Okay, Guru, I need you to just focus for a minute.
Okay.
Write this down on a yellow sticky pad.
I got my pen. It's a white pad, but go ahead.
Okay. The $70 million Joe Lacob is going to save by Jonathan Kaminga signing the 7.9. I need you to investigate that because that's the linchpin to this whole thing all summer, the luxury tax, and Lacob's ability to stay under it. That was the entire reason they wanted to sign and trade Jonathan Kaminga at the end of the season when they knew they were going to pay Jimmy Buckets $54 million and they weren't going to pay Jonathan Kaminga. They knew that they would be up against the luxury tax. They couldn't sign Kaminga, so they were going to try to sign and trade him.
Okay.
Now, what they have to do now is try to sign him to the $25 million a year and sell him in February. They know good and well, and everybody involved in this, Jonathan Kaminga, his people, the Warriors, and my cousin works in an NBA front office. Every other front office in the NBA knows that Jonathan Kaminga will be traded 2 days after the trading starts. Jonathan Kaminga does not want to get shipped off to purgatory like Jordan Poole did. He wants to decide whether he wants to play winning basketball for another team or does he want to go somewhere and just play basketball. Because he hasn't played since he's been here winning basketball. He's been on the bench.
And Frank,
that's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all it is his right to decide what kind of basketball he wants to play. And if he signs that contract, they could ship him to Utah. They're not going to win no time soon. They could ship him to Washington. They're not going to win ever.
But he'd get 20, 25 shots a game, Frank, Steiny.
Appreciate it, Frank.
How Frank laid that out, I think that's what he's yearning for, Steiny. He's got a ring already. I just feel like Jonathan wants to go play 30, 35 minutes a night, jack up as many shots as he possibly can, average close to 25, whatever, 25, and however he gets to it. I think that's where we're at, Frank, and I think that's what Kaminga is telling us.
Right, and to me,
that's his prerogative.
Right, and the reality of the situation is he probably wants to play that way here, and he can't because that's not winning basketball to my way of thinking.
But you're willing to take a chance of getting hurt, Steiny, 7.9, and then really having that fall back and dealing with that. Again, I'm being negative, saying something like that could happen, but we've seen crazier stuff happen. Somehow, if you rolled the dice and you got hurt, oh, man.
What do you mean?
Not career ending, just like you're not as attractive as you once were, as you are now.
Well, he's got to weigh all that stuff, and I don't know what the priority is for Jonathan Kaminga. Is it money? Is it playing time? I'm not sure. Listen.
Obviously, not money here because they're offering them the good 25s, Donnie.
Yeah, I mean, it feels to me like he, it's all about playing time, and he, you know what? It's all about playing time, and good for him. I think he's smart enough to know that anything Kerr or Dunleavy is saying right now is nothing more than, nothing more than
lip service.
Yeah, exactly. Because when the chips are down, he knows that Steve Kerr is not going to go to him in front of Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know how it ends up.
Yeah, I was laid up, and I should know this. I forgot who the author who wrote the article, but it was saying that the Warriors front office wanted to draft Wagner over Kaminga, but Laker wanted to draft Kaminga.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
I mean, people might not believe me, but I'm not convinced Kerr would have loved Franz Wagner as much as he's loved in Orlando. I mean, the issue to me with Kaminga was less about Jonathan Kaminga the player than Jonathan Kaminga the age. And I think any young player drafted by the Warriors when Kaminga and Wiseman were drafted were going to have trouble. Unless they were like one of those 4-year college guys who knew how to play when they came out. You think about the Giants, San Francisco Giants.
I've been sitting on this. I got to tell you something, Steiny. Saturday, before they took the field, Saturday evening at home against the Dodgers, and I know it's the Dodgers, but, they can lose a game or two. The fact that the Mets wet the bed the way that they did, and the Giants took the field in that slot, and I know this is going to sound ludicrous, but they controlled their own destiny. That was the spot they had been waiting, yearning to get, and they ran down the Mets. And a lot of it had to do with the Giants playing good baseball, but the Mets were just a mess. And I thought, Steiny, with Webb on the bump Saturday and Ray after, that if you could have just held on and got those 2 victories or one of them, I thought, man, we might be talking about playoff baseball here in the Bay. So Willard and Dibs don't know I'm going here when they come in, but Steiny, I thought that was the funeral and the opportunity for the Giants to get in the postseason. The math technically is still there, but nah, Steiny, that was it. And then you follow that up with a loss last night to Arizona. So you're 2 back, but you're really 3 back with the wild card and with the tiebreaker, and the fact that the Mets now, you feel like, maybe got the worst part of their baseball out of them after that slide. Like, that was a big miss, this opportunity. And if Giant fans want to say, it was the Dodgers, okay. But, man, that hurt to me.
I mean, the bottom line is this is kind of what happens in sports. You come back either in a game or late in the season, and you expend a ton of energy, and you kind of get there, but you can't get over the top. Giants are 3-6 in their last 9 games. There it is. Boom. 3-6 in their last 9 games, and that was why this was always going to have to. That's why this was always going to be so difficult. Is we saw them go 14-4 to get back in it, and then you know what they need to do after that? They need to go 6-3 rather than 3-6. And I hear you. I think it's interesting. Look, they're. After all this chopping, after all this up and down, they're a 500 team. They're 75-75. And, to me, what we but this is a 500 team for 4 straight years. Man. It's a 500 team for 4 straight years. Yeah. Period. And they're going to be 500 again.
I can't argue with you there, but what I do wonder, and I've taken my foot off the gas pedal in regard to Melvin, and they need another voice, but I do wonder if I were running the team or you were running the team, and you can answer this for me real quick, Steiny, do you look at the fact that they got hot as fish grease? Is where was this before, and why did it take so damn long for the car to start? Or do you say, hey, the car could have stopped, but it kept going, and it got us here, so Melvin, you can come back? Like, I do wonder.
What about the pitching?
Oh, man.
I mean,
now that your horses are, they're showing you their
number. Like, that's the other thing. Is you could, the reality of the situation is your 2 best pitchers are out of gas.
Oh, man.
So they're out of gas.
And Verlander, who was a disappointment, is your best pitcher here over the last 6 weeks.
So when I look at, the Giants and
talk to me,
they're 500.
Well,
They're
that's a
500
problem,
team.
though.
No, it's not. Why is it a problem? They've been 500 for 4 years.
Because you got to give me this. No matter how you don't like it or what, I don't care right now, Steiny. The day that trade was consummated and Ralphie Devers was coming here, the Giants were supposed to have action. More action than this. You have to. So there's a price to be paid, and I think the fans paid it because they got excited, and rightfully so. So I just wonder what Buster thinks of, we put the fish grease on the stove. We didn't have nothing to put in the pot. That's how I see it. They were good enough.
They were worse after Devers.
So who does that fall on again? That's where I'm really.
It falls on an entire team that has to play 162 games.
But
and
from
over
a
the course
standpoint,
of 162 games, they don't have good enough to their two best pitchers are done. They're done.
Who's to blame, though, partner?
What do you mean, who's to blame?
Is it the players you didn't have enough, or the manager? Like, let's revisit that. I'm torn, but I'm leaning like, hey, Bob, whatever you did, you started the song a little too late.
What about what Posey did? Giving up on the team. How does that look now? He gave up relievers.
Well, Duvall's been a mess in New York.
Right. And anybody who knew anything knew that was going to happen. The reality of the situation is maybe Posey got bit. He gave up, and son of a gun if they weren't a half game out of it 3 days ago, but they didn't have any reinforcements.
Josh Ram saying, "Goo, come on, this team isn't good enough." Not when they were going 16-4.
They're 75-75.
I got you, but this what they were doing for the last month offensively was incredible.
And what about the 2 months before? Like, this is what I mean.
And
I mean,
I
they're
hear you.
75-75.
But I'm shaking the Giants' tree of why did we not hit until now? That's all I'm asking you.
You think they're better? That's fine. If you think they're an 85-win team, you think they're an 85-win team. I think they're a 500 team. I think they've been a 500 team for 4 years. What do you mean, wow?
This offense could have gotten you. Like,
you
why
think
did
this
we get
offense
a short
is?
sample
I
of
don't
it?
think this is a great offense. You think it's a great offense. I don't think their pitching staff is great. I think they've got 2 guys at the top of the rotation who are pretty good. But I do not look at this team as, wow, what an underachieving team. You're not even better than the Diamondbacks.
Wow. And that,
I mean,
I guess I'm going since the trade, though. Since the Devers trade, that's where I think the standards and expectations were through the roof, rightfully so. And that's why this has been disappointing. No Devers, you got me all day, every day. Hey, this team ain't good enough, Goo. But they were lost with Devers for too long, and that's why they're where they're at now. But I don't think it's too far-fetched to say if they would have got hot a week sooner.
But don't you look at it in its totality and say, we're 500. Like that. Like, I get it. If they would have started a winning streak, like if they would have started a winning streak sooner, they would have lost then. So, like, I just don't see how you can look at this team and come to any other conclusion then, boy, that's like.
So
for
you're
me,
going
it's
to run this back with the same manager, even if you think Melvin's not the problem.
I'm not. That's not.
See that, but that's the real. That's the real. Like, what are you going to do there? Is he okay? And you're right. They're listening, Steiny, and you're saying, hey, your players weren't good enough, and you gave away a starter who ain't been doing nothing in Boston? Or do you say, hey, Bob, come in my office. Why did this team turn around? Why did it take so long to turn them around?
Because we're a 500 team. That's why. Because we have 2 legitimate starting pitchers. Both of them are tired right now.
You got 3 because Verlander, Steiny, we got to put that. Like, you got something from him at the end. He's probably looking around like, what happened?
Okay.
Are we going to sit here and act like Verlander has not been a stud?
He's 3-10, Goo. Like, this is it is so frustrating when a guy puts together 3 good starts.
No, it's more than that,
like. They're 75-75. If you think they should be 85-65, then we just have a disagreement. I don't see. Look at I don't see a juggernaut here. I don't even see an above-average hitting team. I just don't.
Somebody's got to pay a price for this.
The Dodgers absolutely just put them away this weekend.
That happened.
And
After
it's
Friday, you had the walk-off.
Okay, so how do people feel now when they get Rafael Devers and people are saying we might be able to win the division now? And you come in and you got to win a couple games against the Dodgers, and they just clean your clock. It's like, that's an offense.
And it's so climactic because the Dodgers did that to them right before the All-Star break, where we were at the game that Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday you had chances to win the game. You got the 2-run homer from Matos, and you couldn't do it.
No. Steiny, the team's in the midst of a playoff push. They're 3-6 over their last 9. No.
I guess he's saying the math because they ain't been
That's
eliminated.
Great. The math is there.
No,
Maybe they'll make the
saying
playoffs. That's great. But I'm just
teased
saying.
Us, man. They really teased us this last go-round. And to be honest, you're talking about the Dodgers. I was mad that they lost 2 or 3 last weekend to St. Louis.
Well, then why do you think they're a playoff team? I just don't know. What have you seen that makes you think they have underachieved this year? I don't know. Like,
at times,
Webb had a good year. Ray's had a good year. Devers' numbers, Devers, Adames, and Chapman, it's like, they kind of look like they've looked. Great. And you're a 500 team. Period.
So is this all going to fall back onto what was ailing them when they were losing 15 and 16 at home? And I'm just talking about Melvin in this. Nobody has the answer. And if that's still the answer, you got to get somebody new in here.
Maybe you got to get a new GM in here. Maybe Posey is, Posey has
that worked out, Steiny.
No, it didn't work out. Okay, so you just okay.
I'm just talking about if we look at the back of his baseball card.
So in other words, you think it worked out. This team's been 500 for 4 straight years. This year they paid Chapman, Adames. They're going to pay Devers. They're still 500.
Right. But Steiny, from an individual standpoint, where Devers started, we got to give that. Come on, man. He's been a find. Especially after he had to dig himself out of the hole. He was in a grave. So I'm just saying, we could say, and I can make an argument, we wasted his season or his comeback. Chapman's doing what he's doing. Like, Steiny, I'm not telling you I have the answers. I know where to start, and it seemed like for much of this year, Melvin didn't have the answers either. And, again, they got a meaningful game tonight if you're still thinking they got a chance. But, man, I just feel like there was some meat left on this bone.
I don't. I really, really don't. And as for Melvin, honestly, go ahead and fire him. Who cares? Because I don't think it's Melvin's, because I think this is a 500 team with or without Bob Melvin.
But even with Devers, you think they're 500?
Yes.
Damn.
Yes.
Verlander.
Who's their third starter next year?
Verlander, if you bring him back.
Okay.
I would really look into that. He figured it. Or I could be a fool putting some new parts on an old Cadillac thinking I'm going to be okay. But, dude, if they were in a playoff game right now, he'd get the ball game 1. Verlander compared to where Ray and Webb are. But remember, you were laughing at me.
Verlander stinks for 60% of the year.
I'm not arguing that one. I'll give you that.
Again,
but Steiny, you were laughing at me.
One of the problems the Giants have is that their players aren't good enough to put 6 good months together.
Okay, all right.
Period.
But when you guys were laughing at me, when Melvin was letting Robbie Ray throw 116 pitches when they thought they were out of it, you might have had some foresight to say, hey, you know what? It ain't all the way over. Let's yank his ass at 99 so he could have something left when he faced the Dodgers on Sunday. Same with Webb. 105. Everybody coming in here, no big deal. Goo, it's baseball. 108. Now they're throwing Twinkies. Had you had somebody that thought, you know what? Let me save a little for tomorrow in case we get hot. And now they might not be throwing Twinkies. I said to you, why is Ray throwing 113 pitches? And now he's throwing Twinkies. Him and Webb. I think that's on Melvin, sitting there letting him throw it out like you got to play for nothing.
But you might get your wish. He could get fired.
It ain't a wish. It's just somebody has to pay for this team not making the playoffs since the Devers trade. You know that. They waited too late.
Yeah, this is a juggernaut under the guise of a 500 team.
Well, you got me there.
Well, I've got you 4 years in a row.
But that didn't have Adames and Devers.
Yeah, well,
so give me that.
Two guys are going to make the difference. Two guys. That segment brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
HEAs offered in certain states by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc. NMLS 2657081. See NMLSConsumerAccess.org for full details, including terms and conditions. Visit unlock.com/legal. Actor portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How'd you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just give him a call or go to unlock.com.
Call 1-888-780-6854 to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Use the money for home improvements, to pay off debt, or to add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Visit unlock.com. That's unlock.com. Or call 1-888-780-6854 now to get started.
Jack here. My bonus Jack combo starting at $4.49 comes with fries, a drink, and a burger with 1, 2, or 3 patties. It's a meal that'll actually make you happy. Starting at $4.49. Get so much more.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Plus tax. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Hey, it's Bonte. Just back from a fall visit to River Islands where the schools are back in session. There are 3 top-rated K through 8th grade academies within the community, and construction just started on Academy number 4. River Islands High School students are busy in the classroom and on the sports fields of their phenomenal new campus. I don't remember high school ever looking this good. Elsewhere in Northern California's most successful lifestyle community, they're putting the final touches on another park. This one with the playground, workout areas, tennis, a splash pad, and a picnic area. The fall weather is still perfect for launching a kayak or a paddleboard off your own deck and head over to the Boathouse restaurant for lunch or dinner. More than 4,000 households have already made the move to River Islands. Today, with 15 neighborhoods priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million, there's more variety in home styles and sizes than ever before. In fact, the only thing missing at River Islands is you. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Sponsored by Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today, or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
I'm Piera Palazzolo,
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, crossover time. Let's welcome in Dan Dibley.
Guys.
Mark Willard. What's going on, gentlemen?
Right.
How are you?
Fantastic.
Yeah, doing great.
Fantastic. Steiny.
Fred Warner at 3:30.
Fred Warner's at 3:30.
All the good guests.
Stink is at 3. We think John Feliciano's on at 5. He'll cuss.
Ooh,
hopefully.
Guaranteed.
It's going to be a great day.
Last week, I set the over-under on 1.5 cuss words, and the first word that he uttered was a curse word.
Oh, but then he buttoned it up.
Yeah,
it's like scoring 4 in the first inning and then losing by 5.
Yeah, and that's
Sorry,
what the
I hope
Giants
that's
did.
not too soon.
Well, it's funny you said that because I have my running tally of games in which the Giants score 4 runs in an inning, and on what would that be, Saturday? That's only the third time that they've done that and lost, and it came on the heels of 4 runs in the previous inning, which was the previous night. They got 4 in the 10th to walk off L.A. They open up with 4 in the first, and you're thinking, all right, we're cooking with Crisco.
That's a week full of runs.
And then, they've gotten, 7 hits since in 3 games?
God, they sure do a Jekyll and Hyde.
We just Jekyll and Hyde the Giants, and I'm not going to have my funeral, but I think I am, because that Saturday was symbolic. The Mets wet the bed earlier in the day. You finally got that spot. And I know there was more games left, but you had it, and you handed the ball, and I know it was the Dodgers' wham.
I know
and they just tattooed them, and then here come Ray. And then they tattooed them, and now here we are. I just told Steiny, like, man, I just feel like you worked so hard to get that slot, and you had it Saturday with your aces. And tell me if I'm wrong real quick here, because I'm getting them all out. I've seen too many times here in the last month or so, Webb throw over 100 pitches, Ray 108, 109, and I came in here and everybody's laughing at me. I go, that's kind of odd, but they weren't in it, and I'm wondering, had you kind of, you know what, Dibs, give me the ball. You're at 98, 97, because they're clearly tired to me, right? The 2 horses, maybe they might have something left, and Saturday and Sunday don't happen.
It feels like a
Monday morning quarterback.
Well, no, it feels like a Christian McCaffrey if he were a baseball player type of a thought, which is I think that it's real easy to get down the road in sports and then look back and go, boy, maybe we should have stopped. Like you play your players. You know what I mean? You play your players, and if you're going to be like Logan Webb leads the league in innings almost every year.
Yeah, number 2 in baseball.
Yeah, he's a horse.
Yep.
So I mean, like 100 pitches for Logie, that's what he does.
Right. And
I don't know.
The alternative is more of Mark's favorite, Kai Wei-Tang.
Kai Wei-Tang.
Dude, stop.
It's a great curveball if you know where it's going. I mean, it just curves all over the place.
But if you say, Goo, you got to go try to get a hit off somebody, he's in my top 3. He don't scare me, dude.
He looks like he's throwing a wiffle ball, man.
Robbie Ray, 11th in baseball in innings. So And I was having this conversation with my father-in-law today, Pop, and he's like, what's the alternative? You don't have any other pitchers. And I was like, you're right, Pop. Yeah. So it's Ray and it's Webb, and you hope, and if they don't do it.
And Verlander now.
Yeah,
Steiny got mad at me. I brought him.
He's been good. He's been really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, the majority of the year, it's a little too late. And then you're in not a must-win situation, and you throw out Kai-Wei Tang and his 7 ERA, and you're going to get what you get.
I mean, look, they're a 500 baseball team again, and so
can I be upset with that? Can Giant fans?
Of course you can.
And that's what Steiny and I just had a debate about.
And again, my rule is win more games than you lose, or else I'm kind of like dormant, not out, but dormant.
Right.
So I guess today I'm supposed to be dormant or whatever because you haven't won more games than you've lost. But then again, I look at it this way. You went into this series, and everybody said the same thing. You have to win the series. You don't have to sweep it. You have to win 2 of 3. Well, okay, you lost the first one. It's going to be hard, but you also could be tied for the wild card.
Who's throwing tonight?
Tristan Beck.
Yep.
Okay.
They got to go with Tristan Beck.
Grandy retweeted a stat. That's a stat. That over the last 500 games before last night, the Giants were 250 and 250. So,
what this man
and now they're
saying.
250 and 251 over the past 501. Shout out the Jeans.
It was actually a wild. Here, let me scroll and get this. Here it is. This was wild. It's not true anymore because of what happened last night.
Right. I cut to the end of it. But
going into last night,
all right.
Over their last 10 games, Giants are 5-5. Over the last 150 games, they're 75 and 75. Over their last 200 games, they're 100 and 100. Over their last 222 games, they're 111 and 111. Over their last 444 games, they're 222 and 222. And over their last 500 games, they're 250 and 250.
So it just goes to
mediocrity.
But
Captain Coin Flip.
Yeah.
Can I be more disappointed in the latest version of that? With why this team with Adames and Devers, the world shook. The baseball world shook when that trade was consummated. And for it to take so long before this offense took off, and boy, did it, that's disappointment city as to why it took so long.
Well, it did, and then you traded the majority of your bullpen, and then your other guy who you wanted to close, he got hurt, and yet your bullpen got better. So there's so much about this year that is unexplainable, inexplicable, inconceivable, so to speak. But here they are, back to 500, and the over-under was 81.5 before the year.
Wow,
so,
man.
I mean, Vegas had it right, and this team is, over the last 501 games, this is who they are.
It's a weird dynamic, right? Like, if I threw a bunch of individuals at you and I said, did they have a good year? Like, what would you say? Willie Adames, did he have a good year? Did he?
Steiny?
Steiny? They have a good year?
Come on.
He was average for him.
His WAR is at 3. His OPS for the year is at 745. 28 home runs, 82 driven in.
I'll take that.
I mean,
I'll take that.
And that's kind of what I mean is I think Devers' numbers, Adames' numbers, and Chapman's numbers aren't bad.
Did Chapman have a good year?
Well, he got hurt.
Yeah.
But I feel like he's been Chapman.
I mean, his OPS is 800.
And I'll say
he's the Giants' leader in WAR.
I got thumbs up.
Brilliant defensively again. Brilliant. Like, that play that unfortunately knocked Dom Smith out for a couple of weeks was one of the more stunning defensive plays between two players I've seen in a long time.
So if you're a Buster and you're possibly thinking about a change, or you just forget change, if you want an answer as to why my team, let's just say they don't make it, and you give me those 3 guys who did their – I'm looking for an answer, guys. Like, help me put my finger on why we didn't accomplish our goal. If those 3 mainstays, I know Adames started slow, I told Steiny, but he's in the positive category. Where do I look at to find what went wrong?
You can look at a number of different areas and avenues where the defense was shaky for a large part of the year, and your situational hitting has not been great. And so when your 3 big bats all got hot together, and the other 3 supplicant bats, which would be,
Jung-Hoo Lee,
Ramos, they all got pretty lukewarm or even better than that. And so you got into a stretch where you won a ton of games because the bats got hot and the pitching was good enough. So I don't think you can look at any one thing. Now, next year it becomes interesting if Eldridge is going to be a major leaguer.
He looks amazing.
And you've got Devers at first, and you've got Eldridge at first. I mean, what are you going to do in left field? There are questions that can still need to be answered, and you probably need a starter, maybe 2 starters based on the way starters go down, the attrition, but this year's not over yet, so you keep focusing on that.
I'll tell you what pops to my mind when you say that, Goo, and for some reason the Giants just seem allergic to this. Like they'll go into the offseason and they'll be like, when we come back next year, we want to be, and then they don't do it. And the answer to that is more athletic. I don't know what it is. They've said it like 4 off seasons in a row. We need to be more athletic. We need to be faster. We need to be better defensively. And then they come flying out here with people like Wilmer Flores on the team. And that's not supposed to be a shot at Wilmer, but he's obviously like, I just don't think you can play baseball like that anymore. I just don't like it doesn't, you can't have teams that are that plodding. And in today's day and age of the swinging for the fences, you're asking a team for 3 consecutive hits in order to score a run of thing. This doesn't work. People are throwing 101 miles an hour and they're shifting on you. And like, it just, you got to be to score. Yeah, you got to be more athletic, man. You got to be more athletic.
Second to last in stolen bases.
Yeah.
They've got 65 steals. Only Detroit with fewer, with 58. So yeah, it's not only not stealing bases, free 90, but the defensive metrics aren't great for outfield coverage, certainly in left field.
Yeah, it's amazing. They cut it to what? A game or a half game?
Half game.
And then had it Saturday.
They took the field. They took the field like ready to
I'd say
tied.
that's it.
They took the field tied and scored 4 runs in the first inning. And then they've sucked since
After being down a run in the top of the first, I said, here they go.
Yep.
Man.
That's why it's so tough. I mean, they were I think they were 14-4 over an 18-game stretch, and now they're 3-6 over the last 9. It's like you just can't afford a hiccup when you're got that much ground to make up, and they still have one last crack at it, I think, here.
There's 12 games left.
We'll see.
Man.
I mean, you get to that point. You're 75-72. You show up at the ballpark having hit a walk-off grand slam against your rival. The Mets are losing every time they play. And you have gone on a 3-game stretch where you have given up 31 runs. 31 runs. And outside of that, and the 4-run first inning for the Giants, they have scored 6 since that inning in almost 3 full games. So, yeah, it's very ill-timed cold streak. But,
They got the Niners.
Hey, I like Steiny. That was interesting listening to y'all talk to Barrows about Kyle Shanahan's stress level. I think this is a fascinating subject. You don't think he's like
I hadn't noticed until he brought it up.
You think?
Well, I sensed it a little bit, but I wanted to ask Barrows because he's there every day, and he said he's doing a story on it.
Yeah. He said someone asked him that in the mailbag. Was it you? Did you email Matt Barrows?
Slide into his mailbag.
No. Did you go in there?
No.
Okay.
Did you?
No, he said somebody asked him about it in his mailbag.
I know. I was wondering if it was you.
No.
Because then you asked him about it on the air. And I'm like, that sounds like 2 people who are of like mind. Maybe they're the same person.
Yeah.
To have Mac throw 39 times is the ultra sign of confidence in a guy that I didn't think was done, but another Kyle production, and Mac Jones goes out there and throws 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Lasers.
The other part of that, though, is yes, you feel some confidence, but also they can't run the football. And I was looking at yards per carry, and I have it on one of these windows. I feel like Spadoni. I've got 47 windows open over here.
Oh, boy.
Shout out Spadoni's windows, but they're averaging barely 3 yards a tote, and I think they're 28th or 29th in yards per carry, and that's not Shanahanian. So, yeah, he trusts Mac to throw it, and you have no choice really right now but to throw it.
And I asked Steiny during the show, are they better at pass blocking than run blocking? But I know it's only 2 games, but, man.
Well, Christian averaged over 4 a carry in New Orleans.
4.2, yeah, you're right.
So that was fine. I don't know why they're not. Like, it gets
29th at 3.2.
That's not 9 or
tuck it under the covers because they're 2-0. But if they weren't 2-0, we would be talking about this a lot. Why is Kyle Shanahan's team not able to run the ball?
Man.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Like, why does it look like this? And how sustainable is that?
Like, when does that catch up with you if that continues?
Yeah.
Well, not super, but Trent hurt in game 1. He played through it. Game 2, you lose Barch, and so you got the rookie in there who didn't allow a pressure. He had a perfect game in pass protection, but
so did Trent.
Yeah, by and large, especially when you face that New Orleans front, Steiny, where they got 5 up front, and you got Brandon Staley, a good defensive coach, maybe not a good head coach, but teams have been keyed up to stop the run, and even with that, McCaffrey got 4 per carry.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. What do you think it's going to come down to on Sunday regarding Purdy's status?
Why would you rush him back?
Because he's a better player and he's your franchise QB. So, no, I wouldn't rush him back. But if he's ready, he goes. Like,
yeah, and I guess I was just. I don't.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like it's a real thing. You know, whatever form he has. But yeah, if he's ready to go.
Pain management. You know, and I heard Barrows say that it was, you know, like they want to make sure it's not a recurring issue.
No
yeah,
doubt.
it's probably 25% chance that he goes, 75% chance that he doesn't. I'm with you in terms, like, don't rush it, because I mean, if Mac Jones showed anything, like you can win a football game with him. So, like, if that's, you got to balance that. But if anybody, like, for anybody who, we're fine, we're the same team with Mac, like, I don't know why people do that.
We took some calls
I heard him.
Stop
Mac's
it.
the future
Just
now.
stop.
Craziness. Just craziness. But, yeah, don't be irresponsible. So, yeah, he'll probably get one more.
Low Neal had me kind of catch my breath a little bit when he was describing it.
Man.
And, you know, Low was talking about when he had it, he only had to go straight forward on the track, as he likes to call it, you know, looking for that linebacker to light him up. And Purdy's got to be omnidirectional.
And it followed Low all year, he said.
It did. And it's one of those ones where, let's just say he's 75% on Sunday, and he jams it again, and now it's a 6 to 8 week thing. So I'm not saying that you sit him because Mac is amazing, but I do think that at 2-0 with 15 games left to go, you can be a little bit more precautionary. If it's a wild card game, he plays. He plays until the toe falls off.
Sure.
Week 3, I do think that you kind of think about it a little bit differently. I don't know.
I think that's fair. I mean, it's a 17-game schedule. This is one where I don't think you even take into account the opponent. It's a division game, which means it's a big game. It's your home opener. But if there's any mobility issues, then I'm going with Mac Jones.
I agree with that. Yeah. If there are any issues, don't play him.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
But I'm not going to, like, if anybody is in this vortex of, like, he's ready to go, but, hey, let's protect him because there's not that much of a drop-off to Mac. It's like, we're not doing that after one game.
The 19... Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No.
You know,
that's their franchise QB. So that guy plays when he's ready.
Speaking of protection, the 19 touches from C-Mac after 31, was that by design or just how the game played out?
It's just the way it went, I think. And, you know, you looked at what they were doing well, and they were finding Jawan Jennings in spots, and that's one of Kyle's favorite plays, according to Mac Jones, where – you know, you have McCaffrey kind of decoy to the left and Juwan over the middle, boom, for the touchdown. So
almost 300 yards receiving.
I don't think it's ever by design. I don't think Kyle goes into it and says 20 or fewer. 31 was too many. We're going to keep him at 20 or fewer. I don't think that they had a lot of success running it for a lot of the stretch of the game. And also, even though they had 71 plays, they only had the ball for barely 30 minutes. So it wasn't like the previous week. Steiny pointed it out, almost 40 minutes of possession, which means 40 minutes of McCaffrey. And
but 17 points, that's what I don't like. You know what I mean? I'll take the...
Yeah, but they left
what you just said in
there.
26 points all day, the more...
Right.
Yeah.
But they left 6
out there. The sum
of all
parts.
They missed a field goal. They had one blocked. So if you have a competent kicker, which you think you do now, and you only left 1 point out there this time, but if they would have had 23 with 2 made kicks, you would have felt better about it.
And 2 turnovers.
Yeah,
I mean, that obviously limits your production as well. Yeah. Like, I mean, and Seattle, I think Seattle might be a pretty good defense.
Dude, to go win that, how does that win look now?
Yeah, I mean,
to go beat Pitt?
Everything always at the beginning of a season starts to take different shape once you see teams play 2, 3, 4, 5 times. You know, we're still in the dark to a degree.
No, we are.
But you know, to me, I know everyone's going to go, the opponent. The NFC West is 7-1.
Man, you got to be able to run this Sunday. To Dibs' point about the run. Can I ask you guys a hashtag random question?
Of course you can.
What is Tom Brady doing? Are there any rules that apply to whatever's going on? Him in that booth. Does he have to answer to anybody? Or is the world just
I thought you were talking about Saudi Arabian flag football tournaments.
not that far.
Because and we'll get into that where
can we please?
McCaffrey's going, Shanahan's going and stuff in March. So we all want to bubble wrap Christian McCaffrey. Well, he doesn't want to bubble wrap himself. He's planning on going to Saudi Arabia in March to play in a flag football tournament.
But him in the booth, man, I didn't like that.
Well, I love that the NFL's like, we didn't violate any rules. Right, because no one's ever thought of that rule. Like, what? This has never been a thing before.
The chair like
where they're like a great player is an owner and a broadcaster, and all, like this has never existed before.
Are you the coordinator, Tommy?
Write a new rule then, because this is clearly a conflict of interest. How the hell is it not?
Oh man!
I'm gonna sit in a room with the players and coaches from a team.
That's so, man.
And then the next week, I'm going to be in my coach's booth with my team that might be playing that team 2 weeks. What are we talking about?
Oh, my gosh.
You might as well have the Commanders come meet with the Raiders coaches and tell them what they're going to do.
And we
it's the
wouldn't do
stupidest
that.
thing I've ever
Not
heard.
like Tom cheated before.
I was
No,
going
the
to say,
Patriots,
that would be like
they were
filming
clean.
another team's practice or intentionally altering the football to suit your
Tom, I love
benefit.
you, but man.
Oh, yeah. So, if the league really wanted to, put some penalties or put some rules in place, they would, but he's too good for business.
Wow.
You want him to be a part owner because Vegas needs it and Mark Davis needs his coin. And you also want to have him on the broadcast. Fox doesn't want to give that up. He's on the number one crew.
I mean, if you're a coach and he comes in on those pregame interviews, I mean,
I'd lock up.
Right. I would too.
But I don't know what the rules are.
I don't either. They're usually very informal.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I got to think if somebody was like not talking to you guys, like, right?
His access should be limited. I thought he was out on that portion of as they're getting ready to call the game. Hey, you ain't talking to Mark and Steiny. That's a.
Are we going to Marshawn Lynch this?
Oh, man.
Coach just comes into the broadcast meeting and goes, I'm just here so I won't get fined.
Man,
I'm not talking to you.
Man.
You're going to be in the Raiders coaching box. Like, I don't know. But yes, this is not new.
That was a bad look, I thought, for the league.
But it's not new. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to say something so inappropriate here, but I have my opinions about it. Like, I believe this is why the Shohei Ohtani thing just went away. It just went away.
Won't let Mark, that's one of your things.
No. And
you and Shasky.
Well, I mean, years later, we're all looking at, what was his name? Greg Anderson. And now, right? Everybody's like, oh, yeah, that's probably a fall guy. Like, I'm sorry if you all want me to believe that massive bank transactions take place without the account holder knowing it. If you want me to believe that, keep wanting. I don't. That's fine. But why is he protected? Because baseball needs him protected.
Wow.
And football needs Tom Brady and Bill Belichick at the time protected. So are the rules different? Hell yes. Hell yes,
and
they
it's
are.
not just baseball and football. It is across the country in
Yes.
many sectors. And I'll just let that be there.
We do that with our own kids. Rules, right? Absolutely. School calls and teachers like, your kid's causing problems. Next thing you know, the family's like, no, it's not. It's that kid over. Like, we protect our people. We protect our people. That's all that's happening. But yeah, it's totally a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
So you guys got Fred Warner at 3:30.
Yeah, Fred Warner.
And who's at 3?
Mark Schlereth.
Oh, Mark Schlereth.
Yeah.
And then we're 92.6% confirmed that John Feliciano will come on at 5.
Yeah.
And so for any of you who haven't heard a Feliciano visit on Willard and Dibs, it's a big old dude who's been on the Niner offensive line for the last 2 years, sitting somewhere on a farm in Tennessee.
In a recliner with his feet up, cussing and talking about the team. You need to see it on YouTube.
It's the best thing ever.
And
you got to see it.
If you aren't bothered by the unbelievably pregnant pauses, I'm talking fourth trimester.
It's an interesting interview.
You ask him a question, and he'll just... S.
That is.
S.
All right,
and it's like, dude. And then he finally gets to his point, and it's a really good point, and it's honest and direct and all the rest of it. And then you ask him another question, and it's like, there's like lip smacking and there's silence and then he'll chuckle and then he'll swear and then he'll give the answer.
Before I leave, are you still undefeated? Fade the Dibs.
9-1. The Texans.
9-1.
And they had it.
Only because of that last 10 seconds.
Well, it was
Baker
because
Mayfield,
the 4th
man.
and 10 play.
Put some
Somebody
respect on
tackle
Baker.
him.
Yeah. He chews rocks.
Yeah.
That dude is special, man.
And we talk about
Redemption.
reclamation projects in the NFL, and we can all look at all the different quarterbacks who were left for dead, including the Niners' backup Mac Jones, who might be going the Darnold route. And remember, Darnold got a 1-year, $10 million deal in Minnesota and turned that into 9 figures. So I was already looking at quarterback situations around the league right now. Like, where would Mac Jones possibly land next year?
Mac 2-year deal, though, yeah?
Yes, but if he
I'm
does
Cincinnati,
well,
hello, Mac. How are you?
Yeah, if he does well and you get to a spot where he can go out there and get something, you might just trade him.
Okay, trade him, but he's not on the market.
Not necessarily.
He's not available.
But, he's got $2 million remaining. He got 5 guaranteed. So if you wanted to do right by him, if he really does well, let's say he plays 4 games. He starts 4 games.
All right.
And he goes 4-0. And he looks like, whoa, you're a first round talent.
But isn't the league's perception the same perception we all have? Like, people are going to be like, well, it's because it's Kyle Shanahan.
But it was the same thing with Darnold, where and Darnold went and took his team to the playoffs.
But O'Connell is Shanahan light. Now, how's he going to do with a defensive coach in Seattle? He's 1-1, but I don't think you're going to see as good of a Darnold this year as you saw last year.
Probably not. And I'm just looking across the league, and the teams that will be looking for a quarterback, the majority of them are not turnkey like Minnesota was. So I'm putting the cart way ahead of the horse, but Mac Jones might be playing his way into another shot somewhere.
I got 12 teams right now and possibly 4 more who you could argue do not currently have a franchise quarterback. Half the league.
Yeah.
Half the league.
And if I'm Cincinnati, I'm calling Atlanta to see if I can get Kirk Cousins to save our season.
There are a lot of teams that should make that call. Yeah, but I don't think they will. I don't think they will. Hopefully they do because they're 2-0.
He might be like a laundromat. Washed.
Kirk?
Yeah. Yeah.
I would take that risk.
He had the
if I got
Achilles,
receivers
right? And then
but
he didn't look good before they benched him.
But he was still hurt.
Yeah. What is he, 37?
8?
He's been on Netflix twice. Been on Netflix, I don't know. How old is he? Kirk Cousins is 37. 37. Just turned 37, though. It's a spry 37. Yeah. Yep. Hi, Steiny.
Steph Curry's 37, too.
Yes, he is.
At the top of his career.
Not washed.
No, not at all.
Yeah, there you go.
Definitely not. On 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, and it's a big one. As you just said, and as you all heard, hopefully, I wouldn't move a muscle today. Glad you're with us. Fred Warner joins in an hour and 15 minutes. The appetizer, if you will, the opening act, is also a big one. Stink. Mark Schlereth is going to join us at 3. John Feliciano at 5. ... We're pretty sure, but we'll figure that out as we go. 888-957-9570. Look, I actually want to throw this at you. I was just saying, like possibly half the league that questions right now whether or not they've got their franchise quarterback.
Are you including C.J. Stroud in that?
They are one of the 4 questions.
Okay.
Okay.
Because after last night, and we were watching a little bit of it here, and I watched more of it later, and I was thinking...
Concerning.
Well...
Questionable concern.
Definitely, and it also had me thinking about the toughest decision that an NFL team has to make, where you draft a guy, and... he looks great, and then he doesn't, and then you get to the point where you have to either pay him or not pay him. Trevor Lawrence, Kyler Murray, and Dak Prescott, maybe to a lesser extent, but you get to that point and you pay him and you hope, or very rarely do you let a guy go who is a borderline talent, right?
2 of the 4 teams I have I'd like to run this list by you and see if you agree or disagree with me. Because the 4 teams I have on the question mark, 2 of them have already paid their QB. But they might be in the buyer's remorse category. And I know that there are some of you out there that believe the 49ers will be there next. They're not. They're not worried about it. They don't have buyer's remorse. They think they've got their guy. So do I. So do most. Some don't. Whatever. We can talk about that. It's kind of why I decided to make this list. But here are my 12. We do not have our franchise quarterback. And by the way, that does not mean by rule that they hate their QB. It just means they might either be in some sort of a transitional mode. Like, for example, the Seahawks are on the list. They do not have their franchise quarterback. They signed Sam Darnold.
3 years.
Yeah. Like that Geno Smith prior to that. But I don't think that ever felt like we got our guy. It's more like we've got our guy. Like, they're very Steve Kerr. Do you have your franchise quarterback? We do. But nobody, like, again, if you really think you got your guy, then we're rocking a 5-year, 50-something.
I do, but...
So anyway, but you can disagree. My list, the 12 teams that right now are like, we do not have our guy that we would want to sign up for 5 years and $45 to $50+ million. The Seahawks, the Saints, the Panthers, I'm sorry, the Bears.
Well, the Panthers have after this year, they'll have that decision to make.
And I know what they're going to do. They're going to decide no.
Well, they'll pick up his 5th-year option, right?
Maybe.
And then just let him play out a 4th year and then decide. But it's Carolina, so they might have a chance to draft another quarterback high in the draft.
Again, the teams on this list, it does not mean that things couldn't change in the next handful of months. It doesn't mean that they're allowed to make a decision, and it might be a good one and it might be a bad one.
Who'd you say after Carolina? I didn't mean to stop you.
The Bears.
Okay.
The Bears. And again, number 1 overall pick, but right now, like if they got to do that draft over again, pretty sure they'd call out a different name.
This is year 2 for Caleb, right?
Year 2.
Okay.
Year 2.
So they still have time to decide.
They do. But so far, not good, and the dude that got picked next has already been to an NFC title game. So, Vikings.
Okay.
I'm going to put them on the list. Like, they let Darnold go. They've got McCarthy. Maybe he'll end up being good. Maybe he won't. So far, 2 games in, and he's already hurt. New York Giants. Again, they picked someone in the first round. He hasn't played yet. So that's a total I have no idea.
Right.
Raiders.
Yep, that's fair.
Titans.
Okay.
Same thing. Picked number 1 overall, but is he going to be good? I have no idea.
We'll find out.
Colts.
Yeah, see, that's an interesting one because through 2 games, they might have found something.
Maybe.
And I don't know what his contract is or will be.
I'll look it up. It's probably not much.
No, it's peanuts. And he already got a big contract from New York, and he didn't even play all the way through that.
1 year, $14 million.
There you go. It's like a Sam Darnold special, who was 1 year and $10 million. So they might have their franchise guy, but that's a stretch after 2 games.
Browns, obviously.
Well, I mean, come on.
Which, by the way, they're just on this list for their life. Steelers.
Yep, 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, that's a 1 year see-you-later deal. And then Jets, who are giving a shot for Justin Fields on his 3rd team, but you know what I mean? Like, there's no commitment there.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay?
That's fair.
And then my 4 maybes right now, as already mentioned, the Texans. I have the Jaguars on here. I don't know what to do with him. I don't know what to do with Trevor Lawrence. Like, he's not awful, but he's not special. And, like, he was definitely the best of the 5 out of that supposedly awesome draft. But that's the best thing you could say about him right now. He's the best of those 5.
Right, but he is their franchise guy because they owe him $133 million.
Right,
so,
but he can be that for still, like there's an out probably 2 years from now would be my guess.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Denver made Russell Wilson their franchise guy. And then they decided, we'll just eat $100 million.
Yeah, that's...
you can do it.
You can, you're allowed to. Yeah. But, I mean, for Jacksonville... Right now, you're in a spot where you're probably going to be a 7 or 8 win team, so you'll wind up drafting 12th to 13th. And so can you find somebody better than this and eat $100 million?
Probably not.
Yeah.
But again, are you like, I guess my list is based on like, do we have our guy and we love our guy is kind of my thought. I also have the Dolphins on the maybe list.
Well, that whole thing could be exploding. I don't know if you saw the cut from the head coach, Mike McDaniel, but he said, you can't go out and win games by going out and losing games. And it's like, man.
Like a truer statement has never been uttered.
And he goes on to elaborate.
I love Mike McDaniel.
I do too,
so
but not this Mike McDaniel.
Well, he's going to lose his job.
Well, and he looks honestly like he's in major turmoil, almost like dead man walking. Like he knows like what's going to come. They're 12.5-point dogs at Buffalo on a short week on the road.
Sure. Yeah. Can I be real with you though?
Please.
Like Mike McDaniel always looks like that. He always looks like.
But he normally has a twinkle of like humor and like offbeat joy.
Yes,
he doesn't have that.
Have you ever seen Mike where he doesn't look like he was out drinking till 3 a.m. with the boys? He literally is cast out of The Hangover. I don't know how he wasn't in the movie. He's wearing them shades. The hair is places. He kind of always looks like he's sort of talking to you, but he might be stoned. Like there's a lot going on with Mike. I love the guy. He's hysterical. I'd want to play for Mike McDaniel. I think he's a smart coach and seemingly like a really unique demeanor. But he's going to lose his job.
Right. He'll probably be the first to go.
Yeah.
And it might be as soon as Monday. If they go out and they lose to Buffalo 53-9.
Why not Friday?
Well, it could happen Friday. I'm hoping for the best for Miami.
Yeah, me too.
The pick is not yet in for Thursday.
Oh, good.
Because that number might be higher than 12.5 by then.
By the way, since you just mentioned the pick, quick aside, I want dude, I know that you have a blemish now.
Yeah.
But 9-1 is freaking 9-1.
Thank you. Yeah.
And you were this damn close to 10-0. I mean, you were 10 seconds away from 10-0. Houston's vaunted defense. Stop somebody in a desperation situation.
Yeah.
But come on. That was not a bad pick.
Thank you.
And
even before that, 2 cracks from the 1 yard line, and you can't get in
2 cracks.
to take the lead.
That was 3 or 4 cracks.
That's a lot of cracks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nick
Shout
Chubb.
out the 80s.
I know you broke through the line and scored that touchdown, Nick. Houston, my God, do you have a problem? Look, your kid Woody Marks came in for like a handful of plays and looked electric. Nick is done. It's not Nick's fault. He's been through hell.
Yep.
But come on, D'Amico. Chop. Like I hate when NFL teams do this. And I know it's a fantasy thing. I get it. But the Packers used to do it to Aaron Jones for years. They're just like, now we're going to mix in A.J. Dillon. I'm like, he's not as good. Like, please, can you just see what we all see? And I know you do. You're the experience, and we trust the experience in him. He's good in pass block. Get your guy in the game. Nick Chubb, he's done. He's done. Anyway, I wish you were 10-0.
Yep.
You're 9-1. There's nothing to sneeze at there. Oh, my last team that's on the maybe list is the Patriots. And I think that they've got their guy. I'm super disappointed in the way they look to start the year, though. And so, no, they're not on the search by any stretch, but jury out still, right?
Jury early. He hasn't even started 16 games, I don't think. So, your list is not bad. It's not flawed. And some of this will get sorted out throughout the course of the year. And all of this had me thinking earlier about the Mac Jones part of it. And you might be in a spot where you land with one of these teams who gives up on a guy but isn't ready to draft the next guy. He could get a 1-year deal, a Daniel Jones, a Sam Darnold, and he could go from that to what Darnold has now.
Well, and let's get the lines unlocked and ready to ride here, okay? 888-957-9570. We would love to take your calls right now. Here's the reason I just went through that list and noticed the 49ers are not on it. Why is some of the fan base so either anxious or willing to question your franchise quarterback when I would argue having a franchise quarterback is the most sacred, awesome, special thing that can happen to a sports city. Chicago has not had one my whole life. I'm 50. Cleveland, barely. So it's really special when you have it. You have to have it to be good. And the 49ers have it. And then somebody else goes out and wins a football game? And I'm listening to our station all day with people being like, yeah, let's just ride Mac until he loses. Are you crazy? Why can't we appreciate what Mac did for a game without it being about Brock? That's my question.
Especially when it comes against New Orleans schedule, Sam.
Thank you, Schedule Sam.
You're
Thanks
welcome.
for joining the show.
I'll be here all day.
All right. Schlereth in a half hour. Fred in an hour. Your calls right now. 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. It's Willard and Dibs.
Get away to Cache Creek Casino Resort during our Back to Bingo drawings going on now until September 28th. Every Sunday from 1 to 6 p.m., join us for hourly cash prizes. Then at 7 p.m., join us for the grand prize drawing where you could win up to $15,000 cash.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Now at Whole Foods Market, get 20% off air-chilled boneless, skinless chicken breast with Prime through September 16th. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. Make a balanced meal with this versatile protein. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. We gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season streaming September 21st, exclusively on Paramount Plus.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, so rebooting that list, and then I got a question for you.
Okay.
And I'll admit, I'm already having remorse about one of the teams I put on the maybe list. The Patriots feel good about their guy right now. I know that the jury's absolutely still out, but it dawned on me. I'm like, I put the Patriots on the maybe list, but I didn't put the Broncos on the maybe list. Why is Bo Nix elevated above Drake May? I don't know. He looked better last year. He made the playoffs. So I guess that's why. But I also, the Patriots feel like they've got their guy. I don't know if they're right, but I think they're pleased with that right now. I'm just kind of disappointed in the way they've played so far. But based on the list I have of teams that currently do not have a long-term franchise quarterback, Seahawks, Saints, Panthers, Bears, Vikings, Giants, Raiders, Titans, Colts, Browns, Steelers, Jets. And then on the maybe list, Jags, Dolphins, who may have buyer's remorse, Texans, who loved what was going on and now might be questioning it, and Patriots, who are not there yet. Then by definition, the other 16 teams all love what they've got. Bills, Ravens, Bengals. Let's see. Broncos, Chiefs, Chargers. Cardinals, Rams, 49ers. Bucks, Falcons, Lions, Packers. Commanders, Eagles, Cowboys. Those are the teams that all have they've got their guy. Yep. Right? All right. So half the league, you love it, essentially, give or take a few here or there. Half the league, you don't. And my argument is, if you're in that top half of the league, if you're one of the 16 teams that loves your guy, man, love your guy. Like that's the best thing for a sports city to have. And this city has been so fortunate through the years to more often than not have a guy. And I know that that's done a bob and weave ever since Steve Young left, but I've never really experienced before when a team has their franchise guy, he's succeeding, he's moved through the playoffs multiple times, but a section of the fan base is so anxious to question him at any given moment. So when a backup quarterback wins a football game against a team that I'm told doesn't even count. Might as well have been LSU this weekend.
It counts, but there's a reason why you still were favored on the road by more than a field goal.
Why is this coming up? Cowherd's talking about it yesterday, callers throughout our day. Why is it coming up Why did Sunday have anything to do with Brock Purdy?
Because it's a great and convenient narrative. And if you're Colin Cowherd, you know this. And you told me this off the air years ago about the way he approaches his show. And at the time, there were 3 topics. One was LeBron James, and the other 2 I don't even care to remember because I'm not a huge fan of his stylings, but it's formulaic. And so Brock Purdy is now one of his hot-button topics. And if you didn't think the Niners should pay him, and I don't think that he thought that they should pay him, and then when they did, okay, now I've got fodder for the next 5 years because, oh boy, you shouldn't have paid him. And then Mac Jones comes off the scrap heap and does largely what Brock Purdy could do. It was a very Brock Purdy-esque game if you're watching it from the outside. Sure. And the numbers were there. He threw 3 touchdown passes, and you won a game you probably should have anyway. So if you're in that camp, that just gave you more fodder for the argument of they shouldn't have paid Brock Purdy. Mac Jones is at least close enough of a facsimile to where you should have just had Mac Jones and not paid him $53 million.
Well, it's just such a cherry pick, too. To me, it's such a cherry pick because maybe it'll help if we move away from the 49ers for a second. Why don't we talk about their opponent this weekend? They paid their quarterback. Were they stupid? He's not going to win a Super Bowl.
Well, they were stupid, but now they're 2-0, and maybe they aren't so stupid. If he takes them to an 11-6 and they go to the playoffs and they win a playoff game.
Which they could. He's been to the playoffs before.
Right. The thing about this, Mark, that always makes me a little annoyed at narratives is look at Jake Browning. So if Jake Browning comes in and he plays the next 3 months, which looks likely, and you're talking about 14 games, we'll ballpark it, and he goes 8-6. And so you wind up, you're 9-7, and maybe you play out the year and you go 10-7 and you get a wild card. Is anyone out there going to say, well, it's going to be Browning instead of Burrow going forward? And it's no, because Burrow's got a better resume. Well, not really in accomplishments, but it's the old draftism again. Joe Burrow had this amazing college career, and he's got this big arm and these fancy weapons and these great numbers and all the rest of it. And so that will never be a part of the narrative, which is why I think the whole thing is really nonsensical.
Well, Burrow is such an interesting character in the entire Brock Purdy conversation. I keep finding his name keeps coming up, not because the players are similar. I would never say that. And let me just get that out right away. I would take Joe Burrow over Brock Purdy over and over and over again. The funny thing is, what I keep noticing people kind of hang around Brock as far as their concerns about Brock Purdy, whatever they do that, those things apply to Joe Burrow as well. Like Brock Purdy, okay, everything wasn't perfect around you last year, and you dummy, you missed the playoffs. Okay, what did Joe Burrow do last year with no defense?
Well, 9-8.
What did he do?
Not playoffs, yeah.
Missed the playoffs.
Led the league in yardage and touchdowns.
I've now twice this week heard somebody call this radio station and say, got to start getting ready for a different QB with the 49ers because their quarterback is injury prone. Brock Purdy is injury prone. All right, if Brock Purdy's injury prone, Joe Burrow is fill in the blank for me.
Well, he's played 6 years, and in 3 of those, he played every single game.
And the other 3, he had a season-ending injury.
Yeah, after 10 games, which is why
one of them was after 10.
They both were after 10.
This one was after 2.
Well, this is the 3rd time that he won't play a full rack of games. Yeah. So that's where the stats monsters look at these Joe Burrow numbers: 4,918 yards, 43 touchdowns, only 9 picks. And so,
he's brilliant. He's a great player.
They went 9-8.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Purdy was not as good, and they went 6-11. And, last year was last year, and this year, Mac Jones goes out and wins in week 2. And so now some people want to make that an indictment of Brock Purdy. And that's where I think that we all kind of missed the point about football and complimentary football and the rest of it.
Yeah. And again, like if you, so the other point being, and we went through this a lot last year when people were sort of anticipating that the 49ers were about to pay Brock Purdy, is it's always interesting to me when you really kind of pin someone into the, all right, don't pay him. What's your plan? And the plans that you'll hear people spit out range from nonsensical to not doable. Like, I'll admit this, even if you're right in the long term, that Brock Purdy, quote, wasn't worth the contract. And yes, I do think that we'll get to the end of, Kyler Murray, was he worth the contract? Let's go back to the last few years. I mean, Dak Prescott, will that be worth the contract? Derek Carr, was he worth the contract? The Giants did something with Daniel Jones, then couldn't wait to move off of him. So I'm not saying that every single quarterback contract, Tua, Trevor Lawrence, they're not all correct, but what exactly would you have the team do? When you have someone, even if he is just a B or a B plus,
right?
What do you want a franchise to do? Like the options of what else is out there for a team to do are next to nothing. I don't know what it is y'all wanted the 49ers or the Jags or the Dolphins or the Cardinal. I don't know what you wanted them to do. Who were they supposed to go get? How are they supposed to win football games? And please don't take one game from Mac Jones as evidence that means that he would just go win all the football games if he were the quarterback for the 49ers. I don't believe that. I don't know who else does.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think anybody really thinks that. And I look at this Sunday as a real litmus test. It's not an indictment either way on Mac Jones. He could go out and they could lose to Arizona. I think the spread is still 1.5 if Mac Jones is the quarterback. There are a number of different ways teams can win and lose games. Yep. This weekend, if Mac plays, will not be a definitive statement about whether or not he is the man or whether or not, it was a flash in the pan.
By the way, I have that, remember yesterday we were looking for the answer on the 1.5 spread. Was that based on him playing or based on him not playing? And I texted my guy during the show.
Yep.
Well, we didn't get a response because, as he told me late last night, he's at the Raider game.
Okay.
And he goes, I'm sorry I didn't show up for your text. The Raiders didn't either.
That's funny.
And then he texted me back, the 1.5 spread is actually based on a middle ground of the two outcomes. So he said Niners minus 1.5 is totally based on a true question mark. They just didn't want to keep it off the board for whatever reason.
Yeah, they like that action, boss.
Exactly. So in other words, they're not just handicapping Niners and Cardinals. In a way, they're handicapping Brock Purdy's status. That's a long way of saying it will move either way. He says if Brock is announced out, it will move down. And if Brock is announced in, it will move up. So he expects movement either way once we get a final answer on Brock Purdy. Although, this is me guessing, I think the move up for Brock being in would be more significant than the move down if he's out, due to the fact that I think people think he's going to be out. I think people are guessing that he's going to be out.
Interesting. And I don't know if the money has moved the line at all, if the early market has not pushed it up to 2 or pushed it down to just 1.
I'll take a look.
Either way, but it's early. It's just Tuesday. And I think if you're a sharp wagerer, a pro, somebody who's going to come in with a heavy investment, you don't want to go early on this line until you actually get some real intel. And that real intel, by the way, will be tomorrow. Either Brock is not at practice or he's limited, or the long shot is he's in and he takes snaps with the ones.
That could change it right away.
Yeah.
That would surprise me. But
that
anyway,
would be most unlikely to me.
In this moment, the spread has not moved, and I don't want to get too technical, but you know how the odds, if it's an even Steven deal, the odds are both going to be at minus 110. They're not. The 49ers minus 1.5 is at minus 116. So there's the slightest lean to the spread actually going to 2, as opposed to going to 1 in this moment.
Okay.
On this book,
right?
Which is whatever. That's what
a wide variety.
It's
of
an piece. That's a piece of information.
It's just interesting when you're laying out the idea about franchise quarterback, because I'm looking at the draft class from what would be 2022. Okay. Those guys at the end of this year, after year 3. You have to make a decision about your first-round people. Brock Purdy, after year 3, they decided, you know what, we like you. We're going to give you that bag. You're our franchise guy. And if you look down the draft board in that class, Bryce Young, Carolina, right now you're thinking there's no way they're going to give him a bag. C.J. Stroud went number 2, and his stock is sliding down. Anthony Richardson at 4, that's a no-brainer. You're not going to give him the big bucket.
No.
I don't think.
I don't even think you're going to give him a job if you're the Colts.
But you look at other guys in the class like Bijan Robinson, he'll get extended. Jalen Carter of Philadelphia, he's going to get that money. as you get through that third year, that really is when you have to make that choice.
We're going to go to the phones in a sec, but the Stroud thing you bring up is so interesting to me. I do remember early stages of Brock Purdy when you really had to sort of declare to what level do you believe in what you're seeing, right? How much of this is Kyle? How much of it is the race car that he's driving? How much of it is Brock? And that discussion still lives, but most people have arrived at least, well, he's good. He's a good player. I don't know if he's a great player, but he's a good player. So back at that time, go back 3 years, I do remember there were a handful of analysts that started to, and I think this is natural. You go around the league. Well, would you take this guy over Purdy? Would you take that guy over Purdy? Would you take that guy over Purdy? Well, C.J. Stroud was an interesting name because I do remember that 3 seasons ago, that name came up, and everyone was like, there's not a freaking GM in the world who wouldn't take C.J. Stroud over Brock Purdy. So I'll ask again, how about now? C.J. Stroud for Brock Purdy. You in?
Yeah, you're probably sticking with Brock Purdy. And again, all of this is so situational because you watched Houston last night, and their ground game is not great because they're trying to figure out who their running back is. Yeah. Also, their offensive line through 2 games has been porous, to put it gently. Last year I had Stroud on my fantasy team, so I watched a lot of Houston Texans, and he is showing signs of regression. Breaks the pocket early. He's running around. He's doing things that Brock Purdy was doing last year where you didn't have protection. You didn't have confidence in your protection, so you broke the pocket early. And C.J. Stroud right now looks like a quarterback on the loose.
Yeah, I like. It's definitely fair to say there is too much pressure. I think it's also fair to say he's not handling it well. He's not handling that pressure well.
No doubt.
And so that's certainly what I saw last night. I saw an offense that went right down the field on the opening drive and hit their top receiver for a touchdown, 7-0, home crowd, Monday night, Nico Collins, get him involved. And then from that moment forward, they scored a total of 12 points and looked horrific at all times and couldn't get anybody involved consistently. And that's just that's a concerning start for that team. When we talk about the Niners being matched up with that division, right? NFC West gets to play AFC South. How many times have you heard people go, well, that's a weak division? I mean, there's Houston. So Houston's pretty good. But outside of that, not so good. And now I'm like, maybe the Colts are the game that you have to worry about
for sure.
Coming out of that division. But Houston is 0-2 and has not gotten to 20 points yet in a football game.
And Tennessee is a team that's still trying to figure things out. Totally. And they're just biding time until they can give their young quarterback enough around him to be even decent in his rookie year. So that's partly why when I go schedule Sam on you, it's not only the last place schedule, but it's also the teams that you are facing that are in rebuild mode. And of those 8 games, NFC South, AFC South, you ran down your list of we don't have our franchise quarterback.
That's almost all of them.
Yeah, New Orleans is on the schedule. Well, not anymore. Carolina is a team. You put Jacksonville on there, and that's debatable because Trevor Lawrence, I think, is being paid so much that he's going to be a guy.
Jacksonville and Houston were on the maybe list.
Right.
The only 2 teams in either South Division that I gave the nod of we've got our guy, Tampa and Atlanta. And even those are debatable.
Oh, Tampa's not, I don't think.
Tampa's not, but they still, it's not like, hey, let's do 5 years, $270 million. Like, they haven't done that. And Penix is obviously only in his second year and his first full year as a starter. I think he looks good. I think he looks pretty good. I think they're excited about him. But yeah, these are debatable.
For sure.
Yeah.
Mayfield got 3-100, and he is woefully underpaid by NFL standards.
I agree.
And he's playing great. He's playing with moxie. They come from behind every week, so I'm just looking at his deal when
he's a nut job.
Yeah, I mean, after this year, he's got 2 years left, but he'll probably, if they go to the playoffs again, they'll probably rip this contract up and give him maybe not 5 years, but they're going to give him a nice, healthy bump because he's that guy.
Well, what's his age now? I know he's not that
29, I believe.
He turned 30 earlier this year.
Yeah, that's right. 5 months ago.
Yeah, so is he already at that stage where you're like, 2 years from now, are we going to do a 5-year deal until you're 37? Probably not. Probably not. So he might have almost aged out of that, like, I'm the dude franchise quarterback contract just because of number of years. Maybe he gets 50, but maybe it's only a 3-year deal.
Fair enough.
Something like that.
I'm looking at his out after this year. His cap hit next year is $52 million. So if you're going to give him 52 on the cap, you might as well give him 3 and 150. Tack on a couple of years because that way you can spread the money out and lower the number for next year.
Did you see Baker scramble? And then not the one on the last drive, but earlier he scrambles. He goes down. Immediately holds his ankle as if something awful had happened. But within 2 seconds, it hops up on the said ankle and starts screaming in the face of C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
I saw that.
I'm like, dude, this guy, I don't know how many people are at that maniac level that play quarterback. You don't see a lot of them.
No.
There's some people who will jaw. Plenty of them, actually. Hell, Tom Brady would jaw. But Baker Mayfield is a certified nut job. I don't know that I've seen, you used the word moxie. That fits.
Yeah.
I don't know how many quarterbacks I've ever seen that kind of operate on his plane. It's a different one.
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, he's crazy. He's a crazy person. And, he's doing it on, his 3rd team or his 4th team. And he was a Ram.
4th.
Yeah. And
Panther.
so, that's right. He was a Panther.
Brown.
And so, kind of like a Sam Darnold trajectory where you finally found a spot where you could be successful. And like I said, he got $100 million and just one more year after this. And if he continues to play well, they're going to have to make that same choice. But you think about all the guys that you talked about, like Drake May, the Patriots have a good long time with a brand new head coach. I don't know if he's not their franchise guy. He's a TBD candidate.
He looks pretty good.
But you've got a rookie head coach who, first year in New England anyway. And so they're going to get together sometime to figure out if that's a pairing that's actually going to work. So I wouldn't necessarily put them on the list just based on where they both are in their trajectory.
I mean, it's a great, even if that's sort of the camp that Purdy is in, and I know we did this with the quarterback tiers and all of that stuff with Mike Sando a number of weeks ago. If that's where you want to put Baker, I'm not going to get offended by that. Purdy, Baker Mayfield, Penix, Drake May, some of these guys, and again, a lot of those guys haven't been paid yet, but these guys where you're like, we really like our guy. I'm not sure if the whole world does. I'm not sure if everybody's sold, but we really like our guy. What's interesting is, and I can't speak to, I'm not in all the cities by any stretch. I'm only in this city, but I don't think the other quarterbacks who produce at this level, I don't think when they miss a game, their fan base starts talking about whether or not it's time to go in a different direction. I mean, quite frankly, the contract, as you keep pointing out, it hasn't even started yet.
No, he's only making $9 million this year.
Contract hasn't even started yet. And there are some of you out there who have the opinion of, like, Mac Jones just proved the contract bad. There are others I've seen say, Mac stays in until he loses. And I can tell you unequivocally the organizational thought is quite opposite of that. When you give someone that kind of money, whether it's kicked in yet or not, it's the opposite of the idea of let's rest him until we need him. It's the opposite. That's our investment. When he's ready to play, he plays. Right. Period. And we don't even want to have a conversation about anything else.
Well, it would be one thing if you had a camp battle or if you had a notion back in July or August that you were even thinking about this being some sort of a competition, but it was never that. It was, you're our guy, you're our backup, let's go win football games. And so that situation has presented itself in other ways, in other situations, and other teams. And then, the starter gets hurt, the backup comes in, you may have a controversy, but you don't hear.
All right, we told you off the top of the show that we've got one hell of a guest list lined up. And so we're working our way through all of it. Obviously, Fred Warner is going to join us in a half hour. So don't go anywhere. Fred freaking Warner in a half hour. Mark Schlereth, Stink, is scheduled and set to join us coming up next. His analysis is always fantastic, ton of fun. John Feliciano, we think, is coming on at 5 o'clock with his feet up from his Tennessee ranch. So that's the day. We've also got Grandy's grades that we're going to do today. 888-957-9570. Was Sunday about Purdy to any of you at all? We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're also sponsored by Safeway. This is Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed twin pack, just $6.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Hey, Dan Dibley here, and I'll see you at the bank. And it's Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. What do you do when you sign one of these big 9-figure deals? Well, you take your money to a good local bank, and that's what Fremont Bank is. They're deeply committed to contributing to my goals as a client. I have been for 7 years, and they also want to empower the community all around me. They started this back in 1964 with one branch right down there at Fremont Boulevard and Capitol Avenue, and if you happen to be down in Fremont, check out the building. It's an award-winning building. It's going to be the epicenter of the new downtown in Fremont, and it's very perfect and appropriate that Fremont Bank is going to be the epicenter because it really is the epicenter of local banking. 21 branches throughout the Bay Area supporting many of our great communities. When you deposit your money, it gets reinvested into home ownership, philanthropy, and businesses, and everything else that makes the Bay Area such a great place to be. I encourage you to go in and check it out. Go see a branch, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-814-1500. That's 800-814-1500. 800-814-1500.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members save even more with limited-time doorbuster deals. Get your choice. DeWalt Elite Series saw blades, now $9.98.
Valid to 9/17. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Here we go.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
This is incredible.
Watch your local NFL game live all season long.
And he's in for a touchdown.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What do you think's going to happen in this game, Sting?
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
On 95.7 The Game.
Will he say that again today? We'll find out in moments. We're live in the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We love Laughing Monk. That will be the site of our first Niners home game. 95.7 The Game pregame extravaganza coming up this weekend with Low Neal, Evan Giddings. Stop by and say hi. Laughing Monk if you are headed to the game on Sunday.
Great place to go, and I believe there's a shuttle there as well. You can just shuttle on over after you get your pregame on at Laughing Monk, and you can yak in for the home opener, divisional game, Battle of Unbeatens. This is one of the better games this Sunday now.
Yeah, this is, 2-0 versus 2-0. Of course, none of it counts because it's all been against crappy opponents.
It counts, but let's just, not start, blanking each other's blank over it. Nice wins. Seattle's nice.
2-0 is 2-0.
Yep.
But yeah, here we go. Home opener coming up this weekend. Fred Warner will join us in a half hour. Mark Schlereth is going to stop by in just moments. As Guru would say, #random. But I do want to get this off my chest and maybe even throw it by stink. How is it not ridiculous? The idea, and did you all see this story, that in the offseason next March, in Saudi Arabia, there will be a flag football event, tournament?
Tournament, yeah.
It's basically a precursor to the Olympics where this is going to be a sport starting in 2028. And I think it's super fun that Kyle Shanahan's going to go coach one of the teams because I'm not worried if Kyle Shanahan gets hurt. Sean McVay got hurt over the weekend, and he will coach again this weekend. It's okay if a coach gets hurt. The fact that Christian McCaffrey is participating in this in the offseason is wild to me.
Yeah.
Like beyond bananas. I voiced the displeasure with Steph Curry wanting to represent his country in the Olympics, and that turned out to be a wonderful event, and he didn't get hurt and all of those things. And so I get it if people think I was wrong there, and the big deal there is that Steph wanted to represent his country. This is different. Like, how can we all freak out at that level with the idea of leaving a practice because of a tight calf? But we're cool in March if McCaffrey goes and plays flag football with other pros?
Right.
Cutting on a dime across the country, across the world? I don't even understand this, to be honest with you.
I understand it. It makes perfect sense.
It does?
Yes, Saudi Arabia is throwing an event via Fanatics through Tom Brady, and I'm sure they're going to shovel a gigantic pile of cash at people. And so if you are McCaffrey and you're being paid an appearance fee to go and run around and play football, you do it. I'm not saying that I'm happy about it. And if something terrible were to happen, that would be awful. And I kind of like the way you phrased it, because I was all for Steph Curry going out and trying to get the Olympic gold because it's an Olympic gold medal. This is just an exhibition in March in Saudi Arabia. No glory for old USA on this one.
Nope. However, I will say McCaffrey has 2 more years in his deal, but a potential out at the end of this year. So, maybe the Niners are like, sure, take a bucket of money and go do this thing, and we'll move on to a new running back. I have no idea. I just think it's crazy after the way we've talked about it. All right, out to the River Islands guest line we go. Every other Tuesday, we are blessed by none other than Stink. Mark Schlereth, joined by Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stink and Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Hey, Stink, what's going on today?
Just kind of hanging out, prepping. I got Washington Raiders this weekend, so I'm just prepping the game and kind of putzing around the house here by myself, so it's all good.
Ooh, do you have intel? My wife has Jaden Daniels as her fantasy quarterback. Is he playing, Stink?
I have no idea. We will find out. I'll find out Friday. And I'll find out because I'll either meet with Jaden Daniels or I'll meet with Marcus Mariota. So on Friday I'll know.
Okay, what about this? What if we talk about quarterback performances that have already happened? That would be easier. What'd you think of Mac Jones in New Orleans?
I thought he was good, man. I thought, it made me think, like, is that who Kyle really wanted when you guys drafted Trey Lance? There was that controversy, that talk about how the organization was split over Trey Lance and Mac Jones. I don't know. But Mac Jones, I thought played exceptionally well. Took a couple of sacks and all that stuff, but had a couple of scrambles. But he made some big time throws, and he orchestrated the offense, which was really cool to see, especially after the way he started his rookie year in New England, and then Bill Belichick, who is just all of a sudden became smarter than everybody else, decided that the best idea for a young quarterback is to have Joe Judge, a special teams coach, and Matt Patricia, our defensive coordinator, be co-coordinators on the offensive side of the ball. That's what's going to help him play. So, I saw it a couple of years ago when Sam Darnold went there and kind of resurrected his career. And this will be really cool if Mac Jones, can bail out Brock Purdy for a couple of weeks while he's healing up on that toe injury and play exceptionally well. This is a really good thing for Mac Jones, so I'm happy for him.
And how much of what we saw yesterday is Kyle Shanahan? I'm thinking about the Juwan Jennings touchdown throw, which was such a beautifully schemed play. And, Mac got more comfortable as the game wore on. But how much is every quarterback really a product of the system?
Well, obviously, Kyle does a great job of, as good as anybody in the league, of marrying some of your play action stuff with your run game to your tight ends, and to see, George Kittle be out and still the tight ends have an unbelievably productive day. I thought the other thing, which was a huge factor in this game, you guys were talking about Christian McCaffrey going to Saudi Arabia. Apparently I wasn't invited. I have not made the celebrity list to go to Saudi, but let me tell you, if Christian bails out, I'm in for half of what they're going to pay him. I'll do it for half. But I will tell you this, man, his ability to line up, outside the numbers, the run route. He's running out routes. He's running it's not just your typical not your typical running back routes out of the backfield to check B's and check slows and little Texas routes. He's lining up outside the numbers, doing unbelievable things, running routes like a wide receiver. It's pretty cool to watch.
Hey, this is a quick aside here, Stink, but what do you think about that? With everything that McCaffrey has been through over the last year, how should a Niner fan feel that he's heading across the world to play flag football in the offseason?
It's the off season, and like I don't know how much competitiveness there will be on that flag football field. But listen, he's all right. I think the big thing about him, and obviously I played with his father Ed, and I've known Christian since he was born, so that's how old I am. But one of the things about him is he is so regimented in the way he trains. And like as you age, you can't train like you did at 22, right? As you age, it takes a little bit longer to recover. I think that was some of the stuff he was going through over the course of this off season of how to manage that, how to get the right amount of rest and do all those things. But when is this game? In March? I think he's going to be okay.
It's in March. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's going to be okay until I guess he's not okay. It's just kind of, I mean, you get it, Mark. We got fan base here who's obsessing about his number of touches every week. And then a month after the Super Bowl, it's like, let's instead of resting, let's keep pushing it. And let's go cut on a dime in a different country to play flag football for some sort of side event. I get it, how it can make some people just scratch their head a little bit.
Yeah, no, I mean, I understand that. I think the other thing is too, as a player, you're also human. You have a family. You just had a child. Like there are other things that are important, and it's important to get away, and it's important to do some things. It's important to make connections. So like there's certainly a work-life balance in all of this, and I'm not, I'm just one of those. Like I did things in the off season. I was pretty careful, but I still did things in the off season because I wanted to, because I want to be human, and so I'm not a robot. So
yeah, it's just life. I mean, you still have to go out there and live it. And in the meantime, what he's doing for the Niners is pretty awesome, especially considering no Kittle, and you lost Juszczyk early in that football game. What did you make of the adjustment? Shanahan putting Tonjes in the backfield and going to a lot of single back with 3 tight ends at times. What did you think of the adjustment they had to make without Juszczyk?
Well, that's why Kyle is, when people start moaning about this, that, and the other, that's why he is who he is. That's why he's that good. And those guys are so incredibly trained. When you can play, I think after quarterback, probably tight end is the next position from a knowledge standpoint. Yet that movement guy, that you have to play the inline Y, but you have to play the F as well. You got to be able to also play the fullback position. So there's a lot of different things that are on your plate. Your menu, so to speak, is huge. It's kind of like going to what the hell is that restaurant that has the world's largest menu that my wife drags me to?
Pizza Kitchen, right?
No.
Cheesecake Factory.
Oh yeah, that's the one.
Cheesecake Factory. My wife drags me there, and I'm like this menu. It's like it really is. She'd drag me to the Cheesecake Factory, and I'm just like, you got to be kidding me. This feels like a college course that I haven't cheated for yet. So, how am I gonna pick what I want to eat at this restaurant? I don't even want to look at this damn thing. It feels like work every time I go there.
Have you ever made it to the back of that menu? Or are you just like, I give up, I'll pick the meatloaf or the chicken sandwich, and I give up? Is this too much?
It's too much. I really only order one thing there, and it is the teriyaki steak over the wasabi potatoes.
Wasabi.
That's right. I just don't vary. I've had it one time. I looked at the menu. I know I like it. When I go there, I'm like, yeah, I want that one dish. I've had it many times.
I love it. We're talking with Mark Schlereth. Insider Calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. All right, Stink, yesterday I nicknamed a bunch of people watching football Schedule Sam, because what I've heard a lot of people say is that, yeah, great, Mac Jones, okay, that's fine. It was the Saints. How do you sort of respond to that, knowing that, right, it was the Saints, but it's your second road game in a row, and you're missing a bunch of the people that make you the 49ers. So undersell or oversell what the Niners have achieved so far?
I think anytime you go on the road, I mean, this is not college football. This isn't, Ohio State playing the Blind Sisters of the Poor. Every guy that plays professional football is a professional football player, and they've got damn good players. Granderson's a damn good player. Demario Davis is damn good. Warner is a damn good football player. They got some guys that can really play. And I thought Kamara looked great. I thought that Rattler played well. Listen, don't apologize for getting a win on the road against a professional football team. And you are beat up, man. You've had to make a bunch of adjustments. You're to your backup quarterback. How many people go on the road with a backup quarterback and win any game? So I think I look at it from the standpoint of, wow, amazing what they were able to accomplish. And there was 3 or 4 guys on the defensive side of the ball that I've never heard of. There's a bunch of dudes playing, rookies playing. There's, there was a bunch of guys as I was watching that game that I'm like, damn, that kid, Ronaldo Green is going to be a really good player. And number 20, whoever that was, made some big plays, in the nickel spot. Yeah, he made some big plays. 47 made a bunch of big plays, had the sack fumble at the very end of the game to seal it away. So, we can sit there and nitpick at it, but you're playing with guys without a lot of experience that are getting some of their first action. How valuable is that to have those guys play and come away with a win with your backup quarterback? It's a magnificent job of coaching. Love seeing Robert Saleh back on the sideline. Love seeing the energy they play with. What's 53's name? He's a heat-seeking missile trying to just crush people.
D-Winners.
D-Winners, it's like Baby Greenlaw out there.
Right. He reminded me of Terry Tate, the Office linebacker. He's just crushing people, man. I loved it.
Yeah, it's fun to watch him. It's just another linebacker. And just for your own research purposes, 10 road wins last year in the entire league by backup quarterbacks, just to put yesterday in a little bit of perspective.
Yeah. I love it. Are you going to throw what's your pitch of choice? Is it 4-seam? Is it 2-seam? You got the hook? I mean, what's the pitch of choice there?
I was a thumber when I pitched back as a kid, so it was the off speed and then the really, really off speed. I didn't have a lot to offer, Stink.
Yeah, that's me too. I threw a lot of BP, and I had about a 53-mile-an-hour fastball, and that was about all she wrote right there.
Speaking of throwers, Kyler Murray comes in 2-0. What have you made so far of his early season? And Mark and I were just talking about quarterback contracts, and a couple years ago, that looked like a bad one. Have people started changing their perception of Kyler Murray?
I've done a lot of games. I did San Francisco, Arizona last year, the last game of the year, and I've done a lot of Arizona games, and I'm really tight with Jonathan Gannon. And, I think, again, it is one of those situations for Kyler where what wins in the National Football League is not SportsCenter highlights. SportsCenter highlights are SportsCenter highlights. They're awesome. They're fun to watch. But you know what ultimately happens with SportsCenter highlights? That team that makes a bunch of them loses, usually. So what wins at the quarterback position is your default mechanism being the neck up. What wins is boring. I had a conversation with Byron Leftwich when he was Tom Brady's offensive coordinator in Tampa. And I said, what is it that blows you away about him? And he goes, if we're running curl flat and the flat is open and it's the first read the progression, Tom Brady takes it 100 out of 100 times and makes it 2nd down and 5. And then the whole playbook is open. And unfortunately, with guys who have always been able to rely on athleticism, oftentimes their default mechanism is athleticism. And so they go, oh, wait a minute, let me get out of here. Let me scramble around. Let me make a big play. And, hey, listen, you'll make 1 or 2 in the game, and they'll be SportsCenter highlights, but you'll make 3 or 4 big mistakes that will cost you a victory. So learning how to be boring is, I think, what Kyler Murray needs to do. And it looks like some of that went on last year. I talked to him about it, and hopefully more and more of it is happening this year.
Mark Schlereth is with us here on Willard Dibs 95.7 The Game. All right, we probably buried this. This is a big question for you, an offensive lineman who's played for the Shanahans. I know it gets lost because the Niners are 2-0, but Stink, they're averaging 3 yards a carry. It's very un-Shanahan-like. is that a concern?
Well, yeah, sure. You would like to average more per carry, obviously, but, with injuries, with changing personnel groupings, with some of the nuance, and this is especially true early in the season. Like, you think about all of a sudden switching quarterbacks and just snap count. The advantage you get with snap count from shifting to motions when you get guys entering into the blocking scheme. So a tight end is coming across in sift, and he's going to sift through and either pick up the end man on the line of scrimmage, or maybe he's going to sift through the guard tackle gap and pick up a linebacker. If you snap that ball one count, a half a count too late, all of a sudden the angle changes on that, and now you're trying to dig a guy out as opposed to having the angle to kick him out. And so those little things, that little nuanced stuff matters, and it matters a ton, especially in Shanahan's offense. So I would just say that, early in the season, these things have been endemic of the issues in the league across the board offensively. I have witnessed them over and over and over again. Those things will clean up as you play a little bit more real football as opposed to the fake football that we play in the preseason.
And we don't know if it's going to be Purdy or Mac Jones, quarterback. Purdy trying to come back from the turf toe. Did you ever suffer or try to play through something like that, a foot ailment like a turf toe or something similar to that?
No, I have beautiful feet. I always have had beautiful feet. They should be in a magazine. People cannot believe how great looking my feet are, considering that I played 12 years in the NFL. It was after my feet. It was my ankles, knees, hips, and back and elbows that took a beating. But my feet were good. So, no, I've never had to play with a turf toe.
I'll take your word for it. I actually lost a bet on air to Lorenzo Neal, and it involved me rubbing his feet for 10 minutes. And I can tell you this, his feet do not belong in a magazine.
Yeah, that's gross.
Totally. Yeah.
How do you, What did if you would have won the bet, what did he have to do to you? Or
$1,000.
Is it
I would have got $1,000. Yeah.
Versus a foot rub.
So that was a bet. Honestly, I'm a man here of not tremendous means. I was thinking $1,000, and it came down to the New York Giants had to win, I think, 6 games, and they were 5-10 back in the old 16-game schedule, and all they had to do was win the finale, and I got $1,000, but I lost, and so I had to rub up on those old catcher's mitts.
Gosh.
Awful. Yeah.
That's good. That's going to ruin everybody's dinner. Thanks. We appreciate that. That's awesome.
Stink, this is what happens when pro athletes gamble with regular people. It's all
right.
Like it's not fair. Like $1,000 to low, whatever. Like he wins either way.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. $1,000. I mean that falls out of the couch cushions in his house, But them feet, them dogs, I bet you them dogs were ugly. Big low. I mean, at 5'10", however much low weight, and just, all the pressure he put on his feet, digging out linebackers and stuff. I'm sure his feet are absolutely atrocious.
Yeah. Some would say ferocious, but yeah.
Stink, I wanted to ask you this. It went well, so everybody's happy now, but can you take us into the mental dynamic of an entire football team when they know they've got to go out there with their backup QB?
You know what you're trying, the mentality of that is, let's do our job exceptionally well to take some pressure off the guy. Let's make sure we keep out of third down in long situations. And one of the things I used to tell young quarterbacks is, hey, man, just keep us out of the third down and 7 pluses, right? Hey, on second down, if it's not open, scramble, get us 3 yards. Get it to 3rd and 6 or 3rd and 5. So at least we're multiple. At least as a defense, you just can't tee off on us. And I just think it becomes one of those things. Everybody on the offense looks like, hey man, let's do this thing together. And let's face it, man, the receiving core, like you get Kendrick Bourne back. I thought Pearsall was really good. Yep. I thought it was incredible considering, Hey, I know it's the Saints, but hell, it's the new look 49.
And this time, we had one comeback. Don't call it a comeback.
I got to roll, but it's the new look 49ers as well. So hey, guys, be well, man. Take care.
All right,
Mark.
Steak.
Yeah.
All right, there it is. That was Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. We're also sponsored by Saramonte Ford. That was Stink, Mark Schlereth. And a little bit of technical
bit at the end, but
there at the end, but we're all good.
Yeah, and
I think he had to run anyway.
I think he did.
Yeah.
So maybe he was getting another call, and sometimes that happens when you're on the phone. It cuts out momentarily, but love Shanahan as he should, and he called it just a masterful coaching performance. I wonder what Grandy will think when we do Grandy's grades.
That's right, Grandy's grades. We haven't let you know that that's happening today as well. Did we decide 4:30? 4:30 on Grandy's grades? Yeah. All right, so we got Grandy's grades. But coming up next, we have Fred Warner.
Woo.
Fred Warner.
Love Fred Warner. Good little player.
Somebody tell Cosell.
I've got a major bromance with Fred Warner.
That we're talking to Fred Warner. And then we'll talk to him tomorrow and tell him that we talked to Fred Warner.
Jealous?
How about that, Greg?
Yeah, you like that?
Uh-huh.
You'd be wrong.
Well, that's probably, yeah. He probably has Fred Warner's phone number. But anyway, Fred is going to join us coming up next. Don't go anywhere, okay? Fred Warner joins Willard and Dibs next.
Saramonte Ford has hundreds of cars in stock for you to choose from before the federal EV tax credit runs out at the end of the month. Do not miss your opportunity to save big at Saramonte Ford in Colma and Daly City, or 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com, your Bay Area Ford store.
Shop organics at Whole Foods Market. Get organic black, red, and green seedless grapes for $2.99 per pound with Prime through September 16th. Snack on these crisp and juicy bites for a sweet pick-me-up. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Own a home built before 1980? Is it on a poured foundation? You may be eligible for a grant up to $3,000 to strengthen your home against earthquake damage. Consider bolting your house to its foundation or bracing crawl space walls to help protect your investment and keep your family safe. Register between August 20th and October 1st at earthquakebracebolt.com. Visit today to learn more and secure your grant. Brought to you by the California Residential Mitigation Program.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Football is back, and so is your shot at big wins. With DraftKings Pick 6, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, your game day instincts can score you real money fast. Here's the play. Just pick more or less on 2 or more player stats, from breakout rookies to elite QBs, and unlock the upside every snap brings. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. New DraftKings customers get $50 in bonus picks with just a $5 entry. This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code THEGAME. That's code THEGAME. Play just $5, get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks. Make the call. Ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No!
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now, back to
Willard Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, continuing here on this Tuesday on 95.7 The Game, and this is the moment we've been waiting for here on Willard and Dibs. Joining us on the River Islands guest line, none other than the great Fred Warner of the San Francisco 49ers. Fred, what's going on today, man?
Man, just feeling blessed. 2-0 on the road to start the year. It don't get much better than that, so I'm excited, man. It's a good feeling.
Well, it's hitting you some kind of way for sure, man. I'm sure you're aware of the video that made the rounds of you walking off the field at New Orleans, and you seem to be, I don't know if overcome is the right word, but there were a lot of emotions. Can you take the fans into what was going on there in your mind?
Yeah, no, I think overcome is exactly right, dude. I mean, it was just an overflow of just gratitude in that moment. I pray for moments like Sunday where, I could be put in positions to help my team win games. That I think in that moment, just seeing all those fans that just overtook the same stadium, man, and they're all screaming for me. And it was truly just a moment of gratitude. It was overwhelming, but I can't speak enough to how amazing the faithful have been on the road. I can't wait to be back home this week for our first home game. I know they're going to show out and be big for us at home.
71 snaps. He played all of them on defense, and the one that stands out was the play on Alvin Kamara where he catches it on his helmet, and you come in and do what you do, which is punch out the football. How are you able to always get to the ball with that right cross?
It's something about that right hand, man. My left hand isn't as precise or as strong as that right, but it's something that I truly do work it day in and day out, all camp, all year long. Really, I made it a point of emphasis this past week of practice, man, of just really having it on my mind, because if you don't, you just go out there, you make tackles, right, and you don't think about it, but to have it present in your mind, that's the key. And so in that moment, I really was running over there and saw, Alvin Kamara is an amazing player. This dude has the ball. kind of locked onto his helmet. I have my hands outstretched, waiting for the ball to kind of fall off his helmet into my hands, and then at the very last moment, being able to ball my fist up and punch it out. It was a big moment that we needed to kind of swing the game.
Fred, you know what's interesting too, and I think the greats are often never satisfied, so maybe that applies here, but a lot of fans are really impressed and excited by what they see defensively. After the game, you spoke a lot about all the things that still need to be a whole lot better. How would you sort of put into words your satisfaction level so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think you always got to look at where you can be better, right? I think that was why, especially in that moment right after the game, I'm always thinking about, man, like, we gave up 3 touchdowns in the red zone, and we gave up a ton of penalties on third down, I wouldn't say, but key penalties on third down that extended these long drives, right, that allowed them to continue to run the football and get down there, and then we're not holding them to 3. So, you know, those are the glaring things in my mind. Now, if we correct those things, we can be such a dominant defense. But the great news is that, man, we're playing at a really high level with a lot of new pieces, right? Everybody talked about all offseason, all training camp, all preseason, about all these young guys that we have playing, different guys that we may have signed off of free agency. And guys are playing at a high level, you know, in terms of these young guys. Man, I'm really excited about a lot of these guys and the energy, the swag that we're playing with. The standard is always going to be the standard regardless of your age or who you are. So, you know, I think as long as we continue to strive to be at our best and get better every single week, then the sky's the limit for us. I don't think that you can put a limit on us.
Yeah, nobody wants to put a limit on what you're doing defensively. And I'm thinking about a couple of young guys. Mykel Williams in his second game was terrific. And your linebacker mate, not a rookie, but kind of new to starting. What's it like playing alongside D. Winters and the energy he brings?
Oh, dude, it's amazing. I love D. Winters. So happy for him and his progression with our team. And, you know, I tell the story of how he came in as a rookie, and I was like, I'm not too sure about old D. Winters. I don't know. But, you know, there's guys that truly, you know, they need reps, man. And, you know, some guys, they develop differently than others. And for D, he just needed those reps, man. And, you know, he's been able to stay healthy, be on the field to get those. And it's a complete credit to him, man, the way that he's worked, the time that he's put in and committed himself to wanting to be his best. And it's showing up now on Sundays in a big way. You know, I know when that ball's thrown to the flat, I'm booking it over there just in case a guy, I never want a guy to be alone on an island, but he's proven to me that he truly can be one-on-one with anybody out in space. And so it's really fun being out there just playing with a lot of energy and having fun.
Fred Warner with us on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Fred, we know that Dre is your boy, but I would like to know how you compare the two players. How would you compare Dre and D?
I mean, yeah, when you look at the first thing that pops off is the speed that they play with. They both have similar builds, but they both are extremely explosive and fast athletes on the field and cerebral football players. You know, they're both their own individuals. I would never want to compare D to anybody. I think D is his own unique person and player. But I think when you look at just their builds, right, how explosive they are, the speed, I think that's what you see in both players.
Not looking for you to compare this year's DC to last year's, but Robert Saleh comes back to the team. What has changed on the field that fans can really look at that has made this defense maybe more aggressive and certainly looks to be a little bit better?
Yeah, I mean, Saleh's just been around the block, man. He's been there. He's done it at a high level for a long time. You know, he obviously had a stint in New York being the head coach, but I mean, he knows football through and through, not just defense but offense, and I think that helps with how he prepares for these different offenses week in and week out. And he puts us in just the perfect position to go out there and play fast, man, eliminating all gray area. He knows the exact calls to put us in certain situations within the game. So there's never a moment where, you know, I'm wondering what we should be. He just knows. It's almost like he's a fortune teller, man. This dude knows everything, I feel like. So it gives such confidence for a player to just go out there and play free, man. I love having him back.
Fred, you know, it's interesting to also kind of look back at your earlier Niner days to now. it's weird to say this about someone who's only 28 years old, but you've moved into this elder statesman role. And I don't just mean this about the 49ers. I'll be straight with you. This question is inspired by my 16-year-old daughter, Ella, who is the largest Fred Warner super fan that lives on planet Earth. She's freaking out that we're speaking today. Here's what I want to know. Like, your recognizability, your podcast with your wife, your standing in the NFL, that has all changed a lot in the last 3, 4, 5 years. So how have you handled that? How has that changed your life?
I mean, yeah, man. I think it's something that comes with it when you have success on the field and other things, other opportunities present themselves off the field. But don't get it twisted. I think the reason why I've been able to have sustained success in this league is because of just remaining humble and not ever being comfortable, I guess, or content with what I've done. I always feel like there's another level, and early on, all I wanted was my respect. And so then once I got that, it changed into, okay, like what now? If that were just my sole motivation, then I would have stopped playing hard a long time ago. But there's just this fire burning within me, man, that really makes me go hard day in and day out. And God's really blessed me with this ability to play this game. And it's up to me now to really just squeeze every drop in the bucket that I can, and I'm trying to every single day.
We see the fire you play with, and I'm wondering if that fire was even hotter this past offseason after last year's 6-11 disappointment.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's so many things that I've had, not just me, but like our team has had to go throughout the years. You talk about going to Super Bowls, losing Super Bowls, losing NFC Championship games. Like, I mean, yeah, you can find these different motivations, especially in a season where you go 6-11. I mean, that's as bad a year as I've been a part of since probably my rookie year or 2020. But at the end of the day, man, it's a whole new year. I can't get in the huddle and tell these guys, hey, let's right our wrongs from last year, because at the end of the day, guess what? Half the team wasn't even here last year that dealt with that, right? So they're all going to be looking at me like, man, look, I don't know what you're talking about, Fred. We have no idea how that was. So it's about, just being the best version of yourself for your teammates, so that when moments come where you need to be relied on, that you're there to be the guy that your teammates can rely on to help win football games. Because at the end of the day, it's all about just winning. That's it.
Fred, how is the vibe in the locker room so far, particularly if you put it in the framework of the adversity that you guys have faced, a backup quarterback already playing a game? How does that kind of adjust the way guys are reacting after a game?
Yeah, I mean, I think the vibes have been amazing, really. I love our group. I love the fact that we do have a lot of newer players, young guys. It's a good mix between the young players and the veterans. And it is always a next man up mentality in this league. Unfortunately, we've had to deal with that. A number of seasons where we've had injuries at key positions, and so it's not like we're unfamiliar with it, but it doesn't mean that it's not hard to win football games when you don't have your guys out there. But it just speaks to our character of our team. It speaks to the standard that is upheld, that regardless of who's in there, man, the expectation is the same, of playing winning football and doing the things necessary to win.
You talked about the vibes, and one thing I noticed in the game on Sunday is the boombox guy, Diamador Lenore, now there with Trent Williams. Kind of fun to see him side by side. Trent 6'6", 380, and Demo a little smaller but equally ferocious. What's he been like stepping up into an increased role on this team?
Yeah, Demo, man, I'm super happy for him and his ascension in this league as a player, and then also as a leader for our team. Being voted captain. That's a player voted deal, right? So it speaks to how his teammates feel about him, and he's just put the work in over the years to really become one of the best players and corners in this league. And the energy that he brings, the tenacity that he brings, that's who we are. That's who the 49ers are, and so love having Demo out there with me.
While we're talking about other individuals, I mean, again, you've had one game with each QB. How is their sort of locker room leadership different, or do you kind of take over that role from them?
No, I wouldn't say anybody needs to take anything over. I'm my same guy. I'm the same person regardless of the situation. I think Mac's done a great job of coming in and just doing what was asked of him last week. Purdy is the man. I love Purdy with everything in my soul, because this guy, I believe, could be the best in the game. He's shown that already in this league in 3 years of playing after being drafted last in the draft. But the things that he was doing in training camp were unreal. So I'm excited for when he does get back. But can't say enough about Mac and his resilience and just his preparedness to come in and help us win a game last week. And we'll see what happens this week and if Purdy's healthy enough to go.
Fred Warner is with us. And, Fred, when we get a big fancy guest like yourself, we love to do something on the way out the door called the Big Finish and get to know maybe a little something about you that we don't already know. You ready to ride?
Let's ride.
Okay,
Let's ride.
Fred, here's the deal. There's two categories. You pick one. Do you want to do BYU or Fred's Firsts?
Oh, wow. We got BYU and Fred's First. I guess let's go Fred's First. I don't know. That sounds interesting.
Okay, Fred's First. Here, question number one. Do you remember your first touchdown as a youth football player?
Oh, as a youth football player, this is including Pop Warner?
Yeah.
As far back as you want to go.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Unless you guys knew something that I didn't know. Pop Warner, I can't remember that far back. But I think high school, first touchdown may have been like junior year, like on a pick six or something. I think that may have been the first that I can remember. I don't even know if I scored.
So did you not play on the offensive side in high school?
I did. I played tight end. I actually started. My high school career started playing tight end, and I didn't play defense until my sophomore year on JV. And then going forward, I played both tight end and defense.
Yeah, maybe you can get an invite to Kittle's tight end. You certainly have the hair for it to match up with George and the fellas. Yeah. Question number two, Fred. Where did you and your wife Sydney go on your first date? And I hope you remember this one.
Oh boy, I sure do, man. It was an iconic first date. I took her 5-star In-N-Out burger, man.
Yeah. Yes.
Fine dining, man. And I remember I was starving. I probably ordered way too much food. So I think she only ordered like a Coke and some fries. So probably made a fool of myself there. But hey, it was a great time.
Fred, there's something about that place. My wife and I ended up there on our wedding night as well. There's something about it.
Yeah. Some about it. Yeah, that's great.
All right, last one, Fred. When you got the bag in the NFL, what was your first big purchase?
Oh, first big purchase. I'd probably say when I bought my home, our home that we bought here in the Bay. I'm a kid from San Diego, and being drafted to the Niners was a huge blessing for me to stay on the West Coast and be close to family and everything. And the Bay is my home now, right? I think I stay here year round. I train here. The Bay's been everything for me, so yeah, buying my first home.
I mean, do you want to do like an audio version of MTV Cribs and tell us a little bit about the place? Like, 10 bedrooms, 12, what do you got?
Too many people already know where I live, so I can't say too much on the air.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we'll see. Maybe later.
Yeah, and with these home prices around here, you're probably going to have to play another 10 or 11 years just to make ends meet, right?
That's right, man. I mean, it's hard out here in these streets, man. Hard.
All right, Fred, home opener this weekend, man. What's the message to the fans on their way to Levi's here in a handful of days?
Man, I just want the faithful to show up and show out big time for us. I mean, this is a huge divisional opponent. 2-0 versus 2-0. San Francisco 49ers, Arizona Cardinals. We can't do it without the faithful, man. Just show up and show out. Be loud.
Fred, thank you so much, man. Great to have you on the show.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Fred Warner joining us here on Willard Dibs, 95.7 The Game. First big purchase, a home. And as he's approaching $84 million made in his career just on the field, with 4 more years contractually all set up, I think you're right, Dibs. I think he's almost ready to graduate to an apartment.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be bigger homes ahead. Probably get a little condo right now just to start out.
Easy. Take it easy.
That's right.
Easy ride.
Especially, these contracts aren't guaranteed, so you make sure you don't get over your skis now financially.
I'd like to say this also. I don't care who you love, what your sexual orientation is, what floats your boat, but man, woman, or otherwise, you go out on a first date and you end up having burgers and fries. That's a keeper.
Oh, yeah.
That's what we're doing. We're keeping that person.
And I love his story where
we're signing that person to a long-term deal.
I probably ordered too much, and she got a Coke. So she's looking at, obviously she knows he's a big football player, and he's like, let me get 2 double-doubles, 1 animal style. Let me get 3 orders of fries, animal fries. Let me get a shake.
Hon, what you want?
Coke.
Have a drink.
Yeah, a little soda. They have soda.
Have a drink.
Yeah, so you never know. And when you ask questions like that, first date, and he's like, yeah, of course I remember. I'm thinking, all right, he probably went super romantic, extravagant, because his wife was a contestant on The Bachelor. So she was...
Right, Sydney, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So she was a part of that world, which is obviously make-believe, and you go on these fancy things. And I don't know how far she made it. I don't watch that show.
I'm pretty sure her life is still make-believe. She's married to Fred Warner.
Right. But, it's...
Awesome,
but it's got to be tough when you're a football player's wife. It's one thing to be married to a baseball player, and you're pretty certain that, something totally terrible won't happen. It can happen, but you're married to Fred Warner, and literally every play, he's out there going full speed, trying to light somebody up.
You know what? It's actually an interesting thing that you bring up, and more so, social media and the way we watch sports. We see a lot more of this now, and the 49ers are probably the poster for this, and that is player wives and families and on the sidelines and up in the suites, and Claire Kittle and Kristen Juszczyk and, Christian McCaffrey is married to a celebrity, and now Sydney, and she's got the podcast, and we see them on the sidelines, and they've got their pregame routines and everything. I can't think of anything that might feel a little bit more... Like maybe those of you who are married to, I got a couple friends who are police officers. I don't know if that kind of feels that way when they leave to go to work. And just like, that's got to be terrifying.
Right.
Absolutely.
Every single day.
And now the football side of it looks like it's also fun, right? You're at a football game and you get to root for, but the idea of what can happen on any play for a parent, for a spouse, for the kids, if they're grown enough to know what's going on. Whew, you're not wrong. That's fun and terrifying at the same time.
Definitely.
I think so.
And it affords a certain lifestyle. And we were joking around about home prices. I'm sure they have a lovely home, and he may have paid for it in cash. It might have been a open up the briefcase kind of purchase where you just show, here you go, 2.7, here you go, let me count it out for you. Bang, I own this house. But still, the lifestyle mixed with how nerve-wracking it is, that would be, every day, I'm sure, it's got to be something where you're holding your breath, right?
Yeah. 2.7. Where the hell do you think he bought 2.7?
I don't want to name check any community because I may actually know where he lives. I may be one of those people.
Oh, do you?
Hi, Fred.
Do you know his address?
Good game today, Fred. Hey, Fred, can I cut your lawn? Oh, no? You want me to get off your lawn?
Those days are so over. And by the way, it wasn't that long ago, though. I think I've told this story before. If you've been a 49er fan for a certain amount of time, you'll remember the name Ricky Ellison. Great linebacker. 49ers eventually played for the
Mountain
Raiders,
View,
too.
right?
Yeah, well, no. I don't know where he lives now. Does he live in Mountain View now?
No, but I thought he went to St. Francis. So.
Maybe. No, but this is when he was playing for the 49ers.
Right. I love this story.
He bought a house in Foster City, which is where I grew up, and he literally lived 4 blocks away. And somehow, some way, just so much more of an innocent time, everybody in the neighborhood knew that was Ricky Ellison's house. Ricky lives in that house. And this was back in a day where, wait for it now, you could actually knock on someone's door without it either being DoorDash or basically a reason to call the police. Like, people did that back in the day. You'd just ring someone's doorbell. You might be selling something or whatever. And then here's the crazy thing. I know, stick with me, kids. Grandy, I don't know if you ever lived in this world. Someone would ring your doorbell, and do you know what people inside the house would do? they'd answer the door.
Really?
Yeah. They didn't talk through the door. They didn't run. Like, you didn't go hide in the backyard. They answered the door. And so we used to do this maybe once every month or two. We would the kids would all be out and about, run around at the park, and then someone would have the idea, hey, we should go and see if Ricky's home. Can you imagine this now?
Yeah.
Can you imagine if Fred Warner lived in your neighborhood? Let's go see if Fred wants to come out and play. And we'd go knock on Ricky Allison's door. Hey, Ricky, we're down at the park. Do you want to come play football with us? And Ricky would go sometimes, yes.
That's crazy.
And he would just come down to the park with us and play football. And yes, he was all-time linebacker, so he never played offense. So you would throw the ball, and then Ricky would come tackle you, which usually meant he would come over and just pick you up in the air and then lay you down on the ground. And he would have a ton of fun with us. And it was like the most wholesome, ridiculous thing. And you would never, I feel like this would never happen again. Would this happen in 2025?
Probably not in this fashion. Like, I know Steph Curry will occasionally show up at a school, but he's got his cadre of people as well. It's not like you knock on Steph's door and, hey, Steph, you want to run some 3-on-3? You know what? I'd like that. I'd like that, little Timmy. Let me get my shoes on.
Like, we didn't even know how ridiculous what we were doing was.
That's right.
But then he would say yes.
But it wasn't ridiculous then.
No.
It was mostly normal.
I don't even know what normal means anymore. But yeah. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That was pretty great. Let's keep reacting to Fred. We've got Grandy's grades in a half hour. We've got John Feliciano, ... We're pretty sure in an hour. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open? With a LiftMaster garage door opener powered by MyQ, you'll never worry again. You can control, secure, and monitor your garage from your smartphone anytime, from anywhere through the MyQ app. As an authorized LiftMaster dealer, Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation has smart openers designed for your needs, including belt drive motors for ultra-quiet operation, integrated camera for live video, streaming, and battery backup to let you in when the power is out. Trust Ace's Garage Door Repair and Installation for top-notch service and unbeatable reliability. Whether you need a quick fix, a complete replacement, or a brand new installation for your garage door or garage door opener, our skilled technicians are here to get the job done right. With competitive prices, a commitment to quality, and diamond certification, Aces has you covered. Call today at 855-588-2237 or visit acegd.com. That's acegd.com. Aces Garage Door Repair and Installation, where your garage door is our priority.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Yeah, that's gross. That's going to ruin everybody's dinner.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
If only I had asked Mark Schlereth, do the neighborhood kids ever come over and knock on the door and they're like, Mr. Stink, will you come block for us?
Yeah.
I wonder.
Yeah,
He lives
I wonder.
in Colorado, right?
I'm not sure. You're really interested on where everyone lives, aren't you?
Where you live.
Stalkerish.
Yeah, that's gross.
You've actually been to my house, I think. You guys came over and brought some vittles after my lovely wife was birthing our child, I think.
Yes, I do know where you live.
Right. And
a lovely place.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's very nice. We just did some irrigation and mulch in the front yard.
You know what that is?
It's an irrigation sensation.
I always enjoy now when we can get one in that we've never gotten before.
That's right.
I think that's the first irrigation sensation.
Perhaps.
It has to be.
Now we have two. That's a buck each.
Sorry.
And my favorite is the whole. Thank you. That's a 3-0 run. My favorite is the. You know what that is? It's so telegraphed and stupid, but it really brings it home.
It's so much of what we do for a living is stupid.
Right.
I hope everybody knows that we know that. Do you ever have that thought when we're not here?
No, I had the thought last segment when we were talking about like being a football player's wife and what the stress you must go through.
Yeah.
Occasionally, we'll get a nasty text message that comes in on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney text line.
More than occasionally.
Well, right, and like that is probably the riskiest thing. Occasionally, there'll be a paper cut.
That's the danger zone for us. Yes.
You know what the worst injury I've sustained since you and I started working together is I tried to put my headphones on. One of them, it slipped, and one of the cans hit me in the eye, and I had a bruise on my temple for about 4 days. Headphone trauma. So yeah, I can't relate.
HR
Sydney.
is like, wait, what? Do we have a workers' comp situation going on here? What if you get laryngitis?
Right, it happens.
Yeah.
It actually used to happen when I was still coaching high school volleyball. When I was doing the morning show.
Hell yeah!
You're coaching and you're yelling and I was coaching.
Okay.
And then halfway through the year, you come in and it's like, hey guys, I'm not gonna tell you, Joe. Hey Lorenzo. So I had to dial that thing back.
This
Anyway.
is completely off the subject. Because I was about to go, like, I feel like the Giants need a little juice tonight. A little shot in the arm.
It's not technically a must-win, and I am very protective of that phrase, but this is, if they don't win these two against Arizona, then that's another team against whom you lose the tiebreaker.
Right, and we'll be ahead of you.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to must win it, but you got to have both of these to even continue to have these conversations.
So lovely Christy's got this thing she's always telling me about being in alignment. She wants her picks and her fantasy players to kind of be in alignment so she could sit down and root for the same stuff. And I sort of had this feeling like this is a little bit of a stretch from that idea, but I wanted some alignment for the Giants tonight. Yes, they're going to win or lose tonight. It has nothing to do with whether or not I bet on the game. But I thought, you know what? Let's just get some positive energy going on here because of what you just said. I agree. They got to win tonight. And I literally was about to click submit or whatever the little button says when you're going to put just a couple bucks on it or whatever because the Giants are getting juiced tonight. They're underdogs. Tristan Beck has to do a little spot start here. And I was just about to click go, and then I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Who are the D-backs starting tonight? Eduardo Rodriguez, which presents a problem for my gambling interests.
Why is that, Mark?
Well, Eduardo Rodriguez happens to do something that the Giants do not like. They do not enjoy it at all.
He throws a lot of strikes?
No, a lot of guys throw a lot of strikes. He throws the ball with his left hand.
Ah, boy, yeah.
Point Grandy, he was raising his left hand.
Oh.
Yeah. He throws the ball with his left hand.
He would have jumped on the show and said he's left-handed, but it's eat o'clock for
exactly.
Grandy.
Well, he could have been who's left-handed.
And I'm glad he didn't.
Yeah, he could have done that. Well, turkey
Mark
sandal.
Schlereth would have said, that's gross. Which, he's not wrong. That's
going to
gross.
ruin everybody's dinner.
Yeah.
He started it with the feet. I thought I would share the story.
Well, why are people so, what's wrong with feet?
Depends on the feet.
I mean, I know that they smell, but if you have, good hygiene, why is a foot any different than a hand?
Well, the foot's in the shoe and the sock all day. Luckily, this was morning show. And in the case of these particular feet, and the bit was called The Agony of Defeat, DEFEET.
What is going on here?
I'm telling a story, Grandy.
For the love of God.
About a show.
Okay,
so
Grandy.
what?
Yeah, Grandy, it's Tuesday.
I'm dialed in.
Whatever. Go ahead.
I'm so dialed in.
Yeah.
So, we made a bet, and I lost the bet. And honestly, at the time, $1,000 or a 10-minute foot massage, I got choice of lotion, and it was important. Trust me, it turned out to be very important.
See, but this is why, I don't like gambling with pro athletes.
I don't like losing to pro athletes, and I've lost to him twice.
I get it, but it's just we're on a different level here. I'm over here freaking out about stuff, and you're just laughing. That's what happens when you're gambling with a pro athlete.
And if you know Lorenzo Neal at all, and you want to talk about #random, so we're doing this whole thing on the air, we're doing it live, and we're having this big debate, and we're going back and forth, and he's like, the Giants win 6 games, I'll give you $1,000. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Right.
I'll take 1,000.
I'm in.
And I said, what if they don't? And I'm thinking, I don't know what I'm thinking, $500 or donate to charity. Right. And he goes, you got to rub my feet. And I'm like, what? Like, is that really what you want as the win?
Yeah, he just wanted to embarrass you.
Well, and also he
wanted a foot rub.
And you know what?
I bet it feels good after all those.
I gave him a great foot rub.
I bet you did.
I didn't mail it in. I got in there. But to answer your question about feet, his feet, I called them the old catcher's mitts because they were like dusty and dry.
Yeah,
like you ever have like a baseball glove from 37 years ago you forgot about?
For sure.
You go in the garage, it's like, oh, yeah, I still have that.
There was like spider webs in between his toes.
Yeah, that's gross.
And you got to slap it, and there's dust flying everywhere.
You didn't slap his feet.
I mean, there's video of it. Half the staff was in there with their phones.
God.
Ask Bonte next time you see him. All of a sudden, he's in the studio. It's like, oh, look at you, B.
Yeah.
Phone out, video. There's video all over from that. Anyway.
I bet. No, it is. Look, I don't know how many people will ever encounter this kind of a situation in life. Every time you tell this story, I flash back to playing golf with Kenny Lofton.
Yeah.
Every time, because it scared the living crap out of me, for whatever reason. Now,
totally.
Kenny and I had a friend in common. A good buddy of mine was his real estate agent years and years ago.
Hit it again.
No, but so like, you ever meet people who trash talk you upon arrival? I'm like, I haven't even met you yet. And for whatever, because we had a friend in common, it just got real casual, real fast. And I think Kenny was on the first tee, and somehow this devolved immediately into like, I've known you for 4 minutes, no one's hit a ball yet, and you're trash talking. That you're like, you're gambling, I'm going to crush you out here on this. I'm like, what is happening? So I'm like, you're nervous, and you just play along. You're like, yeah, whatever. And so first tee, he rips the ball over the trees into the wrong fairway. And I kind of gave him a like, wow, that wasn't very impressive. And he looks at me and he's like, I'll make par from there. And I play this course every week. And I'm like, you are not, like, no, you're in jail, dog. You're not making par from there. And he goes, then let's go. Put something on it. And my real estate agent buddy's like, trust me, man, he ain't making par from there. Just do it.
Oh, boy.
Do it. All right.
Put something on it.
$100 says you can't make par from there. And I'm like freaking. I haven't even hit a ball yet. And I'm losing my mind. Well, Kenny doesn't make par. So I'm up $100. Well, what happens then on the second tee?
Oh, he's going to get that money back.
You better let me have a chance at my money back. Well, I go, how are we doing that? $100 front, back, and overall. I go, just pause. What are you? I paid my $28 to play out here. I didn't mean to come out here and lose $5 bills.
That's so funny.
What are we doing, Kenny? He's like,
that's my bit.
Oh, fine. $100.
Front, back, and overall.
$100
Nassau. Yeah.
Holy crap. And I think I won the front, and then he won the back, so I was still up $100 overall, and then the overall came down to the last hole, and everybody's making triple bogeys because we're tired, and I'm freaking out nervous and all of this. Anyway, long story short, I think I won $100, but I'm like, I'm never doing this again. I'm not getting into this dynamic with a billionaire. Or multimillionaire, whatever.
I mean,
like, what are we doing?
Right. Good long baseball career and didn't benefit from this day and age contracts, but he probably played 12 or 13 years.
For sure.
Yeah. Anyway, that's hilarious when you start to get into a different zip code. In my case,
I'm like, I'll rub your feet, dog. Can we just stop?
Dude, I'll just say this and we can put a pin in it.
Yeah.
10 minutes is a long time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And he had stipulations like no gloves.
Oh, you know what those are.
It was a stipulation sensation. Grandy's so done with this. I had goggles on.
All right.
Yeah.
You wore goggles?
You're damn right. You never know what's going to pop off.
That's strong. You're like a Utah Jazz power forward from the 90s.
You catch a callus in the eye from that foot?
Oh, okay, now that's gross. That's gross.
The whole thing was gross.
That's going to ruin everybody's dinner.
Sorry about that.
All right, Grandy's grades in 15 minutes, and then Feliciano at 5. Grandy, do we have anything more from Feliciano?
Nothing yet.
Okay, Feliciano, like my favorite dude ever already. He's like, whatever, guys. Like, I'll be there, or I won't. What are you going to do about it?
To take you behind the curtain about Stink, too. Right up until 3, I didn't know about that either.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. Again, pro athletes don't bet with them, and don't count on them to text you back. That's just the way it is, right? Ask the Niners about Garoppolo. You go months without texting you back. That's the way it was.
See ya.
Yeah, perfect.
You and I are in.
What's the matter with the two of you today?
Yeah.
People think that this
I
is
gotta take
planned.
a step back.
Yeah, this is, my God, the two of you are in lockstep.
I got here early, and I was sat next to him for about 45 minutes.
Did you guys practice this or something?
We didn't even talk to each other, really.
Was there a dress rehearsal for the show that I missed?
He was doing his thing. I was doing mine.
All I know is I went 2-0 last night.
Yes, you did.
Attaboy.
Which means I went 0-2. Nice parlay, Grandy. I told you. I have no problem giving you all the props when he gets it right. You're 9-1.
Yep.
You nailed a parlay last night. I was wrong, followed by wronger in the two games.
The wronger is fair because
the Raiders.
Yeah.
I thought the Raiders would play football last night. They didn't use the end zones, as it turned out.
No. They used those yellow upright things a few times, but that thing was kind of Ottoman, and of all the 10 picks I've made, that might have been the Ottomanist of all.
Except for Harbaugh did something where I'm like, hey, Harbaugh, I wanted to be like, what's your deal, dude?
Right.
Like, what the hell are you doing? So here's the deal, right? You're up, it was either 20-6 or 20-9. There's like 4 minutes to go in the game. You've got the ball at midfield, 4th and 1. Hey, Jim, punt the football. What the hell are you doing? The Raiders haven't moved the ball all night long. And you're up 2 scores with 3:45 left to go. There's only one way the Raiders can get back into this, and it's a quick score. And Jim's like, I think we're going to go for it. Let's go for it on 4th and 1. Hey, Justin, run that. Everybody drop the ball on the ground and freak out play. and so they got knocked 5 yards back behind the line, Raiders ball, and for a minute they were back in the game. What the hell are you doing, Jim? What was that? That was a weird call.
Not Harbaugh. Anything but Harbaugh.
Come on. No. Yeah, anyway, I thought that was weird.
Yeah. Brandon Staley-esque, like when he was the coach of the Chargers.
Totally.
Yep.
Totally. Anyway, I don't know if y'all missed it, but Fred Warner was on the show. Fred Warner, just about 45 minutes ago. Few things to get into, and because it is sort of a hot topic right now, Mac Jones goes out there and wins a football game. And I think it's a small segment of the fan base in our society, but you called it a narrative. It just clearly is, and it forever will be, for whatever reason. Mac Jones wins a football game, and there are some people out there going, see, this is either it's all Kyle Shanahan, now Brock Purdy's overpaid, maybe we should just keep rolling with Mac until he loses a football game. So I want you to listen closely to something Fred said about the two quarterbacks and the dynamic with regard to how the team feels about these two guys. Take a listen.
No, I wouldn't say anybody needs to take anything over. I'm my same guy. I'm the same person regardless of the situation. I think Mac's done a great job of coming in and just doing what was asked of him last week. Purdy is the man. I love Purdy with everything in my soul because this guy, I believe, could be the best in the game. He's shown that already in this league in, 3 years of playing after being drafted last in the draft. But, the things that he was doing in training camp were unreal. So I'm excited for when he does get back. But can't say enough about Mac and his resilience and just his preparedness to come in and help us win a game last week. And we'll see what happens this week and if Purdy's healthy enough to go.
I'm giving Fred 10 out of 10 for that answer because that's the way that I sort of feel about it. Like, I think that there's plenty of room to just be like, bravo, Mac. Like, dude, that's awesome.
Yeah.
You step in on the road, brand new team, week 2, and you really ripped some pretty good throws out there, and you won a football game, and you scored 26 points, and all of these things that Mac achieved. But do not allow that to get into anyone's head with regard to Purdy's status on the team. Fred said the two words that I feel, and I think they feel, and I'm always curious why everyone hasn't arrived there yet. He said Brock Purdy is the man. The man.
And he loves him with all his heart, too.
Thinks he can be the best. And I know that's all teammate speak to some people, but that's what I'm getting at, man. Like, there's not that many teams in the league that get to say, no, we've got the man. And that's our guy, and everything funnels through that. I believe the 49ers are one of those teams.
They are, and it's going to be interesting this week if Brock Purdy doesn't play again, because we will probably have 4 backup quarterbacks who are going to get starts.
Oh, that's
we know that Jake Browning is going to start over Joe Burrow. He's out 3 months. And Marcus Mariota may start over Jaden Daniels if Jaden Daniels is too hurt to go. I know he's listed right now in Fantasy World as questionable, no official designation yet. And Carson Wentz is going to start in Minnesota for J.J. McCarthy. So when you get through week 3, if all 3 of these quarterbacks win, am I missing one? A backup?
Justin Fields is in the concussion protocol.
Oh, wow.
So we got to throw that one in there as well. That happened late in the Jets game. So I just throw that in there as another question mark.
So Tyrod Taylor would be the guy there. So of all those guys, when you look at it, like Browning for 3 months, he will not supplant Joe Burrow. If he goes 11-4, whatever, and they wind up
go 15-0, and he's not supplanting Joe Burrow.
Even if they go all the way and win the Super Bowl, we might have a conversation just because you won the Super Bowl, you're Cincinnati. But Wentz in Minnesota, he might be a guy if it's a couple games, and JJ's got the ankle, right? Is that what that is?
It's an ankle.
So if he misses 3 or 4 and Wentz plays well, you could see Wentz keeping that job in the short term just because he's got gravitas and experience, and JJ started 2 games.
Well, that's true. I mean, they've got a lot invested in JJ. They've got a top 10 draft capital invested in JJ McCarthy, which is why Sam Darnold can go 14-3, and the team's like, sorry, you're gone. Like, there's a lot invested there. And so I don't think anything is going to supplant JJ. I'll agree with you from this standpoint, though. It would not surprise me if Carson Wentz goes out and looks really good. Wouldn't surprise me at all, because we've watched what Kevin O'Connell can do with quarterbacks. We watched what he did with Sam Darnold. And Carson Wentz, for all of his faults, is someone who has played good football in this league. And other times he's played some really bad football. So this is going to be a short stint, but it would not surprise me at all if he plays well, especially this weekend, because he's playing the Bengals defense.
Yep.
And they're awful.
Yeah, and that's where, you look at any small sample, and New Orleans' defense is not awful. It's actually a pretty good defense. I thought that they played well defensively for the most part. Couple of breakdowns and a couple of ghastly penalties on 3rd down to gift the 49ers drive-sustaining first downs. But, Wentz would be making his 94th start, so he has a better chance to play well in the short term and keep the job. Doesn't mean they're done with J.J. McCarthy, but if Minnesota is on a little bit of a winning roll, you could see that one sticking. Mariota in Washington, when Daniels is healthy, he gets the job back. Burrow gets his job back, and the New York Jets one is interesting because they might sooner rather than later get into tank mode already at 0-2 with a brand new head coach. You might find them losing more than they otherwise would.
Another very experienced backup, though. And but I, largely, look, I don't even think there are any 49er fans out there. I'm not going to say any. Not many. Nobody's questioning whether or not Brock gets the job when he comes back. I think the more interesting thing that does sort of circulate in people's heads is, what does it mean? What does it mean that Mac looked like that under Kyle Shanahan? And this is just another branch on the tree that is called system quarterbacking. I get that, but I think that it does go through people's heads, which is to say, we're not saying Brock Purdy's not good, but if Mac can look like that after not looking great in other systems before, then is that in some way part of the Brock Purdy story? And I'm comfortable with that. Obviously, it is. Like, I don't have any questions about whether or not Kyle Shanahan's a great coach. I never have. I think he's fantastic. You all know that by now. That is a piece of the Brock Purdy puzzle. What I look at, though, is how somebody consistently over a period of time operates that system. And I don't necessarily believe what many people say, which is that, oh, geez, you could almost have anybody go out there and do it, because that has been proven incorrect.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy has run that better than anyone, even Jimmy G, for sure, in the Kyle Shanahan era in San Francisco. Nobody's been better at it than Brock.
And the truth always lies somewhere in the middle, where if you think that anybody can run that system, well, that's not true, because you've had quarterbacks there in the past who have not been successful running that system. And the other end of it is, well, Brock Purdy's amazing, and, he's the guy who can get it done anywhere. You have to look at the history of quarterbacks. Carson Wentz is a great example. If you look at his career, Philly, Indy, Washington, the Rams, Kansas City, and now he's in Minnesota. When he's on good teams, he has good numbers and good records. When he's on bad teams, it's the other side of it.
That man was on his way to an MVP award. He was going to. I have
he
zero
took third
doubt.
in the MVP.
He was going to win the MVP, and then he tore his ACL. Would the Eagles have won the Super Bowl that year with him? We can never say, but he was going to win the MVP that year. He's played great football, and then everything just got weird. Everything got weird after that. With Philly, with Washington, with Indy, all the teams you mentioned. It's crazy how many different uniforms that guy has put on.
Yeah.
And just brought to Minnesota only a couple of weeks ago. And poof, he's already, get in there, buddy.
That's right.
It's crazy. All right. This Sunday, your tailgate destination is Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. The pregame show starts at 10 a.m. Low Neo, Evan Giddings. We're going to have games in the parking lot. You know about the great food and drinks. We always tell you about that. Your place to watch all the early games as well. And if you're going to the game, come on by before you go to the stadium. Join for the pregame party, and then you can grab a shuttle back and forth for just $25. Go to 957thegame.com, click on the kickoff show link, and get your spot on the shuttle now. You can reserve it there. Laughing Monk Brewing, 1235 Oakmead Parkway, right near the stadium, is where we will be, and we will see you there. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford and Grandy's Grades, which is also rising in popularity with each passing week, is coming up next for week 2 and the Niners-Saints performance. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
Okay, Grandy. Yeah.
Serramonte Ford has hundreds of cars in stock for you to choose from before the federal EV tax credit runs out at the end of the month. Do not miss your opportunity to save big at Serramonte Ford in Colma and Daly City, or 24/7 at serramonteford.com, your Bay Area Ford store.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Monk Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Monk Game Day is the faithful's first stop, with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities at the Freeman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sales Event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California Ace scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that?
Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery. Oh. With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call.
For sure.
On one. Ready, set, go!
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. The Bay Area has much to offer, with some of the best natural landscape, cuisine, and entertainment in the world. Stevens Creek Subaru also has much to offer, like our good prices, great selection, truly exceptional service, and the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Subaru, parts or service for your Subaru, or want to visit the Subaristas at our Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is your destination for all things Subaru.
This month, lease a new 25 Crosstrek 2.0i for just $239 per month for 36 months on approved credit, plus tax, license, and registration fees. No security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing includes a $650 acquisition fee and an $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Must take delivery from retailer stock by 9/30/2025. MSRP $31,567. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN 23505. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
In San Francisco today, mostly sunny skies with a high of 72 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, so the Giants news is, it's not great, Bob.
What do you mean?
Well,
they haven't even played yet. What kind of killjoy are you?
Well, I'm just looking. I'm trying to stand on business.
Okay. Stand on it.
I will. The New York Metropolitans have put up a 5 spot in the first inning.
Stand on it. They got 5 on it?
They got 5 on it. So I think there was a grand salami in there somewhere, and the Mets lead the Friars 5-0 at the end of an inning. 5-0 New York Metropolitans.
They're on pace to win 45-0.
Yes.
Which I think would be a record.
We'll keep you up to date.
Okay.
Now, what that means is what you have already called essentially kind of a sort of must-win game tonight is even muster. It's even
shout out Brad.
Yeah, exactly. So, and then add in what I said earlier, which is that the Giants will be facing one of these guys across Major League Baseball. There's only a handful of them, but it can be a problem for certain teams. I don't know if you've seen one of these before. He's called a left-hander, and that usually means an auto loss for the Giants. Check me on this, Steven. Are they the worst? They're the worst team in baseball against a lefty, right?
Actually, it's kind of interesting because all of baseball has struggled historically against lefties this year, but I think the Giants are still at the bottom.
Yeah, so everyone sucks, and the Giants are even suckier when there's a left-hander on the mound. Eduardo Rodriguez, which also means Bryce Eldridge is not in the starting lineup.
I'm a Giants fan.
So it's one hell of an exciting pinch hitter that they can use if they can get into the bullpen, but I'm pretty sure Eduardo Rodriguez is going to throw a no-hitter tonight, so they're not going to get into the bullpen. But we'll see. We'll see. The lineup is out, and Wilmer Flores will bat fifth and play first base, and Gerard Encarnacion, who is back from his fourth stint on the injured list or whatever, and he'll be in right field tonight and batting seventh. So, okay, Giants.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, and if the Mets result holds, then they'll be 2.5 back going into the game, assuming this game ends before.
Right, and without the tiebreaker, as you
right.
have
So I'm not going to say
out.
3.5 because then that triggers you, and we get into a shouting match.
It would be inaccurate. So thank you for not saying it.
Yeah. Either way, if the Mets result holds and hold everything,
there's an update.
That ball got Schmidt on.
Yeah, Jackson Merrill just hit one out, and that 5-0 game is now. Well, it's 5-1.
That probably went 440.
That thing was
way above the 408.
So anyway, that game's underway. We'll keep an eye on that. The Giants face a lefty tonight. Schmidt. Bryce Eldridge is not in the lineup, but hold your horses in the seventh inning. There could be a fun moment. He almost rocked one last night in his third at bat. He hit one way back and not gone. I guess there's a humidor now in Arizona.
Yeah.
So
trying to keep it balanced, fair and balanced a little bit.
Yeah.
Best you can.
Why?
I don't know.
Who does that anymore?
What, fair and balanced?
Yeah.
Nobody. We try to present things as if they're fair.
That died like a decade ago.
Yeah, well, more than that, because my father, who's been now gone for more than 10 years, his go-to expression was, nobody said it had to be fair, Daniel. Because I'd always talk about things that weren't fair, and I'd get mad. And nobody said it had to be fair, and that stays with me. Because he's right.
Yeah, he is right.
Most things aren't fair.
But you're supposed to act like we're trying to make them fair.
Sure.
Yeah.
But in actuality, nothing's even close to fair.
No, exactly. The Giants are out here. They're like, let's make right center field 420 feet. Not left center field.
No.
Just right center field. Yeah, you're right. Nobody said it had to be fair.
Yeah.
Sorry, Brandon Belt. That's the way it went.
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it?
Well, you're going to have a lot of long outs.
888-957-9570 is the number. We think John Feliciano joins us in 23 minutes. Until then, we get Grandy's grades. Let's go.
All right, guys, week 2, another win in the books. Niners are 2-0, which makes this grade segment that much more fun to do. As always, we run through position groups. We'll start quarterback, then skill positions, then offensive line, front 7, secondary, special teams, and coaching. We begin with the quarterback, which was not Brock Purdy, as we all know. Instead, it was Mac Jones. And he was awesome. I don't know how you could possibly ask for much more than what he did on Sunday with 3 touchdowns, nearly 300 yards, 1 turnover, held the ball maybe a little too long a couple of times, missed some passes, but rarely put the ball in harm's way. I gave him an A, nearly perfect for what he did on Sunday.
I have him in an A-, and you outlined exactly why I dropped him from an A to a minus. The opening drive was kind of scary, 0 for 3, and he did hold it too long, and he also fumbled twice. One time he was able to recover it on the exchange. The other time, that ball just came out. That ball was loose, and, because of that, he was great. 3 touchdowns, you're right, but those little mistakes keep me from giving him a straight A. Still not a B+. He's probably a 91 or a 92% for me, which is an A-.
Well, I know you guys want me to join you on this. I'm not going to give him an A, and I'm not going to give him an A- either. I am going to give Mac Jones the first ever A+ that I've ever granted on Grandy's grades. And here's why. Accuse me of grading on a curve if you want, but I will, because that's how life works. This is a backup quarterback. This is Mac Jones. 26 of 39 for 279 yards, 3 touchdown throws, a quarterback rating of over 113, and a road victory. Sure, there were mistakes. I've never watched a football game where the quarterback doesn't make any mistakes. That's impossible to not have happen out there. So did he hold it too long? Did he fumble? Look, he doesn't have great legs. He's not going to move around a whole lot. He's McCorkle Jones. And as you just said, Grandy, there's no way you could have asked for anything more than that. I think that we would have been satisfied with a lot less. I'm giving Mac every single point that he can get because that is incredibly hard to do. A+ for me.
Yeah, A-, A+. Bottom line, he was awesome. Up next, skill positions, which is running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends. You come into this game without George Kittle. You weren't sure about Juwan Jennings and his status, and I think all 3 position groups held their own. McCaffrey wasn't effective on the ground, at least not what we've come to expect when he's healthy, and that's 2 straight weeks of that. Maybe a slight concern there, but he was active in the pass game, including catching a touchdown. One of the best throws Mac Jones made all game, by the way, that touchdown pass to Christian McCaffrey. Juwan left the game with a different issue than was ailing him coming into the game, then came back and scored a long touchdown, which ultimately sealed the game. On that bum ankle, you had another backup tight end, not Tonjes this time, but it was Luke Farrell caught his first career touchdown. I thought all 3 of those skill position groups played good, not great. A B+ is what I gave skill positions.
B+ is exactly what I was thinking, so I'll stamp that one along with you. You know what I've noticed about, and you guys can jump in if I'm missing something, has a 49er receiver, any of them, the tight ends, the running backs, has anybody dropped a pass yet?
I'm so glad you asked me that because I have the second to last play of the game, and on my notes, I have drop ? And it was the third down play where Mac put it a little in front of him. He got 2 hands to it. He didn't bring it in. Don't know if it was called a drop officially, but you're right, Mark. There hasn't been another one where, you had Johnson, the tight end for New Orleans, drop 2 in the first quarter.
Yeah, exactly. And
Olave dropped one in the end zone too.
Right. And I don't remember one in Seattle either. So I say B+ just because the Niners are still only averaging 3 yards a carry. I know that Christian was up at 4.2, so that's solid. And again, I think you're nitpicking. I want to point out Kendrick Bourne too. Come off the street, grab the wide receiver 3 job, get 3 targets, get 3 catches. Like, that's all really, really impressive to me. And the Niners are doing their job. When the ball is there and the route is there, they are connecting and making the catch. I'd love to see the run game do a little bit more, which is why I stop at B+, but it's a really, really good performance.
Yeah, I'm going to be the highest of the group. Not the first time that's happened, but I've got it at an A- because what you laid out is right. They are struggling to run the ball, but I didn't see any holes that were there that they didn't hit. And, Juwan Jennings made a couple of big-time plays. I'm looking at the unofficial list of drops, and I don't see him on there, so that wasn't actually officially a drop. And, Grandy, you mentioned it. You had Tonjes and Farrell out there making plays. You had Kendrick Bourne made a play. And one thing that goes unrecognized, Marquez Valdez-Scantling in his lone target, he had a pass breakup on a throw that was going to be intercepted by Isaac Yiadom of all people. So you get credit for a heads-up play on really the worst ball that Mac Jones threw. The only time he put it into peril, I thought that they were just terrific across the board, an A-.
Yeah, that's fair. Up next is the offensive line. Interesting because, as you've pointed out all week, Willard, we were unsure if Trent Williams is going to play. He felt like he wasn't going to play until he arrived to the Superdome on Sunday, so that's the backdrop of it. Then plus you lose your left guard, Ben Barch, for essentially the final 3 quarters of this game, and a 7th-round rookie, Connor Colby, steps in, and I don't know if this is fair to Ben Barch, but it felt like the offensive line didn't really miss a beat at all. Now, we talked about the run game. They only averaged 3 per carry on the ground. Some of that is the Mac Jones sacks that are mixed in there, and that takes your average per carry down a little bit, but the run game wasn't amazing all game long. For the most part, though, I thought they protected Mac Jones pretty good. The sacks, the fumble, was more to do, I think, with Mac holding on to the ball than the offensive line getting flat beat. So I thought it was a very solid performance, much better than week 1. I gave the offensive line a B+ for their performance in week 2.
Yeah, B- from me, and you laid out a lot of it. And the McKivitz sack that he allowed was not totally on him because he had his guy on the ground, and Mac held the ball a little too long. But I'm just concerned about the inability to consistently run it. And that average is really hampered by McCaffrey. He lost 5 on that last drive. Remember, 1st and 10, they threw the toss. And the other one was that kind of a cockamamie Ricky Pearsall end around, which also lost 5.
-4, yeah.
Those are going to go ahead and hurt you as well.
And Mac Jones was credited with 6 carries and only got 6 yards. So if you it's a totally different story if you just spotlight McCaffrey and B-Rob. You're much higher than 3 yards a carry if you do that.
Yeah, I'd put him at a B- though, because I still am a little concerned at the ability to go out there and run the ball. New Orleans, I know, stacked it up with their 5-man defensive line, but I was not overly thrilled with the offensive line play.
Let me see, 75 divided by 19. You're actually looking at 3.95 yards per carry, just McCaffrey and B-Rob.
Okay.
But they still haven't been able to just have that moment where they bust it in the run game. So, yeah, I'm not comfortable with giving them an A. But, again, when you've got a backup quarterback who is nowhere near as mobile, your job gets to be that much more important. And I think the 49ers have only allowed 2 sacks for the year? Is that correct? Was it 1 sack on Mac? And 1 sack on Brock the week before?
It was 3 on Mac in that game.
Mac was sacked 3 times.
3 times. All right. So still 4 sacks in 2 games. I'm going to take that. Injuries have hit that group in both games, yet they've held up for victories. It's not an overwhelming performance, but it's a good one. I'm going to go B+.
All right, we transition to the defensive side of the football here on Grandy's grades on Willard and Dibs. Front 7, which is the down lineman and the linebacking core. You guys talked to Fred Warner earlier today. He was amazing with that peanut punch of Alvin Kamara. He also recovered that fumble that he forced. D. Winters all over the place once again. He was great. We saw the first real flash from Mykel Williams, and he had a number of really impressive spots, and that's not even mentioning Nick Bosa with a series-ending sack on in the fourth quarter on 3rd down, and then the game-ending strip sack by Bryce Huff to close the game out and seal another Niner win. I thought the front 7 had themselves a really, really good day as well. A little bit of room on the ground for Kamara at times, and they weren't consistently pressuring Ritter. They came through in the big moments, but overall an A-. I thought they were awesome.
I like A-. I'll add in the one reason I hesitate to do an A is anytime you have a group that commits a personal foul, I'm going to downgrade it because these are they can be game-changing, momentum-changing plays. So I love everything about what D. Winters is doing this year, but don't hit the quarterback out of bounds. It's the most obvious thing in football to avoid, and he can do a better job with that. Outside of that, I'm going to back everything that you're saying. The big players are playing big. Nick Bosa with another good performance. The young guys are getting better. Fred Warner is just as elite as they come. They have to be very excited about D. This is an A- group for me.
Got him at a B+, and I'm glad you pointed out the late hit. It didn't eventually result in points, but it got him from the 35-yard line drive start immediately into Niner territory. That was the possession where you had Fred Warner go ahead and get the ball off of Kamara's helmet. But in general, I'm still seeing patterns where the opposition is able to run it consistently. And Kamara on their touchdown drives, he goes for 4, 3, 11, 8. And those are just chunks. They were chunk and down the field. And at times, the Niners were having trouble stopping the run. B+, good grade, but not quite A level.
Yeah, that's fair. And then we move on to the secondary. This is probably the spot where you were most concerned by if you're a 49er fan. They were not bad by any stretch of the imagination. Rattler not known for his ability to throw all that much. He did throw for 3 touchdowns. You didn't turn the ball over. Your secondary didn't. You had a couple of penalties on big 3rd downs. The 3rd and 12, Upton Stout called for a penalty that made that a 1st down in the second half. In fact, in the 4th quarter for the Saints. Kind of a ticky-tack penalty, but he was called for it there. That same drive, 3rd and 5, defensive holding on Marquise Siegel. It's going to happen when you have 2 rookies starting in your secondary, but I didn't think it was the best day from that group. I gave the secondary a C+. Not terrible, but nothing special.
I'm in lockstep, C+, and those are two of the big reasons. And I look at the first drive where Rattler hit Shaheed first pass of the game for 39, and the Olave drop was Renardo Green just fell down. And
turned around and fell down.
Turn around and fall down. Olave open, and he dropped it. And if you look at the game in totality, you had early multiple drops from Johnson. You had other plays, the penalties you mentioned. There were mistakes that they got away with that didn't ultimately show up on the scoreboard, but you also had some big plays. Jair Brown with a pass breakup.
Yeah,
and,
he was better.
Stout with another sack, a sack coming in off the blitz. So they were not terrible by any stretch. I had him at a C+.
Yeah, I'm going to upgrade it to a B-, but I'm largely with you guys. I'll tell you why I upgraded a little bit in just a sec. But this football game could have been very, very different if Spencer Rattler and Chris Olave connect on that first quarter play in the end zone. He's wide open. The ball's only a little bit behind him. Olave doesn't catch it. Then the Saints drive stalls, and then they miss a field goal. That's a momentum-changing situation on the road if you fall down 7-0 with a backup quarterback out there. So that, to me, is why they get downgraded a little bit. But what neither of you brought up, and the reason you didn't bring it up is because, as we said yesterday, it doesn't appear on TV. The 49ers have one of the best lockdown corners in the game. They won't even throw to him. So Diamano Lenore deserves to be absolutely mentioned here. And the fact is, he is fantastic. He's elite. He has done his job twice in a row, and they won't even look his way. And that changes a defense when you have that on one side of the field. So because of Demo, I'll take the C+ and go B-.
You know where my guy Demo went to school, right?
Oregon State?
No.
Oh.
Although that game's coming up this week, Oregon State. Yeah. Throw the records out when those two meet.
Too early.
Yeah, that's what's bugging me. I'll save it.
Up next, special teams. No more Jake Moody. That bumps it up just immediately. Although Eddie Pinheiro did miss his first kick as a Niner. It was an extra point. Only cost him 1 point. Not terrible there. He made all the rest of his kicks, including 2 field goals. You guys highlighted this yesterday. It drove me absolutely crazy. Isaac Garendo taking a kickoff out of the end zone. Why are you doing that? If it has not been yelled and drilled into any potential returner, if a kickoff goes into the end zone, do not return it. If that has not been said over and over and over, it is coaching malpractice. If it has been drilled into it, it's just an absolutely unforgivable mistake by Isaac Garendo. The ensuing kickoff after that, after the Niners then scored, Eddie Pinheiro then kicked it himself into the end zone, and the Saints smartly called for the fair catch and got the ball at the 35. This is a two-way street. If it's kicked into the end zone, don't take it out, and when you're kicking off, don't kick it into the end zone. Those were 2 mistakes the special teams group made. Not backbreaking. I gave him a B-. Mostly I'm just feeling good about no more Jake Moody.
Yeah, I get it, but I can't go above a C. I'm going to give him a C because my memory tells me that Pinheiro kicked it into the end zone twice in this football game.
3 times if you count the one Grandy's mentioning.
Yeah, it just flat out should not happen. You mentioned the Garendo thing. I don't understand. I flat out don't understand. If you catch the ball, you look down real quick. If there's paint under your feet, stay there, okay? If there's paint, it ain't. That's simple. Do not go out of the end zone. And as much as we're like Pinheiro's okay because we're comparing him to Moody. And it's like, it's wonderful that your field goals are right down the middle. In a vacuum, I'm not mad at it. But at the same time, dude, like you walk out there in your first kick and you miss an extra point. Yeah, it worked out. It's fine. But I can't go above a C. There's still silly mistakes.
Yeah, and another kickoff return. New Orleans had a 34-yard return and a ball that they were able to bring out. And so even when you had a kick in play, your coverage wasn't great. The grade would be lower, except for something that neither one of you pointed out, which I think is important. The last 2 possessions for the Niners, they punted. And they put New Orleans down to the 11 and down to the 6.
Good, very good call.
He was good, especially when you're looking to hold on and your offense is not keeping the pill, and yet they pinned him inside the 11 and inside the 6. Those were big moments.
And he's a former Saint. He showed them.
Yeah, you did. I gave him a C overall. You can't be missing PATs, Eddie.
Come on, Eddie.
Good point about the punts, though. I forgot about that. And then last but not least, it is coaching. I thought this was by far Shanahan's best day of his season. It's only, of course, 2 weeks in. I thought Shanahan was awesome. Robert Saleh defensively continues to be great as well. Coaching for me gets an A. It was very, very good.
Yeah, I'll echo that A and just point out what he was able to do without his starting tight end, and then you lose your fullback who's so important to what they do, and you shifted guys around, and you were doing it with players that you didn't normally have, and also he kept his cool, even twice when they had to use timeouts that he hates, when they burned timeouts because they couldn't figure out where to be, new players and all the rest of it. That, to me, was great coaching as well to stay in the moment.
I'm going to join you guys with that. It's an easy A. It's an easy A. You got a backup quarterback, no Kittle, all these rookies on defense, a great game plan, and these guys are getting performances. They're getting guys to play better each week. Shanahan and Saleh is going to be something for opponents to deal with. I join you guys with your A. Grandy's grades every single Tuesday afternoon on 95.7
Nice to do them on wins, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. All right, Niners are 2-0. Wonder what John Feliciano has to say about that. On the Niners offensive line the last 2 years, but this year he's on Willard Dibs. So he will join us next. Plus, later on in the 5 o'clock hour, if you missed our conversation today with Fred Warner, we'll have that for you as well. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's Willard Dibs.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years at gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm, totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Okay, Bay, it's Willard, and I've got a bigger team for you to join, and it's the team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalant for a blood drive, September 25th and 26th. Really want everybody to get involved here. It's important. Roll up your sleeves, give blood. You could save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. It can be accident victims, kids in chemo, many more. Real people who really need you and need help. So let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That is hotyogarepublic.com. And as always, a very big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Game day just got an upgrade. Whether you're gearing up or winding down, Westfield Valley Fair is your go-to spot. Hit the latest gear at Shoe Palace, grab bold bites at Shake Shack and Eataly, and catch the action on big screens at King's Fish House. From premium shopping to epic eats and entertainment, make every football Sunday legendary. Westfield Valley Fair, where football fans fuel up in style.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Hey, it's Bonte. Just back from a fall visit to River Islands where the schools are back in session. There are 3 top-rated K through 8th grade academies within the community, and construction just started on Academy number 4. River Islands High School students are busy in the classroom and on the sports fields of their phenomenal new campus. I don't remember high school ever looking this good. Elsewhere in Northern California's most successful lifestyle community, they're putting the final touches on another park. This one with the playground, workout areas, tennis, a splash pad, and a picnic area. The fall weather is still perfect for launching a kayak or a paddleboard off your own deck and head over to the Boathouse restaurant for lunch or dinner. More than 4,000 households have already made the move to River Islands. Today, with 15 neighborhoods priced from the $600,000 to over $1 million, there's more variety in home styles and sizes than ever before. In fact, the only thing missing at River Islands is you. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I love this show, man. 95.7, man. I'm a gamer.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're on one today.
Yeah.
You know it. I know it. We're having a blast. The Niners are 2-0. Fred Warner's been on the show. Mark Schlereth has been on the show, and we're not even close to done yet. Guess who's joining us now, kids and campers, on the River Islands guest line. It's our favorite, and we're going to do this every single Tuesday. It's the Not Our Fault podcast. And quite frankly, John Feliciano, you don't need to say not our fault when you win, huh? Everybody's loving the big guys now.
It's definitely better when you win. And shout out to Connor Colby, huh? Came in and played pretty well.
How about that, man? Yeah, he did. He jumps in there for the injury situation to Barch. And basically throws a perfect game, and it was clean. I wonder, John, what is it like for an offensive lineman when you got to throw to the backup QB, and he kind of plays a different style, less mobile than Brock Purdy? What's that like for you guys?
As long, if we block well, then we got to worry about him running around. So there's definitely a little more grace if you have a mobile guy back there. But I talked to Mitch Morris. He played. He was a center. He played with the Jags last year. I spent some time with him in Buffalo, and I mean him and a bunch of other dudes are just like, dude, you're gonna love Mac. He's gonna kill it for you guys, and I think he did, man. He played well.
He played great, and I wonder when you look at it from an offensive line standpoint, and he got sacked 3 times, one of which was a strip sack fumble that McKivitz gave up. Would you file that one under not our fault? What happened when McKivitz eventually got beat?
No, that's definitely McKivitz's fault. He just somehow missed his footing and ended up on his knees, and that's not where you want to be. But besides that, I think he played well.
Yeah, that one was weird though, right? Because he gets his guy on the ground, and he did kind of lose his balance, and then the defensive player was able to get up and kind of scoot around him. At what point when you're blocking a guy, how many seconds do you have to go out and hold your block?
Yeah, we talked about this earlier today when we shot our pod. We were watching the Bills and Jets game, and what's his name? The quarterback that was on the Bears and Justin Fields. Yeah. Man, get rid of the ball, dude. There's something you get 4.5 seconds, and that's a freaking great pocket. Man, it pissed me. It's bro, what are we doing? Get rid. And then don't get me started on quarterbacks jumping into sacks. That sucks for us.
Okay, I love this. I love this. John Feliciano's with us because you offensive linemen, you know how it is. You guys have this, and obviously you're not all the same, but there's very much, I think, there's a thought that you often are the blame guys. You step in front of people to take a bullet, at least metaphorically, right? That's what you do. But to hear you say, hey man, we made you a good pocket, get rid of the ball. Are these conversations ever happening kind of in a locker room or on a sideline with the quarterback? What is his responsibility?
I mean, there's been times on it's never happened in San Francisco, but other teams that I've been a part of, where it's just, if it's a week after week kind of thing, there's always that one guy that's a little crazier in the room, and sometimes they blow up, and you're just you're never really directly saying it to the quarterback. And look, obviously we don't know what's going downfield. There might be someone about to get open or something. But there's definitely been blow-ups that I've been a part of on the sideline of guys just get rid of get rid of the ball.
Yeah,
there he is.
Yeah.
There he is. That was close.
You said you get me start talking, having flashbacks. I can't help myself.
It's okay.
No, it's natural.
It's okay, John.
That's kind of what you just did is when the offensive line, especially the tackle, does that jump step right as the ball is being snapped. Was it a false start? Was it well timed? That was a close one there, John.
They didn't throw the flag. I'm good.
Yeah, exactly. And I just want to follow up on that notion of quarterbacks in the pocket, because last year Brock Purdy even admitted that he was breaking out of the pocket too soon. Is that something that, as an offensive lineman, you have to almost coach up the quarterback to say, look, hang in there. We're going to keep protecting you. Don't break the pocket so early, because then you guys can't really protect.
Yeah, there's sometimes where it's really hard to figure out where, when I was playing in Buffalo, figure out where the heck Josh is back there. But I'll tell you, you rather have those kind of guys, because if you screw up, there's a good chance they'll make you right. So there's positives and benefits on both sides.
There's a good point right there. John Feliciano with the Niners the last couple of years. Now it's the Not Our Fault podcast that you can check out, and he's joining us every week here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. By the way, and he's on YouTube. For those of you who are watching on YouTube, you can get over there and see John. What are you drinking right now, John? I saw you take a sip. What are you drinking?
It's a liquid death. It's water. It's a seltzer.
I know the liquid
lime.
Death. Yeah. Oh, lime. Okay.
Yeah,
I just wanted to make sure, because by the way, we're not allowed to have a beer during the show, but you are.
Oh, great. But in solidarity, I wouldn't, because we're guys.
Okay,
but if you want me to, I can see what I can do next week.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. In solidarity, if you happen to crack one, then by gun it, we'll have to do that same thing, John.
I know. I think we could get it by corporate if we're we're trying to be teammates here.
And he's bigger than us too.
Yeah.
They're going to be coming for me. They're going to be like, we let Feliciano on this show. Now look what's going on.
John, what about this? Because you've been real forthright with this. If the phone rings from the 49ers, you're taking the call. When you see Dom Pooney and Ben Barch and even Trent, who was questionable in this game, when you're watching these games and you see a guy go down, what's going through your head?
I do not want any of that action. I don't want none of that smoke out there in tackle. So do not call me if you need me to play tackle.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I have a decent name in the league. I don't want to ruin it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I worked out today. Ran a little,
Attaboy.
Fair enough.
All right, yeah,
I think it was Pooney who got rolled up on it. Might have been Ben Barch, but when I see that, that's got to be like the biggest nightmare for you, right? Where you're playing guard and you're getting out there and trying to finish a block, and all of a sudden there's a collision behind you, and you get just your legs whipped out from under you.
Yeah, and Ben don't have the luxury of being like Pooney, who is like Gumby. I thought people in my earlier career, I would get in those weird situations like Pooney gets, and I would be okay. But turn year 5 or 6, that went away, right? Pooney, he every game it looks like he dies on the field. He gets put in a situation that is just not pretty, and then he lays on the ground for a second and does his little roll back and forth, and then gets up, and you're like, oh, thank God. But Ben did not have that luxury. His it looked nasty on film. His legs just got caught in there, and he couldn't get it out in time, and those are the worst.
John Feliciano's with us. This is off topic, but I hear so many people as Joe Burrow suffers the 3rd major injury of his career. I hear a lot of people say, boy, Cincinnati just has never protected him the way that they should. What is your perspective on that specific to Burrow?
Yeah, outside looking in, it doesn't look great. I know a couple guys out there, and they're definitely good ball players. So I don't know what's going on over there. They can obviously get better up front. I don't know what their O-line coach situation is and who they got. Tell you who they don't got is Chris freaking Furster.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean, what is it?
Hey, Fur, I'm sucking up, Fur. I'm sucking up, buddy.
No, I like it. You're doing great. And we'll send the clip over there down to Santa Clara. But what is it about Furster that makes him so fun to play with, outside of the fact that he looks like he's just a maniac when it comes to, taking his job so seriously?
It's I have this thing for like grumpy people that you can just mess with. And man, Fur is just first off like a wizard in that offense, and his just the things that he can bestow on you, like just random things while we're just walking on the field or something. It's these little pebbles that you pick up from him that made me a better player when I got there. He's been in that system forever, and he knows what works, and he's gonna demand it from you. And there's always this running joke in the O-line room where is like, dude, Feliciano gets to say whatever he wants, and people would be scared to say stuff in the room. But man, he's a great man, dude. I love that dude. I love just messing around in that meeting room, and at the appropriate times.
John, you know what I was
thinking? But there was definitely a couple times where I said something and then there was a silence, and in my head I'm just like, oh God, no. Oh, crack a smile, Fur, please.
You know what I was wondering about over the last 2 games? People always say, "Oh, that's a tough road environment," and what they're really talking about, I think, first and foremost, is the offensive line, right? You're the guys who have to deal with that noise and not false start. How would you describe to our listeners playing in Seattle and playing in New Orleans?
Dude, New Orleans is Seattle's definitely loud. I remember my first start my rookie year, like preseason start, it was like game 4, and we were at Oakland in Seattle, and I just like that was the first big like atmosphere that I was ever a part of, and that there, I mean, New Orleans, because of the dome, it's so dang loud. KC is super loud. Like some of these places, man, you like when we were playing Seattle, that Thursday night game, my first year, was at 23. I remember Jake, we're in the middle of like Jake's making a call. I'm looking at Jake and I can't hear him. I just hear I can see his mouth moving.
Wow. So, I mean, are you reading lips or what do you do?
You better know your offense just in case. Jake does a great job of trying to do things that you can see or hear. So, I mean, there was definitely times in that Seattle game where you could see there was a couple plays that some of the guys outside couldn't get the point and went to the wrong guys. And that's credit to the Seattle fans.
Yeah, and that's what makes the 12th man so famous and popular up there. I want to ask you about one play, John, and it was the quarterback sneak from Mac Jones. It was kind of a tush-push. Tongue just really kind of picked him up by the waist and carried him forward. What do you think of that play as an offensive lineman, and just how violent does that thing get down there?
It's the worst. Oh, man. But there's times where you're just getting stepped on, and what game was it? There was a play early in my career where it was a quarterback sneak, and it was, oh my God, what was his name? He just retired on the Ravens, the big fat man, big nose tackle. He was just laying on top of me, and like I was like about to be in a panic because I couldn't breathe. I was like, bro, can we get this pile off of me? I can't breathe. But there should be the talk of banning the tush push is the most
you could say it.
Female, a cat.
Oh, yeah.
The most cat thing in the world.
Soft, right? It's a soft idea.
Bro, I mean, I will say they need to line up correctly, and that there was something with the Eagles about the line like false starting. Yeah, those obviously can't break the rules, but you can't stop a quarterback sneak. Like, be a man.
Michael Pierce, by the way, is that fat right? Raven you're talking about.
Michael Pierce. Oh my God.
Don't you hate those big fat guys, John?
He caught a pick and then retired, dude. I mean, good for him.
Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you?
You saw how tired he was? I love that clip. He was a great player.
John Feliciano is with us. Check out his new podcast, the Not Our Fault podcast. They're working hard on that and making it great and reacting to everything in the NFL every week. And I wonder, we probably should have gotten just sort of an overall thought on what you think of the 49ers 2-0 start. It hasn't been like flashy, but it's been on the road. It's been close games. Like, what do you think this sets them up for the rest of the way?
Yeah, it's good to have some close games under your belt, and if you can get them early, you can just keep capitalizing off of that. Just that confidence to know that we can finish a game, finish out a series. I think they'll be 3-0 after this week. I think
why the confidence? Why the confidence in this game, John? Especially we don't even know who's quarterback in this one.
It don't matter. I think I'm just a 49er fan.
Okay. I thought you saw something in the Cardinals or something that you see as a week.
I watched. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I watched both the Cardinals games already, and they almost gave it up against the Panthers, and then the Saints played them really well. So I think if Mac plays, this is his second game under his belt. He's a proven quarterback, and CMC's back. I mean, I don't want to hear no slander about CMC. He met, I don't even know what, it was a safety. Met the safety in the hole, made him miss, and got 9 yards. Like, I think that run game is really close to popping off like we did my first year with them. I think we'll be all right.
Are they going to be all right even if Juice is unable to go with the concussion? Can they get by with, Tonjes playing the fullback and them doing, a little bit of different things, including some 13 personnel with the 3 tight ends in there?
Yeah. Tonjes knows that position. Juice would be a big it would suck if Juice couldn't play. But I think they'll be all right.
All right, John, this might be a tough spot for you, but I'm curious, especially with the Bills playing on Thursday night. The 49ers they got youth in spots. They're trying to get better. They're trying to get healthy. But what do you think would happen if those two teams played right now?
Right now?
Yeah.
It probably wouldn't be the Bills would probably win. Wouldn't not counting us out. It'll be a good game, but I think the Bills are the best team in the league right now. Meet the Niners towards the end of the year when BA comes back and Brock's back and George is back, when they're full go, and it will be that's my Super Bowl game. That's who I think will be playing in the Super Bowl.
Okay,
and, it will be a sucky game for myself. I wouldn't want to.
Well, unless you happen to be on one of the two teams going for a ring, right?
That would be cool too. No, but I would when we were making our Super Bowl run my first year, I was like, man, I was looking over. I was like, man, I knew we were going. I was like full confidence in us, and I was like, man, I do not want to play the Bills in the Super Bowl because I would have hated it to take that away from their fans.
All right, John, this is the most important question that we've asked in all 3 of our conversations, quite frankly, and then I'll tell you why I'm asking. But, John, what was for dinner tonight?
I made some sloppy joes.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking, by the way, how many of them did you eat?
I'm trying to be good. I only knocked down 2.
Only 2? Okay.
I wanted to go for the 3rd so bad, but I was,
No, but if you're
make sure this body's ready,
right? Yeah. But if you're trying to stay to playing weight, like you gotta keep.
I'm there.
Yeah, you got okay. Phew! What a relief. All right, okay. Only 2
don't worry about that.
Joes.
He's there. He's there.
Perfect. Hey, John, we'll talk to you next week. Always awesome, man. Thank you.
Appreciate you guys. See you next week.
Okay, that's John Feliciano. The Not Our Fault podcast, and obviously he's been with the Niners for the last 2 years, and who knows where he will be at the end of the year, but at minimum, he'll be talking about the Niners if he's not on the Niners.
Yeah, I'm going to need him to not be on the Niners for a while because I need this. That is so good. It's so funny, and it's also just watching the internal struggle where he wants to say something, but he knows he shouldn't say it in that way, and so, like, he paused, and when I asked him about the tush push, and he said, if you think it should be banned, then you... Is it cat? Cat? Can I say that?
Yeah, you can say
Can we
cat.
talk about cats?
You can say cat.
Yeah.
I don't know if I like you encouraging him to just say it.
Well, I mean, he did have 2 other near misses.
Oh, yeah.
He had some real near misses.
Like he said, though, if there's no flag, there's no penalty.
Yeah. Well,
I only have a certain number of times I can push the button back here is all I'm saying.
You didn't push it at all, did you?
No.
Okay.
Oof.
There's a couple.
It was close.
Couple flinches I saw.
He was very close.
Yeah. You know what happened a little bit?
He dropped the pho, which is, as you know, it's a soup that you
delicious.
can have. Right.
It's delicious. Yeah. Yeah. Pho. Red Warner was on the show earlier today.
Thank you.
So there was that. Yeah.
It's a 5.
And we started the whole conversation by going, hey, Pho Red, what's going on today, man?
Man, just feeling blessed. 2-0 on the road to start the year. It don't get much better than that. So I'm excited, man. It's a good feeling.
Well, it's hitting you some kind of way for sure, man. I'm sure you're aware of the video that made the rounds of you walking off the field at New Orleans, and you seem to be, I don't know if overcome is the right word, but there were a lot of emotions. Can you take the fans into what was going on there in your mind?
Yeah, no, I think overcome is exactly right, dude. I mean, it was just an overflow of just gratitude in that moment. I pray for moments like Sunday where, I could be put in positions to help my team win games that, I think in that moment, just seeing all those fans that just overtook the Saints Stadium, man, and they're all screaming for me, and it was truly just a moment of gratitude. It was overwhelming, but I can't speak enough to how amazing the faithful have been on the road. I can't wait to be back home this week for our first home game. I know they're going to show up and be big for us at home.
71 snaps. He played all of them on defense, and the one that stands out was the play on Alvin Kamara where he catches it on his helmet, and you come in and do what you do, which is punch out the football. How are you able to always get to the ball with that right cross?
It's something about that right hand, man. My left hand isn't as precise or as strong as that right, but it's something that I truly do work it day in and day out, all camp. All year long, really. I made it a point of emphasis this past week of practice, man, of just really having it on my mind, because if you don't, you just go out there, you make tackles, right, and you don't think about it, but to have it present in your mind, that's the key. And so in that moment, I really was running over there and saw, Alvin Kamara is an amazing player. This dude has the ball kind of locked onto his helmet. I have my hands outstretched waiting for the ball to kind of fall off his helmet into my hands. And then at the very last moment, being able to ball my fist up and punch it out, it was a big moment that we needed to kind of swing the game.
Fred, what's interesting too, and I think the greats are often never satisfied, so maybe that applies here, but a lot of fans are really impressed and excited by what they see defensively. After the game, you spoke a lot about all the things that still need to be a whole lot better. How would you sort of put into words your satisfaction level so far?
Yeah, I think you always got to look at where you can be better, right? I think that was why, especially in that moment right after the game, I'm always thinking about, man, like we gave up 3 touchdowns in the red zone, and we gave up a ton of penalties on third down. I wouldn't say, but key penalties on third down that extended these long drives, right? That allowed them to continue to run the football and get down there, and then we're not holding them to 3. So, those are the glaring things in my mind. Now, if we correct those things, we can be such a dominant defense. But the great news is that, man, we're playing at a really high level with a lot of new pieces, right? Everybody talked about all offseason, all training camp, all preseason, about all these young guys that we have playing, different guys that we may have signed off of free agency. And guys are playing at a high level, in terms of these young guys. Man, I'm really excited about a lot of these guys and the energy, the swag that we're playing with. The standard is always going to be the standard regardless of your age or who you are. So, I think as long as we continue to strive to be at our best and get better every single week, then the sky's the limit for us. I don't think that you can put a limit on us.
Yeah, nobody wants to put a limit on what you're doing defensively. And I'm thinking about a couple of young guys. Michael Williams in his second game was terrific. And your linebacker mate, not a rookie, but kind of new to starting. What's it like playing alongside D. Winters and the energy he brings?
Oh, dude, it's amazing. I love D. Winters. So happy for him and his progression with our team. And I tell the story of how he came in as a rookie, and I was like, I'm not too sure about old D. Winters. I don't know. But there's guys that truly, they need reps, man. And some guys they develop differently than others. And for D, he just needed those reps, man. And, he's been able to stay healthy, be on the field to get those. And it's a complete credit to him, man, the way that he's worked, the time that he's put in and committed himself to wanting to be his best, and it's showing up now on Sundays in a big way. I know when that ball's thrown to the flat, I'm booking it over there just in case I never want a guy to be alone on an island, but he's proven to me that he truly can be one-on-one with anybody out in space. And so it's really fun being out there just playing with a lot of energy and having fun.
Fred Warner with us on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Fred, we know that Dre is your boy, but I would like to know how you compare the two players. How would you compare Dre and D?
When you look at the first thing that pops off is the speed that they play with. They both have similar builds, but they both are extremely explosive and fast athletes on the field, and cerebral football players. They're both their own individuals. I would never want to compare D to anybody. I think D is his own unique person and player. But I think when you look at just their builds, right? How explosive they are, the speed. I think that's what you see in both players.
Not looking for you to compare this year's DC to last year's, but Robert Saleh comes back to the team. What has changed on the field that fans can really look at that has made this defense maybe more aggressive and certainly looks to be a little bit better?
Yeah, I mean, Saleh's just been around the block, man. He's been there. He's done it at a high level for a long time. He obviously had a stint in New York being the head coach, but I mean, he knows football through and through, not just defense but offense, and I think that helps with how he prepares for these different offenses week in and week out. And he puts us in just the perfect position to go out there and play fast, man, eliminating all gray area. He knows the exact calls to put us in certain situations within the game, so there's never a moment where, I'm wondering what we should be. He just knows. It's almost like he's I don't even know, a fortune teller, man. This dude knows everything, I feel like. So it gives such confidence for a player to just go out there and play free, man. I love having him back.
Fred, it's interesting to also kind of look back at your earlier Niner days to now. It's weird to say this about someone who's only 28 years old, but you've moved into this elder statesman role. And I don't just mean this about the 49ers. I'll be straight with you. This question is inspired by my 16-year-old daughter, Ella, who is the largest Fred Warner super fan that lives on planet Earth. She's freaking out that we're speaking today. Here's what I want to know. Like, your recognizability, your podcast with your wife, your standing in the NFL, that has all changed a lot in the last 3, 4, 5 years. So how have you handled that? How has that changed your life?
Yeah, man, I think it's something that comes with it when you have success on the field and other things, other opportunities present themselves off the field. But don't get it twisted. I think the reason why I've been able to have sustained success in this league is because of just remaining humble and not ever being comfortable, I guess, or content with what I've done. I always feel like there's another level, and early on, all I wanted was my respect. And so then once I got that, it changed into, okay, like what now? If that were just my sole motivation, then I would have stopped playing hard a long time ago. But there's just this fire burning within me, man, that really makes me go hard day in and day out. And God's really blessed me with this ability to play this game. And it's up to me now to really just squeeze every drop in the bucket that I can, and I'm trying to every single day.
We see the fire you play with, and I'm wondering if that fire was even hotter this past offseason after last year's 6-11 disappointment.
Yeah, I think there's so many things that I've had, not just me, but like our team has had to go throughout the years. You talk about going to Super Bowls, losing NFC Championship games. You can find these different motivations, especially in a season where you go 6-11. That's as bad a year as I've been a part of since probably my rookie year or 2020. But at the end of the day, man, it's a whole new year. I can't get in the huddle and tell these guys, hey, let's right our wrongs from last year, because at the end of the day, guess what? Half the team wasn't even here last year that dealt with that, right? So they're all going to be looking at me like, man, look, I don't know what you're talking about, Fred. We have no idea how that was. So it's about, just being the best version of yourself for your teammates, so that when moments come where you need to be relied on, that you're there to be the guy that your teammates can rely on to help win football games. Because at the end of the day, it's all about just winning. That's it.
Fred, how is the vibe in the locker room so far, particularly if you put it in the framework of the adversity that you guys have faced, a backup quarterback already playing a game? How does that kind of adjust the way guys are reacting after a game?
Yeah, I think the vibes have been amazing, really. I love our group. I love the fact that we do have a lot of newer players, young guys. It's a good mix between the young players and the veterans. And it is always a next man up mentality in this league. Unfortunately, we've had to deal with that. A number of seasons where we've had injuries at key positions, and so it's not like we're unfamiliar with it, but it doesn't mean that it's not hard to win football games when you don't have your guys out there. But it just speaks to our character of our team. It speaks to the standard that is upheld. That regardless of who's in there, man, the expectation is the same. Of playing winning football and doing the things necessary to win.
You talked about the vibes, and one thing I noticed in the game on Sunday is the boombox guy, Diamador Lenore, now there with Trent Williams. Kind of fun to see him side by side. Trent 6'6", 380, and Demo a little smaller but equally ferocious. What's he been like stepping up into an increased role on this team?
Yeah, Demo, man, I'm super happy for him and his ascension in this league as a player, and then also as a leader for our team. Being voted captain. That's a player voted deal, right? So it speaks to how his teammates feel about him, and he's just put the work in over the years to really become one of the best players and corners in his league, and the energy that he brings, the tenacity that he brings. That's who we are. That's who the 49ers are, and so love having Demo out there with me.
While we're talking about other individuals, I mean, again, you've had one game with each QB. How is their sort of locker room leadership different, or do you kind of take over that role from them?
No, I wouldn't say anybody needs to take anything over. I'm my same guy. I'm the same person regardless of the situation. I think Mac's done a great job of coming in and just doing what was asked of him last week. Purdy is the man. I love Purdy with everything in my soul, because this guy, I believe, could be the best in the game. He's shown that already in this league in 3 years of playing after being drafted last in the draft. But the things that he was doing in training camp were unreal. So I'm excited for when he does get back. But can't say enough about Mac and his resilience and just his preparedness to come in and help us win a game last week. And we'll see what happens this week and if Purdy's healthy enough to go.
Fred Warner is with us, and Fred, when we get a big fancy guest like yourself, we love to do something on the way out the door called the Big Finish and get to know maybe a little something about you that we don't already know. You ready to ride?
Let's ride.
Okay,
Let's
Fred,
ride.
here's the deal. There's two categories. You pick one. Do you want to do BYU or Fred's firsts?
Oh, wow. We got BYU and Fred's first. I guess let's go Fred's first. I don't know. That sounds interesting.
Okay, Fred's first. Here, question number one. Do you remember your first touchdown as a youth football player?
Oh, as a youth football player, this is including Pop Warner?
Yeah.
As far back as you want to go.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Unless you guys knew something that I didn't know. Pop Warner, I can't remember that far back. But I think high school, first touchdown may have been like junior year, like on a pick six or something. I think that may have been the first that I can remember. I don't even know if I scored.
So did you not play on the offensive side in high school?
I did. I played tight end. I actually started. My high school career started playing tight end, and I didn't play defense until my sophomore year on JV. And then going forward, I played both tight end and defense.
Yeah, maybe you can get an invite to Kittle's tight end. You certainly have the hair for it to match up with George and the fellas. Yeah. Question number two, Fred. Where did you and your wife Sydney go on your first date? And I hope you remember this one.
Oh boy, I sure do, man. It was an iconic first date. I took her 5-star In-N-Out burger, man.
Yeah. Yes.
Fine dining, man. And I remember I was starving. I probably ordered way too much food. So I think she only ordered like a Coke and some fries. So probably made a fool of myself there. But hey, it was a great time.
Fred, there's something about that place. My wife and I ended up there on our wedding night as well. There's something about it.
Yeah, something about it. Yeah, that's great.
All right, last one, Fred. When you got the bag in the NFL, what was your first big purchase?
Oh, first big purchase. I'd probably say when I bought my home, our home that we bought here in the Bay. I'm a kid from San Diego, and being drafted to the Niners was a huge blessing for me to stay on the West Coast and be close to family and everything. And the Bay is my home now, right? I think I stay here year round. I train here. The Bay's been everything for me, so yeah, buying my first home.
I mean, do you want to do like an audio version of MTV Cribs and tell us a little bit about the place? Like, 10 bedrooms, 12, what do you got?
Too many people already know where I live, so I can't say too much on here.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. Maybe later.
Yeah, and with these home prices around here, you're probably going to have to play another 10 or 11 years just to make ends meet, right?
That's right, man. I mean, it's hard out here in these streets, man. Hard.
All right, Fred, home opener this weekend, man. What's the message to the fans on their way to Levi's here in a handful of days?
Man, I just want the faithful to show up and show out big time for us. I mean, this is a huge divisional opponent. 2-0 versus 2-0. San Francisco 49ers, Arizona Cardinals. We can't do it without the faithful, man. Just show up and show out. Be loud.
Fred, thank you so much, man. Great to have you on the show.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
There it is. Fred Warner, the man I said earlier this week I would trade for no one. I mean, some people were like, Lamar Jackson? Like, well,
I mean, for defensive players,
think about it, but
you'd be hard pressed to find one, even on defense.
I know. We all think the world of the quarterbacks, and it's hard not to. But there are not many people, if any people, that are more important on a football field than that guy when he suits up. Great stuff. All right, still time for your reaction. 888-957-9570 plus a former Giant kind of takes a shot at the current Giants. We'll tell you exactly what I'm talking about. They're coming up next. This is Willard Dibs.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your home with a LifeSource whole house system. Clean water from every tap. No salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager at Stevens Creek Subaru. The Bay Area has much to offer, with some of the best natural landscape, cuisine, and entertainment in the world. Stevens Creek Subaru also has much to offer, like our good prices, great selection, truly exceptional service, and the Subaru A Lot to Love event going on now. If you're considering a new or pre-owned Subaru, parts or service for your Subaru, or want to visit the Subaristas at our Wilderness Cafe, Stevens Creek Subaru is your destination for all things Subaru.
This month, lease a new 25 Crosstrek 2.0i for just $239 per month for 36 months on approved credit, plus tax, license, and registration fees. No security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing includes a $650 acquisition fee and an $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Must take delivery from retailer stock by 9/30/2025. MSRP $31,567. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. Offer expires end of month. VIN 23505. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up.
On us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/21/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intra-line applied via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data and service series. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q1 to Q2 2025.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event, September 26th through the 28th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live. Buprenorphine, it gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely.
Face tattoo?
Absolutely not.
Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At his best in Jacksonville, what was he really good at?
That's a very difficult question.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. And if you want to see their beautiful faces, you can check them out on YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game right now.
They are beautiful. I mean, yours is especially beautiful because of what I wrote on your forehead.
While I was asleep?
Yeah. It says 9-1.
Yeah. Been hot.
9-1.
Yeah, 9-1 on the picks. Thursday coming up to try to get to 10-1.
What's the best day of the week now? Huh?
I think I'm 2-0 on Thursday, so
I mean,
I stay on the week.
When you're 9-1, now you agree with me. Tuesdays are for the birds.
I'm undefeated on Friday. And
that's true.
You know, I'm pretty good on Sunday with a loss now.
One loss.
Actually, that was a Monday loss. Yeah.
You're undefeated on Sunday.
Yeah.
And Thursday.
True that.
And Friday.
Yeah.
Frickin' Monday.
Cost me.
Stupid.
Although, honestly, I didn't feel like I deserved that one. I was listening to the game, and your boy Chubb, he's at the 30. He's going to the 25. He's free at the 20.
Not deserving. It hasn't stopped just yet.
Nope,
I mean,
sure hasn't. Buffalo
wins that you didn't deserve.
Couple of them.
That's the way it goes when you're hot. We're sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. 888-957-9570. Mets lead the Padres 8-2 in the sixth. Both flying out of New York like crazy. The Cardinals lead the Reds, though, 3-0. And JT Snow doesn't like the lineup tonight.
Oh, JT's weighing in.
Yeah, I think he deleted it, but I saw it.
Yeah.
He's mad that Bryce isn't in the lineup tonight.
Well, he's a lefty, and they're throwing a lefty. So, as a lefty, he probably's like, yeah, I'd want to play against a lefty.
Remember, JT Snow started out as a switch hitter.
That's right. I forgot that.
And then he wasn't hitting the ball. We're right-handed, so he went lefty only. But he has worked directly with Bryce and very much believes that he can hit left-handers. I see the method. I get it. Look, the Giants are not a sideshow yet, and they shouldn't be. As much as we want them to just be like, come on, play the kids, Bryce Eldridge, this is what excites us. Look, whether we like it or not, baseball organizations are not going to divorce themselves from analytics, nor should they. And I'm sure that it spit out against the left-hander tonight. Give Wilmer a few at-bats. That's probably going to go better for you, even though I don't know how you have analytics on Bryce Eldridge. He's had 3 big league at-bats. But I get it. Yeah, you have to win the baseball game, and then you got to blend that with the excitement around Bryce Eldridge. Oh, and then throw in that, let's see, the San Francisco Giants this year against left-handed pitching, a .214 collective batting average, which is dead last in all of baseball.
That's not good.
No.
It's not good, Bob. And if the results hold, Mets are comfortably in front 8-2 in the 6th. If the Mets win and the Giants lose, you're 3 back with 11 to go, and you don't have the tiebreaker.
Oof.
So you would need to pick up 4 on the Mets in the last 11 in order to get that done, which means if the Mets go 8-3, you're done. You can't catch them.
And you're flying to L.A. tomorrow night,
which could be difficult
for 4 games against the Dodgers. It's not like you're going to go in there and sweep that thing.
No.
You know?
And even if things don't go well at the tail end of your season, games 160, 161, and 162, you have a chance to be a part of history as the Colorado Rockies are finishing off the finishing touches on the worst run differential season in modern baseball, and it's not even close.
Yep.
They're at a minus 397, which is 54 runs worse than the previous low mark. So unless the Rockies go on an absolute heater, they're going to be the worst run differential team since 1910.
You could say that you can count on the Rockies. You could say that, right?
Yeah.
You can count on them every night. And remember, Dibs, you can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. It starts at just $30 for your first year. That's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. So, look, the whole must-win thing, you said it earlier. I know you hate the phrase, and no, it's not a rule that the Giants need to win tonight in order to move on. But the Mets are cruising. They're probably going to win this one tonight. The Diamondbacks will clinch the season series with you as well if they win tonight, and that goes for tomorrow afternoon as well. So, no, it's not a rule, but then, again, we live on planet Earth where we can sort of, like, gather the realistic nature of things as they unfold. Yeah, like, look, this is already a probably not.
Right.
It's been a probably not. It's been a definite not, and then they turned it into a probably not.
Flirted with a maybe on Friday night.
Flirted with a maybe, and then we're definitely back to probably not. And you got to win tonight and tomorrow.
You do.
You got to win these games if you want this to be anything that mathematically or realistically just makes sense.
Well, it starts with that tonight. So if you do win and you're only 2 back of the Mets with 11 to go, you do need to pick up 3 games on the Mets to avoid the tiebreaker, which would mean the Mets could go 7-4 in their final 11. You'd have to go 10-1.
Yep.
So if the Mets go 5-6, which is not great, you still would have to go 8-3 over your final 11, and you've got 4 with the Dodgers. So if you want to even math it out, unless the Mets totally Schmidt the bed, then you still have the Reds to deal with. They're losing. If you beat Arizona twice, you'd hold the tiebreaker on them, but still you have to go out and play the Dodgers 4 times. Mm-hmm. So no matter how you want to slice this thing, it is tough sledding.
It's going to be real tough.
Real
it's
tough.
It's going to be real tough. Grandy, do you still have Cal Raleigh on your fantasy team? Was that a thing, or did I make that up?
I never had him on my fantasy team.
Okay, is that a Lucas thing? Somebody around here had Cal Raleigh on their fantasy team.
I know in the league that Lucas, Evan, and I are in, Evan had him.
Oh, Evan had him. Okay.
But that league's over now.
It's over. How did it go? Did you win?
I made it to the semis.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Did you get your money back?
No.
Okay. Anyway, I bring it up just because I don't even do fantasy baseball. But boy, if you do, Cal Raleigh, am I right? He has homered twice again tonight.
Again?
That is
58?
56.
56,
56, okay. But he has broken the record, the major league record for home runs in a season by a switch hitter. He passes Mickey Mantle with number 55.
Yeah.
Then he walks up to the plate and does it again. 56 home runs. And Cal Raleigh is probably, I got to think at this hour, based on the number of at-bats left, I mean, he's probably headed for 60 this year.
Yeah, I mean, the odds would be pretty good for that. And I just was going to look at his splits because I think they're pretty even on righty-lefty. As a lefty, he's hit 34 going into tonight and 20 as a right-hand hitter. I don't know what he did tonight as far as what side of the plate, but
let me look at the highlights.
Pretty.
I think he was left. Right-handed was number 56 was right-handed.
Okay, so that'd be against a lefty.
Yeah, I did not see number 55.
Okay, so there you have it. That would be 21 against right-hand pitching, 34 against lefties. And the other interesting home run watch that I've been keeping an eye on is the Willie Adames one, because he's got 28, if I'm not mistaken, right?
He's got 28. By the way,
two more for him to be the first one since Bonds to have 30.
Yes, I can now confirm Raleigh has one from each side tonight.
Of course he does.
Lefty for 55, righty for 56.
So 35 as a lefty, 21 as a righty. There you have it.
Crazy.
Yep. And OPS is a righty of 1,005.
Yeah.
And as a lefty, he's only 904.
You know what stinks about this, and I shouldn't even bring this up, but this is the cynical nature that of our thought process now. Like, you can go back to Maris and Ruth and everything, and that was a completely different time, and so I don't even know how to compare it. But since then, the whole concept of